It is worth mentioning that during the period of intermittent civil war after the assassination of Caesar in 44 we often hear of attempts by the common soldiers to bring about a reconciliation between their implacable leaders. 24 The plebs urbana, so much despised by many historians, also demonstrated in favor of peace and reconciliation on more than one occasion. 25 In its primary sense, as the way in which exploitation of the slaves and the 359 lower orders was conducted by the owners of property, the class struggle in the late Republic proceeded with few of those checks on the activities of the powerful which Greek democracy had so carefully provided. In the political sphere, the Middle Republic saw few bitter conflicts. This was the great age of expansion, and of unparalleled enrichment for the oligarchs and their hangers-on, with the ruling class on the whole remarkably united. The political struggles of the late Republic which ended in the establishment of the Principate by Augustus became possible only because serious splits began to develop within the ruling class, most but by no means all of which arose out of personal ambition rather than attempts at reform. That a governing oligarchy is unlikely to be overthrown as long as it preserves unity within its own ranks is one of those perceptive observations now regarded almost as truisms, as a result of the writings of Lenin and Mao Zedong. But this very observation was made as early as the 4th century BC by both Plato and Aristotle. To recapitulate what I have said elsewhere, in relation to classical Sparta, the Greeks realized the simple fact that changes in a state begin from dissensions among the ruling class, and that the constitution can hardly be upset as long as that class is united, small as it may be. Provided the rulers are not at variance among themselves, the rest will not be at odds with each other. Aristotle speaks in much the same vein. An oligarchy which preserves harmony inside itself will not easily be overthrown from within. There were occasional earlier signs of disagreement within the Roman ruling class 26, but only with the tribunate of Tiberius Gracchus in 133 BC did a serious breach begin to develop. There were now some members of the governing class who could see that reforms were necessary, however much the remainder of the oligarchy might resent them. There were also members of the oligarchy who could not resist the opportunities for self-advancement which were thrust into their hands by the growing discontent of the masses, especially the soldiers and veterans whose situation I have described above. Most modern scholars present a very different picture from the one I am giving here. 27 Badian, for example, in a recent article on the tribunate of Tiberius Gracchus, is very scornful about the atmosphere of class strife which pervades the accounts of Appian and Plutarch. He places little trust in their chatter about the opposition between the rich and the poor over Tiberius' agrarian law. To him, it is no more than a stereotype of stasis, a purely literary device of little use to the historian. But this ignores much earlier testimony, indeed that of Cicero himself, who, in one of his most serious answers it resulted in a unanimous verdict in favor of the man he was defending, most successful speeches, sees the agrarian law as supported by the populace, because it seemed to be strengthening the poor, and opposed by the optimates, because it would arouse discord and the rich would be deprived of their long-held possessions. There is much other evidence to the same effect in Sallust, for the Gracchi and the decades that followed. 28 The new period in Roman history which opened in 133 is commonly regarded 360 as more violent and bloody than that which preceded it, but the real difference is that Rome itself now experienced at first hand on a few occasions the cruel violence and unnecessary bloodshed which had characterized so many Roman actions in their foreign conquests. In the preceding generation there had been several atrocious deeds by Roman generals, including the methodical massacre or enslavement of tens of thousands of Epirotes in time of peace, carried out by L. Aemilius Paulus in 167, the vindictive destruction of Carthage in 146, and the treacherous slaughter or enslavement of the Lusitanians by Servius Sulpicius Galba in 150. The first two of these acts can be considered part of official Roman policy, the third was due to the initiative of the general concerned but went unpunished. 29 Men habituated to such excesses abroad were not likely to behave in a strictly constitutional manner at home, once the threat to their dominance became really serious, nor did they. The first bloody episode at Rome was the murder in 133 of Tiberius Gracchus and more than 300 of his followers. After that things went gradually from bad to worse, until a prolonged series of civil wars on a massive scale ended with the victory of Octavian, the future Augustus, at the Battle of Actium in 31 BC. The Prince Incipate of Augustus and his successors was one of the most remarkable constitutional constructions ever devised by man, and it was supremely successful in maintaining social stability, in the sense of the dominance of the Roman propertied classes. Without undertaking a description of this extraordinary political edifice, I must try to explain, in this section and the following one, how it achieved such stability, and continued to work so successfully not only under a political genius like Augustus but even under some third-rate emperors, and survived two major outbreaks of civil war, in 68-70 and 193-7, before partly disintegrating in the mid-3rd century under barbarian attacks and military coups, only to revive again under Diocletian, from 284-5 onwards. The later empire, which is usually taken to begin with the accession of Diocletian in 284, was essentially a continuation of the Principate, even if the personal power of the emperor, which had steadily increased all along, was now more open and undisguised than it had been at the outset. In order to obtain the power he craved, Augustus did not hesitate to use as much force as might be necessary. He crushed all opposition without mercy, and he obtained enormous wealth, far greater than that which any Goth or Roman had ever owned. He was, however, by nature and instinct a thorough conservative, who wanted the minimum of change in the Roman world, enough only to secure his own position of dominance and that of his family. Those who were willing to follow him unquestioningly he would accept as his instruments, whether they were blue-blooded aristocrats or nouveau riches. Once he had created a regime that satisfied him, there must be no further changes. In the civil wars he had fought against the nobles. Victorious, and now a legitimate ruler, he became their friend and patron. A remark of his is preserved by Macrobius, which reminds us of the definition of a bonus given by Sallust, quoted above. Whoever does not want the existing state of affairs to be changed, said Augustus, is a good citizen and good man. Above all, property rights were to be secure, in so far as they represented no threat to him and his dynasty. Restoration of the inviolability of property ownership by Augustus is emphasized, along with the renewal of agriculture, of religion, and of general security, by Valerius Paterculus, whose history was finished in AD 30, under Tiberius, redi it. Certaque rerum suorum possessio. During the period between the murder of Caesar in March 44 and the Battle of Actium in 31 some other tendencies emerged, besides threats to property, which might have deeply disturbed the senatorial oligarchy. Attention is usually concentrated nowadays, naturally enough, upon the use of military force for their own ends by the leading men, Octavian and Antony in particular. But there were also signs of initiative on the part of the soldiers themselves, which might have seemed ominous to the senators. It was not until AD 68, with the proclamation of Galba by the legions under his command in Spain, that, in the famous phrase of Tacitus, the secret of empire was divulged, that a princeps could be created elsewhere than at Rome. Even earlier than that, of course, the installation of Claudius as emperor in 41 had been the work of the Praetorian Guard. But as early as the autumn of 44 BC, Octavian had marched on Rome with a private army of Julius Caesar's veterans from Campania, an act he repeated in the summer of 43 with 8 legions and auxiliaries of which he was the official commander. Just before the second occasion a deputation consisting of 400 centurions was sent to the Roman Senate, to demand for the legionaries a promised donative and for Octavian the consulship, which had become vacant through the death of the 2 consuls of 43. There are indications in our narrative sources, Appian and Dio Cassius, that the appearance of the centurions exasperated the senators, some of whom, we are told, could not endure the soldiers' assumption of free speech. 30 And we must not forget other signs of initiative on the part of soldiers and junior officers and of the plebs urbana between the years 44 and 38. It was not only that revolutionary movements from below were now made impossible, and that initiatives by members of the lower classes ceased. In the years 43 to 42, before Octavian acquired supreme power, there had been several attempts to levy taxes in Italy, which had known no direct taxation from the end of the Third Macedonian War in 168 BC. Until after the death of Caesar in 44. The levies of tax that we hear of in 43, 42, 39, and 33 to 32 were less productive than might have been expected, because they were strongly resisted by the rich. Self-assessment was still the rule, as it always had been, and in 43 and 42 we hear of fraudulent underassessment, punished by complete confiscation when proved. There was general resistance to the introduction of taxes on slaves and on inheritances in 39, and during 32, when freedmen worth more than Hs 200,000 were ordered to contribute an eighth of their total property and other men a quarter of the annual produce of their lands, there were disturbances throughout Italy. 31 It was largely because of the stubborn resistance to regular taxation that the triumvirs resorted at the end of 43 to wholesale proscriptions, resulting in the confiscation of the entire property of some hundreds of very rich men. As Syme has said, the 362 proscriptions may not unfairly be regarded as in purpose and essence a peculiar levy upon capital. But the proceeds were disappointing, and the triumvirs proceeded to proclaim a levy on 1,400 of the richest women, a figure soon reduced to 400 after energetic protests by the leading women. This tax was then supplemented by another on everyone, whether a citizen or not, who owned at least Hs 400,000. Each of these men had to contribute a whole year's income to the expenses of the forthcoming war and lend to the state 2% of his property. 32 All this was exceedingly alarming to the propertied classes of Rome and Italy. Octavian at the end of 36 remitted all unpaid taxes, and when he achieved supreme power he made it clear that large-scale exactions were at an end. The relief and gratitude of the propertied classes were naturally boundless. Only once did Augustus impose new taxation of any significance. This was in AD 6, when he created the aerarium militare, to provide not for ordinary army pay but for the settlement of veterans on discharge. Augustus started it off with a large donation of Hs 170 million from his own private fortune and the promise of further annual contributions, and he arranged for it to be regularly fed by the proceeds of two new taxes, one on inheritances and the other on sales by public auction. It is interesting to note that the inheritance tax was received with much ill will. There was agitation in the Senate for its abolition, and 7 years later Augustus was driven to let it be thought that he was going to substitute a tax on fields and houses, a prospect which thoroughly alarmed the senators and made them abandon their outcry for the ending of the inheritance tax. 33 Although it would be technically incorrect, I am tempted to say that Augustus, as it were, took the collective plebs into his personal clientela, procuring as the outward symbol of this a grant to himself of the tribunician power as a patrician. He could not actually become a tribune himself. With his unique combination of auctoritas and potestas, he knew that he had all the power he needed, at least from 19 BC onwards. Further constitutional powers were unnecessary and would only make it more difficult for the great men to accept his fiction of a restored republic. But the poorer classes, loyal to him as the heir of the greatest of the populars, Julius Caesar, feared above all else a restoration of the oppressive senatorial oligarchy and would have been only too glad to have still greater powers conferred upon Augustus. 34 Their loathing of the old regime is well brought out in the description by Josephus of the murder of Gaius and the installation of Claudius as emperor in AD 41. Whereas the senators regarded the emperors as tyrannoi and their rule as daulia, says Josephus, the people saw in the emperors a restraint on the rapacity of the Senate and for themselves a refuge. Similarly, when in the following year the governor of the province of Dalmatia, L. Aruntius Camillus Scribonianus, raised a revolt, with the declared aim of restoring the Republic 35 and the ancient condition of freedom, his soldiers at once deserted him, as they suspected, according to Dio Cassius, that they would again have trouble and strife. 363 ********************** How was Augustus able to induce the Roman governing class to accept his rule? Let us be specific and speak of the senatorial order, for the equestrians obviously stood to gain more than they lost. How, then, did Augustus reconcile the senators to the Principate? I would say that the Roman aristocracy wanted 5 things above all: peace, prosperity, position, patronage, and power, and that it was only the last of these that Augustus was unwilling to allow the senators to pursue to their heart's content. Peace, internal peace, after the years of civil war, was of course everyone's desire, but the Roman governing class had a special reason for wanting it. Bitter experience must have forced most of them to realize that in the absence of one supreme ruler, concentrating power in his own hands, a new struggle for mastery was all too likely to develop, almost certainly involving further civil war, and if this occurred the victor might well be another Julius Caesar, or even some much more radical dictator, far less concerned than Augustus to preserve the status quo. Tacitus, a senator through and through, reluctantly conceded that after the Battle of Actium in 31 BC it was in the interests of peace that all power should be conferred on one man. He knew that pax and princeps were inseparable. As for prosperity, it hardly needs to be stressed that the Roman governing class longed for it. They wanted to be rich, to indulge whatever tastes they might have for luxury, to enjoy unrestricted opportunities of acquiring new wealth, through provincial governorships and in other ways. Augustus was very ready to gratify these desires, within limits, but he regarded himself, and was generally regarded, as responsible for the empire as a whole, and if he allowed members of the governing class to plunder too freely, as in the past, there might be trouble, which it would fall to him to put down. It was therefore desirable to put some check on the more flagrant forms of extortion and oppression and illegality, even in the provinces. 36 I want my sheep shorn, not shaved, said Tiberius reprovingly to Aemilius Rectus, the equestrian prefect of Egypt in AD 14, who had sent him more than the prescribed amount in taxes. Augustus and many of his successors would have applauded the fascinating passage, reproduced in section 6 of this chapter, from the Discourses on the first decade of Livy, in which Machiavelli recognizes the necessity, in a state containing overpowerful gentilegomeny of the kind he so detested, for a monarch with absolute and overwhelming power, to restrain the excesses of the powerful. The senators also wanted position, and hereditary position at that. They wanted to monopolize the magistracies, priesthoods, and other dignities which conferred such immense prestige among the Romans, and to hand them on to their sons after them, as in the good old days. Here the senators did not lose much. The emperors promoted new men to the Senate 37 but only in limited numbers, and the recognized senatorial aristocracy continued at first to monopolize virtually all the highest offices, even if the choice of candidates for them was to some extent in the emperor's hands. Even under Augustus we hear of some cases in which the consulship is said to have been given or offered to a particular man by the emperor. 38 And Pliny the Younger, when he became consul in AD 100, could acknowledge in his official speech in the Senate, addressed to that Optimus Princeps, Trajan, that the choice of consuls was now the emperor's. 39 The senators wanted their rights of patronage, sanctified by the ancient Roman custom of the clientela, to continue as of old. These rights too were maintained, although at the highest level they came under increasing imperial control. I shall return to this important subject very shortly. The senators also, of course, wanted the power they had always enjoyed. The reality of power, however, was the one thing the emperors could not afford to grant to them, although they might choose to give a carefully controlled share in it to those individuals who had proved their loyalty and their fitness to be imperial advisors and legates in command of provinces and their legions. The army was the emperor's concern, and the great bulk of the armed forces were stationed in provinces governed by his legates, appointed directly by himself. I now return to the subject of patronage, which deserves much fuller treatment than I can give it at this point. The clientela, as I have explained, was a very ancient and central feature of Roman society, and the exercise of patronage by the great men was a major factor in political and social life. 40, and incidentally much more pervasive and effective even in the judicial system than has been generally realized. 41 Patronage, indeed, must be seen as an institution the Roman world simply could not do without, once the genuinely democratic elements in the constitution were on the point of disappearing altogether. This is seldom sufficiently realized. Under any political system, many appointments to positions involving the exercise of authority must be made somehow. Democratic process allows them to be made from below, but if it ceases to exist, everything has to be done from above. At Rome, election from below became less and less important, even in the last years of the Republic, and early in the Principate it came to occupy only a minor place. 42 When nearly everything was done from above, however, and appointment largely replaced election, patronage of course became all important. A Roman emperor made most of the top appointments himself, from among men whom he would personally know. He, on the recommendation of his immediate subordinates, or those subordinates themselves, would appoint to the less exalted posts, and so the process went on, right down the line, to the humblest. 365 Local officials. Everything now depended on favor, recommendation, patronage, on suffragium, in the new sense which that word had begun to have by at least the early 2nd century, replacing its original sense of vote. The clientela never entirely lost its importance, but as time went on, more and more was done by what the emperors, in attempting unsuccessfully to forbid it, called venal suffragium, patronage that was openly bought, for it was inevitable that the giving of favors by patroni to their clients should be supplemented by the purchase of such favors by those outside the useful circle of clients. It need not surprise us that the Latin word which had originally meant vote, namely suffragium, had by the beginning of the 2nd century come to bear the more usual meaning of patronage or influence or interest. There are many fascinating texts which illustrate the working of patronage under the Principate, and in the later empire it assumed an even more important and more sinister role. The Greeks accommodated themselves by degrees to this Roman institution, which they could not now afford to do without, and in due course they became thoroughly habituated to it. As Liebeschutz has demonstrated, a leading Greek orator of the late 4th century like Libanius might have to spend a vast amount of time soliciting favors from or for his friends. Libanius sometimes admitted that the practice could be objectionable, but he simply could not afford, placed as he was, to refuse to do what everyone expected of him, since the giving and taking of favors played an essential part in social relationships at Antioch and, indeed, throughout the empire. Even men holding no office conferring any power, political or military, might be felt to be persons of the greatest influence if they were friends of the really great men, the emperor above all. There is a most revealing picture in Eunapius' Lives of the Sophists about Maximus of Ephesus, a leading pseudo-philosopher, renowned as a wonder-worker, who was an intimate of the Emperor Julian. When Maximus was summoned to the court at Constantinople by Julian in 362, he became the center of attention at Ephesus and was courted by everyone, including the leading members of the city councils. The common people too thronged around his house, jumping up and down and shouting slogans, and even the women came in crowds through the back door to beg favors of his wife. Maximus went to Julian in great pomp, revered by the whole province of Asia. 43 The more Christian the empire became, the more powerful was the influence of bishops and priests, and even of monks and holy men. As early as the 330s we hear of a Novatian holy man, Eutychianus, living near the Mysian Mount Olympus in northwest Asia Minor, who became famous as a healer and miracle worker. He successfully interceded with Constantine for the pardon of an accused officer, and indeed that emperor is said to have generally acceded to requests made by him. Since the very apex of the great pyramid of patronage was, needless to say, the emperor, we must expect to find him subject, far beyond anyone else, to an extreme degree of solicitation, not only by those he condescended to call his friends, his amici, but also by more ordinary people with ambitions as well as grievances, and of course by cities. To avoid exposing myself to an obvious objection, I must point out that an emperor would not inflict upon any of his great men the indignity of being called his clients. Cicero remarks that men who see themselves as rich and honorable gentlemen regard being patronized or called clients as mortis instar, as we would say, a fate worse than death. Therefore, the man whom the ruler delighted to honor with his personal recognition would be styled his amicus, his friend. 44, the high-sounding title which everyone has heard of, because the Jews are said to have cast it in Pilate's teeth at the trial of Jesus, crying out to him, "If thou let this man go, thou art not Caesar's friend" on 19.12. But amicitia between an emperor and one of his subjects, even when it happened to involve warmth of feeling on both sides, could never be a relationship approaching equality. It would of course be technically incorrect to say that it was that of patronus to clients, but in reality it would often resemble that relationship rather than what we should call genuine friendship. At times some senators could feel bitter at the loss of the old libertas. It is usually admitted nowadays that under the Principate the word libertas, in the mouth of a member of the Roman governing class like Tacitus, meant essentially libertas senatus, the freedom of the Senate. I would go so far as to say that in the late Republic the situation was very much the same. Cicero and his like might well qualify assertions of the liberty of the Senate, the organ of the ruling class, to do exactly as it pleased, by some such phrase as within the law, for they of course had made the law, fashioning it and administering it in such a way as to ensure their own dominance, and they could hardly suffer by its observance. The Roman constitution was a screen and a sham, as Syme has put it, but to its authors and beneficiaries, the Roman ruling class, it was authentic law and order. If the common herd acted of their own volition against the interests of their rulers, that would be not libertas but licentia, mere license. A charge of illegality would almost certainly be brought against it. How nicely the senatorial concept of libertas was tailored to fit the senatorial interest, in particular the exercise of their patronage rights, emerges from a passage in Tacitus' Annals. After describing how the mere presence of the Emperor Tiberius in a court of law 45 ensured that the judgments given were uninfluenced by bribery or the entreaties of the powerful, Tacitus comments that while this aimed at justice, it destroyed libertas. To be real, for Tacitus, the libertas of senators must not be precarious, as it had now become, for an emperor to prevent the praetor from giving judgments in court in favor of his own and his friends' protégés was something that corrupted the free essence of oligarchic political life, even when such initiatives were scrupulously directed only against the giving of judgments procured by bribery or favor. One is reminded of a parallel in the Confessions of Augustine. The saint's young friend Elapius was acting in the same capacity. 367 in a fiscal case at Rome in 383-4, and again the judge would not have dared to resist the demand of a powerful senator for a decision in his favor contrary to law, had not Elapius insisted on justice being done, remaining impervious, to everyone's amazement, to the man's bribes and even his threats. I fancy that many readers of the Confessions may fail to realize that the situation depicted by Augustine, although of course even more common in the later empire, could easily occur in the early Principate nearly 370 years earlier. It was once urged upon me in a letter from an eminent Roman historian, in defense of Tacitus, that the point of the passage from the Annals which I have just been discussing is simply that Tiberius, by being present, prevented judges from judging freely, as they were embarrassed by his presence. But that is not at all what the passage actually says, and, as we shall see in a moment, there is conclusive evidence against it. The presence of Tiberius may well have embarrassed the praetor, and Tacitus could easily have said this, but he has not done so. Tacitus was a master of the ambiguous phrase, and his perfectly explicit statement here should not be disregarded, in favor of a presumed but unstated implication. Tacitus claims most specifically that the presence of Tiberius actually prevented judgments, unjust judgments, from being given in response to bribes or the representations of the men of power. 46 It was precisely this, not a general embarrassment of the praetor, which destroyed libertas. And indeed there is positive evidence in favor of the picture I have presented. O. Io Cassius, dealing, as is Tacitus, in the passage I have quoted, with the early years of the reign of Tiberius, says that the emperor took great care when judging cases himself to impress on his assessors that they were to speak their minds quite freely. Dio is most emphatic about this, and he even adds that Tiberius would often express one opinion and his assessors another, and that Tiberius sometimes accepted their view, without harboring any resentment. We may feel, then, that in the passage I have been discussing Tacitus has given himself away. He, as a member of the Roman ruling class, felt no reason to conceal his deep conviction that the ability to exercise, whether for good or ill, the proper degree of patronage to which a great man's position in society entitled him was indeed an essential ingredient in libertas. In the same way, he shows in two separate passages his instinctive feeling that senators who were financially embarrassed had a right to expect subventions from the emperor, without being obliged to give the sordid details of their financial situation, and 1.38.1 and 7-10. Modern historians have too often suffered from an unfortunate tendency to see the Roman concept of libertas either in much the same terms as the Roman ruling class saw it, or as something vague and hardly worth taking seriously. The former tendency is exemplified in a very appreciative review by Momigliano, in JRS 41-146 ff, of a much-praised book on libertas by Wiersubski, which, by the way, never discusses the passage from Tacitus' Annals that I have emphasized above. 47 Momigliano reduces the interpretations that have been offered of libertas to two mutually exclusive ones. According to the one he accepts, which he commends Wiersubski for adopting, libertas is a juridical notion which, if properly analyzed, proves to be identical with the notion of 368. Civitas, 48, and he quotes Mommsen to that effect. He then proceeds to express disapproval of the other interpretation, according to which libertas is a vague word which usually conceals egoistic interests. This latter interpretation he attributes particularly to Syme, from whom he quotes two passages. Liberty and the laws are high-sounding words. They will often be rendered, on a cool estimate, as privilege and vested interests, and libertas is a vague /ie and negative notion, freedom from the rule of a tyrant or faction. It follows that libertas, like regnum and dominatio, is a convenient term of political fraud. Wiersubski, actually, is driven in the end almost into Syme's camp. After quoting a few examples of vindicatio in libertatem, used in conflicting senses, he admits that this phrase was a much-used political catchword and became as vague as libertas itself. This obscures the real issues. Syme's view is certainly the more realistic, and indeed he himself continues the passage from which I have just quoted by saying, libertas was most commonly invoked in defense of the existing order by individuals or classes in enjoyment of power and wealth. The libertas of the Roman aristocrat meant the rule of a class and the perpetuation of privilege. This is perfectly true. And we can agree with Syme's commendation of a famous passage in Tacitus, to the effect that nobody ever sought power for himself and the enslavement of others without invoking libertas and such fair names. At the same time, we need not discount libertas itself, with Syme, as merely a vague and negative notion and a convenient term of political fraud. Vague is not at all the right word for the majority of the most interesting uses of the term libertas. In most cases the meaning of libertas is specific enough, the point is that it is capable of expressing very different and even contradictory notions. Certainly one particular kind of libertas, in which Wiersubski and Momigliano and others are mainly interested, and which they seem to regard as the most genuine one, can be treated as a primarily juridical notion and made the subject of fairly precise analysis. This is the kind of libertas of which Cicero was the great expositor. 49 Juridical analysis is not out of place here, for, as I have pointed out above, Cicero and his like had made the law, and they would seldom if ever be disadvantaged by appealing to it. For Cicero himself, indeed, the constitutional law of Rome, at any rate before the Gracchus period, was the best that had ever existed in practice. But in the late Republic there was a totally different kind of libertas, and to those who held it the optimate version of libertas, that of Cicero and co., was servitus, while their libertas was stigmatized by Cicero as mere licentia 50, a word used also by the Roman rhetorician Cornificius as the equivalent of the standard Greek word for freedom of speech, parousia. This is not the place to go into detail, and I can hardly do more than refer to one particular group of texts. Wiersubski never even mentions the very significant fact that when Clodius procured the exile of Cicero in 58 BC, for having executed the Catilinarians without trial in 63 as consul, he also obtained a vote for the destruction of Cicero's grand house on the Palatine and the erection on part of its grounds of a 369 shrine to Libertas 51, the personification of the very quality which, in the eyes of his opponents, Cicero had attacked. In his speech, De Domo Suo ad Pontifices, Cicero equates Clodius Libertas with the Servetus of the Roman people and calls Clodius' statue of Libertas the image not of Libertas Publica but of Licentia. Elsewhere he speaks of Clodius' shrine as a templum licentiae. The Libertas which was opposed to the optimate variety can also be found in other texts. 52 As for the optimate version of Libertas, to which Cicero subscribed, I suggest that it corresponds well with the opinion of a speaker who is represented as addressing his hearers as if not equal all, yet free, equally free, for orders and degrees jar not with liberty, but well consist. I fear, however, that some may deprecate my quoting this passage in the present context, for it comes from a speech by Satan, which Milton describes as delivered with calumnious art of counterfeited truth, to a concourse of demons. Augustus himself was usually tactful enough to avoid stressing his own dominance in such a way as to remind senators publicly of what some of them regarded as their subjection, their servitus, and those of his successors who were good emperors persevered for some generations in the same tradition. In the early Principate the senator might well feel irked by his servitus, but under a good emperor he would normally feel bound to suppress such dangerous emotions. I doubt if the younger Pliny, for instance, was concealing any real qualms when composing in AD 100 the panegyric of Trajan to which I have referred above. To the modern reader at first sight, perhaps, a loathsomely dishonest document, but Pliny was surely expressing what he felt to be perfectly sincere sentiments of loyalty and gratitude when he declared that now the princeps is not above the laws, but the laws are above the princeps, cf. Section 6 of this chapter. In the same speech Pliny rejoices in the fact that Jupiter can now take things easy, since he has bestowed upon the emperor the task of performing his role towards the whole human race. Most revealing of all, perhaps, is the passage that begins, "You order us to be free, we shall be." The words that follow show that this freedom is essentially a freedom of speech, a faculty that was particularly welcome to senators. The contrast Pliny proceeds to draw with the situation in the recent past under Domitian shows that even freedom of speech was indeed within the gift of the emperor. Pliny's more intellectually sophisticated contemporary Tacitus could occasionally be very bitter about the Principate, but he was realist enough to understand that it was an absolute necessity, if an unfortunate one. It would have been interesting to have Cicero's opinion, both public and private, of the Principate of Augustus, which he did not live to experience. He did live through the much 370 more undisguised dictatorship of Julius Caesar, which he survived by less than 2 years. He conformed in public, sometimes displaying a feigned enthusiasm which belied his true feelings, but in private, writing to his intimate friends, he could express himself with great bitterness. It was not just libertas which in his eyes he and his senatorial colleagues now lacked, even their dignitas was gone, for, as he said in a letter, how could one possess dignitas when one could neither work for what one believed in nor advocate it openly? Would Cicero, then, have followed the example of those famous Roman Stoics, especially Thrasopytus and Helvidius Priscus, who in the 60s and 70s of the 1st century came out in open verbal opposition to Nero or Vespasian, and paid for their temerity with their lives? Perhaps. But Brutus, who knew Cicero well, could say in a letter to their friend Atticus that Cicero did not reject servitus provided it involved the reception of honors. This was the attitude of the great majority of senators. The Emperor Tiberius, it was said, used to utter a bitter exclamation in Greek every time he left the Senate House, describing the senators as men ready for slavery. A famous phrase of Cicero's, cum dignitate odium 53, perfectly expresses the political ideal which he held in common with his fellow optimates, and whether or not Cicero himself would have found it realized in the Principate of Augustus, I have no doubt that most senators would have done. The precise meaning of the phrase odium cum dignitate has been much disputed. I accept Brunt's revealing paraphrase, an ordered state in which men were valued according to their rank in a hierarchical social structure. 54. It is misleading, I believe, to regard the political change from republic to principate as a Roman revolution, the title of Syme's great work, to which I have referred above. 55. It has been claimed that what happened was a triumph of Italy over Rome, and that Italy and the non-political orders in society triumphed over Rome and the Roman aristocracy, but if that is true in any sense at all, it is so only if we ignore the vast majority of the population, who had no share in any such triumph, just as the patricio-plebeian oligarchy of the Middle Republic was in most important ways very little different from the patrician oligarchy it succeeded, so the governing class of the Principate retained most of the characteristics of their late Republican predecessors. There was very little change in the economic system and not much in the general social complexion of Italy, except that the governing class was now drawn increasingly from the Italian towns instead of only from Rome itself, a process which had already begun under the Republic. Soon men of provincial origin entered the Senate, at first mainly from southern Gaul and Spain, but in the 2nd century from the richer Greek provinces, Asia above all, and also from Africa. Even emperors were sometimes of provincial origin, in the sense that they came from families resident in a province. Trajan was born at Italica in Spain, near the modern Seville, and so probably was Hadrian. Septimius Severus came from an equestrian family of Lepsis Magna in Africa. How much real change there was between Republic and Principate even in the political field is disputed. I myself would see it as essentially the completion of a 371 pyramid of power and patronage, involving the placing of a coping stone, admittedly a very large and heavy one, on top of the whole oppressive edifice. The direct political role of the class struggle in this change was, in my opinion, perhaps not a central one, but the very existence of the poorer classes, as a potential reservoir of unrest and a source from which soldiers might be recruited by an aspiring dynast, was a factor of fundamental importance in ultimately inducing the upper classes of Italy to accept as supreme ruler a man they knew to be by inclination entirely on their side against any conceivable kind of revolution from below. The Roman lower orders had rarely played any very important part in politics, except as members of the faction supporting an individual politician whom they believed to be a popularis, and in the period of transition to the Principate they were on the whole only too content to leave their own political destinies completely in the hands of Octavian/Augustus, whom, as the heir of the great popularis, Julius Caesar, they mistakenly regarded as their champion. By the time the Principate was fully consolidated, it was too late. The Greeks, who had already become accustomed to Hellenistic kingship, usually saw less reason to conceal the reality of imperial power behind republican phraseology, and to them the emperor was a king, basileus. They had of course no option but to accept the Principate, which for them represented more gain than loss. There has been much sneering talk about the Roman lower classes being content with bread and circuses, a phrase off Juvenal's, whose derisive panem et circenses has echoed down the centuries. 56-57. I myself find it hard to understand why so many of those who have written about the Roman world have thought it discreditable to the humble Roman that his prime concern should have been bread. I see no reason to think that the attitude of the common people was unpleasantly materialistic or degraded just because they thought first of filling their bellies. In any event, the bread was received regularly by only a very limited number of the plebs urbana at Rome itself. Food and cash doles were provided now and again at other cities, on a small scale, nor did the rural poor anywhere receive any such official dole. And the number of those who could attend circuses, even at Rome, as Ballston has demonstrated 58, was relatively small in relation to the size of the population of the capital. The inaugural lecture by Alan Cameron, entitled Bread and Circuses. The Roman Emperor and his people, to which I referred in V3 above, would be most instructive reading for those brought up on the traditional picture of the obsession of the Roman mob with free bread and circuses. As Cameron says, that notorious idle mob of layabouts sponging off the state is little more than a figment of middle-class prejudice, ancient and modern alike. And he adds, it was not the people's fault that, being in origin religious festivals, public entertainments were provided free, as indeed they always had been. In point of fact, the circus and the theatre sometimes played an important quasi-political role during the Roman Principate and later Empire 59, a subject I have already touched on in V.3 above. It was certainly the plebs urbana, rather than the far greater number of peasants, who were in the best position to make their influence felt at Rome, if only as a kind of pressure group. Their outstanding characteristic was that they were mainly very poor. It could be said of the workmen and peasants who agitated for the election of Maurice as consul for 107 BC 60 that their assets and credit were embodied in their hands. In 63 Sallust describes the Roman plebs as having no resources beyond their food and clothing, and when he writes of attempts made to rescue one of the revolutionaries of that year, P. Cornelius Lentulus Sura, by his freedmen and a few of his clients, he refers to their efforts as directed towards workmen and slaves, as if the two groups might be expected to have much the same interests. It is impossible for us to tell how much fellow feeling there was between the slaves at Rome and the plebs urbana, a fair proportion of whom are likely to have been freedmen. On one occasion, certainly, in AD 61, the common people of Rome made a violent if ineffective protest against the mass execution of the slaves of Petanius Secundus, but I know of no other important evidence. The Principate, the Emperor, and the upper classes. The Roman Principate was an extraordinary and unique institution. Gibbon hit it off admirably. The system of imperial government, as instituted by Augustus, can be defined as an absolute monarchy disguised by the forms of a commonwealth. The masters of the Roman world surrounded their throne with darkness, concealed their irresistible strength, and humbly professed themselves the accountable ministers of the Senate, whose supreme decrees they dictated and obeyed. One of the essential features of Greek democracy in the classical period, as I said in V.2 above, was that it made every holder of power hyperdinos, subject to audit, subject to examination and control by the whole citizen body or some court of law to which it delegated its supreme authority. This was true both in theory and in practice. With the Hellenistic kingdoms and the Roman Principate we have already arrived at the opposite extreme, for what king or emperor will deign to make himself accountable, or how can accountability in any form be forced upon him? In his orations on kingship, Dio Chrysostom, writing in the early years of the 2nd century, specifically defines kingship as rule that is not subject to account. The king and his monarchy are an hyperdinos, the king is greater than the laws, above the laws, indeed, law is the king's decree, his dogma. That was not the constitutional theory of the Principate, but it is a correct description of its practice. It could be said by a contemporary that Claudius, the third of the emperors after Augustus, used to put men to death as easily as a dog sits down. 373 I am not suggesting, of course, that the vast Roman world could ever have been ruled by anything resembling a democracy of the Greek type, which relied essentially, to put it crudely, on government by mass meeting, and could not have been applied to a large area without at any rate a development of representative and federal institutions far beyond anything the Greeks ever imagined. Nor did the Greeks suffer any further loss of freedom, in any sense, when the Roman Republic foundered and the whole empire became subject to a single master who was not subject to account. They had lost their freedom already, many of them well over 100 years earlier, even if they enjoyed various degrees of internal autonomy. Many modern scholars have seen the change from republic to principate far too much in terms of Rome and the Italian ruling class. The provinces had always been subject to rule that was not subject to account by them, and there is no reason to think that the vast majority of their inhabitants resented the change. In the preceding section of this chapter I quoted the opinion of Tacitus that the provinces, having learned to distrust the rule of Senate and people, did not object to the introduction of the Principate of Augustus. The Principate may be said to have lasted for some hundreds of years, for there was no essential change in its monarchical character so long as its centralist control remained, in the West, only until sometime in the 5th century. How long one allows the later Roman Empire to have continued in the Greek East is a matter of taste, but even if one prefers to speak of a Byzantine Empire from some date in, say, the 6th century or the first half of the 7th, the despotic character of the regime was fundamentally the same, very different as its external aspect was in some ways. It has long been customary for English speakers to make a break between Principate and Dominate, at the accession of the Emperor Diocletian in 284–5. 3. I believe that any such distinction, based upon a supposed fundamental change in the nature of imperial rule at the end of the 3rd century, is misleading, because it takes appearance for reality. I do not deny that the outward forms of imperial rule and the terminology in which that rule was expressed did change by degrees during the first few centuries in the direction of even greater autocracy, but the emperor was always in reality an absolute monarch, however much he or his supporters might pretend the contrary, a pretense which, I would say, was by no means always insincere. I myself certainly find it convenient to distinguish between Principate and later empire. To draw such a line is useful not only as a way of distinguishing two different chronological epochs. New elements did indeed enter in with the reigns of Diocletian and Constantine, but those which were formative and of major and lasting importance were not so much a transformation in the position of the ruler as an intensification of the forms of exploitation. The later Roman colonate, reducing a large proportion of the free working peasants to serfdom, a new taxation system of far greater intensity and, in principle, efficiency, and a more extended use of conscription for the army, these were the features distinguishing later Roman Empire from Principate which mattered most to most people and were of the greatest importance in the long run, and it was they which necessitated a further growth in the authority and prestige of the emperor, to reinforce the increased dominance of the ruling class. I shall briefly mention below the further exaltation. 374. Of the emperor in the 6th and 7th centuries, in response to intensified pressure on the empire from outside. My purpose in this book is to reveal the realities of life in the Greek world, mainly as they affected the vast majority of the population, rather than the much more pleasant features of that life which the ruling classes commonly perceived or imagined. In dealing with the nature of imperial rule, therefore, I am far less interested in the subtle ways in which, for example, the self-satisfied Roman picture of the good ruler differed from, or resembled, the equally unreal Hellenistic portrait of the ideal king, or the variations that took place over the centuries in the sophisticated concepts of monarchy produced by philosophers and rhetoricians. Such questions are well worth pursuing, and they have been exhaustively studied, if rarely with as much common sense and clear-sightedness as one could desire in such monumental works as Fritz Teiger's Charisma. Study and Zuergeschichte Antiken Heerskerkults, and Francis Dvornik's Early Christian and Byzantine Political Philosophy, Origins and Background, not to mention many others. Anyone who wants to read a brief and clear statement, setting out most sympathetically the benevolent intentions of the emperors, as expressed in their own propaganda, can hardly do better than read M. P. Charlesworth's Raleigh Lecture on History for 1937, where we are told of the imperial propaganda that perhaps it would be fairer to call it not propaganda but the creation of goodwill. For it was very sober and truthful propaganda, and it was not far divorced from fact. The great emperors of the 2nd century were very much in earnest, very much aware of their responsibilities. What they announced, the benefits they described, were real and positive. They did bring peace, they did erect great buildings and harbors, they did secure calm and quietude and happiness. Their propaganda was not promises for the vague future, but a reminder of genuine achievement. By contrast, I am primarily concerned to show how imperial rule contributed to maintain a massive system of exploitation of the great majority by the upper classes. In the long run, nothing was more important to the empire than the emperor's ability to direct foreign policy and to exercise effectively the supreme military command which always belonged to him. It was not absolutely necessary to Theodosius I, many emperors spent much of their time on campaign. In this book I can do no more than emphasize, without going into detail, the very great importance of the emperor's role in all branches of what we call foreign affairs, including relations with outside powers and client states, general foreign policy, diplomacy, strategy, and military operations, not to mention the organization of 375 the army, and the taxation needed to provide for its requirements. I find it strange that a recent large-scale account of the emperor in the Roman world, by Fergus Miller, should virtually ignore financial policy and taxation, and make only a perfunctory mention of the emperor's role as a commander and in relation to the army, and his complex diplomatic relations with foreign powers and dependent kings among many other elements which would need to be taken into account in any complete analysis even of the functions of an emperor, let alone of the entire cultural, social, and political system within which he lived. For Miller, the emperor was what the emperor did, but he has not sufficiently taken into account the loaded character of our evidence for what the emperor did. Indeed, he gives what is almost a reductio ad absurdum of his own position when he admits that if we follow our evidence, we might almost come to believe that the primary role of the emperor was to listen to speeches in Greek. Allowing himself to be over-influenced by his own selection from the particular kinds of evidence that happen to have survived, Miller can speak of the essential passivity of the role expected of the emperor, and can say that the emperor's role in relation to his subjects was essentially that of listening to requests, and of hearing disputes. He can even suggest that general edicts were in fact a relatively minor part of imperial business, simply because few general edicts are preserved on stone before the end of the 3rd century. Certainly, we must not expect to find emperors concerned to change their world, in the way that many modern governments are. Innovation was something the Roman upper classes always dreaded, and when it did take place it was likely to be dressed up as a return to ancestral tradition, the mos maiorum, as indeed the Principate of Augustus was represented as a restoration of the Republic. We can agree with Miller that the nature of the emperor's personal activities, and of the physical and social contexts in which they were conducted, was such as to exclude the initiation of change as a normal and expected function. For this there was the best of reasons. The Roman ruling class as a whole perfectly fulfilled the definition of a conservative given recently by a leading academic figure in the Conservative Party, Lord Blake, Provost of the Queen's College, Oxford. Blake, reviewing in the Times Literary Supplement a biography of Balfour, quoted Balfour's answer to a question from Beatrice Webb: "I am a conservative. I wish to maintain existing institutions." And Blake adds an opinion with which we can all wholeheartedly agree: this is, after all, much the best reason for being a conservative, and it is undoubtedly the reason why the vast majority of conservatives vote as they do. I must add, in defense of Miller, that he never tries to introduce any limitation on the autocratic nature of the emperor's position, from the beginning to the end of the period with which his book deals. However, he makes no attempt to explain the social basis of the Principate, or how the office was transmitted, or even why a monarchy, so repugnant to the Roman aristocratic tradition, had become necessary. The words commonly used in Latin to designate the emperor and his rule. 376. Namely princeps and principatus, for were not official titles 5 but were terms familiar from the late Republic, referring to the outstanding prestige, dignity, and influence achieved by a, or the leading man, normally of consular rank, and they were carefully chosen by Augustus to avoid any monarchical taint. In his account of his own achievements, his Residential Gesti, Augustus referred to his own reign by the phrase "when I was princeps." 6. He also drew an important distinction between his auctoritas 7 and his potestas. 8. The latter word denotes legal powers constitutionally conferred. It can legitimately be translated power. For auctoritas there is no English equivalent, perhaps a combination of prestige and influence best conveys its meaning. In the residential gesti Augustus chose to emphasize his preeminent auctoritas and to play down, not quite honestly, his potestas, which in reality was equally preeminent. A sentence in Cicero's speech against L. Calpumius Piso Cessaninus, describing an incident that had occurred at the end of 61, illustrates perfectly the contrast between the two qualities. Q. Caecilius Metellus, who was merely consul designate and thus enjoyed no potestas, but was a man of great prestige, prevented the performance of some games ordered by a tribune in defiance of a ruling of the Senate. That which he could not yet bring about by potestas, Cicero says, he achieved by auctoritas. The auctoritas of a Roman was his ability to command respect and obedience by the accumulation of personal qualities and his own record of achievement, irrespective of constitutional powers. In this respect no Roman ever surpassed Augustus. As we shall see presently, the Greeks very soon came to use for the emperor and even to address him by their word for legitimate king, basileus, but in Latin the corresponding words, rex and regnum, were studiously avoided during Republic and Principate, except as a term of abuse, as when Cicero denounces Tiberius Gracchus for aiming at regnum, or rights of the regime in which Sulla had been personally dominant as the Solanum Regnum. According to Cicero, after the expulsion of Tarquin the Roman people could not even bear to hear the title of king, a statement which was certainly true of the Roman ruling class, about whose attitude alone we have adequate information. They used rex only for foreign kings, or as the virtual equivalent of the Greek tyrannos. I know of only one prominent exception to this rule during the Principate, Seneca, who in his De Clementia, addressed to Nero in AD 55-6, repeatedly uses rex and regnum in a good sense, coupling together rex and princeps, in the singular or plural, writing the word rex as a clear synonym for princeps or imperator, and using rex of the emperor himself without actually addressing him by that ill-omened title. 9. In his De Bene Facias Seneca goes so far as to say that the best condition of a state is under a just king. Lo, I can only endorse what Miriam Griffin has said on this subject in her book on Seneca, 11, merely adding that one may feel that had Seneca lived half a century earlier or later, under Augustus or Trajan, he might well have used rex and its cognates. 377 More sparingly, he might have avoided drawing a contrast between regus and tyranny and have preferred to speak instead of an opposition between principatus and dominatio, as the younger Pliny did in AD 100 in his Panegyricus, from which I have quoted in the preceding section of this chapter. 12 In the end, however, rex and regnum became permissible descriptions of imperial rule in the Latin West, as basileus and basileia had always been in the Greek East. By the year 400 the poet Claudian, repudiating the notion that the rule of a superior princeps was servitium, could go on to say, never is liberty appreciated more than under a good rex. 13 And if we are tempted to dismiss Claudian as an Alexandrian Greek writing in Latin and in verse, we can turn to a Western Christian writer of the same period, Sulpicius Severus of Aquitaine, who very often uses the term rex of an emperor, as an alternative to imperator and princeps, all three expressions once appearing in a single short sentence. I do not know when an emperor is first recorded as referring to his own rule as regnum in an official context, but there is a clear example in the Emperor Majorian's address to the Roman Senate in 458. According to his opening words, it is the Senate and the army which have made him imperator, and in the next sentence he can also use the term sanctified by tradition, referring to his rule as a principatus and to the state as the residential publica. Yet in that second sentence he can also speak of his regnum, a word which can now be used without shame, not only by the emperor himself but also by his panegyrist, or poet, if we may degrade that sacred name, as Gibbon put it, according to whom ordo omnes regnum dederat, plebs, curia, miles, et colleges simul. The panegyrist, or poet, is Sidonius Apollinaris, later a bishop, and described by Stein as pornus I dernier poet et prositor Latin de l'Antiquite. The standard title the Greeks commonly employed for the emperor was autocrator, the normal Greek translation of the Latin imperator. This is interesting in itself, as the Greek term, although not so highly charged with military significance, emphasizes the arbitrary element in the power of the holder of imperium, in a way that imperator hardly does, and princeps of course not at all. The Greeks also referred to the emperor as their basileus, their king. The poet Antipater of Thessalonica refers to Augustus as his basileus in a poem probably written as early as 9 BC. For it is sometimes said that basileus is not used of the emperor in prose before the 2nd century, 15, but this is false. Strabo, writing under Tiberius, seems to me to be using basileus in one passage for the emperor, and even if this is wrong, there is no doubt that Josephus, in his Jewish War, applies this term to emperors on several occasions. 16 Dio Chrysostom also uses the noun basileus and the verb basileion of the Roman emperors, 17 in particular in a speech that is very probably to be dated in the early 70s and anyway not later than the AD.18 New Testament texts, 2, sometimes refer to the emperors as basi/eis. 19 During the 2nd and 3rd centuries the use of basi/eus and its cognates for the emperors. 378. Became increasingly common. 20 A particularly interesting passage is Appian, Pref. 6. The Roman Republic, we are told, was an aristocratia until Julius Caesar made himself monarchos, while preserving the form and name of the politia. This form of rule, under one man, Appian saw as persisting until the time at which he was writing, the 2nd quarter of the 2nd century. The Romans, he continues, call their rulers not basiles but autocratores, although in fact they are basiles in all respects. Greeks addressing an emperor in their own language would often call him basileus, and the 2nd century jurist Messianus, in a passage preserved in the Digest, records a petition from Eudaemon of Nicomedia to the Emperor Antoninus Pius, addressing him as /Antoninos Basileus and opening with the words Kyrie Basileu Antonini, my Lord King Antoninus. 21 By the early 3rd century we begin to find emperors referring to their own rule as basileia, when writing to Greeks, but for several centuries they did not formally adopt basileus as their official title. Synsus of Cyrene, addressing the Eastern Emperor Arcadius in 399 in a treatise on kingship, could still say that the emperors, while deservedly addressed as basiles, preferred to style themselves autocratores. Only with Heraclius, in the early 7th century, do we find a new imperial titulature in which that emperor and his son first describe themselves as Pistoi and Christoi Augustoi and then, from 629 onwards, as Pistoi and Christoi basiles. 22 Those who can understand Greek may derive much amusement from a reading of the first 6 chapters or sections of that curious work by John the Lydian usually known by its Latin title, De Magistratibus Populi Romani, written just after the middle of the 6th century, in the reign of Justinian. 23 John was a Latin enthusiast, eager to show off his command of that language and his grasp of the early history of Roman institutions, from the time of Romulus onwards. He usually employs the Greek word basileus in the sense of the Latin princeps, and as the opposite of tyrannos. For the early kings of Rome, who to him were tyrannoi, he uses a Greek transliteration, rex, which had come into occasional use in Greek in the 4th century. ************* The empire centered in the emperor. His role was always primary, but from the mid-3rd century onwards, when barbarian eruptions began to threaten the very fabric of the empire, and the social evils the regime bred within itself became more apparent and more evidently harmful, the personal ability of the emperor, above all in the military sphere, became a matter of far greater importance. 1st century Rome was strong enough to carry a Caligula or a Nero, and 2nd century Rome a Commodus. Rome of the late 3rd and 4th centuries could afford no such dangerous luxuries, especially as the emperor was now even more of a master than ever. The need produced the men. For a little over 100 years, from the accession of Diocletian in 284 to the death of Theodosius I in 395, a succession of mainly very able and sometimes heroic figures occupied the imperial throne. For Graeco-Romans like Ammianus, 379 Marcellinus, needless to say, no alternative to the rule of an emperor was conceivable. As Ammianus says, the safety of the legitimate princeps, the champion and defender of good men, on whom depends the safety of others, ought to be protected by the united efforts of everyone, and no right-thinking man could object to the fact that in investigations of the crime of treason Roman law allowed not even the greatest men their usual exemption from torture, now inflicted as a matter of routine on members of the lower classes involved in legal process. Unnecessary haughtiness in an emperor might be out of place, and when the emperor was commanding his troops in the field he could behave as any great general should, and need not put too much distance between himself and his men. Ammianus evidently counts it a virtue in the Emperor Julian that when he and his army were in great difficulties in the last stages of their Persian campaign in 363, Julian had no dainties provided for his dinner, after the manner of royalty, but a small serving of pottage under the low poles of a tent. On all other occasions complete dignity was essential, and it is interesting to find Ammianus praising Constantius too because he maintained in every way the prestige of the imperial majesty, and his great and lofty spirit disdained popularity, and criticizing his beloved Julian because when he heard of the arrival of the philosopher Maximus of Ephesus, whom he greatly admired, he jumped up in the middle of a lawsuit he was trying and ran to receive and kiss the man. At the end of his sumptuous narrative of the entry of Constantius II into Rome in 357, Amphianus makes what may appear at first sight to be an ironic commentary on the personality and behavior of the emperor. Saluted as Augustus, he never stirred when the roar thundered back from the hills and shores, he showed himself to be the very same man, and just as imperturbable, as when he was in his provinces. For he both stooped when passing through lofty gates and, as if his neck were fastened, he kept his gaze straight ahead and did not turn his face to right or left, and, as if he were a sculpted figure, he was never seen to droop his head when his carriage wheel jolted, or to spit, or to wipe or rub his face or nose or move his hand. Although this was a studied attitude on his part, yet these and certain other features of his inner life were indications of no ordinary endurance, or so it was given out, granted to him alone. There is no real irony in this passage. Constantius was behaving exactly as a Roman emperor should. The atmosphere had undoubtedly changed since the 1st century, when imperial arrogance and even aloofness could be stigmatized as alien to the civilitas expected of a princeps, but the essential reality, as opposed to outward show, remained much as it always had been. To their credit, the Roman emperors, in the period covered by this book, never described themselves in the ludicrously grandiloquent way that was characteristic of their Persian counterparts. In Ammianus' version of their correspondence in 358, King Shapur II of Persia and the Emperor Constantius II could call each other brother, but Shapur, in his arrogant letter to Constantius, styles himself King of Kings, partner of the stars, brother of the sun and moon, whereas Constantius, in his haughty reply, is content to describe himself as victor by land and sea, perpetual Augustus. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 380. Occasionally in modern books one encounters the seriously false notion that there was a necessary and deep-rooted conflict between the emperor and the Senate or the aristocracy. There is a recent example in an article by Keith Hopkins, which speaks again and again of tension, conflict, or hostility between the emperor and the senatorial aristocracy collectively, even of the emperor's battle against aristocrats, and of all the emperors as necessarily engaged with the aristocracy in a struggle for power. Hopkins complains that there is a tendency among modern historians to minimize this conflict, and while candidly admitting that of course it is difficult or impossible to prove its importance, he thinks there is massive evidence for it in Tacitus, Suetonius, Dio Cassius, and the Historia Augusta. This theory is essentially false. There are two major elements of truth in it and two only. First, any serious revolt against an emperor would nearly always be led by a member or members of the aristocracy, for only such men would have enough wealth, prestige, and influence to have any chance of success. but no substantial part of the senatorial aristocracy is ever found taking part in a revolution against an emperor without lining up at the same time behind some other claimant to the imperial throne, more often than not a senator himself. And ever again after the assassination of Gaius in 41 do we hear of any serious consideration being given, even by the Senate, to the idea of restoring the Republic. 24. And secondly, the emperor, like no one else, was personally responsible for the whole empire and was liable to face assassination or a military revolt if things went too badly wrong, and he might therefore be obliged to put a curb on excessive oppression or exploitation by individual holders of key posts, such as provincial governors, of whom the most important, of course, would be senators. The truth is, therefore, that although an individual emperor might act in such a way as to make the senatorial aristocracy detest him, their remedy for such a situation was always to try to replace him by another emperor. It is permissible, then, to speak of tension, conflict or hostility between an emperor, or some emperors, and the aristocracy, but not between the emperor and the aristocracy. It is a mistake to pay too much attention to the few emperors like Gaius, Nero, Domitian, Commodus, and Caracalla, who were driven not only by an autocratic disposition but also by extreme tactlessness, and some of them by objectionable personal qualities, and to forget that the vast majority of senators would gladly accept, provided it was made sufficiently honorifica, a status which their republican ancestors might have stigmatized as servidus. Serious opposition in principle to the rule of the emperors as such died out, as far as we know, early in the Principate, and thereafter we find nothing more deep-seated than criticism of an individual ruler, at most with the aim of replacing him with a more acceptable one. As we shall see later, when considering the question of imperial succession, the Senate did not even aspire to play a decisive role in the process of choosing the next emperor, and, until the 7th century, it did so in practice on only 2 occasions, in 275 and 518. In general the Senate would accept with resignation, sometimes even with enthusiasm, an emperor who treated them with tact, gave them jurisdiction over their own members, and only executed those who were guilty of open rebellion. To give just one example of imperial tact, it is entirely characteristic of Augustus that in the famous series of edicts of the last years BC found at Cyrene he should use peremptory language 2:5 when laying down the law concerning procedure in the province, but substitute the polite phrase governors of Crete and Cyrene will be acting fairly and conveniently in my eyes of 26 when in effect giving orders directly to the proconsul, who was of course a senator. Certain imperial freedmen in the early Principate and soldiers or eunuchs in the later empire might acquire great importance as individuals, but in the long run the imperial system could rely upon the support of the senators as a class. The great majority of the emperors realized this and received that support. Even a man like Stilicho, who for more than a decade before his death in 408 virtually acted as regent for the Western Emperor Honorius, did his best to enlist the cooperation of the Roman Senate, in spite of the fact that it despised him as a jumped-up nobody, the son of a Vandal officer. He did so, as Alan Cameron has said, quite simply because the cooperation of a body of men who between them absorbed a major part of the resources of Italy, Gaul, Spain, and Africa was essential for the administration of the western provinces. The eastern senators, of Constantinople, were never quite as much of a force in government or administration as their western colleagues, at Rome, 27 but the emperors treated them with studied politeness, and Theodosius II in 446, by an edict retained in Justinian's code, went so far as to assure their gloriosissimus coitus that all new legislation would first be submitted for their approval. Only in the latter part of the 3rd century, by a process already noticeable under Gallienus in the 260s and culminating in the reign of Diocletian and his colleagues, is there any trace of a deliberate policy of excluding senators from positions of power. 28 And Diocletian's policy was reversed under Constantine and his sons, with the result that the senatorial order grew apace and by the early 5th century had become the sole imperial aristocracy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It is interesting to read the remark of Suet-on-Ius that the Emperor Domitian, notoriously a bad emperor, took such care in coercing the city magistrates and provincial governors that never at any time were they more moderate or more just. Since Domitian's time we have seen most of them guilty of all crimes. Now Suetonius was basically very hostile to Domitian, and he is speaking here of his own times and from his own personal observation. He was probably in his late 20s at the assassination of Domitian in 96, and he continued to live under Nerva, Trajan, and Hadrian, who were officially good emperors. Brunt, in his detailed and accurate account of the prosecutions of provincial governors during the early Principate, doubts the statement of Suetonius, 29. But I see no very good reason to follow him here. The second part of Suetonius' statement at any rate will seem quite credible to anyone who has studied the letters of the younger Pliny, a rather older Cantum. 382. Pereri of Suet-on-Ius and, like his friend Tacitus, a distinguished consular. It is all too clear from these letters that the Senate tended to adopt an extremely indulgent attitude to some of the members of its order who had committed even the most shocking crimes during their administration of provinces, even to the notorious Marius Priscus, who as proconsul of Africa in 97-8 had been guilty of appalling cruelty. Although prosecuted by Tacitus and Pliny on behalf of some of the provincials concerned in 99-100, before a Senate presided over by the Optimus Princeps Trajan, as consul, Marius received only the very light sentence of relegatio from Italy, and payment into the treasury of a particular bribe of Hs 700,000 he had taken for having a Roman knight flogged and strangled. In such a case the provincials themselves received no redress whatever, beyond such satisfaction as they might derive from observing the punishment, yet Pliny, consul for the province, shows no sign of dissatisfaction. It is interesting to compare the attitude of the satirist Juvenal, who occupied a much less exalted position in Roman society. He sympathizes with the province Marius had plundered because, though victorious, it could only mourn, at 2, Victrix Provincia, Plures. In another letter Pliny describes with much self-satisfaction his activities in AD 97, shortly before the beginning of Trajan's reign, when he began an attack on a praetorian senator, Publicius Certus. Here he makes a most illuminating remark. Resentment had been felt against the senatorial order because, although severe against others, the Senate spared senators alone, as if by mutual connivance. His claim to have freed the Senate from this invidious position by his attack on the not very important Certus is of course a ludicrous exaggeration. But not even a good emperor like Trajan, whose relations with the Senate were particularly cordial, could allow unlimited plundering by a proconsul like Marius Priscus, or Caecilius Clas Sycus, who governed Baetica, also in 97-8, and had boasted in a letter to his girlfriend at Rome of having made a cool Hs 4 million profit by selling provincials, in his own words, read out by Pliny, part vendita Baeticorum. Such unabashed rapacity will make any reader of Machiavelli's discourses on the first decade of Livy remember the passage that stresses the desirability of having a single ruler, responsible for the whole state, to restrain the depredations of Machiavelli's overmighty gentiluomini, who so often remind us of the Roman upper classes. Where the material is so corrupt laws do not suffice to keep it in hand, it is necessary to have, besides laws, a superior force, such as appertains to a monarch, who has such absolute and overwhelming power that he can restrain excesses due to ambition and the corrupt practices of the powerful. I am not suggesting Domitian's reputation as a bad emperor was due in any important way to a refusal to allow senatorial governors to plunder their provinces, or that it was a characteristic of bad emperors to be exceptionally solicitous for the welfare of their provincial subjects, although I feel that any such courses of action by an emperor would be likely to contribute to his achieving that reputation. I have represented the emperor's role as being above all the reinforcement of 383 the whole social and political system and making it a stronger and more efficient instrument for the exploitation of the great majority. There is no inconsistency between this and the approving reference I have just made to Machiavelli. It was very necessary for the emperors to repress individuals who greatly overstepped the mark and indulged in acts which, if allowed to continue and spread, might disturb and endanger the whole system. Even slaves could receive some legal protection against intolerable treatment, sometimes for the express reason that this was ultimately in the interests of masters collectively. Similarly, an emperor could express solicitude for taxpayers on the ground that they needed to be protected against greedy officials, in order to be able to pay their taxes in full. I shall mention only one or two examples of the many imperial pronouncements we happen to know which seek to protect the poor and weak against oppression by the rich and powerful. In the 4th century we find the post of defensor, which from early in the joint reign of Valentiniani and Valens at least was intended to afford protection to the ordinary provincial, although of course it largely failed to fulfill its intended function. 30. The third novel of the Emperor Majorian, in 458, is an interesting belated attempt to restore the importance and usefulness of the defensories. And I may recall what I have said earlier about a series of ineffectual attempts made by the emperors to abolish or restrict certain forms of rural patronage. Now it has been said that the earliest surviving enactment in which an emperor is known to have denounced the oppressive patronage rights exercised by the potentiores is a constitution, c. 2.13.1. Prince, of the Emperor Claudius II Gothicus. 31. However, we must not infer from this that the great men did not begin seriously to abuse their power until the mid-3rd century. All we have a right to say is that the activities of the potentiores were not felt by the government as a serious threat until the central power was greatly weakened in the second quarter of the 3rd century by a new wave of barbarian invasions and civil wars. I mentioned in section V of this chapter the passage in which Sallust speaks of a neighboring potentiare driving off the land the parents or children of a peasant absent on military service during the late Republic, and there are other references from the late Republic and early Principate to actual or potential oppression of the poor and humble by potents, potentiores, or prevalidi. 32. Numerous examples of imperial rescripts, responding to specific complaints of maltreatment, survive from long before 268. For the sinister role of the potentiores in the later empire, see 8.4 and its n.43 below. I must add that some of the Christian churches which were great landlords, especially of course the Church of Rome, might figure prominently among the potentiores. Unless restrained by their bishop, they could probably ill-treat their tenants more or less as they pleased. The position of the emperor has been conceived in very different ways in modern times, and indeed there were basic contradictions at the very 3rt of the official version of it. I shall begin by summarizing what are to a considerable 384 degree the opinions of Jones, which are all the more striking in that they refer particularly to the later empire. The emperor was the direct successor of a line of elected republican magistrates. His very sovereignty was derived from a voluntary surrender to him by the people of their own sovereign power. If he were to be more than a mere usurper, a tyrant, his assumption of power had to be approved by at least Senate and army. His position did not pass automatically by hereditary succession, and above all, perhaps, he was expected to submit himself to the laws. The Greeks had always proudly contrasted their own freedom with the slavery to the great king of all members of the Persian Empire, including even the satraps, who might well have been astonished, I suspect, at being so described. When the satisfied Roman or Greek depicted his own position, he might characterize it as a middle status between the slavery of the Persian to his king and the lawless license of the German barbarian. Pope Gregory the Great distinguished barbarian kings from Roman emperors in that the former were masters of slaves, the latter offering men. 33 That is the brighter side of the picture. I shall maintain that in reality it is deeply misleading. My own position is much nearer to that of Mommsen. I am not referring to his much quoted but unhelpful notion of a diarchy between princeps and senate, but to his description of the Principate as autocracy tempered by legally permanent revolution, not only in practice but also in theory. 34 Against each of the 5 elements I have mentioned there were factors operating in an opposite direction, which I shall describe, and illustrate mainly from Greek authors, in the sense of men originating. In the Greek East, whether they wrote in Greek or, like the historian Ammianus Marcellinus and the poet Claudian, in Latin. 35 For some 2 centuries, from Augustus onwards, the conception of the princeps as the heir of the republican magistrate may have had some faint shadow of reality, but by the 3rd century, and some would say, long before that, the ancestry was far too remote for anyone to be able to take it seriously. The princeps, although not officially numbered among the gods of the Roman state until he was dead and had been formally consecrated divus by the Senate, already in his lifetime was credited with a kind of divinity in dedications and celebrations by many of his subjects, and from Diocletian's reign onwards he became a more remote and lofty figure, surrounded with greater pomp and approached by his subjects with the ceremony of adoratio, adoring the purple, in place of the traditional salutatio. The imperial treasury was now referred to as the Sacrae Largitiones, the imperial bedchamber as the Sacrum Cubiculum, sacred, in such contexts, had come to mean imperial. The acceptance of Christianity by Constantine meant that a firm line had to be drawn between emperor and God, but the person of the emperor, as God's vicegerent on earth, became if anything even more sacred. Again, in reality, the alleged transfer of power by the people to the princeps was virtually a fiction from the first, for the prerogative of the people to play a formative part in the process of lawmaking, and its exercise of sovereign power, hardly survived the Republic and soon came to be exercised. 385 by the Senate. Certainly, according to a famous and much quoted extract in the Digest from the Institutes of Ulpian, whatever the princeps decides has the force of law, and this is based explicitly upon the allegation that by a lex regia the populace confers on the princeps all its own imperium and potestas. And Ulpian goes on to say that any pronouncement by the princeps in one of the recognized forms is admitted to be law. Similarly, the Digest quotes a statement from the mid-2nd century legal manual of Pomponius to the effect that what the princeps himself enacts must be observed as if it were a law. An interesting point is made in the Institutes of Gaius. It has never been doubted, says Gaius, that a constitutio of the princeps takes the same place as a law, since the emperor himself receives his supreme power through a law, Ulpian's lex regia, of course. In the Capitoline Museum at Rome there is the surviving portion of a famous bronze tablet, discovered and displayed in the 1340s by Cola di Rienzi, which gives us our one surviving example of such a lex regia. This is the so-called Lex de Imperio Vespasiani. This document, of AD 70, has been discussed and reinterpreted again and again. I accept in all essentials the masterly analysis by P. A. Brunt, in JRS 6795-116, according to which the lex conferred on Vespasian all the powers customarily voted to a princeps, and much of it went back to the accession of Tiberius in 14. Although this enactment calls itself a lex, its language is that of a resolution of the Senate, a senatus consultum, and evidently the essential part of its passage was its origin in the Senate, its perfunctory endorsement in the Assembly being regarded as relatively unimportant, although only that could technically make it a lex. 36 In a passage in the Digest which may be described as naive or realistic, according to taste, the legal writer Pomponius remarks that senatus consulta had come to take the place of legs, enacted by the comitia or concilium plebis, because it was so difficult for the large number of citizens to meet together. 37 We may note Brunt's shrewd observation that the real reason why a senatus consultum, early in the Principate, came to be regarded as having the force of law, just like a comitial decision, and, for that matter, the opinions of authorized legal experts, the Responsa Prudentium 38, was that it could be taken to have the authority of the princeps behind it. Unfortunately the Lex de Imperio Vespasiani is incomplete, we lack the opening portion, and we cannot say how long this was or what it contained. But the powers it confers on the emperor are very wide, limitless indeed, see especially clause 6, lines 17 to 21, where the same powers are said to have been granted to Augustus and his successors. This makes it unnecessary to discuss the complicated question what is meant by various statements in the legal and literary sources to the effect that the princeps is freed from the laws. I will only say that although the Lex de Imperio Vespasiani specifically exempts the emperor from a certain number of laws only. 386. And although the legal texts all seem to relate to the laws of marriage, inheritance, and testament, there are statements by Dio Cassius which show that in his day the princeps was evidently regarded as freed from all laws. 39 Some will say that he was expected to obey the laws, subject to his right to change them, but I cannot myself attach significance to this, there being no effective sanctions to enforce any such expectation. The last piece of statute law that we know to have been voted by the Assembly is an agrarian law of the Emperor Nerva, 40, and there is no reason to think that legislative assemblies lasted long into the 2nd century. Electoral assemblies certainly survived much longer, into the early 3rd century indeed, for Dio Cassius speaks of them as existing in his own day, although it is clear that their role was unimportant and that from some time in the 2nd century they had done no more than formally endorse a single list of candidates. The purely formal enactment by the Comitia of the senatorial Lex de Imperio, although we have no positive evidence after the 1st century, probably continued at least as long as the electoral assemblies, both presumably died out during the half-century of general anarchy that ended only with Diocletian. I would suppose that the Historia Augusta is being merely inventive when it purports to describe an assembly in the Campus Martius on the accession of the Emperor Tacitus in 275, and in any event, the assembly is represented mainly as giving vent to acclamations. By now, and indeed 2 centuries earlier, the way the common people expressed their feelings was not in any sovereign assembly but by a noisy demonstration in a place of public entertainment, the theatre or amphitheatre, or the hippodrome. 41. Even so good a historian as Norman Baines could take seriously the role of the people in legitimizing the rule of an emperor, the necessity for the acclamation of the people, if the claimant to the throne is to be constituted the legitimate ruler of the Roman Empire, he says, lives on throughout East Roman history. Even under the paleology that tradition is preserved. 42 To speak like this is to treat constitutional fiction with undue respect, and in any event the statement needs to be modified so as to refer to the acclamation of even a minute fraction of the people, for under the Principate there soon ceased to be any democratic institutions whatever through which any significant fraction of the people could be consulted and express their will, had there been any wish to ascertain it, as of course there was not. As we saw near the end of v.3 above, a fulsome speech in praise of Rome by a Greek orator of the mid-2nd century, Aelius Aristides, solemnly declared that the Roman Empire was a kind of ideal democracy, because all the people had willingly surrendered their right to rule into the hands of the man best fitted to rule, the emperor. But this was merely the final corruption of political thinking, the result of a long process by which the original democratic institutions of the Greek cities, and the democratic elements in the Roman constitution, had been deliberately stamped out by the joint efforts of the rulers of the Roman world and the Greek and Roman propertied classes. Much rhetoric was devoted by 387 the emperors and their propagandists to claims that they ruled by the universal consensus of men, or even of men and gods. Augustus claimed that by 28/7 BC he had gained complete control of everything by the consent of everyone had much to justify it. He certainly lived more than 40 years after reaching the summit of power, and died in his bed. Later, the absurd fiction that the consent of the people had actually been given to the rule of the princeps served only to conceal the reality and make the constitutional propriety of the regime an even more flagrant deception. Yet lip service was repeatedly paid to it, even by those who knew its falsity. The historian Herodian, writing around the middle of the 3rd century, could say openly near the beginning of his work that with Augustus the Roman hereditary oligarchy became a monarchia. Yet when he is putting speeches into the mouths of new emperors, or referring to the messages of ambassadors sent by such an emperor or by the Roman Senate, he will solemnly speak of the Roman people as having control of the imperial office. As for the need for a legitimate emperor to obtain the approval of Senate and army, it was often only a small fraction of the army whose acclamatio created an Augustus, a Caesar, or one who turned out to be a mere usurper. 43 As Mommsen put it, any armed man had the right to make anyone else, if not himself, emperor. It was the event only that decided between legitimacy and usurpation. An emperor demonstrated his legitimacy by successful maintenance of his power against other candidates, as became clear during the struggle for power in 68–9, in the 190s, and again afterwards. Magnentius failed to secure himself in power and is therefore remembered as a usurper, and an inscription set up at Rome in 352 could refer to Constantius II as the suppressor of his pestiferous tyranny. But surviving milestones inscribed in Italy while it was under the control of Magnentius not only give him the title of Augustus but call him liberator of the Roman world, restorer of liberty and the commonwealth, preserver of the soldiers and the provincials. As late as 458 Majorian could announce to the Senate of Rome, with some truth, that he had become imperator by the judgment of your election and the decision of the most gallant army. The endorsement of an imperial accession by the Senate was certainly invested with great significance in the early Principate, as a mark of legitimation, and Tacitus and Dio Cassius are careful to record it on each occasion, while ignoring the subsequent proceedings in the assembly which had already come to be a pure formality. Yet there is a fine irony in the way Tacitus describes the accession of Nero in 54, the decisions of the Senate, he says, followed the voice of the soldiers. 44 And in the military anarchy of the mid-3rd century the endorsement of a new princeps by the Senate, now more than ever dictated by the voice of the soldiers, became meaningless except as a useful mark of prestige. In the 4th century, significantly, the careful Ammianus does not even bother to record the senatorial endorsements of imperial accessions, although he happens to show that the Roman Senate was decidedly averse to Julian's rise from Caesar to Augustus in 360–1, which it was powerless to arrest. But Symmachus, for whom we may say that the Senate was a way of life, must have been. 388. Speaking with his tongue sadly in his cheek when on February 25, 369 he delivered a eulogy of Valentiniani, an emperor chosen by the army and meekly accepted. By the Senate. Symmachus actually describes the army as a castrensis senatus, a senate under arms, and he adds, let those who bear arms decide to whom the supreme command of the army is to be committed. On only 2 or 3 occasions before the 7th century did the Senate itself as such create emperors, and only the last of these choices was really effective. In 238 it elected Balbienus and Pupienus, who lasted only a little more than 3 months before being murdered by the Praetorian Guard. In 275, if we can believe 2 unreliable sources, the army actually invited the Senate to nominate a successor to Aurelian. 45 Whether or not this is true, the man who became emperor was an elderly senator, Claudius Tacitus. He performed quite creditably for a few months but was then murdered. And in 518 the Senate not of Rome but of Constantinople chose Justin I, but this time the Senate was probably maneuvered into its decision by Justin and his associates. 46 Nerva, who reigned from 96 to 98, is often regarded as the Senate's choice, but all that we can say for certain about this is that Nerva was as acceptable to the Senate as anyone. No other aspect of the Principate brings out better the extraordinary conflict in its very essence between theory and practice than the question of the succession. 47 That an emperor could not in theory guarantee the succession even of his own son was easily circumvented, by placing the designated heir in such a strong position that no one could safely challenge him. The princeps could adopt his intended successor as his son if he had no son of his own. Augustus himself thus ensured the succession of Tiberius. On the death of Augustus in AD 14, an oath of allegiance was immediately taken to Tiberius, as his inevitable successor, from the consuls downwards 48 even before Tiberius received confirmation of his position by formal votes in the Senate. This example was often followed. Within little more than a decade in the 4th century Valentiniani, by an interested choice which was far from universally approved, made his brother Valens an Augustus, as Ammianus puts it, with the consent of all, for no one ventured to oppose him. Gratian was created Augustus by his father Valentinian at the age of 8 in 367, and on the sudden death of Valentinian in 375 the army chiefs had his son Valentinian II declared Augustus although he was no more than 4 years old. Dynastic sentiment was easily aroused in the army in favor of the family of an emperor who, like Augustus or Constantine, had been conspicuously successful, and this sentiment could extend even to young daughters of the imperial house, from whose leadership military victories could not be expected. The dynastic principle conveniently worked equally well in favor of adopted sons. In accordance with Roman custom, they would be regarded no differently from sons who had been begotten. But there was one hidden defect in the system: a princeps with a son of his own who was unfit to succeed him could not very well disinherit him and adopt someone else. Not only would it have been repugnant to Roman custom, the natural son would automatically have commanded the allegiance of the army, or a large part of it, and he would have been a serious threat to any 389 other would-be emperor. A Commodus or a Caracalla could not be prevented from succeeding, and their respective fathers, Marcus Aurelius and Septimius Severus, could not avoid designating them as their successors. Among our sources, 2 documents provide particularly good indications of senatorial attitudes to the succession: the speech Tacitus puts into the mouth of the Emperor Galba when adopting Piso in 69, and Pliny's panegyric of Trajan, delivered in 100. Tacitus makes Galba declare that he, unlike Augustus, is choosing a successor not from within his own family, but from the whole state. The empire is no longer something to be inherited within a single house, but selection has replaced the rule of chance that governed hereditary succession under the Julio-Claudian dynasty, and now that adoption can reveal the best man, a sort of freedom is being achieved. Pliny too appears at first to be an enthusiast for adoption, the manner in which Trajan had come to power in succession to Nerva. At one point he goes so far as to say that a man who is to be emperor ought to be chosen from among everyone. Yet, almost at the end of the speech, he can utter a prayer that Trajan's successor will be, in the first place, a man begotten by him. Only if this is denied him by fate does Pliny contemplate his adopting, under divine guidance, some worthy man. The Senate's attitude to the succession could hardly be better expressed than by A.H.M. Jones. Senators did not go so far as to claim the right of electing the emperor, though they were insistent that they only could confer upon him his constitutional prerogatives. Their desire was that the emperor should select his successor from the whole body of the house, and be guided in that choice by its sentiments. Their objection to the hereditary succession was partly a matter of principle, but was more due to their suspicion that a prince, bred in the purple, would be less amenable to their influence and less respectful of their dignity than a man who had been brought up in the traditions of the house. Finally, and most important, although the pretended subjection of the emperor to the laws was a principle to which everyone, including of course the emperor, paid lip service, and he himself might be considered to be acting like a tyrant if he broke the law to gratify his own desires, yet, as in each of the first 4 contexts in which I have been examining the imperial power, theory might equally bear little relation to the harsh reality. Monarchy was now an institution the Roculan upper classes could not do without, and those who profited by the existing state of affairs, like the emperors themselves, were naturally tempted to idealize it. Let us remind ourselves of a statement made in AD 100 by Pliny the Younger: "You order us to be free, we shall be." And when we read Pliny's claim that the princeps is not above the laws, but the laws are above the princeps, we must not fail to note that Pliny has just given himself away by congratulating Trajan on having voluntarily submitted himself to laws which no one intended for a princeps. Throughout the Principate and later Empire we find equally naive congratulations being offered to emperors because 390. They are not despots but have made themselves subject to law. In the early 3rd century the Severans, Septimius and Caracalla, had very often boasted that although they were freed from the laws they nevertheless lived by the laws. A little later, Severus Alexander remarked sententiously that although the Lex Imperii freed the emperor from the sanctions of law, nevertheless nothing so befitted the exercise of sovereignty as to live by the laws. In 348-9 Libanius expressed his enthusiasm that the emperors Constantius II and Constans, although they were masters of the laws, had made the laws masters of themselves. 49 As late as 429, in a constitution addressed to the Praetorian prefect of Italy, the Emperor Valentinian III could say grandly that for an emperor to profess himself bound by the laws is a sentiment worthy of the majesty of a ruler, so much does our authority depend on that of the law. Indeed, to submit our principate to the laws is something greater than the exercise of sovereignty itself. 50 In a speech delivered in 385, Libanius, addressing the Emperor Theodosius I in the standard Greek way, with the traditional word for a monarch, could say to him, "Not even to you is everything permitted, for it is of the very essence of monarchy that its holders are not allowed to do everything." On this occasion, however, he was speaking in the most general and abstract way. He would never have dared to tell an autocrat like Theodosius that he could not carry out something specific he had a mind to do. The reality emerges clearly in another speech by Libanius, the funeral oration he wrote for Julian some time after his death in 363. Julian, he says, had it in his power to override the laws, if he wanted to, and ran no risk of being brought to justice and paying the penalty for it. The emperor has at the tip of his tongue the power of life and death, says Ammianus, but all the historian can do is to hope that this absolute monarch will not behave arbitrarily or despotically. An imperial constitution of 384-5 forbids dispute concerning any exercise of the imperial judgment, on the ground that it is a form of sacrilege to doubt whether he whom the emperor has chosen is worthy. 51 This pronouncement may well have been evoked by a dignified protest from Symmachus, as city prefect, about the poor quality of some of his subordinates, men whom, as he tactfully put it, the multifarious preoccupations of your clemencies made it impossible to test. As an emperor could punish, so he could also pardon, and graciously allow some freedom of speech. In the 2nd century Favorinus of Ares, the Gallic hermaphrodite who became a Greek sophist, had been accustomed to maintain, explicitly as a paradox, that he had quarreled with an emperor and was nevertheless alive, and Philostratus, recording this, compliments the emperor concerned, Hadrian, for quarreling on terms of equality, ruler as he was, with a man he could have put to death. Ammianus tells a revealing story concerning Julian's behavior in the 350s, while he was still only a Caesar at this time, a title indicating a junior partnership in the imperial dignity, subordinate to the Augustus, then Constantius II. Reproached for an act of clemency, Julian 391 replied that even if his clementia was objectionable in the eyes of the law, it was proper for an emperor of very mild disposition to rise superior to laws other than his own. Ammianus is clearly admiring Julian's conduct. And apart from punishing and pardoning according to his own will, an emperor could in practice, above all, make and unmake laws, generally or even ad hoc, at his own pleasure, for he was now the sole independent source of law. If I have space for only one example of an ad hoc alteration of the law for the ruler's personal benefit, it must be the Constitution, drawn up in sonorous and circumlocutory Latin 52 procured in the 5205 by one of the most conservative and traditionally minded of all the Roman and Byzantine emperors, Justinian I, while he was still only the power behind the throne. This edict changed the Roman marriage law in a way that can have had no other object than to permit Justinian to contract an otherwise unlawful marriage with the ex-actress Theodora. Yet the emperors were if anything more clearly freed from the marriage laws than from any others. 53. I realize that some people, especially perhaps constitutional lawyers, are impressed by the notion that the emperor was in theory subject to the laws, and many even wish to discuss the question whether the better emperors did not really live by the laws, and the causes and consequences of this phenomenon. For me such questions are too unreal to merit discussion, even apart from the feeling many of us may have that some of the oppressive and cruel laws of the Roman Empire would have been more honored in the breach than in the observance. To sum up, an emperor was subject in reality to one sanction and one only. That of force. This of course meant that he needed to obtain the willing adherence of those whose discontent with his rule he could not simply ignore or suppress. They included mainly the highest layers of the propertied class, and perhaps some army officers below that level. An emperor might be assassinated, or he might be removed by an armed coup, and if this happened it would be claimed that he was a tyrant who had received his just deserts, although of course what had made him a tyrant was simply his inability to maintain his rule. To provide against such contingencies the emperor had his own personal bodyguard, and he was also the supreme commander-in-chief of the Roman army, from the very first, in practice. If in the early Principate there were troops not in theory under the emperor's direct command, in Africa for instance, the municipal authorities of Lepsis Magna could think it prudent, when setting up an inscription commemorating a victorious campaign against the Gaetulians in AD 6 under the military command of the proconsul of Africa, Cassius Cornelius Lentulus, to refer to the proconsul as commanding under the auspices of Caesar Augustus, a recognition that militarily he was the emperor's subordinate. In a poem addressed to Augustus, celebrating the German victories of Tiberius and Drusus in 15 BC, Horace had already described the men, the resources, and the plans involved as the emperor's. In his residential gesti of course, Augustus could speak of all the campaigns in his principate as conducted under his own auspices, and of the Roman army and fleet as my army and my fleet. And the military. 392. Oath seems always to have been sworn to the reigning emperor. Indeed, in a very striking phrase which he puts into the mouth of the emperor usually known to us as Pupienus, Herodian could say that the military sacramentum was a semnon mysterion of Roman rule, words for which there is hardly an equivalent in English, perhaps a sacred talisman, august symbol, lofty secret. Thus the emperor was in a very real sense a military dictator. But I would not myself place too much stress on the strictly military aspect of his rule, even though it was prominent in his official title in Latin of imperator, taken indeed as a praenomen by Augustus and by later emperors from Vespasian to Diocletian, who in their descriptions of themselves normally began, Imperator Caesar. My main reason for playing down the military dictatorship of the Roman emperors is that they could not afford to use their armies regularly as a means of internal control, and that when the system worked properly they did not need to, apart from suppressing an occasional revolt. The system normally had the full backing of the upper classes. As I insisted above, however much individual emperors, Tiberius, Gaius, Claudius, Nero, Domitian, Commodus, and others later, might antagonize the Senate or the aristocracy, there was no necessary or permanent conflict between them. As I have alluded more than once to official panegyrics delivered to emperors, I should add that I agree with Alan Cameron that they are not the easiest of documents to interpret and that they need to be considered from several points of view. I particularly like Cameron's conclusion. What mattered more than the content was the form and execution. The panegyrist was applauded and rewarded, not, in general, for what he said, but for how he said it. This situation would have delighted Isocrates, an anti-intellectual who deeply believed in paying attention and respect to form in preference to content, and who must bear some share of responsibility for the deplorable fact that this attitude became standard in the Greek as well as the Roman world. During the Hellenistic and Roman periods Greek education became ever more exclusively literary, and its crowning rewards were reserved for rhetoric. The modern literature on various aspects of the ideology of the Roman Principate is abundant, but much of it seems to me too subjective to be rewarding, above all when it is based to a considerable extent upon interpretations of iconographic evidence, especially that of coin types. I am not referring so much to coin legends. We all know that, as Charles Worth put it, coins proclaim the loyalty of the armies, fides exercituum, at the very time when armies are rebelling, or the unity of the armies, concordia exercituum, when they are turning their swords against each other. I am often astonished at the confidence with which some modern scholars use coin types to identify the policy and mentality of an emperor. Surely, we can hardly ever be certain, in the absence of other evidence, that a particular coin type is even to be taken as representing 393 The outlook of the emperor in whose name it was issued. As I shall show in a moment, there is reason to think that emperors did occasionally order particular motifs to be stressed on coins, but even then they are unlikely to have issued very detailed specifications, and it would have been left to the imperial officials who gave orders for the minting of the coins to carry out the emperor's instructions. And we do not even know who these officials were. In the vast majority of cases, I suggest, it was these men who chose the types and legends, in accordance with what they believed, rightly or wrongly, to be the emperor's wishes, and they had good reason to avoid over-subtlety. A little over 20 years ago A.H.M. Jones, in his contribution to a volume of essays dedicated to the distinguished Roman numismatist, Harold Mattingly, expressed his own skepticism. It is questionable whether the elaborate messages which some numismatists deduce from coin types were intended to be conveyed by them, and still more questionable whether they were generally understood. In the Middle Ages we are better informed by literary sources on the significance of pictorial representations. We know that the symbolism was simple to the point of crudity. We're hardly justified in postulating a very much greater subtlety in the average inhabitant of the Roman Empire. 54 And Jones then recalls the statement by the late 6th century ecclesiastical historian John of Ephesus that the female figure on the solidi of the Emperor Justin II, which was in fact, although John does not say so, a personification of Constantinople, was felt to resemble the pagan goddess Aphrodite. Justin's successor Tiberius Constantine prudently substituted a cross. 55 This certainly shows how even a standard coin type could be misunderstood. Jones also made much of the absence of literary evidence that importance was attached to coin types and legends. This I think is right, even if we take account of a few literary passages that speak of an emperor's desire to strike coins expressing a particular motif. In the whole field with which I am concerned I myself know of only 4 such passages, although of course there may be many more. In one, Augustus issues a silver coin bearing the zodiacal sign under which he was born, that of Capricorn, and in another, Nero strikes coins representing himself in the dress of a singer to the cithara. Both these statements are confirmed by actual coins. In a third passage Constantine, according to Eusebius, orders himself to be portrayed on his solidi in an attitude of prayer, with eyes uplifted. Eusebius adds that these coins were in general use. Now it is perfectly true that many Constantinian solidi from 324 onwards do display such a portrait, but whether Eusebius was right in supposing that the type was deliberately chosen by Constantine with pious intent is another matter, for the attitude in the portrait can be paralleled from Hellenistic times onwards, and the view has been expressed by numismatists that the coins were not designed to express any Christian attitude or virtue. 56 The fourth literary passage is the continuation of the one from John of Ephesus to which I have referred in the preceding paragraph. The Emperor Tiberius Constantine, we are told, declared that his substitution of a cross for the female figure which could be mistaken for Aphrodite was dictated to him. 394 In a vision, the only example, as far as I know, of divine intervention in this field, and perhaps the most useful surviving testimony to imperial concern with coin types. 57 It is worth noticing here that in AD 365, according to Ammianus, the usurper Procopius tried to advance his claim to the imperial throne by, among other forms of propaganda, having his gold coins circulated in Illyricum. The point stressed by Ammianus is that they bore his portrait. Of course the name of the aspiring emperor was inscribed on the coins as well, but from what Ammianus says we can infer that people could be expected to notice the portrait too. On the other hand, Ammianus does not trouble to record the interesting legend, Reparatio fel. Temp, which apparently was borne by all the gold coins of Procopius, as part 58 of his claim to connection with the Constantinian dynasty, which had come to an end on the death of Julian only 2 years earlier, and coins of which had been inscribed fel. Temp. Reparatio from 347 onwards. One might perhaps have expected the anonymous author of that curious little pamphlet, the De Rebus Bellicis, to express some views about the usefulness of coin types and legends, but although he realized that rulers did put their own portraits on their coins, he thought they did so merely for their own glorification and to inspire awe. The texts I have quoted show that emperors could and sometimes did personally order the striking of particular types, but in each case the type is a very obvious one, and Jones's point remains: would there ever have been an intention to convey any elaborate or subtle message, and if so, would it have been understood? And above all, as I have pointed out, we can virtually never be sure whether a particular motif should be attributed to an emperor, rather than to the unknown official responsible for issuing the coin. I have scarcely mentioned what I might call the theology of Roman imperial rule, a subject with which I must deal more briefly than it deserves. It is of course very relevant to the class struggle in the Roman Empire, because religious reinforcement of the emperor's position could and did strengthen the whole gigantic apparatus of coercion and exploitation. This topic divides neatly into two parts, the pagan and Christian empires. On the pagan side it is the so-called imperial cult which has usually been the center of attention. 59 For the benefit of those who know little of Roman history, I must just mention the well-known fact that although a Roman emperor was worshipped in his lifetime at lower levels, by provincial assemblies, cities, bodies of all kinds, and individuals, he never became an official god of the Roman state until after his death, when the Senate might or might not grant him a state cult and the title of 395 Divus, the deified. At the other extreme from deification, a dead emperor might suffer a damnatio memoriae, amounting to a general condemnation of his reign, a cancellation of his acts, the destruction of his statues, and the erasure of his name from public monuments. The eventual giving or withholding of divine honors, and the confirmation or cancellation of his acta, represented a kind of control over the emperor's behavior while he ruled. Insofar as he took such considerations into account, I would not rate them as having much independent weight with most emperors, who would anyway be much concerned that the Senate, as the representative organ of the imperial aristocracy, should regard them favorably. The imperial cult cannot be properly understood, at any rate in the Greek East, without tracing it back, through the Hellenistic cults expressing gratitude to distinguished benefactors, right into the classical period. In 2.4 above I have remarked on the significance of the earliest certain case at present known to us of a cult by a Greek city of a living individual, that of Lysander at Samos in 404, a clear manifestation of political class struggle. Although of course it was kings above all who were in the best position to confer benefits, it is misleading, however convenient, to speak of the earlier cult of benefactors as ruler cult, and it took centuries for such C1JLT to become officially limited to one particular set of rulers, the Roman emperors. We must accept the fact that many of the earlier cults of benefactors, whether kings or not, were spontaneous expressions of gratitude. As Tarn said, in a brilliant passage, the cult names of the earlier kings, Soter the Savior, Urgets the benefactor, express the fact that they were worshipped for what they did. The typical function of kingship was held to be philanthropia, helpfulness to subjects. The Olympians conferred no personal salvation, no hope of immortality, little spirituality, and as guardians of the higher morality they were mostly sad misfits. And one had to take so much on trust. One might believe in the power and splendor of Zeus, but one could see the power and splendor of Ptolemy. The local god could not feed you in a famine, but the king did. Apollo could not help the managers of his temple at Delos to get in his debts from the islands. Ptolemy, when appealed to, sent his admiral, who got them in at once. Had not then a king powers denied to a god? So at least men thought. On the other hand, men and women also knew well that in some of their predicaments, illness in particular, what they wanted was supernatural or magical assistance. In such cases they commonly directed their prayers not to even the most powerful king but to the appropriate deity or other superhuman figure. If we feel inclined to limit our use of terms such as religion, worship, piety to occasions on which the supernatural is involved, we shall agree with Arthur Darby Nock. The touchstone of piety in antiquity is the votive offering, made in recognition of supposed deliverance in some invisible manner from sickness or other peril. This we do not find directed to rulers dead or living. In AD 14, just before the death of Augustus, we hear that the crew and passengers of an Alexandrian ship which had just arrived at Puteoli approached the emperor in the white clothing and garlands that were appropriate for worship, burning incense to him and praising him extravagantly. It was 396. Through him they lived, through him they sailed the sea, through him they enjoyed their liberty and fortunes. As Habicht has observed 61, the Alexandrians were expressing their gratitude to the emperor for worldly benefits, such as being able to sail the seas and carry on trade in peace and security. In a storm, however, they would have appealed for help not to Augustus but to the Dioscuri, the twin gods often invoked by navigators in time of need. 62. In an able article published in 1957, Knock examined possible exceptions to his statement, quoted above, and showed that the few certain cases are very special ones. His generalization remains broadly true. Perhaps the incident that is most worth recalling here is the display of miraculous powers of healing by Vespasian at Alexandria in 70, a few months after he had been proclaimed emperor, the first of a new dynasty, by the legions of Egypt and Syria, but before he had gone to Rome. His miracles, described by Tacitus, Suetonius, and Dio Cassius 63, included the healing of a blind man, with the aid of spittle, a feature shared with some of the miracles of Jesus on 9.6, Mk 8.23, cf. 733. Vespasian himself was a rather reluctant performer, but his staff persuaded him. As Suetonius says, Vespasian had not yet proved himself as emperor and he still lacked prestige and the capacity to inspire awe. A miracle or two might therefore be a valuable demonstration of his qualities. But he was not acting entirely by his own power. The god Serapis had already given an indication that Vespasian could be expected to exercise miraculous gifts on his behalf, as Tacitus and Suetonius say, and according to the doctors, when consulted, Vespasian had an opportunity of demonstrating that he was the chosen human instrument of the gods. 64-65. As early as the 3rd century BC, ruler cult had begun to be systematized and to lose much of its original spontaneity. Many Roman governors of provinces in the Greek area could aspire to receive cult, even, in Sicily, avars. During the Principate the imperial cult was soon introduced into the West, by the imperial government at the provincial level, and at lower levels mainly by the influence of Greeks and Greek cities. 66 coins issued in the reign of Aurelian and later give the emperor the titles of Deus and Dominus, God and Lord. 67. But many scholars now realize that the imperial cult is not nearly as important as it used to be thought, at any rate as a religious rather than a political phenomenon. One of the main reasons for the inflated impression of the imperial cult in the minds of at any rate those who do not know the evidence for Roman history at first hand is the supposed importance of the worship of the emperors in the persecutions of the early Christians, but this notion is quite false and is now being generally abandoned. 67a I shall try here only to show how Christian thinking on the subject of the emperor's role was anticipated by pagan conceptions. Out of a mass of small pieces of evidence, not cohering into a single whole, and often, indeed, conflicting with each other, I shall select 3, 2, 397 literary and 1 iconographic, combining to present the emperor as the viceroy on earth of the king of the gods. I have chosen these pieces because they all come from the reign of Trajan, one of the few emperors who earned the enthusiastic approval of the Senate. Earlier, in the 90s, the poet Martial could speak of the emperor Domitian as Jupiter, or as our thunderer, an epithet assimilating him to Jupiter, and another poet, Statius, could make the Sibyl invoke Domitian as a god and say that Jupiter orders him to rule the happy earth on his behalf. 68. However, Domitian in his later years was an autocratic emperor, who wished men to address him as Dominus et Deus, Lord and God. 69 Flattery which might be regarded as untypical and insincere, when addressed to Domitian, can often be accepted as spontaneous and characteristic when its object is Trajan, the Optimus Princeps. My first piece of evidence is a literary passage in Latin already referred to in section V of this chapter, Pliny the Younger's notion of a delegation by Jupiter to Trajan of the task of performing his role towards the whole human race. The second is part of a speech delivered to Trajan in Greek by Dio Chrysostom, one of 7 orations by Dio dealing with kingship. 70 Here we find the same basic idea as in Pliny, of a delegation of power to the ruler by the greatest of the gods, Zeus in this case, of course, and in a generalist form, referring however not to a particular ruler, or to any king whatever, but specifically to good kings, whose concern is the welfare of their subjects. And finally, the same conception appears in the same reign in an official monument in Italy, the Arch of Beneventum, commissioned by the Roman Senate as a compliment to Trajan, and finished in the last years of his reign, between 114 and 117. I shall quote what a leading Roman archaeologist, I.A. Richmond, had to say in 1950 about the sculptures of the Arch of Trajan. Jupiter, the omnipotent protector of the Roman state, is shown preparing to hand his thunderbolt, the symbol of executive power, to Trajan himself. This awesome conception is not advanced at all in the form of a claim to identity with Jupiter. In the other half of the scene Trajan is shown as solemnly accompanied in his round of duties by the protector deities of the Roman state. The delegation of power is the declaration of confidence in Trajan by the supreme deity in a fashion which presents the Roman emperor as his vicegerent upon earth. A claim to divine right is thus transformed into a proclamation of divine recognition. 71 A Roman historian of the last generation from whom I have already quoted, M.P. Charlesworth, also referred to the sculptures on the Arch of Beneventum as illustrating the Father of the Gods stretching out his right hand to give to Trajan the symbol of power, and he added, and that act is repeated on many coin issues. Sometimes the ruler receives the symbol of power from his deified father, sometimes from Jupiter himself, but there can be no doubt that he is the chosen of the gods, sent to care for things on earth by divine providentia, and he in turn exercises his providentia in various ways for the good of. This, I suggest, is the particular form of pagan imperial theology which most nearly anticipates its Christian counterpart. It is mainly for this reason that 398. I have noticed it here, not because it was of any great significance in its own time, I do not think it was. 72 However, the concept of the reigning emperor as the chosen lieutenant of the gods, or of God, has one serious drawback, which does not apply when emperors in general are seen merely as enjoying divine support. In the latter case the existing emperor need only be accorded obedience so long as he is a good ruler, and he can be overthrown as soon as he begins to act like a tyrant, whereas acceptance of a given ruler as specifically chosen by divine will leaves no logical basis for a subsequent claim that he has ceased to rule well and therefore ought to be removed, for of course God, and even the pagan gods, must be assumed to have had foreknowledge of his behavior when appointing him. To acclaim the emperor as the divine choice, then, means that in principle one is stuck with him, for good or ill. Perhaps it was partly a realization of this that prevented the notion of divine choice of an emperor from playing any significant part in the ideology of monarchy during the Principate. It crops up occasionally, but only as one theme among many in literature and art. Far more important was the notion that the princeps was entitled to reign only so long as he was a good emperor, that is to say, so long as he was accepted by the upper classes, represented above all, of course, by the Senate. An anecdote illustrating this point of view is recorded by Dio Cassius. Trajan, when first handing the official sword of office to his praetorian prefect, unsheathed it, held it out, and said, "Take this sword, so that you may use it for me if I rule well, but if I rule badly, against me." 73 The Christians, on the other hand, were committed by their own sacred scriptures to accepting the emperor as God's chosen representative. 74 To them, of course, any form of cult of the emperor himself was impossible, nor could they continue those ingenious developments of the notion of a particular deity as the comes of the emperor which arose first in the late 180s and then again from the mid-3rd century onwards, For although calling some divine being the emperor's comes did not necessarily imply his subordination to the emperor, it was obviously not a practice to which the Christian God could be accommodated. It was perfectly natural that the Christians should wish to find a theological justification for the new Christian monarchy of Constantine and his successors. 75 The Christians accepted the disastrous Pauline principle that the powers that be are ordained of God. Thus, the union with the Christian Church, from the time of Constantine, gave the system a religious veneer, and stamped subjection as resignation to the will of God. There was now every reason why the Christians should revive the idea, existing earlier, as we have just seen, in the Principate, but not then of any real importance, of a divine delegation of supreme earthly power to the monarch. 399 The whole structure was presented by the historian and bishop, Eusebius of Caesarea, to Constantine, who had boasted earlier of the unconquered sun as his comes but was now perfectly prepared to abandon all such relics of paganism. Constantine was more than ready to receive such ideas. During the winter of 313-14 he had written a remarkable letter to Eliphaz, almost certainly the vicar of Africa, towards the end of which he claimed that God had, by his celestial will, committed the government of all earthly things to his control. 76 The theology of the Christian Empire can be seen almost in its full development in the portentous address by Eusebius to Constantine, the Triacontetericos, probably of 336, which I mentioned at the end of v.3 above. It is a most extraordinary document. Its stupefying, inflated, verbose, bombastic rhetoric, expected at that date, on a very solemn occasion, makes it wearisome reading today, whether in Greek or in English, but it should not be missed. Anyone who has no stomach for such stuff in any quantity should at least read the passages I have cited in a note. 77 Here we find the emperor, as God's vicegerent, invested, mortal as he is, with a supernatural aura, by no means inferior to the lofty status to which pagan emperors had aspired by accepting cult themselves or associating themselves with gods in one way or another. The Christian emperors lost none of the majesty or authority of their pagan predecessors. Indeed, the imperial power now took on a deeper theological coloring than it had ever had in the Principate. As Knock has said, the climax of imperial dignity was reached under Christianity. The Emperor Justinian, on December 15, 530, in the constitution giving instructions for the compilation of the Digest, opens by referring to himself as governing under the authority of God the empire delivered to us by the celestial majesty. 78 A particularly fascinating document emanating from the later Roman Empire, now displaying many of the characteristics we associate particularly with the developed Byzantine Empire, is the poem in praise of Justinian's successor, Justin II, in Laudum Iustini Augusti Minori 79, describing the inauguration of Justin in November 565 and written within a year or two of that event by Flavius Cresconius Corippus, who was himself present in Constantinople at the time. This is worth more than an incidental mention, especially as the poem and its author are not to be found in the Pudrologies or in such works as the Oxford Classical Dictionary II and the Oxford Dictionary of the Christian Church II, or even, perhaps because Corippus wrote in Latin, in Dvornik's massive early Christian and Byzantine political philosophy. The admirable publication of the poem by Averell Cameron in 1976, with an English translation and commentary, was an event which seems to have escaped the notice of most Greek and Roman, as opposed to Byzantine historians. For our present purposes, the most important part of the poem is the inaugural speech Corippus puts into the mouth of the new emperor, delivered in the presence of the full Senate, which immediately bowed down and adored the emperor, praising his pious speech. The emperor begins by emphasizing the God-given character of his rule, and he then develops an elaborate symbolism, uniting emperor, senate, and people in a single body, while preserving of course their 400 hierarchical order, by referring to the emperor as the head of the body politic, the senators as its breast and arms, and the mass of people as the feet and minor parts. A delightful touch follows, to round off the idyllic picture. The imperial treasury, the fiscus, is the belly, which nourishes the body. Later in the same book there is a curious and unique passage in which Corippus actually speaks of the emperor who conducts himself properly as a deus, a god. This passage is immediately followed by 2 lines declaring that Christ has given all power to the lords of the earth, Christ is omnipotent, and the emperor is his very image. Justin was to reinforce the symbolism by his construction inside the palace of a new golden chamber for ceremonial use, with the emperor's throne placed beneath a mosaic of Christ enthroned 80, thus visibly emphasizing his role as God's vicegerent, which, as we have seen, was first set out explicitly by Eusebius but was implicit in St. Paul's maxim that the powers that be are ordained of God. Thus, near the end of the period with which this book is concerned, in the second half of the 6th century, there occurred, as I said near the beginning of this section, a further exaltation of the emperor. This is not difficult to explain. Greater burdens than ever were being imposed upon the Byzantines by the enormous military efforts demanded of them by Justinian and his successors, which nevertheless led to a series of disasters, culminating in the subjugation by the Persians during the first 3 decades of the 7th century of Mesopotamia and parts of Syria and Egypt, and although Heraclius seemed to have restored the situation by 630, the greatest disasters that had ever befallen the Eastern Empire were now to take place, in the form of the Arab conquests. Throughout this period the rulers of the empire realized that the greatest possible amount of cohesion would be needed to survive the continuing enmity of Persia and the assaults of barbarians from all directions, and they felt that their survival depended upon divine help. The emperors, through whom if through mortals at all God's aid might be expected to manifest itself, and who alone could unify the Ramaioi, were naturally impelled to increase their own dominance by every available means, and the upper classes had no reason to do other than assist in this process, now that their own privileged position was in grave danger from barbaroi on all sides. We must see the aggrandizement of the emperor as only one among many elements, political, religious, ceremonial, liturgical, iconographic and others 81, designed to secure the cohesion of the empire and the aid of the Almighty. One very significant feature was the marked growth in the cult of icons and relics, and in particular the cult at Constantinople of the Virgin, the Theotokos, whose robe and girdle, relics in which inestimable value and power were believed to reside, had been acquired by the city in the 5th century and who appears in the early 7th century as above all the principal channel of intercession with God. Her intervention was believed to have saved Constantinople from the Avars in 619 and most conspicuously on 401 the occasion of the menacing attack by Avars and Persians in 626, when the Virgin herself was thought to have made a personal appearance, sword in hand, in front of the church dedicated to her at Blackheimy, far up the Golden Horn. 82 The emperors took their full share in this growth of piety and superstition 83 and there seems to be no evidence that the educated, in this universally credulous age, were overborne by a wave of popular feeling from below. Indeed, the upper classes, if anything, led the way. 84 Alan Cameron has well demonstrated how, from the late 6th century onwards and especially in the reign of Heraclius in the first half of the 7th, the circus factions were given an increasingly important role in imperial ceremonial. We must see this as a very positive effort towards social integration. 85 Similarly, the emperors had much to gain in terms of social control from formalizing the cult of the Theotokos and transforming it into a special guarantee of safety for the city, and we may see the whole process as an attempt by the governing class to impose control 86 through the use of appropriate and meaningful ritual and symbolism. The lower classes always obediently followed the leadership of their bishops in religious matters. Political or military revolt was anyway out of the question for them altogether, and few signs of positive recalcitrance on their part can be detected now, except for example in desertions to the Arabs by Egyptian monophysites, embittered by the persecution they received at the hands of Orthodox Chalcedonians. In their enthusiastic reaction to the coming to power of a line of Christian emperors from Constantine onwards, Eusebius and many of his fellow bishops saw no need to limit the delegation of divine authority on earth to a good emperor, as even Dio Chrysostom had done, so confident were they that they could commit themselves completely to Constantine. Perhaps at first they simply took it for granted, if they thought about the matter at all, that the emperors would continue to be God's men. Their whole theory of divine choice, however, going back to St. Paul, necessitated their acceptance of the monarch, if not as God's reward to them, then as the instrument of God's will, working usefully in its customarily mysterious way for their improvement through chastisement. 87 The emperors repaid their bishops' loyalty by condemning and persecuting heretics and schismatics, and in AD 545, by his novel THIRD-WORLDISM, Justinian went so far as to give the force of law to the canons of the 4 general councils of the Church that had already taken place and were recognized by the Catholics as ecumenical. Justinian tactfully ignored the Second Council of Ephesus, in 449, which had a hardly less good claim than some others to be regarded as ecumenical, except that the wrong side won. It has come to be known as the Latrocinium or Robber Synod. How little the Christian emperors lost by accepting the new theological formulation of their position is well illustrated by a passage from the Latin military handbook written by Vegetius, probably in the late 4th century. He 402 reveals that soldiers on recruitment swore by God and Christ and the Holy Spirit, and the emperor's majesty, which, by God's will, ought to be beloved and venerated by the human race, and he adds, for when the emperor receives the name of Augustus, faithful devotion must be given to him, as if to a deity present in the flesh. For the civilian or the soldier serves God when he loves faithfully him who reigns with God's authority. There is one other strain in the ideology of monarchy in antiquity that deserves a brief mention here, not because it is of any real importance in itself, but because some scholars have recently brought it into the foreground and have invested it with a significance which in reality it did not acquire until the High Middle Ages. One referred to the notion of the wise and good king as nomos empsychos. 88 As early as the 4th century BC. Xenophon had recorded the view that the good ruler was law endowed with the power of sight. Aristotle spoke of the cultivated and free man as a law unto himself, and in the Politics he said that if there were a man so vastly superior to all the rest as to be beyond comparison with them, he could be likened to a god among men and not subject to any law. Such men indeed are law themselves. The concept of the good king as nomos empsychos certainly emerged during the Hellenistic period, for Musonius Rufus, the Stoic philosopher of the second half of the 1st century of the Christian era, could refer to this notion as held by the men of old, but the earliest certain appearance of the phrase in surviving Greek literature may be the one in Philo, De Vita Moses 11.4. The expression crops up only occasionally in the Principate and later Empire, and it is absent from the Triacan Tetericos of Eusebius, but it did not disappear in the Christian Empire, and we find it, for example, in the legislation of Justinian, who could speak in 537 of his own monarchy as nomos empsychos. 89 And now, in all seriousness, this is the direct gift of God. To the Byzantines the emperor's autocracy was, in the words of the 7th century poet laureate George of Pisidia, a theostericton kurdos, a power whose foundation is God himself. Such statements are not necessarily the product of anything that deserves to be dignified with the title of political thought. Norman Baines believed that to say there is no discussion of political theory by the Byzantines is a misapprehension, and that Byzantine literature is interpenetrated by political thought, i.e. by the theory of East Roman monarchy. This seems to me to take the stuff too seriously. George's Frey, How Fair a Rule is Monarchy with God for Guide, is a representative specimen of it. When only one supreme figure remained in the Greco-Roman world, the accretion of unchallengeable prerogatives in his hands proceeded inexorably. In the Christian Empire, apart from armed revolt, the only possible challenge to his authority that he might need to take seriously was an appeal over his head to 403 that God whose viceroy on earth he was, and this kind of challenge was confined to religious matters. Even there, as I shall demonstrate elsewhere, an emperor who had a mind to interfere could enforce his will upon the clergy to a much greater extent, even in the doctrinal sphere, than ecclesiastical historians have generally been willing to admit. In recent years scholars have begun to bring out the powerful role played by Constantine in church matters, first in the Donatist affair in North Africa and then in the Arian and other controversies which convulsed some of the churches of the Greek East. Fergus Miller, whose collection of useful information on the subject of communication between Roman emperors and their subjects I have referred to in this section and in 2v above, has brought out particularly well the extent to which Constantine's earliest intervention in church affairs, in the Donatist schism, was due to direct and repeated appeals made to him, especially by the Donatists. 90 Once upon a time ecclesiastical historians could see Constantius II as the emperor who began the interference in church affairs that led to Caesaropapism, and this point of view is still sometimes heard. But this is due almost entirely to the fact that Constantius was not, in the eyes of those who became and remained the dominant faction 91, a fully orthodox Catholic emperor, and interference in ecclesiastical matters, like persecution, merits its pejorative title, in the minds of many ecclesiastical historians even today, only when conducted by those having what they regard as heretical or schismatic tendencies. 91a, an emperor who coerced heretics or schismatics was simply helping to preserve the peace of the church. Now Constantine, converted to Christianity in his maturity, did not strongly fancy himself in the role of theologian. This emerges with particular clarity from the first document emanating from him in the Arian controversy, the long, emotional, and moving letter he wrote in 324 to Alexander, the Bishop of Alexandria, and Arius, where he makes light of the supersubtle theological issues involved, treating them with great asperity as questions creating unnecessary discord which ought never to have been raised in public. Constantine was mainly prepared to let the bishops decide doctrine, but when a strong majority opinion emerged, or seemed to him to be emerging, he was eager to support it powerfully, in pursuance of his fixed and overriding determination to secure peace and harmony, 92 and if necessary to punish dissident clergy with exile. 93 All subsequent emperors were brought up as Christians, and some of them had strong theological views of their own, which they were sometimes prepared to force upon the churches. Above all, since it was the emperor who decided whether, when and where to summon a general council of the church and who should preside over it, an emperor who wished to do so could sometimes stack the cards decisively against ecclesiastical opponents and assert his will to a large degree even in doctrinal matters. This appears with startling clarity in the proceedings of the Council of Chalcedon in 451. Those who have innocently accepted statements in such standard works as Altinus Patrologi, and even the first edition of the Oxford Dictionary of 404. The Christian Cha appointed by the Emperor Marcian himself, who thus ensured in advance that its decisions would be in accordance with his own will and that of the influential Empress Pulcheria, both of whom happened to be orthodox. Emperors might sometimes deal harshly with bishops, exiling them from their sees. This practice was begun by Constantine himself. And emperors could on occasion issue rebukes to bishops who they felt were causing trouble. Not many authentic imperial replies to episcopal pretensions have been preserved. One that stands out is the letter written by Justinian in 520, when he was not yet emperor, to Pope Hormisdas, politely but peremptorily ordering him to refrain from unnecessary dealings with dangerously controversial matters. 95 The last sentence reads, "We shall not permit a further religious controversy to be raised in our state by anyone, nor does it become your sanctity to listen to those who are quarreling about superfluous questions." In Justinian, indeed, as Ostrogorsky has well said, the Christian Church found a master as well as a protector, for though Christian he remained a Roman to whom the conception of any autonomy in the religious sphere was entirely alien. Popes and patriarchs were regarded and treated as his servants. He directed the affairs of the Church as he did those of the state. Even in matters of belief and ritual the final decision rested with him. Bishops, needless to say, sometimes felt obliged to oppose emperors whom they believed to be acting wrongly in theological or ecclesiastical matters. The earliest document I know in which a bishop orders an emperor not to meddle in ecclesiastical affairs is the letter written by the aged Bishop Osius of Córdoba to Constantius II in 356, preserved by Athanasius. 96 The emperor is warned that God has given to him the kingship, but to us, the bishops, the affairs of the church, and appeal is made to Matthew XXII. 21, render unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. I cannot see this, with friend, as in any sense the first statement of the Western theory of the two swords. As far as I know, this theory was only just beginning to emerge in the works of Peter Damian in the 11th century and did not achieve its definitive expression until the bull, Unam Sanctam, of Boniface VIII in 1302, where both swords are seen as ultimately under the control of the Church, itself ruled monarchically by the Pope. The nearest expression of opinion that I know to this in the early Christian centuries is the letter of Pope Gelasius I to the Emperor Anastasius I in 494, where the world is said to be ruled principally by the Auctoritas Sacrata of priests and the Regalis. 405 Potestas, with superiority in things divine belonging to the former, above all to the Bishop of Rome. 97 It was not only their spiritual patrimony, the heritage of Saint Peter, which gave the bishops of Rome their extraordinary prestige and influence. In the 5th century and later they had no such powerful imperial master close at hand as had the bishops of even the greatest eastern sees, Constantinople, Alexandria, and Antioch, who sometimes had to pay a heavy price, in ecclesiastical terms, for the virtually unqualified way in which most Christian bishops had expressed their loyalty to the first Christian emperor and his successors. Strong-minded and intrepid bishops might occasionally denounce emperors for favoring those whom they themselves regarded as heretics or schismatics, sometimes employing the kind of intemperate abuse which is all too characteristic of the religious controversy of the age. The most bitter denunciations of an emperor that I have come across in the early Christian centuries are those of Constantius II in 356-61 by Lucifer, the bishop of Calaris. He ransacked the scriptures for the most lurid parallels and images. 98 Lucifer, however, is not a major figure in the history of early Christianity, and I prefer to quote from the great St. Athanasius, the Patriarch of Alexandria. For Athanasius, writing after the death of Constantius II, that emperor was an outright heretic, the most irreligious Augustus, who continued in heresy to his death. A few years earlier, while Constantius was still ruling, but in a work intended not for publication but for private circulation among the monks of Egypt, Athanasius could call him the patron of impiety and emperor of heresy, compare him with the Pharaoh of the Exodus, and say that he tried to emulate Saul in savage cruelty. Constantius was a modern Ahab, the second Belshazzar of our times, who made promises to heretical bishops as Herod did to the daughter of Herodias, and was more bitter than Pilate. He was godless and unholy, the forerunner of Antichrist, indeed the very image of Antichrist. And with all this, Constantius is said to be dominated by eunuchs and is allowed no mind of his own at all. The fancy picture that Athanasius draws in Historia Arianorum 52, in which the Church makes all its own decisions and the emperor never interferes in its affairs, no doubt represents the ideal situation which the bishops would have desired, except, of course, when they needed, in crushing their rivals, to invoke the aid of the secular arm, a weapon they were delighted to use when it was available to them and not to their opponents. But the fantasy bore no resemblance to the reality, which has been well described by Henry Chadwick in his excellent first volume of the Pelican History of the Church. As the 4th century advanced, it became increasingly the tendency for the final decisions about church policy to be taken by the emperor, and the group in the church which at any given time swayed the course of events was very often that which succeeded in obtaining the imperial ear. I wish to add a very brief sketch of the sociology of the Roman upper classes. 406. During the Principate and later Empire. With the foundation of the Principate there were important changes. Nobilitas lost its importance as a kind of unofficial qualification for high office, although the term nobilis long continued to be used as a kind of technical term in much the same sense for consuls and their descendants, until the later Empire, when it apparently came to be applied to city prefects and praetorian prefects as well as ordinary consuls and their descendants. 99 The two orders were transformed. The Ordo Senatorius was extended to include the families of senators to the second or third generation, and became a hereditary governing class, and every senator had to possess property of the value of at least Hs 1,000,000. Sometimes an emperor would subsidize a senatorial family which had fallen below the necessary minimum of wealth, either because of its spendthrift habits or because it was too prolific in the male line. Several such imperial subsidies, running into millions of sesterces, are recorded in the early Principate, 101, and in the early 6th century. According to John Litus, the Emperor Anastasius bestowed upon the ex-consul Paulus a gift of 2,000 pounds of gold, 1,000 to pay off a debt due to the honorary consul Zenodotus, and another 1,000 for himself. The Ordo Equester, now greatly enlarged, became a sort of secondary nobility, although its privileges were personal and not hereditary and did not extend to the families of the men concerned. State offices, now greatly increased in number, were limited to these two classes, except that at first the emperor's freedmen might hold posts which ultimately came to be reserved for equestrians. To qualify for the highest offices one had to enter the senatorial order, either by being born into it or by special grant from the emperor, given in the form of permission to wear the latus clavis, the broad purple stripe on the tunica, which was the distinguishing mark of the senator, as the narrow purple stripe of the equestrian. In course of time, during the 2nd and 3rd centuries, senators came to be known by the honorary title of clarissimi, while equestrians, according to the dignity of the office they held, were egregii, perfectissimi or eminentissimi, the last title being reserved, from the 3rd century onwards, for the praetorian prefects, the highest equestrian officers. By degrees the Ordo Equester became entirely a secondary aristocracy of office, all members of which were, or had been, holders of certain official posts. Even in the late Republic a man had been able to describe himself loosely as born in equestrian status. 102 Although an equestrian could not hand on his own rank automatically to his son, he could hand on the property which entitled the son to offer himself for equestrian posts conferring that rank, or at least, he could do so provided he did not have too many sons. This situation remained fairly stable until about the middle of the 3rd century, but during the later 3rd century and the 4th there were great changes, which one can do no more than summarize in a sentence or two. Broadly speaking, we can say that the sphere of influence of the equestrians increased greatly during the later 3rd century, at the expense of the Senate, and 407 provincial governorships which had formerly been reserved for senators came to be held by members of the Ordo Equester, especially those possessing military experience. However, the Ordo Equester, lacking an organ through which to make collective decisions, never acquired a corporate character or unity of purpose, but remained a collection of individuals. In the 4th century, from Diocletian and Constantine onwards, equestrian status became increasingly detached from office, because the emperors issued numerous honorary codicilli, granting the privileges of one or other of the several equestrian grades to those who held no office. Then, during the 3rd quarter of the 4th century, the highest of the former equestrian posts began to confer senatorial status. Thus the Senate, which by now had more than trebled in size, absorbed the higher levels of the equestrian order, but this process was not completed until the last years of the 4th century or the early years of the 5th. 103 In their own eyes, and those of their toadies, the senators constituted the very summit of the human race. Nazarius, a leading rhetorician of his day, declared in a panegyric in honor of Constantine and his first two sons in 321 that Rome, the very apex of all races and the queen of lands, had attracted to her curia the best men from all the provinces, and the Senate now consisted of the flower of the whole world. The great orator Symmachus described the Roman Senate in a letter written in 376 as the better part of the human race. Rutilius Nemesianus, in the poem recording his journey from Rome up the west coast of Italy towards Gaul late in 417, 104 praised the Senate for its reception of all who are worthy to belong to it, and, pagan as he was, he compared it to the concilium of the Summus Deus. and in the panegyric he delivered to the Western Emperor Avitus on January 1, 456, Sidonius Apollinaris could say, addressing Rome herself, "The world has nothing better than you yourself have nothing better than the Senate." It was entirely natural for Saint Augustine, when he was considering the cause of the greatness of the Roman Empire, why God should have wished that empire to be so great and so long-lasting, and attacking the astrologers, to choose the Senate, the Clarissimus Senatus AC Splendidissima Curia, as the most suitable simile for the starry heavens. Which of course he saw as subject entirely to the will of God, much as the Senate was subject to the emperor. Until the 4th century there were only about 600 senators at any one time. The equestrians were far more numerous, but the two orders together could hardly have formed as much as 0.1% of the total population of the empire. I cannot do better than end this section with a text that shows how powerfully people's minds were affected in the later Roman Empire, down to the very roots, with notions of rank and hierarchy. The grades of precedence which existed in this world were projected into the next. The heavenly sphere, of course, went from the Godhead at the top, down through archangels, angels, patriarchs, apostles, saints and martyrs, to the ordinary blessed dead at the lower end. I do not think the relative positions of the middle strata were very clearly 408 defined, but I would imagine that an archangel and even an ordinary angel, in a heavenly ordo salutationis, would take precedence of any mere human, except of course for the Virgin, who occupied an anomalous position, unique among females, analogous to that of an Augusta in the Roman imperial hierarchy. It is perhaps less often realized that the diabolic sphere might equally be conceived as organized in an order of rank, reproducing that of the terrestrial and the heavenly regions. I need only quote one piece of evidence for this. Palladius, writing his Historia Logica in 419-20, records some interesting information he had received from a number of leading Egyptian monks, intimates in their youth of the great Antony, the first of the Christian hermits and a Mahdi of unrivaled prestige among the early monks, who had died in 356. According to Antony, a man possessed by an authoritative demon was once brought to him to be cured, but the holy man refused to deal with him, on the ground that he himself had not yet been counted worthy of power over this commanding rank. He advised that the man be taken to Paul the Simple, who eventually drove out the demon. It became a dragon 70 cubits long, and disappeared into the Red Sea. I may add that Antony, the original source of the story in the Historia Logica, was an Egyptian peasant, who, although his family had been quite well-to-do, was illiterate and unable to speak Greek. When Paul the hermit died, it was to Antony that two lions came, to dig the hermit's grave. Jerome, Vita Pauli 16. 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane. Terror, and propaganda. In this chapter I propose to illustrate the way in which the class struggle was conducted on the ideological plane. For any overt expression of the point of view of the oppressed classes there is unfortunately very little evidence indeed. We shall look at some of it in section V below. The nature of the evidence is such that we must resign ourselves to spending nearly all our time on the ideological class warfare of the dominant classes. I shall waste little time on the simplest form of psychological propaganda, which merely teaches the governed that they have no real option anyway but to submit. This tends to be intellectually uninteresting, however effective it may have been in practice, and consists merely of the threat of force. It was particularly common, of course, in its application to slaves. "You will not restrain that scum except by terror," said the Roman lawyer, Gaius Cassius, to the nervous senators during the debate on whether there should be the traditional mass execution of all the 400 urban slaves of Petanius Secundus, the Praefectus Urbi, who had been murdered by one of his slaves in AD 61. The execution was duly carried out, in spite of a vigorous protest by the common people of Rome, who demonstrated violently for the relaxation of the savage ancient rule, which, by the way, was still the law in the legislation of the Christian Emperor Justinian 5 centuries later. 1 In Pliny's letters we hear of the similar murder in the first years of the 2nd century of the ex-praetor Larcius Macedo. The slaves were quickly executed. Pliny's comments are worth quoting, especially since he describes Macedo as an overbearing and cruel master. "You see," he says nervously, "how many dangers, insults, and mockeries we are liable to. No master can be safe because he is indulgent and kindly, for masters perish not by the exercise of their slaves' reasoning faculty but because of their wickedness." There are other indications in the literature of the Principate that slave owners lived in perpetual fear of their slaves. The latest literary reference I have come across to masters' fear of being murdered and robbed by their slaves is in one of St. Augustine's sermons, in the early 5th century. Slave revolts, of course, were mercilessly punished. We hear from Appian of the crucifixion of the 6,000 captured followers of Spartacus along the Via Appia from Rome to Capua, on the suppression of the Great Revolt of BC 73–71. To avoid such a fate, rebellious 410. Slaves often either fought to the death or killed each other. 2 In case it is objected, quite rightly, that such cruelties were Roman rather than Greek, let me emphasize the way in which the Greek geographer Strabo deals with the Spanish Celt Iberians, who, on being captured and crucified by the Romans, still Epaionizan, went on shouting for victory from the cross. This, to Strabo, was merely another proof of their apanoia and agrieties, their senselessness and savagery. However, I must admit that Strabo's mind had been thoroughly infected with admiration of Roman imperialism. The passage I have just quoted reminds one of another, in Sallust, where the admitted heroism and steadfastness of the revolutionaries who followed Catiline to their deaths in 63 BC is seen only as evidence of their pig-headedness and their urge to destroy both themselves and the state, amounting to a disease like a plague which had usurped the minds of most citizens. The Greeks, among whom sheer cold-blooded cruelty towards the victims of their civilization, slaves, criminals, and conquered peoples, was on the whole much less pronounced than among the Romans, naturally acquired many of the characteristics of their Roman masters, including even a taste for gladiatorial displays, which are known to have occurred in the Greek East from at least 70 BC, when the Roman general Lucullus provided such combats on a great scale. They were subsequently presented by Greek notables who could afford the expense, and they became very popular. 3 Even female gladiators appeared. Louis Roberts' bitter comment is very apt: La société grecque et gangrenée par cette maladie venue de Rome. C'est un des succès de la romanisation du monde grec. Mommsen wrote with equal detestation of this abominable entertainment, describing it as a cancerous affliction. For in matters where evidence lasting over thousands of years is available from man-wide different human societies, it is often very dangerous to generalize, but at least it seems to be true of many slave societies that ruthless treatment of the slave is most likely to maintain that institution in being and make it serve its purpose best. There is more than a little truth in the remark of the ex-slave Frederick Douglass: "Beat and cuff your slave, I keep him hungry and spiritless, and he will follow the chain of his master like a dog, but feed and clothe him well, work him moderately, surround him with physical comfort, and dreams of freedom intrude. Give him a bad master, and he aspires to a good master; give him a good master, and he wishes to become his own master." On the other hand, it has recently been claimed that even in the American Old South the slave owners relied very much upon incentives and rewards, as well as punishment, and yet they made far less use than the Greeks and Romans of what one might think to be the supreme incentive to the slave to obey his master's wishes, manumission. Genovese's just appraisal of the evidence for American slave revolts, which is surprisingly scanty, and other forms of resistance has well shown how slaves may in certain circumstances be induced to accommodate themselves in some degree to the system that exploits them. And of course slaves who are allowed to rear families. 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane 411 thereby becomes subject to one of the most telling forms of control which a master can have over them, the threat of breaking up the family. A more sophisticated form of ideological class struggle was the attempt of the dominant classes to persuade those they exploited to accept their oppressed condition without protest, if possible even to rejoice in it. According to Aristoxenus of Tarentum, a pupil of Aristotle, it was laid down by the Pythagorean school that just as rulers ought to be humane, philanthropoi, as well as versed in the science of ruling, so ideally their subjects ought not only to obey them but to like them, to be philarchant. 5. Another interesting word which is by no means uncommon is philodespotos, master-loving. In the archaic age the aristocratic poet Theonis believed that if you kick the empty-headed demos hard enough you can reduce it to that desirable condition. A Syrian public slave at Sparta in the Roman period could even be given the name philodespotos. 6. An essential function of the ideology of a ruling class is to present to itself and to those it rules a coherent worldview that is sufficiently flexible, comprehensive, and mediatory to convince the subordinate classes of the justice of its hegemony. 7. Governing classes have often been successful in achieving this aim. As Rodney Hilton has said, for the most part, insofar as one has evidence at all, the ruling ideas of medieval peasants seem to have been the ideas of the rulers of society as transmitted to them in innumerable sermons about the duties and the characteristic sins of the various orders of society. Those who disapprove of the techniques I am referring to may call them brainwashing, those who employ them will reject such terms with righteous indignation and may prefer to speak of a process of enlightenment by which those who serve the community in a humble capacity are enabled to achieve a more profound understanding of social reality. Those of us who teach in universities often think in such terms, for a university, in a class society like ours, is among other things a place where the governing class seeks to propagate and perpetuate its ideology. The most common form of the type of propaganda we are considering is that which seeks to persuade the poor that they are not really fitted to rule and that this is much better left to their betters, those who have been trained for the job and have the leisure to devote themselves thoroughly to it. In the ancient Greek world this demand is sometimes made quite unashamedly on behalf of the propertied class as such. 8. Sometimes it is limited to an even smaller circle. Of this tendency there are two outstanding examples. First, there is the claim made by aristocrats that the essential qualification for ruling is noble birth. Of this kind of mentality we have already noted some examples, from Theonis in particular. Secondly, when government by a dynastia of one or more well-born families had become almost extinct over a large part of the Greek world, we begin to find the assertion, familiar to everyone from Plato above all, that ruling should be the prerogative of those who have the right kind of intellectual equipment and have received a proper philosophical education. In practice, needless to say, virtually all such men would be members of the propertied class. Plato would no doubt have denied, as many of his modern admirers have done, that he was advocating oligarchy according to the normal 412 meaning of that term, but this is true only in the sense that he did not wish access to political power to be given to the whole propertied class as such. In fact, Plato would have entrusted all political power to those men who were in his opinion intellectually qualified for ruling and had received a full philosophical education, and such men would necessarily have to belong to the propertied class. For Plato, any kind of work that interfered with the leisure necessary for the practice of the art of government was a disqualification for membership of his governing class. This is true both of the ideal state pictured in the Republic and of the second-best state described in the laws, and also of the more theoretical discussion of the art of ruling in the Politicus. 9. The notion that manual work, because it weakens the body, therefore weakens the mind, may have been a commonplace of the Socratic circle. It is very clearly expressed in Xenophon, Econ. 4.2, and there is no reason to think that it was invented by Plato. But Plato has this conception in an intensified form. For him, manual work can actively degrade the mind. This comes out very well in a fascinating passage in the Republic, describing the fearful consequences which are likely to follow if unworthy interlopers meddle with such high affairs as philosophy, and therefore government, reserved by Plato for gentlemen philosophers. Unpleasant as it is from beginning to end, this is a dazzling piece of invective. Plato thinks it deplorable when any poor creature who has proved his cleverness in some mechanical craft sees here an opening for a pretentious display of high-sounding words and is glad to break out of the prison of his paltry trade and take sanctuary in the shrine of philosophy. For as compared with other occupations, philosophy, even in its present case, still enjoys a higher prestige, enough to attract a multitude of stunted natures, whose souls a life of drudgery has warped and maimed no less surely than their sedentary crafts have disfigured their bodies. For all the world they are like some bald-headed little tinker, who, having come into some money, has just got out of prison, had a good wash at the baths, and dressed himself up as a bridegroom, ready to marry his master's daughter, who has been left poor and friendless. Could the issue of such a match ever be anything but contemptible bastards? And, by the same token, what sort of ideas and opinions will be begotten of the misalliance of philosophy with men incapable of culture? Not any true-born child of wisdom, the only right name for them will be sophistry. It was of course the development of Greek democracy, especially in its Athenian form, where it depended very much on bald-headed little tinkers and their like, that impelled Plato, an arch-enemy of democracy, to launch this tirade against the sort of person on whom it was so dependent. But Plato was well aware of the realities of the political class struggle of his own day. He knew only too well that there was in each Greek city a basic division into two groups, hostile to each other, the one of the poor, the other of the rich. The two states he depicts in the Republic and the Laws were both designed, among other ends, to overcome this fundamental disunity. 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane. 413. The physical defects Plato attributes to his tinker remind one irresistibly of the earliest portrait which we have in Greek, and perhaps in any language, of the popular agitator, that of Thersites, who dares to speak out against King Agamemnon in the assembly of the Greek army besieging Troy, in Book 2 of the Iliad. Thersites is all for sailing home and leaving Agamemnon and his noble friends to find out for themselves how dependent they really are on the rank and file, and he makes great play with the large share of spoils, in gold and bronze and women, that the king receives from the host. But Homer is not at all on his side. He represents the bulk of the army as disapproving strongly of his seditious speech and as breaking into applause and laughter when the great Odysseus thumps him on the back and shoulders with his golden scepter and makes him subside weeping into his seat. And Homer has carefully caricatured this proto-demagogue. He describes Thersites not merely as an irrepressible man who, when he felt inclined to bait his royal masters, was never at a loss for some vulgar quip, empty and scurrilous indeed, but well calculated to amuse the troops, but also as the ugliest man that had come to Troy. He had a game foot and was bandy-legged, his rounded shoulders almost met across his chest, and above them rose an egg-shaped head, which sprouted a few short hairs. I might add that the aristocratic society for which the Homeric poems were composed would have regarded Odysseus' brutal treatment of Thersites as perfectly right and proper, and characteristic of a great man. A little earlier in the same book of the Iliad we find the same hero's courteous behavior to chieftains and leading men contrasted with his violence and contumely towards commoners who ventured to take independent action. Such men he bludgeoned and abused, admonishing them to shut up and defer to their betters. The speech Homer gives him ends with the famous words, "A multitude of chieftains is no good thing, let there be one lord, one ruler." There is much other material of this kind which I wish I had space to quote, notably from Aristophanes. There is even a passage in Jewish literature which, under the influence of Hellenistic thought, asserts, in terms which would have warmed the hearts of Plato and Aristotle, that only the man who has leisure can achieve wisdom. The agricultural worker, the carpenter, the seal maker, the smith and the potter, whose pursuits are admittedly essential for civilized life, are unfit to participate in public deliberation or exercise judicial functions. The whole passage, Iclas 38.24-34, is well worth reading. I shall content myself with just two more pieces of anti-democratic propaganda. The first, a very abstruse and rarefied type of argument, was developed out of the mathematical and musical theories of Archytas of Tarentum, a Pythagorean of the first half of the 4th century BC, who seems to have been the first to develop, in a work on music, the notion of three different kinds of proportion, two of which, the arithmetical and the geometric, are material for our purposes, arithmetical proportion being represented by the progression 2, 4, 6, 8, and geometric by 2, 4, 8, 16. It may well have been Archytas himself, rather than Plato, who first applied the notion of distinct arithmetical and geometric proportion to politics. It certainly appears with this application in Plato and Aristotle, and also in Isocrates, and there are echoes of it in later times, down to at least the 414. 12th century. The whole subject is a very difficult one, but it has been illuminated by a most penetrating recent article by David Harvey, 10, whose interpretation I fully accept. I cannot do better than summarize his account, which explains very well how arithmetical proportion was alleged by anti-democrats to be a paradigm of a democracy, the geometric, of a better form of constitution. The equality exalted by democracy was said to be a kind of arithmetical proportion in which each number stands at an equal distance from its neighbor. But this, it was claimed, fails to take account of the real value of each number and therefore introduces flagrant inequality, for the higher up the scale, the smaller the ratio at each step, hence, in political terms, the better the man, the less his worth is rewarded. Geometric proportion, which is not employed by democracy, is much fairer, in that the ratio at each step up the scale always remains the same, hence, in political terms, what each man receives is always equal to his worth. I am afraid that the theory stated thus baldly and without the complicated intellectual scaffolding which surrounds it in Plato and Aristotle looks even feebler than it really is, but Harvey is certainly right in his judgment that the whole construction is essentially a subtle attempt to avoid an honest statement of the real oligarchic belief that inequality is a splendid thing, by substituting a statement of the form, inequality is true equality. So flawed is the very basis of the argument that I do not think it is unfair to quote an unintentionally comic version of it in Plutarch. Lycurgus expelled from Sparta arithmetical proportion, as being democratic and favorable to the rabble, and introduced geometric proportion, which is suited to sober oligarchy and law-abiding kingship. For the former distributes equality in numbers, while the latter distributes what a man deserves, by proportion. It does not mix up everything together, but it makes a clear distinction between good men and bad. They get what befits them in accordance with how much they differ in virtue and vice. God applies this proportion to things, it is called justice and nemesis. God nullifies as far as possible the equality which the majority pursue, which is the greatest of all injustice, but he preserves that which is in accordance with worth, defining it geometrically, according to law and reason. None acquainted with Cicero's writings on political theory, which owe much to Plato, will be surprised to find reflections of the theory which we have just been discussing in his De Republica, where, as Elaine Fantham has put it, the moralistic language only thinly veils the fact that Cicero is approving a constitutional device to give political power to the wealthy in proportion to their wealth, no surprise perhaps in view of his respect for property and those dignified by its ownership in actual political life. 11 My other specimen of anti-democratic propaganda, which must come from the very end of the 5th century or the beginning of the 4th, is a brilliant little piece of pamphleteering which came to the notice of Xenophon and was inserted by him in his Memorabilia. I think this is one of the best anti-democratic arguments produced in antiquity, better, anyway, than anything in Plato. Its thesis is that when the mass of the common people enacts decrees by majority decision, against the will of the propertied class, it is simply acting like a tyrant. 415. And its decrees are not nomos, law, but bia, force, coercion, violence, often presented in Greek thought as the very opposite of law. Decision by majority vote, a method which in the eyes of Greek democrats evidently had a peculiar sanctity, is treated as not different in kind, when it involves the coercion of a propertied minority, from the coercion of the majority by the few or by a tyrant. In this little dialogue Pericles, the great democrat, is made to look a fool by the young freelance aristocrat, Alcibiades, who, in the speech Thucydides puts into his mouth at Sparta, describes democracy as an acknowledged folly. I have translated this passage as literally as possible. They say that Alcibiades, when he was less than 20 years old, had a conversation about laws with his guardian, Pericles, the leading man of the city. "Tell me, Pericles," he said, "can you explain to me what a law is?" "Certainly I can," replied Pericles. "Then explain to me, do. For whenever I hear people being praised for being law-abiding citizens, I think that no one can really earn that praise who doesn't know what a law is. There's no particular difficulty about your wanting to know what a law is, Alcibiades. Laws are what the mass of the citizens decree, meeting together and taking counsel, and declaring what can be done and what can't. Do they think one ought to do good or evil? Good, of course, my boy, not evil. But if it's not the masses, but a few, as happens under an oligarchy, who come together and enact what is to be done, what do you call that? Everything the sovereign power in the city decrees to be done, after taking counsel, is called a law. Even if a tyrant who rules the city makes decrees for the citizens, is that a law too? Yes, whatever a tyrant as ruler enacts, even that is called a law. But coercion and the negation of law, what is that, Pericles? Isn't it when the stronger compels the weaker to do what he wants, not by persuasion, but by force? Yes, I suppose so, said Pericles. Then whatever a tyrant compels the citizens to do by decree, without persuading them, is the negation of law. Yes, I agree, said Pericles. I take back what I said, that everything a tyrant decrees without persuasion is a law. Alcibiades goes on, but when the few make decrees, using not persuasion but force, are we to call that coercion or not? I should say, replied Pericles, that whatever anyone compels anyone else to do, whether by decree or otherwise, without persuasion, is coercion rather than law. Then everything the masses decree, not persuading the owners of property but compelling them, 12 would not be law, but coercion. Let me tell you, Alcibiades, said Pericles, when one was your age one too was very clever at this sort of thing, for one used to think and talk about the very things you now seem to be in Terry's Ted in. Ah, Pericles, said Alcibiades, if only I had known you when you were at your very cleverest in such matters. The techniques of psychological class warfare which I have been describing, far from crude as they are, become even more subtle and interesting when we find the governing and exploiting class seeking to persuade not merely the 416 exploited classes but also itself that its dominance is both justified in principle and benevolent in practice. Let us briefly consider, then, some of the ways in which the Greek magnates salved their consciences and avoided those feelings of guilt which can sometimes afflict even the most complacent Dives when he sees Lazarus hungrily eyeing the crumbs that have fallen from his sumptuous table. The theory of natural slavery is the perfect example of this kind of thing. The theory of natural slavery. I begin with two kindred themes, the distinction between Greek and barbarian, and the ideology of slavery. Early in Greek history we encounter the dichotomy of the human race into Hellenes and Barbaroi, strictly, Greeks and non-Greeks, but I shall sometimes use the term barbarian as the translation of the corresponding Greek and Latin words, as it is so convenient in practice, if often technically incorrect. Plato, like the vast majority of his contemporaries, took it for granted that it was right and proper for Greeks to enslave barbarians, whom he calls their natural enemies. In the funeral oration which he puts into the mouth of Aspasia, he makes her say that war against fellow Greeks should be pursued until victory, but against barbarians to the death. He also believed that all those whom he describes as wallowing in great ignorance and baseness ought to be reduced to a condition of doulia too, the standard Greek word for slavery, which in this context may mean either that or merely complete political subjection. Those who are not inhabited by divine wisdom, he thought, are actually better off when controlled by those who are. As Velastos demonstrated more than 30 years ago in a brilliant article, slavery exercised a profound influence on some of Plato's basic philosophical concepts. Although Plato never explicitly formulated the doctrine of natural slavery, it is implicit in his thinking, for but the earliest surviving writer to give a formal statement of it is Aristotle, whose discussion of the question is by no means as clear as could be desired. 5. Aristotle, for whom the slave is essentially an animate tool, says most explicitly that some men are slaves by nature. 6. Although he has to admit that not all those who are in practice slaves or free men are by nature slave or free respectively. 7. For the slave by nature he thinks it is better that he be subjected to a master, for such a man's slavery is both beneficial and just. 8. He does not actually say that all barbarians are slaves by nature, but he quotes current Greek opinions to that effect without expressing disapproval. 9. We can certainly say that in Aristotle's view barbarians are slaves by nature, provided we remember that for him what is according to nature is not necessarily what occurs in every case. It is what occurs as a general rule that is most in accord with the course of nature, as he himself puts it in one of his great zoological works. 10. And in Book 7 of the Politics, after prescribing for the lands of the Greek proprietors in his ideal state to be tilled by slaves, he goes on to 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane 417 suggest as an inferior alternative the use of barbarian perioikoi 11, that is to say, men who would not be actual slaves, but who would certainly not enjoy any of the rights of citizenship in his polis. The essence of the views held by Plato and Aristotle on natural slavery was nicely expressed, more vividly than by either of them, in a book by the Virginia slave owner, George Fitzhugh, published in 1854. Some men are born with saddles on their backs, and others booted and spurred to ride them, and the riding does them good. 1213 His book, bearing the title of Sociology for the South, or The Failure of Free Society, is perhaps the best of the riposts by the slave owners of the Old South against what seemed to them the more impersonal and inhuman treatment by the northern farm owners of their hired laborers. In his preface, after apologizing for having employed in his title the newly coined word sociology, he continues, "We could, however, find none other in the whole range of the English language, that would even faintly convey the idea which we wished to express." Speaking for the Virginia slave owners, he says he will show that we are indebted to domestic slavery for our happy exemption from the social afflictions that have originated this philosophy. One passage in the Politics that is particularly interesting is the one in which Aristotle gives the advice that all slaves should be offered the reward of ultimate emancipation. He promises to give his reasons later, but unfortunately never does so. 14 If we read this advice with earlier passages explaining how the slave can benefit from his association with his master, 15 we may see a fairly precise parallel, at the individual level, with the theory of the tutelage of backward nations, one of the main planks in the ideology of modern Western imperialism. But the statement in the Politics which corresponds best with the outlook of later Greek intellectuals is that in which Aristotle denies the very name of slave to the man who does not deserve to be in a condition of slavery, or, as we might say, denies that the man who does not deserve to be in slavery is really a slave at all. 16 This, and not the theory of natural slavery, became the standard view of thinking slave owners in Hellenistic and Roman times, as we shall see in section 3 of this chapter. Even before Aristotle wrote there had been protests against the hypothesis of natural slavery 17 and even against the assumption that barbarians are naturally inferior to Greeks ones, although of course the great majority of Greeks and Romans always took it for granted that they were generally superior to barbarians, and this attitude hardly changed in Christian times. As late as the beginning of the 5th century of our era the devoutly Christian poet Prudentius could say that there is as great a distance between the world of Rome and that of the barbarians as between bipeds and quadrupeds, humans and dumb brutes, Christians and pagans. 19 The theory of natural slavery indeed is not at all prominent in antiquity after Aristotle's time, and when it does reappear it is mainly applied to peoples rather than individuals. This may be in a merely rhetorical context, as when Cicero stigmatizes Jews and Syrians as peoples born for slavery, but 418. We also find it seriously stated by a speaker in Cicero's dialogue, De Republica, that a nation can benefit from being in a state of complete political subjection to another. There were, however, some distant but powerful echoes of the natural slavery theory in much later times, when it played a highly significant role in Christian Spain in the controversy concerning the rightfulness of enslaving Negroes, and the Indians of the Caribbean and Central and Southern America, in the 15th century onwards. It was, I believe, a Scottish professor at Paris, John Major, who in 1510 first applied the Aristotelian doctrine of natural slavery to the American Indians. 20. And at the great debate ordered by Charles V at Valladolid in 1550, to decide whether Christian Spaniards might lawfully wage war upon Indians and enslave them, before even preaching the faith to them, Aristotle's doctrine was accepted in principle by both the leading disputants, the great scholar Juan Gines de Sepulveda and the Franciscan friar Bartolomé de las Casas. The principal point of disagreement, it seems, was simply the factual question whether or not the Indians were natural slaves. It was hardly questioned that Negroes were. It is things like this which give point to the remark of Engels that ancient slavery, even after its disappearance, left behind its poisonous sting. Anyone who is astonished at the acceptance of a doctrine so intellectually disreputable as that of natural slavery should reflect not only upon modern racist parallels but also upon certain other conceptions which are equally disreputable from the intellectual point of view but are widely accepted today because they are so convenient from the point of view of a ruling class. I suggest as one parallel the extension of the expression the free world to include countries like South Africa and a number of South and Central American dictatorships, while excluding all the communist countries. I have said nothing here about the position most opposed to the theory of natural slavery, that slavery was not merely not according to nature but actually contrary to nature. For this position, for which we have evidence from the 4th century BC, from Philo of Alexandria in the early part of the 1st century of the Christian era, and in the Roman lawyers of the 2nd to the 6th century, see the next section of this chapter. The standard Hellenistic, Roman, and Christian attitude to slavery from the Hellenistic period onwards, Greek and Roman thought on the subject of slavery, with hardly an exception, provides a set of uninspired variations on a single theme, that the state of slavery, like poverty and war, or liberty, riches, and peace, is the result of accident, of fortune rather than of nature, one, and that it is a matter of indifference, affecting externals only, that the good and wise man is never really a slave, even if that happens to be his actual condition, but is really free, that it is the bad man who is really a slave, because he is in bondage to his own lusts. A wonderfully comforting set of doctrines for slave owners. 419. Greater assistance in the endurance of liberty, riches, and peace, than of slavery, poverty, and war. An early example of the line of thought I have just described, from the first half of the 4th century BC, is Xenophon's statement that Zeromi are slaves to gluttony. Others to lechery or drink or to foolish and costly ambitions, among many later formulations. See the brief one in Augustine, De Civ. Dei 4.3. And of course it was easy for those who held this position to conclude that where the bad man was a slave, his condition was, for him, a blessing in disguise. Ingenious developments can be found of this or that aspect of the general theory, and of course some authors emphasize one aspect of it, others another, but there is a dreary similarity of sentiment over all. I think the 14th oration of Dio Chrysostom is probably the most entertaining example I know of this kind of perverse ingenuity. Interesting statements of principle regarding slavery are rare. I would single out that of Chrysippus, that the slave should be considered as a sort of permanent hired laborer, in Seneca's Latin a perpetuus mercenarius. It is often said that Christianity introduced an entirely new and better attitude toward slavery. Nothing could be more false. Jesus accepted slavery as a fact of his environment, just as it is accepted in the Old Testament, and his followers accepted and adapted the prevailing Greco-Roman view which I have just described. The significance of the much-quoted text in Colossians, there is neither Greek nor Jew, circumcision nor uncircumcision, barbarian, Scythian, bond nor free, is better understood in the light of the parallel text in Galatians: there is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for ye are all one in Christ Jesus. There is neither bond nor free in exactly the same sense as there is neither male nor female. These statements are true in a strictly spiritual sense. The equality exists in the sight of God and has no relation whatever to temporal affairs. The distinction between slave and master in this world is no more seen as needing to be changed than that between male and female. For St. Paul, Jesus had set all his followers free from the flesh and all its works. The exhortation to the Christian slave to regard himself as Christ's freedman in the same sense that the Christian who is a free man is Christ's slave may well have afforded him greater spiritual comfort than the pagan slave could obtain from the familiar philosophic view that if he was a good man he was really free already, but it was basically the same view. Christian masters are briefly enjoined to treat their slaves fairly, but there are many similar exhortations in pagan writers, e.g. Seneca. And the yoke of slavery is fastened even more firmly upon Christian slaves as the emphasis on obedience to their masters becomes even more absolute. Certain phrases in the Pauline epistles, such as that in Ephesians, exhorting slaves to obey their masters with fear and trembling, in singleness of heart, as unto Christ, had 420 sinister implications which were fully brought out in two post-apostolic works, the Epistle of Barnabas and the Didache. They explicitly tell the slave that he must serve his master as a counterpart of God, in reverence and fear. I know of nothing that goes as far as that in pagan literature. Saint Augustine even uses the Apostolica Octoritas of Saint Paul to rebuke the presumption of any Christian slave who might fondly imagine himself entitled to appeal to the provision in Exodus XXI.2 for the release of the Hebrew slave after 6 years' service. No, says Augustine, the apostolic authority commands slaves to be subject to their masters, that there be no blasphemy of God's name and doctrine, a remark that is significant of Augustine's whole position on social matters. Whatever the theologian may think of Christianity's claim to set free the soul of the slave, therefore, the historian cannot deny that it helped to rivet the shackles rather more firmly on his feet. It performed the same social function as the fashionable philosophies of the Greco-Roman world, and perhaps with deeper effect, it made the slave both more content to endure his earthly lot, and more tractable and obedient. Saint Ignatius, in his epistle to Polycarp, is anxious that Christian slaves should be neither despised nor puffed up, that they should serve the more, to the glory of God, and that they should not wish to be set free at the public cost, lest they become slaves of lust. The fifth canon of the Council of Elvira punished with no more than 7 years' excommunication even the intentional flogging to death by a woman of her slave girl too, doubtless one who had accepted the sexual attentions of the woman's husband. Later episcopal decisions decree flogging as a penalty for ecclesiastical offenses by a slave, female as well as male, when free men and women suffer some less degrading punishment, a fine or a period of excommunication. 3. And baptism seems to have been refused to a slave by at least some churches without the consent of his master, perhaps at first only if a Christian one, but later even if a pagan. The situation changed not at all when Christianity succeeded to the seats of power in the 4th century, and the Christian Church, or rather, churches assumed a position even in the public life of the Roman Empire of the 4th and following centuries which I can only compare, functionally, with the role of what Eisenhower called the military-industrial complex in the United States today. St. Augustine at least admitted that slavery was an evil in principle, but with that extraordinary perverse ingenuity which never ceases to astonish one, he saw it as God's punishment upon mankind for the sin of Adam. 421 comment of Gibbon on the City of God, of which Colin Haycraft has reminded me, that Augustine's learning is too often borrowed, and his arguments are too often his own, DFRE 111.211 and .86. It evidently did not occur to Augustine that it might be thought blasphemous to attribute to an all-just deity such a singularly indiscriminate method of collective punishment. In thus suggesting that justly was the burden of servitude laid upon the back of transgression, Augustine represented slavery as something divinely ordained, and gave the institution an even weightier justification than it had ever received from pre-Christian thinkers since the days when theories of natural slavery were abroad. Indeed, Augustine and Ambrose went so far as to think that slavery could actually be good for the slave, an instructive form of correction and a blessing even, for, as Ambrose put it, the lower the station in life, the more exalted the virtue. I have not been able to find in any early Christian writer anything like a demand for the abandonment of slavery or even for a general freeing of existing slaves. Passages in early Christian literature which are sometimes cited as containing attacks on the institution of slavery can be shown on inspection not to have any such implication. Although the Christians laid great emphasis on the importance of monogamous marriage and the sinfulness of sexual intercourse outside it, the Christian empire did not provide for legal marriage between slaves, any more than the pagans had done. This need not surprise us. The antebellum South was deeply religious, but no single state legislature ever tried to legitimize slave unions and thus give them a greater chance of permanency, and they always remained subject in practice to the master's whim. 5. Legislation giving a small measure of protection to slaves in certain respects was passed at various times by the Roman emperors, as when Claudius provided that a sick slave exposed by a master should, if he recovered, become free and enjoy Latin rights. 6. However, it is sometimes made explicit that enactments in favor of slaves have also in view the protection of the interests of masters in general, which might suffer if a few exceptionally cruel masters were allowed to behave with Sevitia and inflict intolerable indignities and injuries on their slaves. 7. Again, there are parallels from the Old South, as when the Supreme Court of South Carolina in 1849 upheld the conviction of a slave owner for not giving his slaves enough to eat, on the ground that the law had to be enforced for the sake of public sentiment, and to protect property from the depredation of famishing slaves. In the Christian Roman Empire, slaves were generally debarred from all grades of holy orders. Serf coloni were similarly excluded, either entirely or unless their masters consented to their ordination. On this, church and state were agreed, and there was legislation on the subject from 398 onwards. 8. It could of course be argued in defense of these disqualifications that a slave would be able to consecrate his whole time to the service of God. This argument is found in a letter written in 443 by one of the greatest of the early popes, Saint Leo I. More powerful, I suspect, was another argument advanced in the same letter. 422. Persons whom the merit neither of their birth nor of their character recommends are being freely admitted to holy orders, and those who have not been able to obtain their freedom from their owners are raised to the dignity of the priesthood, as if servile vileness could lawfully receive this honor. There is a double wrong in this matter, that the sacred ministry is polluted by such vile company, and the rights of owners are violated, in so far as an audacious and illicit usurpation is involved. As Gaudimet remarks, commenting on a letter of Pope Gelasius I in this connection, le respect absolu du droit de propriété privée de structures sociales cependant peu conformes à la doctrine évangélique, état in z nettement affirm. In the Roman lawyers, from the 2nd or 3rd century of the Christian era to the 6th, we sometimes find the admission that slavery was contrary to nature or to natural law, contra naturam, ire natura tu contractaria, cinstj. I.2.2, dig. I.v.4.1, 12. 6.64, and I.I.4, and CFL.17.32.9. Slavery indeed seems to have been regarded by at least some of the lawyers as the only feature of the ius gentium that did not also form part of ius naturae. This is a line of thought that can be traced right back to the unnamed thinkers of the 5th or 4th century BC who are said by Aristotle to have declared that slavery, because it was based on force, was contrary to nature and wrong, not merely not according to nature but contrary to nature, a significant difference, not sufficiently brought out by modern writers. This line of thought may or may not have descended to the Roman lawyers through some of the Stoics. Certainly, apart from the Roman lawyers, the only identifiable Greek or Latin author I know in whom we find a reflection of the argument that slavery can be contrary to nature is Philo, the Hellenist Jew who wrote at Alexandria during the first half-century of the Christian era. In one work he speaks with evident admiration of the Jewish sect of the Essenes, who do not have a single slave. They denounce slave owners, he adds, for being unjust in destroying equality and impious in transgressing the precept of nature, the thesmos physios. In another work he similarly describes the Therapeutai, who must surely have been either imaginary or a sect of the Essenes, as believing that the ownership of slaves was altogether contrary to nature, paraphysin. And again we have the interesting assumption that equality is the ideal. Philo speaks of the injustice and greed of those who introduce inequality, the origin of evil. It is perfectly clear, however, that Philo himself did not by any means reject slavery altogether. His own basic position was that which I have described as the standard one in Hellenistic and later thinkers, that the good man, even if he happens to be enslaved, is really free, while the bad man, the man who is worthless or senseless, in Philo's Greek, the phallos or aphron, is always really a slave. Philo wrote 2 whole treatises on this theme, of which we possess only the second, usually referred to by its traditional Latin title, Quod omnis probus liber sit. The other, intended to prove that a phallos is a slave, has fortunately not survived. The treatise we do possess is actually the earliest full-length statement of the theory to survive complete. 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane 423 for the still earlier Stoic and other writings on the subject now exist, if at all, only in fragments. It is perfectly possible to demonstrate from Philo himself that what I have described as the standard view of slavery from Hellenistic times onwards can be assimilated to the old theory of natural slavery, provided slavery, for the worthless man, is treated as a benefit. In one of his fanciful attempts to establish borrowings by Greek authors, in this case, Zeno the founder of Stoicism, from the Jewish scriptures, Philo recalls Genesis xxvii.40, where Isaac tells Esau that he is to serve his brother Jacob. In the Septuagint, used by Philo, the verb in this passage is a form of doulein, the commonest Greek term for serving as a slave. Isaac believed, Philo continues, that what seems to be the greatest of evils, namely slavery, is the highest possible good for a fool, since his being deprived of liberty prevents him from doing wrong unscathed, and his character is improved by the control he experiences. Plato and Aristotle would have warmly approved. To them, such a man was a slave by nature. Some Stoics, the ex-slave Epictetus, for example, may occasionally have spoken as if they actually disapproved in principle of possessing slaves. But this is all ultimately unreal, part of the smokescreen of plausible ideas by which the more fastidious thinkers of antiquity concealed from themselves the unpalatable truth about a ruthless world of which they were trying to make the best they could, according to their lights. The unreality of all this talk emerges most clearly from Epictetus' description of the ex-slave who ends up by becoming a senator. He is then subject, says Epictetus, to the fairest and sleekest slavery of all. If being a senator was slavery, it was slavery in a Pickwickian sense, a kind of slavery which the vast majority of the population of the Greco-Roman world would have embraced eagerly enough. In early Christian thought I have been able to find nothing that goes even as far in rejecting slavery as the purely theoretical statements to the effect that it is contrary to nature, made by the early thinkers mentioned in Aristotle's Politics, by the Essenes as reported by Philo Jeudius and by some of the Roman lawyers. The farthest that I think any early Christian writer goes is to admit, as does Pope Gregory the Great, when freeing 2 of the many slaves of the Roman Church, that it is right that men whom nature from the beginning produced free and whom the ius gentium has subjected to the yoke of slavery should be reinstated by the benefit of manumission in the liberty to which they were born. Yet even Gregory ordered no large-scale manumissions, except of Christian slaves owned by Jews. I cannot speak from personal knowledge of Christian literature much after the 6th century, but I know of no fundamental change in the attitude of the Christian churches to slavery for well over 1,000 years after the fall of the Roman Empire in the West, and there was certainly no absolute condemnation of slavery as an institution by any Christian writer during the Middle Ages, Statements I have seen quoted from Theodore the Studite, Smaragdus Abbas, and others always have some particular limited application. I dare say it is only my own ignorance, but I know of no general, outright condemnation of slavery, inspired by a Christian outlook, before the petition of the Mennonites of Germantown in Pennsylvania in 1668-10, a sect whose 16th century founder was an Anabaptist and who were outside the mainstream of Christianity. Christian writers have often emphasized attempts by Christians to prevent or at least discourage enslavement, but these efforts were rarely if ever extended for the benefit of those outside the Christian fold, and writers who have drawn attention to them have often failed to mention that condemnation of the sin of enslaving Christians is commonly accompanied by the tacit admission that enslaving non-believers is permissible, and even praiseworthy if enslavement is followed by conversion to the faith, a conversion which perhaps in some cases could hardly be attained by other means. Christianity, therefore, actually came to play a very positive role in the slave trade of the 15th to the 18th century. Boxer has remarked upon the dichotomy which bedeviled the Portuguese approach to the black Africans for so long, the desire to save their immortal souls coupled with the urge to enslave their vile bodies, with the result that a close connection speedily grew up between the missionary and the slave trader. Papal bulls of Nicholas V and Calixtus III in the 1450s record with approval the way in which captured Negro slaves had been brought to receive baptism and embrace the Catholic faith. They gave the Portuguese, as a reward for their efforts in this field, a monopoly of navigation and trade over a large area between the Gold Coast and India, and they expressly authorized the King of Portugal to reduce to slavery all unbelievers inimical to Christ. In the American Old South, Christianity was regarded by slave owners as an invaluable method of social control. As Kenneth Stamp has said, not only did pious masters feel an obligation to care for the immortal souls of their slaves and to look after their spiritual life, many of them also considered Christian indoctrination an effective method of keeping slaves docile and contented. The Bible, needless to say, was pressed into service in favor of slavery, as it so often has been, notably in the great argument over abolition in the 18th and 19th centuries in the USA. The Negro, it was widely believed, inherited Noah's curse upon Canaan, the son of Ham, and some would even have made him the inheritor of God's curse on Cain. Those who knew their Aristotle could easily buttress his theory of natural slavery with an argument supposedly founded on the Bible. 12. If I have ventured far beyond the ancient world in tracing the attitude of the Christian churches toward slavery, it is because I wish to emphasize that we need feel no surprise at all at what we find in the writers of the early Christian centuries. At this point I must mention one thing that has long puzzled me. I realize that on Christian principles a good case can perhaps be made for accepting the condition of slavery for the slave, in the way that Stoics and Epicureans accepted it, as well as St. Paul and so many of the other early Christians, as something external and unimportant. This is so, even for those who might not go all the way with Cardinal Newman when he declared that according to the teaching of his church it were better for sun and moon to drop from heaven, for the earth to fail, and for all the many millions who are upon it to die of starvation in extremest agony, as far as temporal affliction goes, than that one soul, I will not say, should be lost, but should commit one single venial sin, should tell one willful untruth, though it harmed no one, or steal one poor farthing without excuse. But what of slavery as it affects the master? Surely. 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane. 425. The Christian who prays not to be led into temptation should proceed to renounce the total irresponsible domination over fellow human beings which belongs to the master of slaves and is only too likely to lead him into the gravest temptation, to commit acts of cruelty and lust. I do not know when this was first realized, but it was evident to the genius of Tolstoy, who in a remarkable passage in War and Peace makes Prince Andrei tell Pierre that what is most evil about serfdom is its effect upon those masters who have the power to punish their serfs as they please, and who, in doing so, stifle their remorse and become hardened. I can only conclude that what prevented the Christian Church from admitting the dangerous, brutalizing effect of slavery upon masters was the irresistible force of the class struggle, the absolute necessity for the dominant classes of the Greco-Roman world to maintain those social institutions upon which their whole privileged position depended, and which they were not willing, or even able, to forego. The attitudes to property of the Greco-Roman world, of Jesus, and of the Christian churches. From ideas about slavery we pass to a closely related subject, attitudes to property. In v.I above I have briefly discussed the way in which property, from the 7th century BC onwards, largely replaced nobility of birth as the foundation of political power and of social respectability in the early Greek states, as in early Rome. Throughout most of Greek history, except perhaps in a few democratic states in the 5th and 4th centuries BC, the bulk of the propertied classes would have agreed with Tennyson's Northern Farmer. New style that the poor in a lump is bad. Origen says this most emphatically: the majority of the destitute have most worthless characters. The Greco-Roman world was obsessively concerned with wealth and status, and wealth was by far the most important determinant of status. Ovid put it beautifully in 3 words: dat sensus honors, it is property that confers rank. The elder Seneca, writing in the late 30s BC, could represent Porcius Latro, a famous orator, as exclaiming that nothing in human affairs shows up a man's virtues more clearly than wealth. It is property that raises to the rank of senator, property that differentiates the Romanics from the plebs, property that brings promotion in the army, property that provides the qualification for the judges in the forum. The Greeks, from archaic times through the classical and Hellenistic periods and on into the Roman age, habitually expressed political complexion and social status in a fascinating vocabulary which is an inextricable mixture of socio-economic and moral terminology, with 2 sets of terms applied more or less indiscriminately to the propertied and the non-propertied classes respectively. On the one hand we have not only words which mean property owning, rich, fortunate, distinguished, well-born, influential, but also, as alternatives for virtually the same set of people, words having a basically 426 moral connotation and meaning literally the good, the best, the upright, the fair-minded, and so forth. And on the other hand we find applied to the lower classes, the poor, who are also the many, the mob, the populace, words with an inescapably moral quality, meaning essentially bad. Even Solon, often regarded as the founder of the Athenian democracy, could say in one of his poems that he had made laws equally for the Caicos and the Agathos, for the lower class and the upper class, of course, rather than the bad and the good, but nothing could alter the social fact that the upper class were the good, the lower class the bad. The Roman governing class was as thoroughly devoted to property as the most wealth-conscious of the Greeks. No surviving Greek writer is quite as explicit about the overriding importance of property rights as Cicero, the earliest known to me in a long line of thinkers, extending into modern times, who have seen the protection of private property rights as the prime function of the state. To mention only a few of the most interesting passages in Cicero, in the De Officiis, after asking what greater mischief there could be than an equal distribution of property, he goes on to declare that states were established above all with the aim of preserving property rights, and in the De Legibus, after some very grandiose talk about the greatness of law and how it is the highest reason implanted in nature, an eternal principle governing the entire universe, one indeed the very mind of God. He qualifies this by saying that of course he does not include under the name of law certain pernicious and unjust orders of the people. Many pernicious, many pestiferous enactments which no more deserve the name of law than the rules that brigands make for themselves. And all 3 sets of laws he singles out as least deserving the name of law were, we might have guessed, primarily agrarian in character, and sought to effect those distributions of land which the Roman optimates always regarded as a potential threat to the very basis of their power. In one of his speeches Cicero launches into a panegyric of the ius civil, the civil law, which I mentioned in VLI above as one of the 2 greatest achievements of the Romans, their only outstanding one in the intellectual field. In the speech in question, Pro Caecina, Cicero emphasizes that if the ius civil is subverted, no one can possibly feel certain of his own property, and that if it is neglected or treated carelessly, no one can be sure that he owns anything or will inherit from his father or leave anything to his children. An interesting sidelight on the Greek and Roman respect for wealth and social position is the fact that charitable foundations and bequests which provided for distributions in money or kind to a local population often divided the handouts into two or more categories, with the larger gifts going to those of higher social rank. Counselors are the group in favor of whom discrimination is most often exercised. In the rest of this section I shall concentrate on one particular aspect of ancient Greek ideas about property, namely, the way in which the ideas of the early Christians on this subject were molded by social forces far beyond their control into something very different from those of the founder of their religion. This again was a direct effect of the class situation in the Greco-Roman world, of the class struggle. Unless Christianity was to become involved in a fatal conflict with the all-powerful propertied classes, it had to play down those ideas of Jesus. I-7. The class struggle on the ideological plane 427 which were hostile to the ownership of any large quantity of property, or, better still, it could explain them away. We must begin with the central fact about Christian origins, to which theologians and New Testament scholars have never given anything like the emphasis it deserves, that although the earliest surviving Christian documents are in Greek and although Christianity spread from city to city in the Greco-Roman world, its founder lived and preached almost entirely outside the area of Greco-Roman civilization proper. Here we must go back to the fundamental distinction which I drew in I.3 above between the polis and the cura, because, if we can trust the only information about Jesus which we have, that of the Gospels, the world in which Jesus was active was entirely that of the cura and not at all that of the polis. Apart from Jerusalem, his mission took place exclusively in the cura, in its villages, in the rural area of Palestine. Mainly it was conducted altogether apart from polis territory, in areas of Galilee and Judea administered not by cities but directly by Herod Antipas the Tetrarch or by the Roman governor of Judea, but it is highly significant that on the rather rare occasions when we do find Jesus active inside polis territory, it is never in the polis itself, in the sense of its urban area, but always in its country district. As we shall see, whenever we have any specific information the terms used are such as to point unmistakably to the countryside, the Kome, Komopolis, Agroi, Kura, also the Mir, Horia, Paralios, Parachoros. There is of course a great dispute about how much reliable historical information can legitimately be extracted from the narratives of the Gospels, even the Synoptics. But I would emphasize that insofar as we can trust the specific information given us by the Gospels there is no evidence that Jesus even entered the urban area of any Greek city. That should not surprise us. Jesus belonged wholly to the Kura, the Jewish countryside of Galilee and Judea. Palestine, which had been ruled from Egypt by the Ptolemies for over 100 years after the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BC, became around 200 part of the Seleucid kingdom. Just before the middle of the 2nd century Judea achieved a considerable degree of independence for nearly a century, but from 63 BC onwards the whole of Palestine and Syria was always effectively under Roman control, although Judea did not actually become a Roman province until AD 6 and Galilee and Perea until 44. 2. In Palestine the native language at the beginning of the Christian era was Aramaic, which was spoken throughout the countryside and also by a good proportion of the inhabitants of many of the cities. By the time of Jesus, Palestine contained a number of genuine polis, some of which were much more Hellenic in character than others. For with the exception of Tyre and Sidon, which I shall mention presently, the cities on the coast were too far from the main scene of Jesus' activity to be mentioned in the Gospels, and we can ignore them here. The cities we need to notice are, first, Sepphoris and Tiberias, the only two in Galilee, next Samaria, between Galilee and Judea, recently refounded by Herod the Great as Sebest. 428. Thirdly, the well-marked cluster of 10 genuine cities administering a large area known as Decapolis, to the east and southeast of Galilee and the northeast of Judea, and finally 1 or 2 cities at the periphery of the area within which Jesus moved. Caesarea Paneas, founded in 2 BC by Herod's son, Philip the Tetrarch, some 25 miles to the north of the Lake of Galilee, and the ancient Phoenician towns of Tyre and Sidon, of which Tyre lay on the coast, due west of Caesarea Paneas, with Sidon to the north of it. Now the word polis is often used by Greek authors in a loose sense, of places which were not true cities but simply large villages or market towns, which were described more correctly by other expressions such as metrokomiae, kamopolis. In the Gospels, Luke especially, the term polis is used on dozens of occasions for individual named places which were not technically cities at all: Nazareth, Capernaum, Nain, Chorazin, Bethsaida, Sychar of Samaria, Ephraim, Arimathea, Bethlehem, and Jerusalem. The last is a special case. From the early Hellenistic period onwards, Greek authors such as Hecataeus of Abdera and Agatharchides of Cnidus could call Jerusalem a polis, but that was never a correct description either in reality or in the strict technical sense, and it is best to regard Jerusalem as essentially the administrative capital of Judea, of the ethnos of the Jews. 5 of the other places called polis in the Gospels we might wish to call Bethsaida a town, none of the others was really more than a village. And although much of the activity of Jesus is said in the Gospels to have taken place in desert areas or by the shore of the Lake of Galilee or elsewhere in the country districts, we are sometimes told in very general terms that Jesus went through polis, or polis and kamai, or kome, polis and agroi. But in such contexts the word polis must be understood in the very loose and untechnical sense in which the evangelists habitually use it. As I said earlier, whenever we have a specific reference to a visit by Jesus to one of the genuine polis, it is in every single case made clear that it was the country district of the polis concerned to which Jesus went. Let us begin with Samaria. We can forget the bogus polis of Sychar on 4.5, a mere village of course, and the passage in Matthew in which Jesus tells his disciples not to go into a polis of the Samaritans. That leaves us with only 2 passages in Luke, in 17:11 Jesus merely goes through the midst of Samaria and Galilee, and in 9:52 he sends messengers to a combe of the Samaritans to prepare for his coming, which in fact never took place. Jesus went to another combe. There is never a mention of Sebaste, the city founded by Herod, which was a pagan town, with no large proportion of Jewish settlers, and the only genuine polis in the Samaritas. The Decapolis crops up in 2 passages in Mark and 1 in Matthew, and the manner of its appearance is significant. In MT 4.25 crowds from Decapolis and elsewhere follow Jesus. In MK 7.31, Jesus comes from the borders of Tyre, through Sidon, to the Lake of Galilee, via the midst of the boundaries of 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane 429 Decapolis. But it is MKV.20 which brings out most clearly what I am trying to emphasize, that in these cases Jesus is clearly in the country district attached to a polis and not in the actual polis itself. It needs to be taken with its whole context. The story of the demoniac out of whom was cast the legion of devils, whether this is to be located at Gadara or Gerasa, both of which were cities of the Decapolis. In all 3 synoptics Jesus is in the Croix of the city, and the incident is pictured as taking place beside the Lake of Galilee. The demoniac comes out of the city and indeed was always in the tombs and in the mountains. Afterwards the swineherds go into the city, and they tell the story in the polis and theagroi, whereupon people come out to Jesus and beg him to go away. In LK 8.37 it is the whole multitude of the Parachorus of the Gerasenes who do this. When Jesus tells the former demoniac to go home and publish the news of the divine work, he proclaims it, in Luke, throughout the whole polis, and in Mark in the Decapolis. The situation is exactly the same on the 2 occasions on which Jesus is said to have visited the territory of cities outside his main area of action. It is not in Caesarea Philippi itself that he is found, but in its kamai or mere, and when he visits Phoenicia it is to the mere or Horia of Tyre and Sidon that he goes, and he is there approached by a woman from those Horia. When multitudes come to him on another occasion from Tyre and Sidon, it is from their paralios. There is one reference in Matthew and Luke to the doing of mighty works in Tyre and Sidon, but this is simply part of the reproach to the cities Chorazin and Bethsaida, that if the mighty works which had actually been done in them had been performed instead in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented. It will have been noticed that I have said nothing so far about the first two Palestinian cities which I put at the head of my list above, Sepphoris and Tiberias, the only two real cities of Galilee, which had been founded by Herod Antipas. There is the best of reasons for this. Just as we hear nothing in the Gospels of Sebast, so we hear not a word of Sepphoris, and Tiberias is mentioned only in the fourth Gospel on 6.L23, xxi.L, and then not in its own right but only in connection with the lake that bore its name, better known to us as the Lake of Galilee. Yet Sepphoris was only about 4 miles from Jesus' home village of Nazareth, and Tiberias is on the shore of the Lake of Galilee at almost the nearest point to Nazareth. One can understand that Jesus would not wish to enter Sebast, a predominantly pagan city, but both Sepphoris and Tiberias were thoroughly Jewish in population and religion, even if their civic institutions were of the standard Greek pattern, and even if Sepphoris was to be exceptionally pro-Roman during the Great Jewish Revolt of AD 66–70. Yet it need not surprise us to find no record of Jesus' presence in either of these cities. They were both regarded with hatred by the Galileans in Josephus' army in 66, and Jesus would no doubt have seen them as belonging to an alien world. In Mark 1.38 it is the nearby Camopolis of Galilee in which he contemplates preaching, that represents the reality. I dare say that some New Testament scholars may object that I have made far too much of topographical evidence in the Gospels which they themselves are in general reluctant to press. To this I would reply that I am not using any of the Gospel narratives for any topographical purpose. It is a matter of indifference to me whether, for example, the pericope containing the confession of Peter is rightly located near Caesarea Philippi rather than anywhere else. Nor have I drawn any conclusions from uses of the word polis. My one purpose has been to demonstrate that the Synoptic Gospels are unanimous and consistent in locating the mission of Jesus entirely in the countryside, not within the polis proper, and therefore outside the real limits of Hellenistic civilization. It seems to me inconceivable that this can be due to the evangelists themselves, who were very likely to dignify an obscure village like Nazareth or Capernaum with the title of polis, but would certainly not downgrade a locality by making it a country district if in their source it appeared as a polis. I conclude, therefore, that in this respect the evangelists accurately reflect the situation they found in their sources, and it seems to me that these sources are very likely indeed to have presented a true picture of the general locus of the activity of Jesus. I may add that although I have not been able to find the point I have just been making emphasized by even a single modern New Testament specialist, it did not entirely escape the notice of the greatest scholar of the early Church, Saint Jerome. As Henry Chadwick has now kindly pointed out to me, Jerome remarks in his In Isaeum 12, p.507, that if we read that Jesus was within the boundaries of Tyre and Sidon or the confines, Jesus, then, lived and taught within an area which was neither Greek nor Roman, but wholly Jewish. This is best brought out, in my opinion, in the admirable recent book by Geoffrey, Jesus the Jew, a historian's reading of the Gospels. As I mentioned earlier, Galilee, within which by far the greater part of the activity of Jesus apparently took place, was not even a Roman province during his lifetime. It was still a Roman client kingdom, until 39 part of the tetrarchy of Herod Antipas, the son of Herod the Great. Of course Jesus was well aware of the Roman imperial power that had already engulfed Judea as a tributary province and could easily swallow up the remaining petty client kingdoms of Palestine whenever it wanted to. But he may well have had virtually no direct contact with the Roman imperial administration before his final arrest and trial, on the pretense that he was a political agitator, indeed a resistance leader, a charge which was certainly false, even if his followers may have included a few men with revolutionary associations. 6. Even the publicans who crop up in the Gospels, such as Matthew, will have been employed by Herod Antipas, the Tetrarch, and not by the Roman governor of Judea, who by the way at this date, as we know from a recently discovered inscription, had the title not of procurator but of prefectus. 1. How much contact Jesus had with 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane. 431 Greek culture. It is not possible to say, but it is likely to have been minima 1. One of the main element in the preaching of Jesus was the message, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. The meaning of this is that the end of the whole present dispensation is near. God will intervene and bring to a speedy end all the powers of this world. In preparation for these earth-shaking events, men must repent of their sins and obey the law of God. In another sense of the expression kingdom of heaven, that kingdom is within man's power to grasp now. If he repents and follows the right way of life, he can to that extent enter into the kingdom even before the final cataclysm. 8 various consequences follow from this. One of the most important is that the possession of wealth is a positive hindrance to entering into the kingdom. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God, said Jesus, after the man seeking eternal life who had great possessions had gone away disconsolate on being told to sell all that he had and give it to the poor. This story, by the way, is commonly referred to nowadays as that of the rich young man, and that is certainly what Matthew calls him, but Mark and Luke make it clear that in their minds young is what he is not, for they make him claim to have kept the commandments Jesus recommends from my youth up. There is one respect in which Matthew's account differs radically from that in the other two synoptics. Matthew inserts into the command of Jesus the qualification, if you would be perfect, which is not in Mark or Luke. In them the command to sell all is unqualified. As we shall see presently, it is in Matthew's formulation that the passage is invariably quoted by the early fathers. Nothing better conveys the contrast between Jewish and Greco-Roman attitudes to questions of wealth and poverty than the account given in chapter 4 of Luke's Gospel of the public preaching of Jesus at Nazareth. Jesus reads from the 61st chapter of Isaiah, opening with the words, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor." Now the word for poor used here by Luke, as in the Septuagint version of Isaiah, is tokoi, a very strong word indeed, which very often in Greek means not just the poor but the down and out, the destitute, the beggar. Lazarus in the parable is a tokos. Classical scholars will remember the appearance of poverty as a character in the Plutus of Aristophanes, and how angry she becomes when Cremulus refers to Penia and Tokia as sisters. No, says Penia, the tokos has nothing, whereas her man, the pens, may toil and scrape, but he has enough to live on. I must just mention here that although the word tokoi does also appear in the Septuagint version of Isaiah LXI 1, it there translates a Hebrew word which is sometimes better rendered, as indeed it is in the Authorized Version, by the meek. But this takes us into irrelevant questions, which I am anyway not competent to deal with, of the various shades of meaning of the Hebrew words expressing poverty, lowliness, and the like. Some of these are as ambiguous as the English word humble, which can be purely social or purely moral or a mixture of the two. The only point I need make here is that in the Hebrew 432 menologi, unlike the Greek, poverty and a lowly station in life are often associated with the moral virtues. Luke is also the only evangelist to give us the parable of Lazarus, who, as I have just said, is specifically a tokos, here quite rightly translated beggar. Expositors seldom bring out the fact that the terrible fate of the rich man in the parable is clearly seen as a direct result of his great wealth, for he feels that Lazarus alone will be able to teach his 5 surviving brothers how to avoid a similar fate. In Luke's account of the Beatitudes, too, there is a very interesting divergence from Matthew's version. In Matthew Jesus is made to say, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven, and blessed are those who hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled," but Luke's corresponding version has simply, "Blessed are ye poor, for yours is the kingdom of God, and blessed are ye that hunger now, for ye shall be filled." In both cases, of course, the fulfillment of the blessings is intended eschatologically, they will be realized not in this world but only in the age to come. And even the Lucan version is echoing the large number of passages in the Old Testament in which the poor and lowly as such are treated with special reverence. Several different Hebrew expressions are involved. In the thought world of Palestinian Judaism, out of which Jesus came, it was not so much the rich and influential from whom the moral virtues were to be expected, but the poor. An illuminating recent treatment of the Beatitudes by David Flusser shows interesting connections with some of the literature of the Dead Sea sect. Although Flusser is sure that it is MTV.3-5 which faithfully preserves the saying of Jesus and that LK 620 is an abbreviation of the original text, he nevertheless insists that Matthew's poor in spirit also has a social content. There is just one other New Testament passage, again in Luke alone, which I wish to mention, the Magnificat. 9. Here we find an interesting variant on the eschatological conception we have noticed already, according to which in the age to come the poor and hungry will be satisfied. We're still within the realm of eschatology, but the desired result is now conceived, in one form of the tradition of Jewish apocalyptic, as having been in some mysterious way achieved already. He hath put down the mighty from their seats and hath exalted them of low degree. He hath filled the hungry with good things and the rich he hath sent empty away. In the Greek the mighty are the dynastai, and Thomas Hardy took his title, the dynasts, explicitly from this passage. In fact nothing of the sort had actually happened, the dynasts were now more firmly in control than ever, as the Roman Principate began its long era of power. The picture in the Magnificat, in which the events are represented as having in a mystical sense occurred already, was a pleasantly harmless one from the point of view of the dynasts, who certainly cashed the blank check. St. Paul later wrote them when he said, "The powers that be are ordained of God and enjoin strict obedience to the civil authorities." Rom. 13:1-7, Titus 111.1, cf. IPET 2.13-17, ITIM 2.1-2. 433 Nature of the powers to whom every soul is commanded to be subject, in Rom. 12. 1, CE Caps 14 and .41. It is worth mentioning here that the Greek word tapinoi, which is used in the Magnificat for them of low degree and has in classical Greek literature, with very rare exceptions, a thoroughly pejorative sense, appears as a personal name in a Greek papyrus emanating from a Jewish sectarian community at Nahal Selim in Palestine about AD 130. One of the brethren there is actually called Tapinos Io, a term which may have had much the same significance in the local community as it evidently did for the composer of the Magnificat. I need not cite any of the other evidence from the Gospels showing that the possession of any substantial amount of property was regarded by Jesus as a positive evil, if only because it was all too likely to ensnare its possessor and divert him from the task of seeking the kingdom of God. I am tempted to say that in this respect the opinions of Jesus were nearer to those of Bertolt Brecht than to those held by some of the fathers of the Church and by some Christians today. Within a generation the message of Jesus had been transformed into what is sometimes described as Pauline Christianity. This process cannot be understood by the historian unless it is seen as the transfer of a whole system of ideas from the world of the Curate to that of the Polis, a process necessarily involving the most profound changes in that system of ideas. And in my opinion it is in this process of transformation that the most serious problems of Christian origins arise. I shall waste little time on the so-called communism of the earliest apostolic community, which appears only momentarily in the opening chapters of Acts, while the Christian church was a single small body, and then ceases altogether, to reappear only within single monastic communities from the early 4th century onwards. This situation, which was already characteristic of certain Essene and other communities among the Jews, is entirely absent from the remainder of the New Testament, and even in the early chapters of Acts it is clear that communal ownership was not complete, and in any event had nothing to do with communal production. Later references which have sometimes been taken wrongly as evidence of a continuance of community of property are no more than idealizations of a situation in which charity is conceived as complete, as when Tertullian says, "All things are in common among us, except our wives," or when Justin boasts that Christians share all their property with one another. I turn now to the attitude of the early Christian fathers to the question of property ownership. There are considerable differences of emphasis, but I think it would be true to say that with hardly an exception all the Orthodox writers seem to have no serious qualms in accepting that a Christian may own property, under certain conditions, the most important of which are that he must neither seek it avidly nor acquire it unjustly, that he ought not to possess a superfluity but only a sufficiency, and that what he does have he may use but must not abuse, he must hold it as a kind of trustee for the poor, to whom he must give. 434. Charity. It is upon the necessity of almsgiving that there is most insistence. The whole conception of course descended direct to Christianity from Judaism, and here the Christian churches do seem to have gone far beyond the ordinary pagan standard. I shall return in a moment to the question of almsgiving, which is worth special attention, and I shall also have something to say on the question of sufficiency or superfluity of property. But I must first add a rider to what I have said about the general early Christian view of property ownership. The words of Jesus to the rich man seeking eternal life, which I discussed earlier, were not entirely disregarded, but it seems that the unqualified version of Mark and Luke was conveniently forgotten and the words of Jesus were always quoted in Matthew's formulation, in which the direction to sell all and give to the poor was prefaced by the qualification, if you would be perfect. Out of scores of passages I have come across in the Fathers I have not found one that even notices the discrepancy between the Matthean text and that of Mark and Luke. So complete was the refusal to recognize the existence of any other version than that of Matthew that when Clement of Alexandria, in his Quis Dive Salvator, sets out Mark's narrative of the whole story in extenso in his own text, explicitly as his source, he inserts Matthew's if you would be perfect at the point that corresponds to MT 19.21, without any indication that these words are not in Mark. St. John Chrysostom is even at pains to put the conditional clause in the forefront and to make out that Jesus did not merely say to the rich man, "Sell what you have," he actually rubs it in, expanding the words of Jesus into "I lay it down for your determination. I give you full power to choose. I do not lay upon you any necessity." Thus, by quoting the statement of Jesus in its qualified, Matthean form, the Fathers were able to make use of the standard distinction between precept and counsel. The command to sell all became literally a counsel of perfection. And I think it would be true to say that after the rise of monasticism in the 4th century there was a tendency to take "if you would be perfect" to refer essentially to the adoption of the monastic life. Thus when Jerome presses on his rich friend Julian the desirability of ridding himself of all his possessions he is clearly advising him to become a monk. We can now return to almsgiving. There is an enormous amount of evidence of the high value attached to almsgiving by early Christian thinkers which it would be superfluous to quote, and I shall concentrate on two passages, one from a Latin and ode from a Greek father, both of which emphasize the expiatory character of almsgiving and thus demonstrate the Jewish roots of Christian thinking in this field. Optatus, in his polemical work against the Donatists, had occasion to allude to almsgiving when speaking of the visit of certain imperial emissaries to Africa in 347, in order to make charitable distributions provided by the Emperor Constans. He first. 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane. 435 claimed, on the strength of Proverbs XXII.2, that it was God who had made both the poor and the rich, and he then proceeded to explain that God had a very good reason for establishing this distinction. It would of course have been perfectly possible for him to give to both classes at once, but if he had done so, the sinner would have had no means of atoning for his faults. To drive his point home, Optatus now quotes what was for him another inspired and canonical work, Ecclesiasticus: "Just as water quenches fire, so do alms atone for sin." Later, the theology of almsgiving, if I may call it that, may have become more subtle, but whenever almsgiving is being discussed, the notion that it can be an atonement for sin is seldom absent. This is conspicuously true of the second example I said I would give of the Christian concept of almsgiving, from a Greek father. This comes from the work by Clement of Alexandria, usually referred to by its Latin title, Quis Dive Salvator, which is actually the earliest treatise to provide a detailed justification of property ownership by Christians, and is perhaps the most important work of its kind. Clement puts most eloquently the argument that almsgiving can actually purchase salvation, and he exclaims, "What a splendid commerce! What a divine trading!" Needless to say, almsgiving often played an important part in penance. Too often, however, it seems to have been resorted to, contrary to the admirable prescription of Jesus in Matthew 6:4, as a means of self-advertisement. There is a good example in Paulinus of Nola, Epist 34. 2, 7, 10. The early Christian attitude to property ownership, then, developed into something very different from that of Jesus, as of course it was bound to do, not merely because, as time went on, the eschatological nature of the concepts of Jesus gradually lost its original force, but because such a development was imposed on the Church by irresistible social pressures. The Orthodox Christian position that I have outlined was held with only minor variations by virtually all the great names among both the Greek and Latin fathers. So far I have found only 3 partial exceptions among the non-heretical writers: Origen, Saint Basil, and Saint Ambrose. Of these, much the most interesting is Ambrose, certainly in the social sense one of the most exalted of the early Christian fathers. He was a member of the senatorial aristocracy, the son of a praetorian prefect of the Gauls, and himself, at the time of his appointment to the bishopric of Milan in 374, the governor of the province of Emilia and Liguria, of which Milan was the capital. Now Ambrose is far from consistent in his attitude to property rights, and some recent continental commentators, in their anxiety to rescue him from any such heinous offense as a belief in communism, have given rather perverse interpretations of some of his writings. 12. The fact is that in certain passages Ambrose shows great uneasiness on the whole question of property rights. Yet he can allegorize away the statement of Jesus contained in all 3 synoptics that it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a 436 rich man to enter the kingdom of God. He can say that not all poverty is holy nor all riches necessarily a source of crime, and that in good men riches can be a prop of virtue, and of course he accepts almsgiving as the great panacea through which the taint of riches can be removed. Thus alone can riches become the ransom of a man's life and the redemption of the soul, for almsgiving purges from sin. And so, when Ambrose says that God intended the whole earth and its produce to be the common possession of all men, and continues, sed avaritia possessionum ira distribut, he nevertheless goes on to accept the existing situation, provided the property owner gives to the poor. His attitude is perhaps best brought out in a passage in the De Helia Etii Unio, where he tells the sinner to redeem himself from his sins with his own money, thus using one poison to subdue another. Wealth itself is a poison, but almsgiving, which redeems from sin, turns wealth into sin's antidote. Saint Augustine seems not to have been troubled about property rights. With characteristic ingenuity he extracts an argument in his favor even from the parable of Lazarus. Lazarus, we are told, went to Abraham's bosom. Well, Abraham was rich. As this and many other passages show, the level of argument in this field is not always high, and some may feel some sympathy for the Pelagian who turned one of Augustine's favorite weapons against him by advocating a figurative interpretation of Abraham in the parable. Sometimes in the 4th century the poor are warned that they must not think they can take the initiative and demand even the necessary minimum of subsistence from those Christians who had vast possessions. 2 centuries earlier Irenaeus, citing the scriptural parallel of the Israelites spoiling the Egyptians at the time of the Exodus, had expressed some sympathy for the man who, after being compelled to give years of forced labor to another, makes off with some small portion of his property. But now Gregory of Nyssa is careful to show that no such initiative can be justified by an appeal to the spoiling of the Egyptians in Exodus as a precedent. If we may ignore some passages in early Judeo-Christian writings, it is only in the mouths of heretics that we find an unqualified denunciation of private property ownership. Usually, of course, we know nothing of their arguments, all our information being derived from orthodox condemnations of their views. In this category are 4 or 5 strains of heretical thought from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th centuries, which I have already sufficiently identified elsewhere. I have been able to discover only one single surviving work which argues at length that the mere possession of wealth creates a tendency to sin and that it really is best to divest oneself of all one's possessions. This is a work probably written in the first decade of the 5th century, the De Divitis, either by the heresiarch Pelagius himself or by one of his disciples. I will only say that although this remarkable treatise does recommend divesting oneself of all property, it does not actually condemn sufficientia, and it regards even wealth not as an actual sin but as something that is very likely indeed to result in sin. The most radical passage goes so far as to treat the existence of the few rich as the reason why there are so many poor, and continues, "Get rid of the rich and you won't find any poor." There is, however, not a word to suggest that this desirable end can be achieved by anything but religious persuasion, and, rather strangely, perhaps, there is no appeal to the primitive communism of the earliest apostolic community at Jerusalem, and indeed no advocacy at all of community of property, even as a theoretical ideal. I know of no evidence that any Pelagian ever advocated the reform of secular institutions. I will only add that this work, the De Divitis, in spite of some over-ingenious arguments and the usual inflated rhetoric, seems to me a far better approximation to the thought of Jesus, as expressed in the Synoptic Gospels, than at any rate the principal work on the orthodox side, Clement's Quis Dives Salvator, from which I quoted earlier. Clement does not scruple to make use of the argument that only if a man possesses some property can he do the things the Lord requires, feed the hungry and give drink to the thirsty, clothe the naked and entertain the homeless, as Zacchaeus and others entertained the Lord himself. What sharing would be left among men, he asks, if nobody had anything? But Clement's principal weapon in this controversy, as so often elsewhere, is a resort to the allegorical method of interpretation which had been invented by pagan Greek scholars in the classical period and perfected by Hellenistic Judaism in regard to the Old Testament. This type of exegesis flourished extravagantly at Alexandria in particular. The fathers of the Church soon realized that any inconvenient statement in Holy Writ could easily be allegorized away, and they sometimes go to the most extreme lengths in their ingenious applications of this technique. 13. Anyone to whom exercises of this sort are not already too tiresomely familiar may derive some innocent amusement from the passage in which St. Augustine, in one of his anti-Manichaean works, deals with the awkward problem of Rachel and the mandrakes, in Genesis XXX. 14-18. But it would be wrong to end this glance at allegorical interpretation of Scripture by the Christians on a note of levity. Such interpretation could also have dire consequences, as when St. Augustine, in yet another of his allegorical flights, dishonestly perverted the sense of the words "compel them to come in" which occur in the parable of the Great Supper in Luke's Gospel to justify the persecution of religious dissent, interpreting the highways and hedges allegorically as heresies and schisms, thereby furnishing medieval persecutors with a bogus scriptural foundation for their activities, of which they did not hesitate to make use. 14. The early Christian attitude to property ownership, as I have described it, is open to criticism from more than one direction, quite apart from its departure. 438. From the teachings of its founder. I shall single out two respects in which it can now be seen to be unsatisfactory: first, the exceedingly important role it allotted to almsgiving, and secondly, its notion that a sufficiency of wealth was harmless enough, even if a superfluity was dangerous. Until quite recently, charity was accepted by the great majority as an entirely admirable thing, and it is only in our own generation that a large number of people have begun to criticize powerfully the whole principle of organized charity within the community as a remedy for social evils, not only because it provides the giver with a moral justification for his privileged position but also because it is increasingly felt by the recipient as something degrading, as a derogation of human dignity. A feeling with which, I must say, I myself entirely sympathize. The almsgiving upon which the early Christians so prided themselves, therefore, appears to many of us nowadays in a very much less attractive light than it did in its own time and for centuries afterwards. It was obviously very desirable as a means of preserving the social order, by mitigating the last extremes of poverty which might lead to revolutionary outbreaks. But it was something much more than that. It also enabled the propertied class not merely to retain their wealth without any feelings of guilt, but even to glory in it, investing it with a moral aura derived from using a small proportion of it for good works that would help to ensure their own salvation. If charity had not been part of the patrimony inherited by Christianity from Judaism, and recommended by Jesus himself, the Church would surely have been driven to invent it. My other criticism of the early Christian position concerning property ownership is that the concept of a sufficiency of property, whenever it was introduced, was always left vague and was no better defined than by some such imprecise formula as non plus quam necesse est, with the result that anyone except perhaps the ancient equivalent of the multimillionaire could feel that he had no superfluity. Pliny the Younger could claim that he had no more than a modest fortune, yet he cannot have been worth much less than Hs 20 million and counts among the 2 or 3 dozen richest Romans we happen to know about during the Principate 15 event if his assets were hardly more than a 15th or a 20th part of those attributed to the richest men of all, who may have owned 300 or even 400 million, and who themselves did not approach the great imperial families in wealth. The great fortunes became greater still in the 4th and 5th centuries, and in those days it was even easier for the well-to-do to feel that they were possessed of only modest fortunes. 4 lines in a poem by Gregory of Nazianzus are worth quoting: "Cast away all and possess God alone, for you are the dispenser of riches that do not belong to you. But if you do not wish to give all, give the greater part, and if not even that, then make a pious use of your superfluity." The effect of such advice on most rich men can easily be imagined. ********************************************** 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane. 439 Important change for the better in Greco-Roman society. Why did slavery and kindred forms of unfree labor such as the colonnade persist, without Christians even realizing that they were evil in themselves and that they tended to brutalize both slaves and masters? Why, after the empire became officially Christian, in the 4th century, did the extremes of wealth and poverty throughout the Roman world become even greater, with enormous riches concentrating in the hands of the senatorial class, and taxation becoming decidedly more oppressive? Why did torture become even more prevalent and punishments even harsher, with the barbarous practice of mutilation added? The standard answer to all these questions is familiar to all of us. Jesus himself and the early Christians were concerned exclusively with the relations between man and man, or man and God, and not at all with social, economic, or political institutions, with the relations between men and men, if I may use that expression. That does not seem to me a very good answer, even as far as it goes, for although the New Testament writers concentrate on questions of individual morality and make no attempt to prescribe a general code of economic or political behavior, they do make a series of statements on political and economic questions which the Church duly accepted as canonical and inspired. St. Paul's disastrous "the powers that be are ordained of God," which I quoted earlier, is only one among many such pronouncements. One form of what I have called the standard answer is that we must think in terms of the salvation or reformation of the individual, a tiresome modem abstraction which might almost be designed to mislead. This often becomes apparent if we replace it by what it really means: all individuals, or each and every individual. Those who say that it is the individual and not social institutions which need to be changed for the better are in practice advocating that reform be postponed until all individuals, or at any rate the great majority, have undergone the necessary improvement, a clever and covert argument for keeping things as they are. Students of Greek thought are fortunate, in that this obfuscating notion of the individual rarely appears in antiquity, and indeed can hardly be expressed in Greek, or for that matter in Latin. But can the traditional Christian position which I have outlined provide a satisfactory answer to my questions, even if it is adjusted in such a way as to shed those unpleasant features of early Christian thought such as the acceptance of slavery and of political autocracy which so many Christians today are unwilling to endorse? This of course is a matter of opinion. I will only say that in my opinion it was precisely the exclusive concentration of the early Christians upon the personal relations between man, or man and God, and their complete indifference, as Christians, to the institutions of the world in which they lived, that prevented Christianity from even having much effect for good upon the relations between man and man. I suggest that the relations between man and man in any organized human society are severely conditioned by the relations between men and men, between different states, and between different groups within states, relations governed as a rule by criteria very different from those which can be applied between man and man. It has often been realized that Christianity has been conspicuously unsuccessful in preventing war between nations. It took the Church a long time to evolve a 440. Doctrine of the just war, although incidentally even the early Roman Republic had a doctrine of the bellum iustum, derived from the principle of official law, that no war was acceptable to the Roman gods unless it was a defensive war, waged to protect Rome or her allies, itself nicely criticized by Cicero as the means by which the Romans gave their aggression the appearance of legitimacy. And the doctrine of the just war has never come to very much, because any country that goes to war can always justify itself easily enough in its own eyes. As for the class struggle, I cannot see that the Christian churches have done much more than either deplore it in principle or ignore its very existence, and all too often they have explicitly underwritten the existing social and economic order in its crudest form. To quote a well-known Anglican hymn 16, "The rich man in his castle, the poor man at his gate, God made them, high or lowly, and ordered their estate." Pope Pius XL's encyclical, Quadridecimo Anno, of 1931, admits that the class struggle had been a serious danger 40 years before, but then proceeds to speak of this danger as having been largely dispelled by Leo XIII's Rerum Novarum, an opinion which has hardly been confirmed by the events of the years since 1931. Not even the growth of fascism, while it lasted, could validate that claim. There have, needless to say, been a few striking individual exceptions within the churches who have broken right away from their official policy, from John Ball in 1381 to Camilo Torres in our own time. 17 When the early Hebrew prophets, or Plato and Aristotle, tried to formulate a vision of the good society, they thought first in terms of the Israelite nation or of the Greek city. For Plato and Aristotle the society as such had first to be good, to have good institutions, before men could lead the good life within it. Their successors, in both cases, tended to despair of creating a good society. For them, either the individual man had to discover how best to live his personal life in an indifferent if not hostile world, or else there was a good time coming, but it would be achieved by some supernatural agency. In the latter case one could comfort oneself by imagining that in some mysterious way the desired result had been achieved already. The passage in the Magnificat which I quoted earlier provides a good example. The use of the future tense, "He will put down the dynasts, exalt the humble, feed the hungry, and send the rich empty away," might have created a very different atmosphere. It might have pointed to social change instead of acceptance of the existing order. But the institutions of society were the relations of men, and the Christian as such was therefore not concerned with them, and there was nothing to prevent him from being a complete political conformist. I have already referred to St. Paul's order to Christians to obey the political authorities, as powers ordained of God. He equated resistance to them with resistance to the ordinance of God, necessarily involving condemnation. At the present time there is a debate going on among Christians whether it may not be absolutely necessary to reform. 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane. 441 The relations between men and men, in particular the relations between states and between classes within states, in order that the relations between man and man may not be forever distorted and damaged. Among these relations between men and men, I would suggest that a central role is played by property relations, including in particular ownership of property and the way in which production is organized. Those of us who watch the debate within the churches from the outside may feel that careful study of what actually happened in the early Christian centuries, both in the field of ideas and in actual social life, might well shed some light on current problems and controversies, and as a result might have a powerful influence upon the future of man. The ideology of the victims of the class struggle. Let us turn now to something very different, the ideology and propaganda of the other side in the class struggle, of the exploited and the oppressed, of the slaves above all. The difficulty here is the scantiness of the evidence, even for the humbler citizens. For the great period of Greek history, the 5th and 4th centuries BC, there is certainly some democratic propaganda, insisting on the fitness of the poor citizen, as well as the rich, to share in ruling the state. This might be compared with some of the arguments advanced in 17th century England, notably the Leveller contributions to the Putney debates in 1647. 1. To the Greek historian, those debates should be exceptionally interesting, for the great question at issue was precisely that which divided Greek oligarchs and democrats: ought political rights to be strictly confined to men of substantial property? All the main thing that I speak for, said Eraton, is because I would have an eye to property. Point 2. But even some of the levellers took the line that hired labourers and servants, as being too dependent upon their masters, ought not to enjoy the franchise. Most of the surviving Greek literature that I have in mind here either pleads the cause of democracy or merely, with Solon, urges the powerful to abate their exclusive and arrogant claims and recognize, in Colonel Rinborough's famous words at Putney, that the poorest he hath a life to live, as the greatest he. Virtually all this Greek material has what we might almost call a middle-class flavor, and indeed much of it comes from the Mesois so beloved by Aristotle and others, of whom Solon is an outstanding example. Needless to say, hardly anyone ever thinks of the mass emancipation of slaves unless they have volunteered for military or naval service during a national emergency. 3. Aristophanes in the Frogs makes Charon refuse to ferry a slave over the Styx unless he was one of those who fought in the naval battle, that of Arginusi, in 406, in which a number of Athenian slaves helped to row the ships of the Athenian fleet and were rewarded with their freedom. Some of the literary material from the Greek world in which we can recognize the heartfelt cry of the oppressed may be thought not strictly germane to the 442 subject of this book, because it is only incidentally a product of class struggle. Some of it is essentially a protest against foreign imperialism, some of it is primarily a religious protest, and some of it is both these things, like the Book of Revelation and some other apocalyptic literature, Jewish as well as Christian, including the Book of Daniel, dating from 167 to 163 BC and the earliest surviving piece known to me in any language which can justifiably be described as resistance literature. 4. But I myself would certainly not agree to exclude most of the literature I have just referred to. When imperialism leads directly to exploitation of a conquered people, or at any rate the primary producers among them, for the benefit of the foreign rulers, that is a situation closely resembling class struggle, and, as I have indicated in my definition of class and class struggle, effects are likely to be produced upon the class struggle within the oppressed community, as certainly happened, for example, in Seleucid Palestine and even more in Roman Palestine, where some members of the Jewish propertied class were hand in glove with their Roman masters, and the Great Revolt of AD 66–70 was directed partly against the native Jewish oppressors. 5. Nor can protests which are primarily religious in form be excluded from a consideration of the outlook of an exploited class as such, at any rate if one of the reasons for their very existence is the oppressiveness of the imperial power, as in the two cases I have just mentioned. Rome, under the guise of Babylon, is ferociously attacked in Revelation, and is said to be drunk with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus, and when she comes in remembrance before God, he gives unto her the cup of the wine of the fierceness of his wrath, splendid, blood-curdling stuff, in which the impotent fury of the oppressed, unable as they are to revenge themselves, finds satisfaction in the certainty of divine vengeance. For nearly a century scholars have devoted a great deal of attention to the so-called Acts of the pagan martyrs of Alexandria, which survive only in Egyptian papyri of the period of the Roman Principate published in modern times. 6. The form of most of these papyri is a copy, or rather a pretended copy, of the official records of the trials of prominent Alexandrians, who are most sympathetically treated by the compilers, while the harshness of the Roman emperors towards the great metropolis of Egypt is implicitly rebuked. These documents emanated from the leading circles at Alexandria, who were themselves, of course, members of an exploiting class, and I mention them here merely because they do constitute indignant propaganda against an imperial power and have aroused so much scholarly interest. Some of them, the Acta of Isidore and Lampon, and of Hermaeuscus, are also bitterly anti-Jewish. They provide, I suppose, the earliest surviving examples of popular anti-Semitic propaganda. Anti-Semitism was endemic at Alexandria in the early Roman Principate, for the Jews there had received various privileges from Julius Caesar and Augustus, which aroused resentment and jealousy on the part of the Alexandrians. Other anti-imperialist propaganda has been assembled by recent writers. It includes some of the Sibylline oracles, in Greek. 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane. 443 hexameters, the so-called Oracle of the Potter, surviving in Greek papyri from Egypt, and the Demotic Chronicle, a text in Egyptian Demotic. From farther east come the Oracle of Hystaspes, a Persian work surviving only in some paraphrases in Latin by the Christian writer Lactantius, and the Bahman Yasht, another Persian text, in a Pahlavi translation. 7. Most of this material seems very strange to us today. Anyone who wishes to read some specimens might begin with Auruk. Sibyl. 111.350-5, 356-80, and v.155-78, 386-433, prophesying the doom of Rome, and 4 other passages from the Sibyl lines, 4.115-39, and v.137-54, 214-27, 361-85, containing prophecies associated with the false Neros who appeared in the 20 years after Nero's death in 68. 8. I must not fail to mention 3 remarkable documents in Latin which reveal some recognition by members of the Roman governing class of the mentality of Rome's victims. It would be going much too far to speak of genuine sympathy. The only one which relates to the eastern part of the Roman Empire is the letter of King Mithridates to King Arsaces, composed by Sallust and surviving as a fragment of his histories. Mithridates attributes to the Romans a deep-seated desire for domination and rule as their one inveterate motive for making war on all nations, peoples, and kings. The letter calls them the plague of the world, accuses them of having become great by daring deceit and adding war to war, and declares that they will destroy everything or perish in the attempt. In a phrase which no doubt reflects Sallust's own belief, the king is made to say, "Few men desire liberty, a large proportion are content with just masters." The other 2 documents are speeches in Tacitus, relating to the western part of the empire, which also show some recognition of the mentality of the oppressed. The first is that of the fiercely anti-Roman British chieftain Calgacus, who is depicted addressing his men before the Battle of the Mons Graupius in AD 83 or 84. It contains defiant statements about liberty which, in Tacitus, are hardly more than Roman clichés, and must have been written with quiet derision on his part, but one remark has echoed down the ages: when the Romans, says Calgacus, create a desolation, they call it peace. The other speech, in Annals I-17, is the one I have referred to near the end of 4.4 above, by a leader of the mutiny of the Pannonian legions in AD 14, named Persenius, described by Tacitus as a former leader of one of the theatrical factions and represented by him as a noxious demagogue. The real detestation felt by Tacitus for any agitator who pleased the lower orders in the provinces by uttering sentiments hostile to Rome or its rulers emerges nicely from the brief but concentrated invective of Hist. 4.68 against Julius Valentinus, a leading man of the Treveri, who at an assembly during the Gallic revolt of AD 70 heaped insults and odium upon the Roman people. Tacitus scorns to itemize these, and contents himself with remarking that they included all the charges commonly levelled against great empires, which, if he is not merely dismissing them with contempt, he presumably regarded as too familiar to need specification. I shall do no more than record in a note 9 a few examples of other. 444. Speeches, usually describing subjection to Rome as slavery, which are put by Tacitus or Dio Cassius into the mouths of leaders of rebellion against Rome. There is one form of expression of protest, associated particularly with slaves, which deserves to be singled out, the fable. Phaedrus, a slave and freedman of the Emperor Augustus, who wrote in Latin in the first half of the 1st century of the Christian era, made great use of collections of the fables of Aesop, another ex-slave, who probably lived in the early 6th century B.C.11. Phaedrus has a fascinating passage in the prologue to his third book, lines 33 to 40. He says he will explain why the fable was invented. It was to enable the slave to give expression in a disguised form to sentiments which he dared not speak out aloud for fear of punishment. And it was not only slaves whom Phaedrus had in mind as the disguised heroes of fables. One of his pieces, about a frog dreading a GHT between two bulls, is introduced with the words, "The lowly are in trouble when the powerful quarrel." And at the end of the epilogue to his third book he quotes Ennius, "It is sacrilege for a common man to mutter in public." Another fable, intended to demonstrate how sweet liberty is, speaks of the wolf who is on the point of being persuaded by the dog to serve his master when he notices that the dog's neck has been galled by a chain. Realizing what this means, he refuses to join the dog in servitude. The fable I like best of all is explicitly concerned not merely with slaves but with the poor in general. Phaedrus introduces it with the words, "A change in the person who controls the state brings to the poor no change in their situation but a change of master." This fable is about a timid old man, pasturing a donkey in a meadow, when suddenly a hostile army approaches. The old man begs the donkey to flee with him, to avoid capture. But the donkey merely inquires if the enemy will make him carry 2 packs at once, and when his owner says he does not suppose they will, refuses to move. "What does it matter to me whose servant I am," he asks, "so long as I carry only 1 pack at a time?" Gerard Winstanley expressed much the same point of view in 1650, in his appeal to all Englishmen, when he said of the poor in England that if they should fight and conquer a foreign enemy, they are like to be slaves still, for the gentry will have all. "For," say they, "we can as well live under a foreign enemy working for day wages as under our own brethren." See the collection by Hill and Dell 387. Aesopic fables were a literary genre simple enough to appeal to those who lacked the elaborate literary education needed for a proper understanding of a large part of Greek and Latin literature, and even those with no education at all could grasp them immediately. Quintilian, writing in the 90s of the 1st century the standard Latin handbook on rhetoric, remarks that fabeli have a special appeal to country boors and the uneducated. He would certainly have said the same about the parables of Jesus. But the governing classes of antiquity were clever enough to take over this weapon of their subjects and turn it sometimes to their own advantage. We all know the fable of Menenius Agrippa, from the Coriolanus of Shakespeare, if not from Plutarch's Life of Coriolanus or from Livy. However fictitious it's. 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane. 445 Attribution to the consular in question and the year 494 BC, it is the most famous of all those fables that were appropriated by the ruling class. Among other fables intended to keep workers in their place is the amusing one in which the donkeys appeal to Zeus for relief from their labors. Its moral is that what each individual must endure cannot be cured. 12. It was not a slave but a learned man, the Hellenistic scholar Daphitos of Telmessus, who not only reviled the Attalid kings as filings of the treasury of Lysimachus, who rule Lydia and Phrygia, but addressed them directly as purple wheels. He can only have been likening the kings to the marks of a whip on a man's back. This was well understood by Tarn, who shows exceptional awareness of social realities in the Greek East, but several other scholars have failed to grasp the fact that for Daphitos the kings, as oppressors, are purple wheels on men's backs, and they have supposed the verse to be pretending that the Attalids were once slaves themselves, purpled with bruises or with stripes. They had purple backs then too, or should have had. 13 Daphitos, by the way, is said to have paid for his lese majeste. With his life, according to Strabo, he was crucified on Mt Thorax, near Magnesia on the Maeander. A few direct and open attacks on emperors, necessarily anonymous, are recorded here and there. In V3 above one mentioned the bitter verses put up in the Hippodrome at Constantinople in the early 6th century, addressing Anastasius as world-destroying emperor and accusing him of money-grubbing Unlitus, De Magistrate 111.46. *************** I must conclude this section with a short discussion of the religious issues which bulk so large in men's minds in the Christian Roman Empire of the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th centuries, in order to make it clear that in my view the religious questions were very largely unconnected with men's class positions, except in one or two special cases, of which Donatism in North Africa is the only conspicuous one. In this book I have been concentrating upon class, because I believe that in the long run it is the production of material necessities and the economic and social structures through which this is accomplished that have the most powerful effect upon men's behavior and even thinking, rather than any incidental religious beliefs they may hold. But in the short run religion may play a decisive role in influencing men's actions and the nature of the groups into which they divide, and so it was in the Christian Roman Empire, when political class struggle was a rare phenomenon but religious strife was widespread and intense. I agree with A. H. M. Jones that it is a serious mistake to see the doctrinal controversies which so agitated the early Christian churches as the expression either of nationalist feeling 14 or of social protest. His article, Were Ancient Heresies National or Social Movements in Disguise, in JTSN.S.10 280-98, and his LRE 11.964-70, are absolutely decisive. I must, however, point out that Yanis's attack is concentrated against the view that certain heresies were essentially national. The word social in the title of his article is relevant only to his discussion of the 446 social aspects of Donatism 15, which of course was always rightly regarded as a schism rather than a heresy, until the Catholics had the ingenious idea that the Donatist belief in the necessity for rebaptizing Catholics admitted to their fold could be regarded as a heretical belief, sufficient to bring the Donatists within the scope of the stringent laws passed against heresy in the late 4th century and the early 5th. While admitting in his book that Donatism was associated with a social struggle, Jones insists that its social aspects were far from being the essence of Donatism, and he is clearly right. Another area in which religious nationalism has been seen by some historians is Egypt, but I know of no specifically religious material from that country, comparable with the anti-Roman propaganda of the Acts of the Pagan Martyrs of Alexandria, referred to above, which, as we saw, were evidently produced by members of the Alexandrian upper classes. However, some of the literature emanating from Egyptian monastic circles is worth a mention here for its denunciation of the oppression of the peasantry. It was of course essentially religious, and its social character was purely secondary and due to the fact that during the later empire paganism, outside Alexandria, at any rate, became increasingly confined to the upper classes. The outstanding representative of this trend is the monk Shignuit. His works, written in Coptic, but showing knowledge of Greek literature, seem not to be well known to ancient historians, although they have been edited in Coptic and translated into Latin and some modem languages. Shignuit was abbot of the White Monastery at Atripe in the desert of the Thebaid, where he is said to have lived for more than 80 years from the 380s onwards and to have died at well over 100, perhaps as late as 466. For my purposes the most useful document, especially for English readers, is Shignuit's open letter to a wealthy pagan landowner, Satumus of Panopolis, edited in the original Coptic more than once and translated complete into English by John Barnes, SHS.16. Shignuit himself was of peasant origin and, as Barnes says, his sympathy lay with a stratum of society normally too inarticulate to express itself in Greek, and a fanatical fearlessness made this formidable monk an outspoken champion of the oppressed Egyptian peasant before the highest authorities. He delighted in open attacks on the paganism lingering among the propertied class. We hear of the pillaging of more than one of the few pagan temples which had somehow managed to survive into the 5th century, and of raids on the house of the pagan landlord mentioned above, which Chinut regarded as defiled not only by the presence of pagan cult objects and of magical papers and potions, but also of baths, built by the forced labor of the peasants on the estate and maintained by contributions exacted from them. Baths, as Chinut insisted, were something that peasants did not need. Later Roman peasants could indeed be greatly impressed by what has been cynically called the odor of sanctity in its more extreme forms. The young Saint Theodore of Sicyon made a very great impression when he came out of the cave in which he had been living in religious isolation for 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane 447 years, his head was covered with sores and pus, his hair was matted and an indescribable number of worms were lodged in it, his bones were all but through the flesh and the stench was such that no one could stand near him. Chinut's letter to Saturnus, vigorous and highly abusive, mentions a number of indignities and injustices allegedly inflicted by Saturnus on his dependent peasants, carrying off their property, the imposition of forced labor, and compelling the peasants to buy meat and wine from him at unreasonable prices. Here we do see a leading cleric acting as protector of the poor, but one is bound to wonder whether Chinut's attitude to a pious Christian landlord who was similarly oppressive might not perhaps have been very different. And as Barnes says, if any hoped that the final triumph of Christianity would mean the rectification of social evils and a less bitter spirit in the population of Egypt, that hope was to be disappointed. With the passing of the pagan landlord the tyranny of the great estate only became more absolute, and once paganism was as good as dead the resentment of the governed, by now an inveterate habit of mind, made differences of Christian doctrine its excuse for disaffection from the governing power and schism from its established church, cf. 8.3 below and its NN.32-8. I wish I had been able to give a systematic account of a few other religious figures who are recorded as acting, or at least speaking, on the side of the humble against their oppressors. They fall into very different categories. Sometimes, as with Chinut in the incident just described, they are simply standing up for Christians against powerful pagans, or for members of their own sect against heretics or schismatics. Some of them are bishops exercising their ecclesiastical authority to prevent acts of obvious injustice, like Pope Gregory the Great and Saint Theodore of Sicyon, as described at the end of 4.2 above. A particularly interesting group are those holy men whose authority, the Romans would have called it auctoritas as opposed to potestas, is not of a political or even ecclesiastical nature but is derived from the force of their own personality, often heightened by the respect engendered by the extreme rigor and asceticism of their lives. They have been studied in particular by Peter Brown, in an article in JRS 6180-101 which has some fascinating material but is marred by blindness to the realities of the class struggle in the later Roman Empire. Defiance of lawful political authority is very rare, since the Christian churches, mindful of the instruction of St. Paul, preached absolute obedience to the state and its organs except when it was believed to be offending against religion. But intercession with the powerful on behalf of the humble is recorded on several occasions, often as a simple plea for justice or for mercy and forgiveness. It is difficult for most people nowadays to understand the great importance. 448. Attached to religion in the ancient Greek world, above all in the Christian period, when dogma could assume a central role, even in the minds of those who very imperfectly understood the subtle theological issues involved. I have often been struck, when reading the Fathers and the ecclesiastical historians, by the way the spiritual leaders of those times dominated their communities and received their unquestioning loyalty. The priest as well as the layman almost invariably believed what his particular bishop told him he ought to believe, except of course when that bishop was a man who did not hold the traditional beliefs of his community but had been foisted upon it against its will, by imperial decree. For instance, 17 among many examples that could be given of the steadfast loyalty of congregations, whether Catholic or heretical, to their bishop, one of the best is that of Cyzicus in the second half of the 4th century. In 367 its bishop, Eleusius, who seems always to have been a member of the Semi-Arian sect led by Macedonius, was induced by the threats of the Emperor Valens to abandon his particular doctrines and subscribe to the emperor's own brand of Arianism. Eleusinius soon repented of his apostasy, and on his return to Cyzicus he announced to his flock that he no longer felt worthy to hold his bishopric. His congregation, however, refused to accept his resignation, and insisted on his remaining their bishop. When Eudoxius, the Arian Patriarch of Constantinople, supported by the emperor, sent Eunomius to replace Eleusinius, they built themselves a new church outside the city, where they could continue their form of worship under Eleusinius, and they persisted until Eunomius withdrew. 18 Eleusinius himself, it is worth remarking, was no mean persecutor. He had destroyed pagan temples in his city before the accession of Julian in 361, he had also demolished a church in Cyzicus belonging to the Novatian sect, which Julian compelled him to rebuild. 19 And he did his best to harry and drive out those whom Socrates calls the Christians, meaning of course the Catholics. 20 A set of beliefs, once acquired, was indeed not easily eradicated. What made most of the German people so stubbornly Arian for so long was simply the fact that Arianism was the form of Christianity they had originally adopted. To them it was the true Catholic faith, and Catholicism was heresy. The Armenians, who had to make valiant efforts to preserve a certain independence from both Rome and Persia, were untouched by the Christological controversies during the 5th century and became acquainted with them only in the early 6th century, from Mesopotamian monophysites fleeing from persecution by Persian authorities who supported Nestorianism in that area. The Armenians consequently condemned Nestorianism and adopted a monophysite form of Christianity, which they retain to this day. The Egyptians, as Jones says, were in turn Homoousians and monophysites partly because they had been taught no other doctrine, but mainly because these were the faiths of their great popes Alexander and Athanasius, Cyril and Dioscorus, and the fact that the Council of Chalcedon not only condemned Dioscorus but also gave precedence in the East, above. 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane. 449 Alexandria, to Constantinople, the upstart see whose pretensions the Patriarchate of Alexandria had always resented and often successfully crushed, was an important factor in making Chalcedon detestable to the Egyptians. Even quite small pockets of eccentric belief of one kind or another might persist for a long time in particular areas, as in the village in Numidia, part of St. Augustine's diocese of Hippo, where all the inhabitants were Abelitessalabelanii, practicing a strange variety of continence and perpetuating their community by adoption, until they were brought to see the error of their ways by St. Augustine. Such peculiar communities were far less likely to exist for long inside cities, but we hear, for example, of a congregation of Tertullianists at Carthage who worshipped separately in churches of their own and only gave up the last one to the Catholic Bishop of Carthage at the end of the 4th century or in the early 5th. Religion in those days was universally regarded as a matter of enormous importance, and it was generally believed by Christians that holding the wrong dogma, and sometimes even practicing the wrong ritual, might involve eternal damnation, a position which is far from extinct today, of course, although it is very much less widespread than in the later Roman Empire. The niceties of doctrine could obsess very ordinary minds. Gregory of Nyssa has a delightful sketch of the passionately theological atmosphere of Constantinople in the late 4th century, which has often been cited but is still worth repeating. If you inquire about your change, you will get a piece of philosophizing about the begotten and the unbegotten, he warns. If you ask the price of a loaf of bread, the reply is the Father is greater and the Son inferior. And if you say, is the bath ready, the answer is that the Son is from nothing. This is part of a passionate denunciation of ignorant, insane, deranged, illogical and incomprehensible philosophizing on the part of amateur dogmatic theologians who are all slaves, rogues, runaways from servile employments, tradesmen, money changers, or purveyors of clothing or food. These are pleasantries of a type to which many of the fathers of the Church were addicted when denouncing other Christians belonging to a rival sect. Gregory is saying that Constantinopolitan theologising is what we might call a mere mouthing of slogans, and so indeed it is likely to have been on the part of most laymen and even many clerics and monks, who were simply persevering, faithfully but blindly, like human trams, in the truths, as they saw them, which they had received from their spiritual leaders. This passage is often cited by itself, out of context, and those who quote it usually fail to observe the essential fact that the formulae which Gregory so abhorred were detestable not because they were mindless slogans, but because they were Arian slogans. I have never come across in any of the Fathers any protest against a repetition of what the Father concerned regarded as Catholic slogans, those embodying the tenets of his own particular sect. I cannot refrain from mentioning here the famous theological poem called Thalia, which Arius the heresiarch is said to have composed in a racy meter for the edification of his followers. Saint Athanasius gives extracts which I shrink from reproducing, since they must seem little better than gibberish to 450. Anyone not versed in the niceties of the Arian controversy. 21 The Thalia would have been rather strong meat for the uneducated. But their ecclesiastical historian Philosturgius, who was himself an Arian, mentions without disapproval that Arius also wrote, and set to catchy tunes, popular theological ballads in the form of work songs for the mill and travel songs for journeys by sea and land. Another theologian who is credited with the same kind of activity is Apollinaris of Laodice, who, in the second half of the 4th century, is said to have had his poems sung by men not only on convivial occasions but also at their work, and by women at the loom. Many of us may find much unconscious humor, even absurdity, in the writings of some of the Fathers and in many of the supersubtle theological controversies in which they indulged. The devout Christian, however, may see such things in a very different light. To avoid giving unnecessary offense, therefore, I shall confine myself to a single example, coming from the Arians, whose heresy is surely now extinct. We hear from Socrates of a dispute which agitated the Arians from about AD 385 onwards, for some 35 years in Constantinople and in other cities even longer. Believing as they did that the Son was created out of nothing, the Arians fell into controversy as to whether the Father was such, and ought to be called Father, before the Son existed. When the party of Durathus, which took the negative view, gained the upper hand, the followers of Marinus, who answered the question in the affirmative, insisting that the Father had always been the Father even when the Son did not exist, built separate churches for themselves and worshipped apart from the others. Socrates adds that the latter section of the Arians were nicknamed Sathyrians, after one of their number, Theoctistus, who was said to have been a cake seller, Sathyropoles. The nice theological issue between the two groups was never actually settled, and the division between the two parties in Constantinople was healed only when both sides entered into a self-denying ordinance never to allow the question to be raised again. 21 Apart from sarcastic jests at the expense of one's religious adversaries, deliberate humor is a commodity that is scarce enough, perhaps appropriately, in the ecclesiastical writers. Socrates does devote one whole chapter to the witty sayings of Sisinnius, and this is all the more remarkable in that Sisinnius presided over the schismatic Novatian sect at Constantinople. 22 But pure theological humor is exceedingly rare. I have come across in the early Christian centuries only one example of a real joke which is both strictly theological and not made up for the purpose of ridiculing someone of a different dogmatic persuasion. At the service of dedication of the first church of St. Sophia in Constantinople on February 15, 360, the Arian Eudoxius, who was Patriarch of Constantinople from 360 to 370, startled the congregation by opening his dedicatory sermon with the words, "The Father is impious, the Son pious." A great commotion immediately arose at this apparently blasphemous statement, but Eudoxius quelled it with the explanation, "The Father is impious because he worships no one, the Son is pious." 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane. 451 Because he worships the Father. The joke went down well, and according to Socrates it was still remembered in his own day, although he himself remarks gravely that with such sophistries the heresiarches rent the church asunder. 23 In the West, Theological controversy was couched in far less subtle terms than in the Greek East, but it was equally vigorous in some places, especially Africa and Rome itself. When Constantius II in 357 issued an order that the Roman bishopric should be shared between the two rival popes, Liberius and Felix, the people assembled in the circus are said to have responded with unanimous and indignant shouts of "One God, one Christ, one bishop." The fierce fighting between the supporters of the next pair of rival popes, Damasus and Asinus, in 366, we are told by Ammianus, left 137 corpses in a single day on the floor of a Roman basilica. Another contemporary source gives a figure of low 60 victims. 24. One could cite many similar examples of violent strife and massacre on the part of enthusiastic Christians of the 4th and following centuries, in the East even more than the West. Those who enjoyed the support of the state were seldom reluctant to use force, even armed force, against their religious adversaries. According to Socrates and Sozomen, Macedonius, the Arian patriarch of Constantinople in the 350s, sent 4 units of troops of the regular army to ensure the conversion to Arianism of the exceptionally large congregation of the Novatian sect at the little town of Mantineum in Paphlagonia. Arming themselves with sickles and axes and whatever else came to hand, the peasants defeated the soldiers and killed nearly all of them in a bloody battle in which they themselves suffered heavy losses. 25 These and other such atrocities make us sympathize with Ammianus when he endorses the opinion of the Emperor Julian that no wild beasts are such enemies to mankind as are most of the Christians in their deadly hatred of one another. This statement should surprise only those who have not studied the original sources for the history of early Christianity in detail but have relied upon modern textbooks. It is essential to understand that the Christians, racked by heresy and schism, of which we can see the beginnings even in New Testament times 26, were never anything like a single, united body, and that each sect had an unpleasant habit of denying membership of the Church and indeed the very name of Christian to all heretics and schismatics, that is to say, to all those who were not within its communion, and of persecuting them in one way or another whenever it could, as sinners outside the Church. For the Christian ecclesiastical historians by whom the history of early Christianity has mainly been written, persecution is essentially what is done to the Church, either by pagans or by heretics or schismatics. They have usually forgotten the persecutions by the Church of pagans, Jews, heretics, or schismatics. Anyone who has not discovered this for himself may derive some amusement from a glance at the 2 entries under persecution in that often excellent and very scholarly work. 452. The Oxford Dictionary of the Christian Church 2. One deals solely with the persecution of the early Christians and the other reads merely, persecution, see toleration, and when we look under toleration we find only a very brief reference to the persecutions conducted by the early Christians, and we then jump straight to the Middle Ages. In an unpublished report delivered to the International Colloquium on Ecclesiastical History held at Oxford in September 1974, I tried to explain the earlier stages in the process of persecution by the Christian churches which made of organized Christianity, over more than a millennium and a half, a persecuting force without parallel in the world's history. I doubt if a better means could have been devised of distracting the victims of the class struggle from thinking about their own grievances and possible ways of remedying them than representing to them, as their ecclesiastical leaders did, that religious issues were infinitely more important than social, economic, or political ones, and that it was heretics and schismatics upon whom their resentment could most profitably be concentrated. Of course, I am not saying that leading ecclesiastics magnified the importance of theological questions with the deliberate aim of distracting the common herd from their temporal grievances. They themselves quite sincerely held that only adherence to the right dogma and the right sect could ensure salvation and escape from the frightful prospect of eternal damnation. But there is no doubt that the effects of religious enthusiasm were as I have described them. Not many humble folk in the Christian Roman Empire were likely to become obsessed with reforming the world of their day, or to achieve much unity among themselves, if they accepted what they were taught and believed that life here and now is insignificant compared with the infinite stretches of eternity, and that their real enemies were those enemies of God and His Church who, if they were not suppressed, would endanger men's immortal souls and bring them to perdition. Heretics and schismatics, as well as unbelievers, were an entirely new kind of internal enemy, invented by Christianity, upon whom the wrath of right-thinking people could be concentrated, for in paganism the phenomena of heresy and schism, as of unbelief, were inconceivable. There was no correct dogma in which it was necessary to believe in order to avoid anathema in this world and damnation in the next, and to secure eternal life, and there was nothing remotely resembling a single, universal church. We may reflect by contrast upon the good fortune of the mass of Greeks in the classical period, who had no such beliefs instilled into them, to prevent them from recognizing who their real internal enemies were, and to persuade them that democracy was a useless if not an impious aim, since the powers that be are ordained of God. 8. The decline and fall of the Roman Empire, an explanation intensified subjection and exploitation of the lower classes during the first 3 centuries of the Christian era. In this last chapter I shall again show how a Marxist analysis on class lines can help to explain, and not merely to describe, a historical process, in this case the disintegration of large portions of the Roman Empire, part of a process which seemed to given the greatest, perhaps, and most awful scene in the history of mankind. I have demonstrated in v.3 above and Appendix 4 below how Greek democracy, in the course of the class struggle on the political plane, was attacked with increasing success from the late 4th century BC onwards by the Greek propertied classes, their Macedonian overlords and eventually their Roman conquerors. As we have seen, democracy, when it worked, could play an important role by protecting the lower classes to some extent against exploitation and oppression by the powerful. Democracy still led a precarious existence in some places in the last century BC, but during the first century of the Christian era it was gradually stifled, and during the next century it virtually disappeared. Certainly before the end of the 3rd century it had, for all practical purposes, sunk without trace. As we saw in 4.3 above, the great age of slavery in the Roman world, especially in Italy and Sicily, was the last 2 centuries BC, the advent of the Principate in the last generation BC and the marked decrease in the number of wars producing large slave hauls gradually brought about a new economic situation. Slaves now had to be bred far more extensively than before, if their number was not to decline drastically, and for the reasons given in 4.3 above this was bound to result in an attempt to increase the rate of exploitation of humble free men, in order to make up for a reduced return overall from slaves. An exploiting class, except in so far as it can be forced or persuaded to abate its claims in order to facilitate its own survival, will use whatever means may lie to its hand. In order to tighten the economic screw more effectively on the lower classes among the free population, it was obviously desirable to restrict to an absolute minimum not merely their political but also their legal and constitutional rights and privileges. Until the 2nd and even the early 3rd, 454 century of the Christian era these rights and privileges might vary greatly, in the Greek world under Roman rule, both in theory and in practice, according to whether a man was a Roman citizen, 1 a citizen of a free Greek city, a civitas libera, which enjoyed greater powers of local jurisdiction than other municipalities, 2 a citizen of a Greek city which was not technically free, or an ordinary provincial, like the great mass of the population, whose juridical rights were few and ill defined and, in so far as they existed at all, were enjoyed largely on sufferance. Free men who were not Roman citizens, for example, were not usually tortured during the Roman Republic or early Principate. Pliny tortured only 2 female slaves among the Pontic Christians he tried. But I know of no binding general rule to this effect, except for Roman citizens, and I cannot see how any Peregrinus who was tortured by order of a Roman governor could have had any hope of redress, except through the intervention of some influential patron. By degrees, by a process, never yet, to my mind, adequately described, which certainly began in practice in the 1st century of the Christian era and was mainly institutionalized and given explicit legal formulation in the 2nd century and the early 3rd, especially in the Antonine period. The legal rights of the poorer classes were gradually whittled away, and by the Severan period had been reduced to vanishing point. Possession of local citizenship came to mean nothing, except for those who belonged to the curial order, that is to say, the members of the city councils and their families, who gradually became a hereditary local governing class. It was possession of the Roman citizenship which had long been the source of the most important juridical privileges, but the citizenship came to mean less and less, as a new set of social and juridical distinctions which, as I shall show, were essentially, in the main, class distinctions, gradually developed, cutting right across that between cives and peregrini, so to speak. By the so-called Constitutio Antoniniana of the emperor we usually call Caracalla or Caracalis, the traditional date of which is AD 212, for the citizenship was extended to all, or virtually all, the free inhabitants of the empire. 5. But this fact is very much less remarkable than it appears at first sight. The only contemporary expression of opinion about the purpose of the CA which survives is that of a leading Greco-Roman historian who lived through the reign of Caracalla, a senator and consular, and was in almost as good a position as anyone to understand imperial policy, Dio Cassius. Dio says explicitly that Caracalla's purpose was to increase his revenue by making former peregrini liable to certain taxes paid only by Roman citizens, the most important of which was the 5% inheritance tax. 6. Dio of course detested Caracalla, and some historians have felt able to reject the alleged motive for the CA. I myself would not care to deny that a desire to raise additional revenue is likely to have played a major part in the emperor's mind, especially if we accept, as I think we must, the opinion of J.F. Gilliam that the inheritance tax affected estates of much lower value than 8. The decline and fall, an explanation 455 has generally been assumed and applied even to quite small fortunes, one so that a very large number of people would have been subjected to it as a result of the CA. W.H. Tever. The unbalanced Caracalla's motives may have been for issuing his edict. I would say that by far the most important fact in the background, which made the CA both possible and unremarkable, was precisely the new set of social and juridical distinctions I am just about to describe, which by now had replaced the distinction between cives and peregrinus for most important purposes and had made its continued existence unnecessary and irrelevant, a point to which I shall return presently. The new set of social and juridical distinctions is not easy to describe in a few sentences, and I know of no satisfactory and comprehensive treatment of it, although there have been very useful studies by Cardassia and Garnsey. Here I can do no more than give a brief and oversimplified summary, in numbered paragraphs, to make cross-reference easier. 1. The value to a Greek of possessing the Roman citizenship in the early Principate is admirably illustrated by the story of St. Paul, a Jew of good education who must have belonged to a fairly well-to-do family and could claim to possess not only the Roman citizenship but also that of Tarsus, the principal Greek city of Cilicia in southern Asia Minor, a privilege not enjoyed, incidentally, by the linen workers of that city, as we know from Dio Chrysostom. Now the technical legal consequences which should be drawn from the story of Paul's appeal to Caesar are by no means certain in all respects, and Garnsey has recently argued that Festus, the procurator of Judea, was not bound to send Paul to Rome. 8. But it would be a mistake for us to concentrate only on Paul's appeal to be tried by the emperor. More important is the fact that at an earlier stage in the proceedings it was beyond question Paul's insistence upon his Roman citizenship which first rescued him from an inquisitorial flogging in the barracks at Jerusalem and subsequently induced the commander there, the military tribune Claudius Lysias, to take elaborate precautions to send him to Caesarea, the provincial capital, a little over 100 kilometers away, under strong military escort, thereby saving him from being murdered by a band of Jewish conspirators. Whether or not Festus was legally obliged to allow Paul's appeal to the emperor, the fact is that he did allow it, and even Garnsey is prepared to agree that Paul's citizenship played a part in making up his mind. If no such appeal had been possible, Paul would doubtless have been tried by Festus at Jerusalem, necessarily with a concilium of leading Jews who would have been strongly prejudiced against him. 9. If indeed he was not murdered on the road from Caesarea to Jerusalem, as we are told the Jews had planned. Had he not been able to claim Roman citizenship, then, Paul would never even have reached Caesarea and the provincial governor's court, or if he had, he would have been finished off by the Jews fairly easily. I should perhaps add that I in general accept the story in Acts, even if some of it, which can only come ultimately from Paul himself, is almost too good to be true. Almost at the end of the Antonine period, in the early 180s in fact, the peasants of the Saltus Burunatangus in the province of Africa, at the modern Souk Elchamis, describing themselves in very humble terms as miserimi homi, had some of them flogged, even though they were Roman citizens. And even in the Severan period Ulpian, in a famous passage included in the Digest, could speak of the Lex Julia de Six Publica as forbidding the execution, flogging or torture of any Roman citizen. Adversus provocationem, that is to say, in defiance of any right of appeal to which the person in question might be entitled. It is an exaggeration when Garnsey, in the penultimate paragraph of his book, asserts that at no stage in the period under survey was citizenship as such a source of privilege. There is an important element of truth in what Garnsey goes on to say, that citizenship merely bestowed certain formal rights on its holders as full members of the Roman community, but provided no guarantee of their exercise. There was no cast iron guarantee, certainly. Citizens of even the most advanced modern states are sometimes the victims of illegality and injustice. But the example of St. Paul is sufficient to prove that citizenship could be a source of privilege of the very greatest possible value, which might indeed make all the difference between life and death. And it is interesting to remember here that Greek cities, Rhodes and Cyzicus in particular, could be deprived of their free status for having taken it upon themselves to execute Roman citizens. 11. As we shall see, Garnsey minimizes the changes which substituted for the purely political qualifications of the citizenship, as a source of privilege, a social qualification which was ultimately dependent very largely upon economic position, upon class. 2. For all practical purposes the constitutional rights to which an inhabitant of the Greco-Roman world was entitled by at any rate the early 3rd century depended hardly at all upon whether he was a Roman citizen, but, broadly speaking, on whether he was a member of what I shall call the privileged groups, namely, senatorial, equestrian and curial families, 12 veterans and their children, and serving soldiers. 13. The many relevant legal texts from the 2nd and early 3rd centuries sometimes give privileges to undefined groups, designated by a variety of terms, the most common of which is honestiores, although there are many others, not merely honestior loco natus, in 8. The Decline and Fall, an explanation 457 aliquo honor positus, in aliqua dignitate positus, honoratus, qui in aliquo gradu est, but also splendidi or persona, mire persona, altier. The humi/I or may also be a humilis persona, humilis loci, humiliari loco positus, qui humilimo loco est, qui secundo gradu est, plebeius, sordidier, tenuier, and inferior persona, 6/I or persona, even pessimus quisque. The Roman lawyers, curiously enough, were chary of giving precise definitions. As Javelinus Priscus put it, every definition is dangerous in civil law. But in this case there was a perfectly good reason why they preferred to leave their terms undefined. All these texts relate to cases involving judicial procedure, where it was very desirable to leave it to the individual judge to determine who was and who was not included. Would the brother of a man who had just entered the Senate, the wife of the praetorian prefect, or the bosom friend of the prefect of Egypt be considered a humiliar, just because he or she did not happen to have the technical qualification for membership of a privileged group? I cannot believe it. 14. Exalted rank could be expected to shed its luster upon a man's relatives, In a papyrus of the early 3rd century we find a petty official in Egypt advising some other such officials to be very careful how they behave towards the relatives of a man belonging to only the 3rd and lowest equestrian grade who happened to enjoy the confidence of the Emperor Caracalla. Much of the discussion of the emergence of the privileged groups, Cardassia's excellent article, for instance, has concentrated on the largest group of texts, which establishes different penalties for offenses committed by the two categories, using for them some of the undefined expressions I have just been discussing. There are many texts, however, which are quite precise in their terminology and give privileges to perfectly well-defined groups. Senators, equestrians, decurions, veterans, and in one case the eminentissimi and projectissimi who formed the highest grades of the equestrian order, with certain members of their families. 3. Again oversimplifying, I shall now summarize the legal, constitutional differences which developed mainly during the 2nd century between the privileged groups and those below them. The latter I can call without hesitation the lower classes. Virtually all of them would fall outside what I have defined as the propertied class, and they would include virtually all those free men and women who were not members of that class. I have avoided speaking of the privileged groups as the upper classes or the propertied classes, because they included for many purposes veterans, who might be men of modest fortune, but I would insist that veterans were given the privileges they received because of the unique importance of the Army 15 in the life of the empire and the necessity of turning discharged soldiers into contented property owners. Failure to do this had been a major cause of the downfall of the Republic. The privileges of veterans were explicitly patterned on those of decurions, as the late Severangerist Martianus says, the same honor is attributed. 458. To veterans and the children of veterans as to decurions. Now the decurions were always, broadly speaking, the class of principal local landowners who were not honorati, and as time went on they became ever more nearly identical with that class. I would emphasize, therefore, that the privileged groups, apart from veterans and soldiers, had by the 3rd century become almost identical with my propertied class, just as the non-privileged are virtually my lower classes, below the propertied class. Isolated exceptions such as imperial freedmen are too few to damage my case, especially when we remember that being a freedman is strictly a one-generation status, and anyway some of these freedmen received equestrian status, and one or two even quasi-senatorial rank. 16. The most conspicuous and best attested difference between our two groups is the dual penalty system, in which the privileged groups receive a lighter penalty than the lower classes, decapitation, for instance, instead of one of the summa supplicia, and general exemption from condemnation to the mines or forced labor, often inflicted on the lower classes. There is an interesting controversy between Cardassia and Guernsey about the emergence of the dual penalty system from a matter of practice, according to the discretion of judges, to define rules offlo exceed law. Here Cardassia's review of Guernsey's book seems to me decisive. 17. And I would see an important change as taking place in the Antonine and Severan age, rather than in the 1st century. I must not omit to mention one statement in the digest, by the Severan lawyer Aemilius Macer, that slaves were punished according to the example of the humiliaries. As Guernsey aptly comments, the sequence might have been reversed. When one examines the forms of punishment used on humiliaries, one is struck by the connection with, and the derivation from, typical slave punishments. Flogging, during the Republic and early Principate, was not supposed to be used on citizens, whose right of appeal against it, given by a law of the early 2nd century BC, was confirmed by the Lex Julia de Six Publica of Augustus. 18. Probably humble citizens were often subjected to flogging by overzealous magistrates during the investigation of cases, compare the modern 3rd degree. But as we saw above, St. Paul was immediately rescued from an inquisitorial flogging by his assertion of citizenship, and as late as the 180s humble African peasants could formally protest against the flogging, by their landlord, as we saw in one above, of those of their number who were citizens. The whole situation had changed drastically, however, by the early 3rd century. The precise chronology is far from clear, but no one can deny that well before the end of the 2nd century, citizens belonging to the lower classes could legally and properly be flogged for a wide variety of reasons, while their superiors were given legal exemption. Interest in this process has too often concentrated on the exemptions, to which our evidence mainly relates, and as a result the really important development, which is the 8th. The decline and fall, an explanation 459 introduction of beating for the great mass of humble citizens, has tended not to receive much attention. Unfortunately, I do not think it is possible to decide precisely how long before the end of the 2nd century the flogging of humble citizens became fully institutionalized. Torture traditionally was reserved for slaves, but free men of low rank were not immune in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, and torture of honestors was not permitted in the Antonine and Severan periods. These perfectly correct statements by Garnsey are characteristic of what is to be found in most writings on the subject. 19. They conceal the fact that a striking change took place in the 2nd century, very probably in the Antonine period. A curiously limited constitution of Marcus Aurelius which excused certain descendants of the 2 highest grades of the equestrian order from the punishments of plebeians or from tortures has more than once been discussed without the really remarkable thing about it being stressed, that it shows that most Roman citizens had now come to be officially regarded as legally liable to torture. Whether it was ever considered necessary to give legal exemption to such exalted creatures as eminentissimi and perfectissimi themselves may well be doubted, but, since the privileges of the equestrian order were more strictly personal than those of senators, Marcus obviously thought it desirable to give specific exemption to members of their families within certain degrees. 2. As with flogging, so with torture, the exemption of decurions was the essential thing. It may always have been the practice, and a rescript of Antoninus Pius shows that by the time of that emperor it had become settled law. 21. This equally shows that there had been an important change in legal practice in the 2nd century, and that there was now nothing legally objectionable in the torture of lower-class citizens. Pliny, when persecuting the Christians in c. 111, had tortured only slaves, and we can believe that many officials still preferred not to torture free men of any sort if they could avoid it. 22. But the application of torture in court to accused persons was soon extended even to witnesses of humble condition, and by about the end of the 3rd century the lawyer Arcadius Charisus, in his book on witnesses cited in the Digest, could actually advise that if the nature of the case is such that we are obliged to admit a Herenarius or some such person as a witness, no credence ought to be attached to his testimony without the infliction of torture. There is a tendency to prohibit the torture of slaves in order to procure evidence against their owners, former owners, and even possessors, and the near relatives of such people. This, however, is due to concern for slave owners, not slaves. As Cicero had put it, in his speech for Milo, torturing a slave to get evidence against his master is more ignominious to the master than death itself, domini mort ipsa tris tius. I should perhaps add that in cases of treason, maestas, all rules relating to exemption from torture could go by the board, as indeed did most other rules. In various other ways members of the lower classes who were charged with crimes were at a disadvantage compared with the propertied classes. For example, they would find it much harder to escape imprisonment pending trial, to get out on bail, as we might say. And ancient prison conditions could be very unpleasant for humble people, see section 3 of this chapter, ad fin. More important is the fact that evidence given in court by members of the lower classes, whether in criminal or civil cases, was accorded less weight than that of their social superiors. The key text is a passage from Callistratus in the Digest, explaining the principles on which evidence is to be evaluated. Of the criteria mentioned, the first concerns the witness's social status and is whether he is a decurion or a commoner, and the third is whether he is rich or poor. Callistratus proceeds to quote a series of rescripts of Hadrian, some of which illustrate the kind of discrimination he records. The satirist Juvenal, writing in the early 2nd century, had complained that at Rome a witness was valued according to his wealth, the number of his slaves, the extent of his land, the size and quality of his dinner service. His character and behavior came last. he received credit in proportion to the number of coins in his cash box. This was closer to the reality, even in Juvenal's day, than I fancy most modern readers of Juvenal appreciate, and by the time of Callistratus it was almost the literal truth. In the field of private law, we find that torts committed against a member of the upper classes by a member of the lower classes are regarded as more serious. Such a wrong may become automatically an atrox injuria, to the assessment of damages for which special rules applied. 24. And the actio doli, or de dolo malo, the action for fraud, might be refused to members of the lower classes against at any rate particularly distinguished members of the upper classes. This, however, was of much less importance to a humble plaintiff than one might suppose from reading the recent accounts of Card Sia and Garnsey 25, who failed to quote the continuation of Dig. 4.3.LLL, showing that the injured man could still have a remedy by bringing an action in factum, not involving an accusation of fraud. We need not be surprised to find evidence from the Greek East as well as the Latin West that when distributions of money or food were made in cities by gracious benefactors, decurions often received more than ordinary citizens. 26. But this of course is a social and not a legal fact. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 8. The decline and fall, an explanation. 461. The very summary and simplified account I have given of some of the principal ways in which the lower classes of the Greco-Roman world were placed, in most respects increasingly, at a disadvantage compared with their social superiors, during the first 2 or 3 centuries of the Christian era, will at least have shown that the propertied classes now found it easier than ever before to exploit th's humble freemen upon whose labor they were becoming more directly dependent for their surplus, now that slavery was somewhat less fruitful than in the last 2 centuries BC. I dare say that the deterioration in the legal position of the lower class was not the result of a deliberate and conscious effort by the propertied class to subject those beneath them to a higher degree of exploitation, with less chance of meeting effective resistance, but that must certainly have been the effect of the whole process. My own inadequate account can be supplemented by Garnsey's book, a very rich source of information and showing awareness of many of the social evils in the Greco-Roman world over which too many ancient historians have felt able to pass lightly. If I have expressed disagreement with Garnsey on 1 or 2 specific points, it must not be taken as a disparagement of his very interesting and valuable book. I should also like to recommend at this point an informative article by Garnsey which should be easily intelligible to those unacquainted with Roman history and even with Latin, Why Penal Laws Become Harsher, The Roman Case, in Natural Law Forum 13 141-62. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I hope it is already clear that what I have been describing in this section is essentially the replacement of one set of juridical distinctions, largely unrelated to class, by another set which was directly so related. The earlier set had no direct connection with class in my sense, its categories were purely political, with citizenship as the determining element. But although such things as execution, flogging, torture, criminal punishment in general, the evaluation of evidence, and the treatment of individuals by the authorities might vary greatly in practice according to class position, as Garnsey's book seems to me to have demonstrated, in constitutional theory they differed according to the possession or the lack of citizenship alone. Now from the early Principate onwards, through the grant of the citizenship to peregrini who had completed their full 25 years' service in the non-citizen auxiliary regiments or the fleet, 27 the possession of citizenship came to correspond less and less closely with membership of the upper classes. And from Caesar's time Roman citizenship spread widely through the foundation outside Italy of citizen colonies and Roman municipalities, although much more so in the West than in the Greek world. 28 A recent writer has remarked, with greater shrewdness than perhaps he realized, that in the West wholesale extension of the citizenship must have led to some practical limitation of a right which would have become a nuisance when universalist. 29 The new set of distinctions corresponded very closely with class position, as we have seen, except for soldiers and veterans, who had to be placed collectively among the privileged groups for many purposes because of their great importance in maintaining the whole fabric of the empire, against potential internal rebellion and discontent as well as against 462 external enemies. Eventually, by 212, citizenship was perceived to be an unnecessary category, and we may see its sudden general extension in 212 equally as its disappearance, when it had become superfluous. The propertied classes now had all the constitutional privileges they needed, quite apart from the citizenship, partly by tradition but mainly by specific imperial enactments, only some of which can be identified today. The whole process is indeed an interesting illustration of the way in which class can assert itself against purely juridical categories which do not correspond with its realities. Of course, the important differences that existed at the latest by the Severan period between the constitutional rights of the upper and lower classes reflected in part the differences in the practical treatment of the two groups in earlier generations, but they were now the subject of settled law and were much sharper, and they had to be strictly observed by provincial governors and other magistrates. To understand this, we have only to ask ourselves what would have happened to St. Paul had he lived, say, 150 years later than he did, at about the time of the CA. Unless he could have claimed to be a member of the city council of Tarsus, a decurion, he would have been subjected to an unpleasant inquisitorial flogging, and he would probably have been finished off by the Jews soon afterwards. He might or might not have got as far as the governor's court, but he would certainly not have been able to appeal successfully to be sent for trial by the emperor in Rome, and the odds would have been heavily against him at a trial in Judea, where the governor would have had a concilium of leading Jews at his elbow. It is naturally impossible for me to prove that the deterioration in the position of humble citizens, and indeed of poor freemen in general during the first 2 centuries of the Christian era was due to the deliberate desire of the upper classes to reduce their legal rights, with the aim of making them less able to defend themselves against increased exploitation, but that was, I suggest, the direct effect of the changes I have described. Similarly, the exploitation of the humbler citizens of Greek cities must have been similarly facilitated by the process I have described in V3 above, the gradual extinction of the remaining democratic features of the city constitutions. I would invite comparison of the picture I have been drawing with that given by Finlay, AE84FF, who notes the decline of slavery and adds that this requires explanation. Accepting the hypothesis that the employers of labor in the later empire were not making the efforts needed to maintain a full complement of slave labor, he produces his explanation for their behavior, which is a structural transformation within the society as a whole. He now comes very near to saying something valuable, when he declares that the key lies not with the slaves but with the free poor, and he adds that he believes the elements can be pinpointed. Alas! All we get is a trend, visible from the beginning of the Principate, to return to a more archaic structure, in which orders again became functionally significant, in which a broader spectrum of statuses gradually replaced the classical bunching into free men and slaves, roughly, that is to say, the process which I have been at pains to describe in this section, but conceived from a superficial point of view, in 8. The Decline and Fall, an explanation 463 terms of status, serving to conceal its mainspring and its essential character. What I see as primarily a development that would facilitate exploitation is to Finlay accumulative depression in the status of the lower classes among the free citizens. But how does the trend described by Finlay explain the changeover from slave production to what I would call mainly serf production? The explanation should be precisely the other way round. It was because slavery was not now producing as great a surplus as it did in Rome's palmiest days that the propertied classes needed to put more pressure on the free poor. On p.93 Finlay comes very near to getting it right. But exploitation is not a concept he is prepared to use. For him, exploitation and imperialism are, in the end, too broad as categories of analysis. Like state, they require specification, which they never receive from him. But the historian who debars himself from using exploitation and imperialism as categories of analysis will hardly make more sense of the ancient than of the modern world. To conclude this section, I shall briefly review the much discussed theory of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire advanced by Rostov-Zheff in his great work, first published in 1926, The Social and Economic History of the Roman Empire, one of the few books on ancient history which the historian of some other period, if not the general reader, will not only have heard of but may actually have read, or at least dipped into, and which every Greek and Roman historian consults often. It was somewhat altered for the better in translations into German and Italian, and it was re-edited in a much improved second English edition by P. M. Fraser in 1957. As is well known, Rostov-Zheff refused to give a complete answer, let alone a single answer, to the question why the Roman Empire declined and fell, contenting himself with a summary criticism of certain theories which he thought false or inadequate. I shall comment presently on an interesting remark in his very last paragraph. At this point I wish to mention the interpretation which Rostov-Zheff himself offers of the period in which the decline first became apparent, roughly from the death of Marcus Aurelius to the accession of Diocletian, AD 180 to 284. Rostov-Zheff recognizes that the civilization of the Roman Empire was essentially urban, and that the privileged upper class of the cities, hives of drones, Rostov-Zheff actually calls them, lived in some luxury off the backs of the working population, urban and rural, above all the peasantry who formed the bulk of that population. 30 So far, many Roman historians would find nothing to quarrel with. But Rostov-Zheff, who had himself experienced the Russian Revolution, went on to find the explanation of the upheavals of the 3rd century in a deliberate and class-conscious attack by the exploited peasantry, using as its spearhead that large army which was recruited mainly from its ranks, upon the city bourgeoisie, a purely destructive attack, which could bring no lasting gain to the semi-barbarous victors. This theory has been taken on trust by many who do not know the sources for the 464. Middle and later Roman Empire at first hand, and has often been cited with approval, although rarely by Roman historians. In fact, none of the evidence cited by Rostov-Zheff supports his theory. Its principal and fatal defect has been exposed several times, notably in a review and an article by Norman Baines, published in 1929 and 1943 respectively. 31 The contemporary sources reveal that the soldiers, far from being regarded by the peasants as their representatives, or even as allies, were actually their constant terror. Rostov-Zheff speaks again and again of classes, even of the terrible class war of the 3rd century, a serious misconception, as I shall explain in section 3 of this chapter. Yet although his analysis of the class forces of the Roman Empire sometimes verges on one which would be acceptable to many Marxists, he himself always repudiated Marxism, and his concept of classes and their struggle is erratic and wayward. 32 We must purge his theory about the 3rd century crisis of its eccentric features and strip it down, so to speak, to what is fundamental and true in it, that there was massive exploitation by an urban propertied class of what Rostov-Zheff himself twice refers to as the working class of the empire, the rural population and the artisans, retail traders, and slaves in the towns. When we develop this, we begin to see the reasons for the renewed decline in the later empire, after the heroic revival of the age of Diocletian and Constantine. The later empire, especially in the West, was rather less a specifically urban civilization, but it was if anything even more a regime in which the vast majority were exploited to the very limit for the benefit of a few. Among those few, the indifference to the public good as something that concerned only other people, bemoaned by Tacitus, had greatly increased, and the mass of the population, as their behavior shows, had no real interest in the preservation of the empire. The other element in Rostov-Zheff's explanation of the decline on which I wish to comment is the very end of his last paragraph. Is it possible, he asks despondently, to extend a higher civilization to the lower classes without debasing its standard and diluting its quality to the vanishing point? Is not every civilization bound to decay as soon as it begins to penetrate the masses? To this I think we can reply in the words Q. F. Gordon Childe, the cultural capital accumulated by the civilizations of antiquity was no more annihilated in the collapse of the Roman Empire than smaller accumulations had been in the lesser catastrophes that interrupted and terminated the Bronze Age. Of course, as then, many refinements were swept away. But for the most part these had been designed for, and enjoyed by, only a small and narrow class. Most achievements that had proved themselves biologically to be progressive and had become firmly established on a genuinely popular footing by the participation of wider classes were conserved. So in the Eastern Mediterranean, city life, with all its implications, still continued. Most crafts were still plied with all the technical skill and equipment evolved in classical and Hellenistic times. 33. 8. The decline and fall, an explanation 465. Here I agree with Child. The material arts are never the exclusive preserve of a governing class. When a civilization collapses, the governing class often disintegrates, and its culture often comes to a full stop, and the society which succeeds has to make a fresh start. This is not true of the material arts and crafts. Luxury trades of course may disappear, and particular techniques may die out as the demand for them ceases, but in the main the technological heritage is transmitted more or less intact to succeeding generations. This has been the experience of the last 5,000 years and more in the Far Eastern, Near Eastern, Mediterranean, and Western societies. Each society can normally begin in many material respects where its predecessor left off, and that does matter. It appears, therefore, that it was above all in the degree to which it had penetrated the masses that the legacy of Greco-Roman civilization remained continuously alive. When Europe once more began to advance, as it very soon did once the effects of the barbarian invasions had spent themselves, the old techniques, handed down from father to son and from craftsman to apprentice, were still available for the medieval world to build on. The economic decline of the Roman Empire was essentially a deterioration in the economic organization of the empire rather than in its techniques, which deteriorated little, except in so far as the lack of any widespread effective demand for certain luxury goods and services eventually dried up their supply. Methods of production, such as they were, seem to have held their own even when the artistic value of the work produced became poorer. It has been said by the American historian Lynn White 34, and I agree, that there is no proof that any important skills of the Greco-Roman world were lost during the Dark Ages even in the unenlightened West, much less in the flourishing Byzantine and Saracenic Orient. Indeed, as White has claimed, from the 12th and even from the 11th century there was a rapid replacement of human by non-human energy wherever great quantities of power were needed or where the required motion was so simple and monotonous that a man could be replaced by a mechanism. The chief glory of the later Middle Ages was not its cathedrals or its epics or its scholasticism, it was the building for the first time in history of a complex civilization which rested not on the backs of sweating slaves or coolies but primarily on non-human power. That primarily is an exaggeration, but there is an important truth in White's statement, and we could certainly say that by the later Middle Ages there was a real prospect of building a complex civilization which rested less on the backs of sweating slaves or coolies and more on non-human power. Pressure on the curial class. In the last section I showed how the propertied classes of the Greco-Roman world as a whole were able during roughly the first 2.5 centuries of the Principate to tighten their grip on those below them and place themselves in an even more commanding position than they had previously been, by reducing the political and constitutional rights of those members of 466. The lower classes who were Roman citizens. I must now describe briefly how and why the governing class of the empire, the men of conspicuous wealth, came to put increasing pressure upon the lower section of the propertied class itself. Namely, what I am calling the curial class. I do not need to give a general account of the curial class, as the whole subject has been dealt with by A. H. M. Jones, with great penetration, in several different works. 1. This pressure upon the curials began well before the end of the 2nd century and was already far advanced in the early 3rd. In the 4th century it was intensified, the pressure continued in the 5th, and by the 6th century the curial class had been greatly weakened and had lost nearly all its former prestige. When I speak of the curial class, I mean those members of the propertied class who made up the councils of the cities of the Greek East and filled all the important magistracies, to which they were originally elected by the assembly but came eventually to be nominated by the council itself or enrolled by officials appointed by it. As councillors they were called in Latin decurions, in Greek bolotai, and they are often referred to in English as decurions, but the term curials was often used of decurions and members of their families by the early 4th century, too, and as I wish to speak of a class I find the adjectival form curial convenient. The word is derived from curia, the Latin word for a senate house, which also came to be used, as did the term ordo, for the collectivi councillors of a particular city. In the Latin West the ordo decurionum of a substantial town could be expected to number about 100 members, in the Greek East it might sometimes be a great deal larger. 3. I may add that in some areas of the Greek world where city life had been slow to develop we may find occasional exceptions to the general rules I am stating here. See for example the end of 2 of Appendix 4 below for an inscription relating to a Macedonian community which in AD 158 had citizens, an ecclesia, and an annual magistrate, but apparently no council. Nevertheless, the picture I am presenting here is true in the vast majority of cases. In strictness it might well be preferable to describe the decurions and their families as the curial order rather than curial class, for of course a man became a decurion only when he actually held that position and not merely because he owned property of a sufficient value to qualify him for it. Perhaps, in substantial towns in the Latin West in the early 2nd century, something in the neighborhood of HS 100,000, 1/4 of the equestrian census and 1/10 of the senatorial, but the figure might vary very greatly, according to the size and importance of the city concerned. However, by the time my story in this section really opens, in the later 2nd century, the class of men financially qualified to become decurions was beginning to coincide to some degree with the actual curial order. Curial status had always been desirable as an honor, and from the first half of the 2nd century onwards it involved important legal privileges 467 chapter, so that most men qualified for it would naturally try to obtain it. It is true that in the early 2nd century there was already, in Bithynia Pontus and doubtless in most other parts of the Greek world, a general feeling among the upper classes that decurions ought to be chosen from families already of curial status, from honesty homines rather than e plebe, as Pliny puts it. But being a decurion, desirable as it was in itself, was beginning by the second half of the century to involve financial burdens which the less affluent found it increasingly difficult to discharge. An inscription from Galatia dated to 145 can refer to a citizen as having been a councillor Ruthes, but this need mean no more than that he had been adlected into the ordo, as an honor, without being made to pay the fee normally exacted in such cases. For however, from the later 2nd century pressure was intensified on financially qualified men who were still plebei to become members of their ordo. An interesting papyrus of the early 3rd century, as restored with reasonable probability, speaks of men possessing a curial rating who are not yet enrolled on the curial register, and says that they must not evade both the services imposed on the common people on the ground that they possess curial means, and also curial liturgies on the ground that they are not yet entered on the curial register. 5 Even in the 4th century men who were qualified to become decurions could occasionally be found 6, but it seems likely that by the end of the Severan period they were already fairly rare, and that what I have called curial class and curial order very nearly coincided. What looks at first sight like an order turns out to be essentially a class. It is of great interest that although the post of decurion might involve considerable financial and supervisory responsibilities, Diocletian could actually provide in 293 that even illiteracy was not to be allowed to prevent a man from shouldering the burdens associated with being a decurion. 7 Illiterate decurions sometimes turn up in the papyri. 8 As we saw in 3.3 above, the vast majority of decurions in all the major cities were primarily landowners. In smaller and poorer cities, where the least wealthy of the decurions might be men of very moderate property, more of them would be likely to go in for manufacture. In a real one-horse town like Abthugni in Byzacina, 9 in 303, we find that Sicilian, who is actually a duovier, is a working weaver, who takes his dinner with his workmen, whether slaves or wage laborers. And Augustine mentions a poor Curiolus named Kerma, who had been duumvir of the municipium Tulliense near Hippo. He calls him a simple peasant, simpliciter rusticanus. **************** The reasons for the tightening of the screw upon the curial class are not far to seek. Let us glance at the condition of those poor freemen who were below them in the social scale, peasants above all. I strongly suspect that those who were lessees had always been made to pay as much rent as their landlords could get out of them. The position of small peasant freeholders would vary a great. 468. Deal, according to whether harvests were good, whether conditions in their neighborhood were peaceful and free from brigandage, whether the small holders were subjected to unusual fiscal extortion or oppression by powerful neighbors, and so forth. All in all, I would expect that as the returns from chattel slavery declined, additional exploitation of the free poor, even when facilitated by the depression of their legal status, would hardly redress the balance. By the time of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius, the Roman Empire as a whole had not suffered any great calamity since the beginning of the Principate, apart from the civil wars of 68-9 and one or two local revolts, of which the most serious was probably that led by C. Julius Civilis in Lower Germany and Northwest Gaul in 69-70. Wars, even in the reigns of Domitian and Trajan, were not ruinously expensive, if we allow for the considerable booty obtained in some of them, especially Trajan's last campaign in Dacia in 106. Most of the sums of money transmitted in our literary sources for public expenditure and receipts are unreliable, and the figure of Hs 40 billion which Vespasian is said by Suetonius to have thought necessary to meet IMD I-8 requirements at his accession in 69-70 has no better credentials than the rest, but Vespasian evidently did take the very unusual step of raising the amount of imperial tribute, perhaps substantially. It was in the reign of Marcus Aurelius that things began to go badly wrong. The Parthian War that opened in 162 must have been very costly, and when it ended successfully in 165-6 the armies brought back with them a dreadful plague, which raged for some years in many parts of the Roman world. 10. The Germans now became a real menace. A German eruption across the Danube between 166 and 171, which even reached Italy, was followed by a series of bitter wars against the German Marcomanni and Quadi and the Sarmatian Iazyges, which occupied a good many of the later years of Marcus's reign. 11. In 170 or 171 a raid by the Costobosci actually penetrated as far as Attica, and in 171 Baetica was attacked by Moorish rebels from North Africa. Among internal revolts, the most serious may have been that of the Book Percent I in Egypt, in the early 170s, led by a priest, Isidore, which was crushed with some difficulty by Avidius Cassius. We have no more than a brief mention of it. By Dio Cassius and the Historia Augusta. 12 There are stories that Marcus sold the crown jewels and his other treasures by auction to raise money for his wars. 13 And that he once refused his soldiers' demand for a donative with the significant assertion that anything they got beyond the traditional amount would be wrung from the blood of their kith and kin. It is also said that of the surplus in the treasury of Hs 2,700,000,000 left to Marcus by his predecessor Antoninus Pius in 161, a mere Hs 1,000,000 remained in 193, after his reign and the disastrous one of his unbalanced son Commodus. Then, from 193 to 197, there was another burst of civil wars, about which we are not well informed but which are said by a contemporary historian to have involved some bloody battles with great loss of life. This is the beginning of the Severan period. 8. The decline and fall, an explanation. 469 Different views have been expressed. 14 About the extent to which the cost of paying 15 and maintaining the Roman armies, certainly the largest single item of imperial expenditure, was increased during wartime. I will only add what seems to me a conclusive argument in favor of the view that large-scale campaigns must have necessitated far greater military spending. There was not much fighting in Hadrian's reign and very little indeed under his successor, Antoninus Pius. It was surely this long period of relative peace that enabled Pius to leave in the treasury at his death the enormous sum of Hs 2,700 million, and it can only have been the major wars undertaken during the reign of Marcus which drained away the reserves. Marcus was certainly no spendthrift. It is true that he made some costly distributions to the Roman plebs urbana, he also reduced some taxes, and shortly before the end of his reign he remitted all arrears of taxes and other debts due to the treasury over a period of 45 years. But he did not increase army pay or indulge in any extensive building programs. I see no alternative to the conclusion that major wars necessitated much larger military expenditure. It can be misleading to pay too much attention to Roman state finance, for it was quite possible for the bulk of the Roman governing class to prosper even though the treasury was virtually bankrupt. But in spite of signs of individual prosperity in many of the cities of the Greek East, as of the West, it does seem that by the third quarter of the 2nd century the wealth of the propertied class was not as securely based as it had seemed to be in the last few generations. And it is precisely in the 160s, during the joint reigns of Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, that the first certain evidence appears 16 both of regular financial pressure upon the curial class and of reluctance and even inability on the part of many poorer decurions to sustain the burdens that were now being increasingly put upon them. The whole subject is exceedingly complicated, but an admirable recent survey by Garnsey has underlined some of the details in the general picture already established by Jones and others, and has demonstrated the significance in this connection of some of the passages in the Digest, notably 3 which refer to pronouncements of the Divi Fratra. One of these speaks explicitly of those who perform a magistracy under compulsion, another, as Garnsey says, demonstrates the existence of a sharp cleavage between rich and poor in the council, and a third refers to those who are left in debt as a result of an administrative office. Before this there had been signs of the trouble that was to come. Some men had shown reluctance to perform liturgies, or magistracies involving heavy expense, exemptions from such duties had been curtailed, those who had promised voluntarily to undertake public works had sometimes had to be forced to carry them out, fees had begun to be demanded from new councillors, and so on. There are unmistakable signs that the Antonine age was a period of prosperity for the primors viri and ruin for the inferiors within the councils. When we remember the extent to which our literary tradition concerning classical antiquity is dominated by writers whose outlook is essentially that of the propertied class, and the fact that ancient historians iri the modern 470 Western world have either been members of that class or have thoroughly shared its outlook, we need feel no surprise that the Antonine period should still be remembered as a kind of golden age. I can think of no statement by an ancient historian about the Roman world that has been quoted more often than Gibbon's. If a man were called to fix the period in the history of the world during which the condition of the human race was, I one ost happy and prosperous, he would, without hesitation, name that which elapsed from the death of Domitian to the accession of Commodus, that is to say, the years from 96 to 180. Under the Severan dynasty, as is well known, compulsion was more and more stringently applied to the curial class. There is no need to go into detail. Public services of all kinds were demanded of magistrates and decurions, some of them, which came to be known as munera personalia, imposing primarily personal service, and others, munera patrimonii, the expenditure of money, in time munera mixta were recognized, which involved both personal and pecuniary service. 11 Even munera personalia, however, might involve considerable incidental expense. There was an elaborate series of provisions giving immunity, set out at length in the Digest LV6 and often alluded to elsewhere. These were revised again and again by the emperors, usually in such a way as to restrict or withdraw the immunity and make the service ever more general. A natural result of the pressure on the curial class which I have just described, increasing from the Antonine age into the Severan, was a marked fall in expenditure by public-spirited men on civic buildings and on foundations to provide benefits for their fellow citizens and sometimes others. We need not be surprised to find that from about the middle of the 3rd century onwards the cities, in setting up honorific inscriptions, tend to concentrate their praises on the provincial governor rather than on local grandees. 18. I have said hardly anything so far to explain how the curial class came to be steadily depleted and ultimately reduced to a mere shadow of itself, especially in the East. It used to be customary for historians to express great sympathy with the Curiales and shed tears over their sad fate, but in recent years it has been realized, largely owing to the researches of A.H.M. Jones, that we need to look at the whole question in a very different light. Characteristic of the earlier tendency is the picture presented by Jules Tautane, in whose book, The Economic Life of the Ancient World, we are told that the people who suffered most from the economic decline of the 3rd century were the wealthy and middle classes, the landowners, manufacturers, and merchants, to whom economic prosperity really owed its being. Now the landowners, at any rate, were precisely the people who had appropriated and monopolized what prosperity there was in the Greco-Roman world. To say that prosperity owed its being to them is a grotesque distortion of the truth. In the 3rd century, the Curiales must have represented a high proportion of the propertied landowning class, in the sense of those members of my propertied class who were able to live by their land without having to spend any appreciable time on working it. But 8. The decline and fall, an explanation. 471. The Curiales, although I often refer to them as a class, when contrasting them with the imperial aristocracy on the one hand, and the poor free men, coloni and slaves on the other, were a class with a considerable spread, those at the very lowest end of the scale hardly falling within my propertied class, while those at the top end might be very rich and might hope to become members of the imperial aristocracy themselves. And the key to the understanding of the position of the curial class in the 4th and 5th centuries is the realization of two facts. First, the richer the decurion, the more likely he was to be able to escape upwards into the ranks of the imperial honorati, or to obtain by influence or bribery some position 19 which exempted him from curial duties, thereby increasing the burden on the poorer members of the order who were left, sometimes to the point of actual ruin and loss of property. And secondly, curial burdens, far from being distributed in proportion to wealth, tended to fall more heavily on the poorer decurions in a given council. In view of the inherently hierarchical tendencies of the Roman world, no one will be surprised to find the curial order developing an inner ring of privilege within itself which in due course receives legal recognition. 20. I have deliberately said nothing of the decemprimi who begin to appear in Italian and Sicilian towns in the late Republic as the leading members of the Ordo Decurionum, or of the Decaprotoi, the first 10 men, who are known in the Greek world from just after the middle of the 1st century of the Christian era until the beginning of the 4th and are always decurions, responsible for a fiscal liturgy. 21 Although the Decaprotoi/Ecosaprotoi are often mentioned as such in honorific inscriptions, there is no sign that they, any more than the decemprimi in the West, enjoyed any special privileges or powers as such. Legal privilege does, however, appear in the 4th century onwards in connection with the leading decurions known as principales, a term which first appears in the codes as early as 328. In the second half of the 4th century we often hear of these principales, who are probably identical with a new kind of decemprimi now appearing in various parts of the empire. By the early 5th century, constitutions of honorius, directed towards stamping out donatism in North Africa, reveal by the difference in the size of the pecuniary penalties they prescribe the large gap which by now had opened up between the leading decurions and the others, a constitution of 412 which punishes senators with a fine of £30 gold rates the principales at £20 gold and other decurions at only £5, and in another law, of 414, we find senators assessed at £100 silver, the decemprimi curiales at £50 and the remaining decurions at £10. Norman has well emphasized that by the latter part of the 4th century the great division in the curiae is horizontal, based purely on economic differences, and the few great families have deliberately cut themselves off not only from the commons but also from the humbler members of the order. The rapacity of the wealthier and more influential principales was increasingly directed against the poorer decurion for their own financial gain. The class struggle proceeded apace even within the curial order. 472. The longest of all the titles in the Theodosian Code of 438 is 12. De Decurianibus. It contains 192 laws, from Constantine's reign to 438, and other laws affecting decurions appear elsewhere in the code. There are still others again in Justinian's code. By far the most important consideration, in the eyes of the emperors, was to prevent decurions from evading their obligations, for example by escaping into the army, or into one of the more profitable branches of the imperial civil service, or into the church. The whole story has been well told in detail, and I need not recapitulate it here. I will say only that the evidence shows all too well the extent to which the richer members of the order were able to escape from their obligations to their curia by doing the very thing the emperors were so anxious to prevent, sometimes by obtaining honorary codicilli, granting them some rank which conferred exemption from curial duties, sometimes by actually obtaining some post which carried such rank. The constant repetition of some of these laws shows how inefficient they were. Patronage could often procure the evasion of a law, and the councils themselves tended to be reluctant to coerce defaulters, partly because it was so difficult for them to operate effectively against a man who had obtained high rank and because it might be dangerous to incur his enmity, and partly also through sheer corruption and the hope of favors to come from the ex-decurion. As Norman has said, curial decline in the late 4th century could certainly never have proceeded with such speed had there not been powerful support for it from inside the curiae themselves, not merely that manifested by evasion and subterfuge, but that also provided by the wealthy principalists. The desire of decurions to obtain senatorial rank illicitly, even if it meant selling much of their property in order to procure the necessary bribe, was by no means motivated only by the wish to escape their financial obligations, which might, indeed, be increased by senatorial status. The sheer prestige was itself a major consideration, in a society intensely conscious of rank and order, but perhaps most important of all was the desire of the decurion to obtain personal security against the maltreatment which in the 4th century was being increasingly meted out to curials by provincial governors and other imperial officials, but which they would not dare to inflict upon men of senatorial status. One interesting sign of the gradual deterioration in the position of the curial class during the 4th century is the fact that whereas all decurions are still specifically exempted from all flogging by imperial constitutions of 349 or 350 and 359, by 376 the use of the plumbata, the leaded scourge, is permitted upon all except the leading decurions, although the emperors express the pious hope that this will be inflicted upon them in moderation. Although constitutions of 380 and 381 again forbid the plumbata for any decurion, by 387 the use of the dreadful weapon is permitted again in fiscal cases, and this time even a principal decurion is not immune. It is not surprising, then, that we find Libanius, in the late 4th century, insisting that it was above all the frequent flogging of decurions which had driven so many of them to seek the rank of senator. 22. 8. The decline and fall, an explanation 473 even at the cost of paying a very large price for the privilege, and that in this way the ranks of the councillors had become depleted. The severity of later Roman floggings is brought out by several literary passages, notably in St. Athanasius, suggesting that in the mid-4th century a flogging, even without the use of the plumbata, could easily result in death. In the mid-4th century, a touching picture of the relationship between a local council and the general population, as a leading member of the local propertied class liked to imagine it, is given by Libanius. The relationship is that of parents to children. 23. The Emperor Majorian in 458 could still, in a charming phrase, state it as an undoubted fact that the decurions were the sinews of the commonwealth and the vitals of the cities. Curiales nervos serei publici ac viscera civitatem nullus ignora. In the East it seems to have been early in the 6th century, in the reign of Anastasius, that the city councils finally ceased to matter very much in the local decision-making process, and perhaps even to meet. The decurions were now reduced to little more than minor local officials responsible for tax collection and the performance of other public duties. The whole process brings out admirably the complete control exercised over the whole Greco-Roman world by the very highest class of senators and equestrians, who had merged into a single order by at least the beginning of the 5th century. There were now more grades within the senatorial order. The lowest were clarissimi, then came spectabiles and finally illusters. By the mid-5th century the most illustrious were magnificentissimi and even gloriosissimi. The utter lack of any kind of real power below the highest class left even men of some property and local distinction helpless subjects of the great, except in so far as the emperors chose to protect them, as they were obliged to do to some extent, if the empire was to be kept going. The screw, having already been tightened at the bottom of the social scale by landlords and tax collectors about as far as it would safely go, and indeed further, had from the later 2nd century onwards, and regularly during the 3rd, to be put on the curial class, as the only alternative to the increased taxation of the really rich, which they would never have endured. As soon as the curials began to change even to a small extent from the beneficiaries of the system into its victims, they made indignant protests, which used to receive unduly sympathetic attention from historians. There is plenty of evidence that they did not allow themselves to suffer until they had squeezed the very last drop out of those beneath them, in particular their coloni. The priest Salvian, writing in Gaul in the 2nd quarter of the 5th century, could exclaim, "What else is the life of curiales but injustice?" We're often reminded that Salvian was prone to exaggeration, and indeed in the same passage he can see in the lives of businessmen only fraud and perjury, of officials false accusation, and of soldiers plunder. But lest we be tempted to dismiss entirely his strictures upon curials, we should look at what is, to my 474 mind, perhaps the most extraordinary of all the constitutions ever promulgated by the Roman emperors, one issued by Justinian in 531, which strictly prohibits all curiales from ever becoming bishops or priests, on the ground that it is not right for a man who has been brought up to indulge in extortion with violence, and the sins that in all likelihood accompany this, and is fresh from deeds of the utmost harshness as a curialis, suddenly to take holy orders and to admonish and instruct concerning benevolence and poverty. ************************************************ I have seldom had occasion so far to notice movements of revolt or resistance on the part of the lower classes in the ancient world. I shall have a certain amount to say on this subject in the last 2 sections of this chapter. But since I shall be dealing there mainly with the Middle and later Roman Empire, and of course this book is concerned with the Greek East rather than the West, I shall have little or nothing to say about a number of local revolts against Roman rule, almost entirely in the West and during the Republic and early Principate, which have been discussed recently in 2 articles by Stephen L. Dyson, with the praiseworthy aim of applying to them knowledge available today about movements against modern colonialism. 24. Defection to the barbarians, peasant revolts, and indifference to the disintegration of the Roman Empire. The fable of the donkey which receives with indifference the news of a hostile invasion may help us to achieve a better understanding of the quite considerable body of evidence from both eastern and western parts of the Roman Empire that the attitude of the lower classes towards the barbarians was by no means always one of fear and hostility, and that incursions of the barbarians were often received with indifference and even on occasion positive pleasure and cooperation, in particular by poor men unendurably burdened by taxation. There is a considerable body of evidence from the 2nd century to the 7th of flight or desertion to the barbarians, or of appeals to them or even help given to them, which has never, as far as I know, been fully presented, in English at any rate. I cannot claim to have made anything like a complete collection of the material, but I will mention here the main texts I have come across. It is convenient to mention also in this section some evidence for peasant revolts, especially in Gaul and Spain, which has been very well discussed by E. A. Thompson. It is not my intention, however, to try to give anything like a full list of the internal rebellions and dissensions which broke out in various parts of the Greek and Roman world during the Principate and later Empire, for most of these episodes the evidence. 8. the decline and fall. An explanation 475 is bad, and it is unclear whether there was any significant element of revolution from below or even of social protest. Sometimes our only source is of such poor quality or so enigmatic that we are not able to rely on it. For example, it is only in a speech of Dio Chrysostom, which has been variously dated, between 71 and the reign of Trajan, that we hear of a serious disturbance in Alexandria, necessitating the use of armed force by the prefect of Egypt to suppress it. There is a mysterious reference in a mid-2nd century Spartan inscription to Neoterismoi, which may conceivably be connected with the rebellio in Greece meant Ione in the Historia Augusta as having been put down by the Emperor Antoninus Pius. And again, it is only in the Historia Augusta that we have a reference to something resembling a slave revolt in Sicily during the sole reign of Gallienus, taking the form, it is said, of widespread banditry. Banditry or brigandage is often, of course, a symptom of social protest, but we also come across certain alleged brigand chiefs who are likely to have begun with a following consisting largely of peasants, herdsmen, runaway slaves, and other humble folk, but who became local despots, for instance, the adventurer and alleged did, Cleon of Gordiocum, in the last century BC 3 sometimes, as in the movement in the area of Carthage, early in 238, which led to the proclamation as emperor of the aged Gordian I, a rich landowner who was then proconsul of Africa. It is evident that there was no popular or peasant uprising, but that the whole impetus came from the upper classes, in the African example I have just mentioned, from a group of well-born and rich young men, who resented recent increases in taxation and the severity with which they were applied by the procurator of the Emperor Maximin, and were able to mobilize their dependents in the countryside and bring them into Carthage. 4 In some case 7 events of real importance, almost everything is uncertain, for instance, the role of Mariades and of the lower classes of Antioch in the taking of that city by Shapur I of Persia, in 256 or thereabouts. 5 Sometimes the respective roles played in a rebellion by the upper and lower classes are not made clear by our sources and are very variously interpreted by different historians. The rebellion of Firmus in North Africa in 372/3 to 374/5 is a case in point. Of other African revolts hardly any details are known. They appear to me to have been essentially tribal movements. 6 I wish to say with all possible emphasis that in all cases known to me in which there were contests for the imperial throne there is no sign that class Stro 5G1E ever played any significant part. This is true of the competition for the principate on the death of Nero in 68, of the next series of armed conflicts from 193 to 197, and also of the half-century from the end of the Severan dynasty in March 235 to the accession of Diocletian late in 284, when the succession was virtually always settled by force, and the only emperor who lived to count the years of his reign in double figures was Gallienus, joint ruler from 253 to 260 with his father Valerian, and sole emperor from 260 to 268. Nor can any of the few subsequent civil wars in the 4th century be seen as a class war, even where we do find a certain number of men driven desperate by heavy taxation and a highly oppressive administration taking the 476 side of a pretender, Procopius in 365-6, their support was but a minor and incidental feature of his rebellion. All competition for the imperial dignity was entirely between members of the governing class, attempting to seize or retain power for themselves, and the contests were all decided by at least the threat, and often the use, of armed force. At the very beginning of the 2nd century we hear of deserters to Eceballus, the Dacian chief. According to Oio Cassius, Eceballus gave a reluctant undertaking to surrender to the Romans both the deserters and his arms and his military machines and artificers. Eceballus also promised for the future not to receive any deserter or to employ any soldier from the Roman Empire, and Oio adds, for it was by seducing men from there that he had been obtaining the majority of his forces, and the best of them. 1 On other occasions too we hear of deserters, and sometimes the numbers given are so strikingly large as to suggest that there must have been civilian defectors as well as military deserters whom the Romans were anxious to reclaim. Oio speaks on several occasions of deserters to the Quadi, Marcomanni, and others between the late 160s and the 180s. We hear that the Quadi in c. 170 promised to surrender all the deserters and the captives, 13,000 at first, and the rest later, a promise they did not fulfill. About 5 years later the Sarmatian Iazyges, according to Oio, gave back 100,000 captives they still had, after many had been sold or had died or escaped. When describing the treaties of peace made by Commodus, shortly after his accession in 180, first with the Marcomanni and then with the Buri, Dio mentions the Roman demand to the Marcomanni for the return of the deserters and captives and then speaks of 15,000 captives given back to the Romans, in addition to many returned by the Buri. I think there is reason to suspect that large numbers of civilians may have gone over to the barbarians in these cases of their own free will. In 366, proof that many of those alleging they had been captured by the barbarians were suspected of having gone off voluntarily is furnished by the constitution of that date mentioned below, providing for an inquisition in such cases, whether the man concerned had been with the barbarians voluntarily or by compulsion. Just before the end of the Antonine Age, somewhere between 186 and 188, came the revolt in Gaul and Spain led by Ernest, a military deserter, for which I need do no more than refer to Thompson's account. As he points out, the revolt foreshadowed the first recorded movement of the Bacchaudia a century later, described below. Our sources for this revolt fail to reveal much about its character. It is referred to in the Historia Augusta as a war of deserters, countless numbers of whom were then plaguing Gaul. Although discontented soldiers may have formed its nucleus, it may well have involved many members of the submerged classes of Gaul and Spain, as Thompson suggests. Ernest was soon betrayed, captured and beheaded, and his forces broke up. At the end of the civil war of 193-4 between Septimius Severns and Pessinnius Niger, many of the soldiers of the defeated Niger fled across the Tigris to the Parthian sphere. This, a consequence of a contest for the imperial throne which lacked any characteristic of a social movement, would be hardly worth mentioning here but for the fact that Herodian makes much of it, rightly or wrongly, on the ground that the deserters included many craftsmen, who not only gave the barbarians valuable instruction on how to use weapons in hand-to-hand combat but also taught them how to make such weapons. At this time and in the years between 194 and 199 we must put the activities of T.I. Claudius Candidus, which we know only from a cryptic reference in an inscription, ILS 1140:8. He conducted military operations by land and sea against rebels and public enemies in the provinces of Asia, Noricum, and hither Spain. In each case, however, Candidus will doubtless have been operating mainly, and perhaps entirely, against the adherents of Severus, two rivals for the imperial throne, Pessinnius Niger and Clodius Albinus. Another inscription, ILS 1153, records the activities of C. Julius Septimius Castinus, with detachments of 4 legions of the Rhine army, apparently c. 208 or shortly afterwards, against deserters and rebels, who must have been Gauls or Germans. It is at about the same time or a little earlier that we hear of that Robin Hood figure, Bulla or Felix, who is said to have plundered parts of Italy for about 2 years, with a robber band of 600 men, until he too was captured, and thrown to the beasts. A contemporary source, Dio Cassius, our main authority for Bulla, preserves 2 of his sayings. The first is a message sent to the authorities through a captured centurion, "Feed your slaves," to stop them becoming brigands. The other is Bulla's answer to a question at his interrogation by the great jurist Papinian, then praetorian prefect, "Why did you become a brigand?" Bulla replied tersely, "Why are you prefect?" It appears from Oio that Bulla received much information from country folk in the neighborhood of Rome and Brundisium, and this may remind us of the statement of Ulpian in the Digest that a bandit cannot carry on his operations in concealment for long without local sympathizers, an opinion which applies equally well to modern guerrilla movements. After this, until late in the 3rd century, I know of only one piece of evidence that is of real value for our present purposes. A Christian bishop in mid-3rd century Pontus, Saint Gregory Thaumaturgus of Neo-Caesarea, sternly rebukes his flock in his canonical letter, written perhaps in 255, for going over openly to the invading Goths, helping them to murder their fellow citizens, and pointing out to the barbarians the houses most worth plundering. 9. Actions which we shall find paralleled in Thrace in 376-8. The failure of the inhabitants of many of the cities of Asia Minor, and 478. Even of their garrisons, to offer any resistance to the Gothic invasions of the mid-3rd century is an indication of the low state of morale at this time, see especially Zosimus LXXXV. Zosimus also speaks of assistance given to the Goths in c. 256 by fishermen of eastern Thrace, enabling them to cross the Bosphorus. It is in c. 284, in the reign of Ernest, that we first hear of the Bacchaudi, a name of unknown origin, given to participants in a whole series of peasant rebellions in Gaul and Spain which continued intermittently until c. 456. Their first revolt was easily crushed by Maximian in 285. For the 4th century there is virtually no direct evidence about Bacchaudi, but our literary sources are always reluctant to discuss military operations against lower-class rebels, and when Ammianus, writing of the early years of the reign of Valentinian I, alludes darkly to many battles fought in various parts of Gaul which he thinks less worthy of narration than those against German barbarians, and goes on to say that it is superfluous to describe them, both because their outcome led to nothing worthwhile, and because it is unbecoming to prolong a history with ignoble details, we may suspect that Valentinian was suppressing further movements of Bacchaudi, and without any resounding and complete success. The most important risings of Bacchaudi were in the earlier 5th century, in Gaul in 407-17, 435-7 and 442, and perhaps 448, and in Spain in 441, 443, 449, 454 and 456. On several of these occasions imperial armies operated against them, led by commanders who included the Magistri Militum Flavius Asturius and Marobods. 12. These uprisings, coming as they did at a time when the Roman world was facing unparalleled pressure on its western frontiers, may have played an important part in bringing about the disintegration of a considerable part of the Western Empire. I have space for only 2 of the many small scraps of evidence that have survived regarding these revolts. First, the eminent Senator Rutilius Nemesianus, describing in his poem De Reditutio a journey he took from Rome to his native Gaul towards the end of 417, praises the activity of his relative Exuperantius in restoring law and order in Armorica, the main center of Bacchaudic activity, a large district around the mouth of the Loire. Exuperantius, he says, is now teaching the area to love the return of peace from exile, he has restored the laws and brought back liberty, and he does not allow the Armoricans to be slaves to their own domestics, a clear indication of the class war which had been taking place in northwest Gaul. Secondly, in a comedy called the Caeolus, 13 by an unknown author writing apparently in the early years of the 5th century, there is a disparaging reference to life beside the Loire, where men live under the ius gentium, another name for which is woodland laws, and where rustici speechify and capital sentences are pronounced under an oak tree and recorded on bones, and indeed ibi totem licet, there anything goes. There is no explicit evidence of peasant revolutionaries in Britain in the 4th century, and Collingwood put his case too strongly when he claimed that because the same legal and administrative system, the same distinction between 8. The decline and fall, an explanation 479 rich men in great villas and poor men in village huts, and the same barbarian invasions, were present towards the end of the 4th century in Britain as in Gaul, it is hardly to be doubted that effects were identical too, and that the wandering bands which Theodosius saw in Britain included large numbers of Bacchaudi. For however, Thompson has recently made quite a good case for seeing the revolt in 409, in Britain and the whole of Armorica and in other provinces of Gaul, described by Zosimus 6. v. 2-3, as a movement of a type akin to the revolts of the Gallic Bacchaudi. 15. We do not know enough about the social situation in Britain in the early 5th century or about the details of the revolt itself to make a positive affirmation, but Thompson's interpretation is not contradicted by any ancient source and is probable enough in itself. Apart from the material I have been discussing, there are for the time of Constantine onwards many small scraps of evidence and one or two particularly striking passages. References to the flight of slaves to the barbarians are only to be expected, and I will mention but two examples. C. 6.I.3, a constitution issued by Constantine between 317 and 323, prescribes as a penalty for such desertion amputation of a foot or consignment to the mines. 16. Secondly, it could be said that during the first siege of Rome by Alaric the Visigoth, in the winter of 408-9, virtually all the slaves in Rome, totaling 40,000, escaped to the Gothic camp. It is hardly significant, too, that the ecclesiastical historian Eusebius should speak of Christians fleeing to the barbarians during the great persecution and being well received and allowed to practice their religion. It is more interesting to find an edict of Constantine in 323 demanding the burning alive of anyone who affords to barbarians an opportunity to plunder Romans, or shares in the spoils, and another edict, of 366, ordering inquiry to be made, whenever anyone claims that he had been captured by barbarians, to discover whether he had gone off under compulsion or of his own free will. 8. 119, quoted above. Ammianus, telling the story of the Persian invasion of Roman Mesopotamia in 359, mentions a former Gallic trooper he himself encountered, who had deserted long ago, to avoid being punished for a crime, and who had been well received and trusted by the Persians and often sent back into Roman territory as a spy. He of course was executed. In 369 Count Theodosius disbanded the Arcani, who had given secret information to the barbarians. From the years 376 to 8 we have some extraordinarily interesting evidence from Ammianus about the behavior of many members of the lower classes in the Balkan area, which we may compare with the tirade of Saint Gregory Thaumaturgus in the 250s, mentioned above. Under Fritigern and other chiefs the Visigoths, who had been allowed by the Emperor Valens to cross the Danube into Thrace in 376, but had been very badly treated by the Roman commanders, began to ravage Thrace. Fritigern advised his men to leave the cities alone and plunder the country districts. Those who surrendered to the barbarians or were captured by them, says Ammianus, pointed out the rich villages, especially those where ample supplies of food were said to be available. In particular, certain gold miners, unable to bear the heavy burden of taxation, did the barbarians great service by revealing to them hidden reserves of food and the secret hiding places and storehouses of the local inhabitants. Roman soldiers who deserted to the Goths also gave them much valuable information. Even after the disastrous Battle of Adrianople in 378, we hear of 300 Roman infantry going over to the Goths, only to be massacred. Some guardsmen who tried to help the Goths to capture the city of Adrianople soon afterwards were detected and beheaded. Yet information was still given to the Goths by deserters. According to Ammianus it was so detailed, concerning Perinthus and neighboring cities, that the Goths knew about the interior of the very houses, not to mention the cities. Dealing with the year 380, Zosimus speaks of every city and every field in Macedonia and Thessaly being filled with lamentation and appeals from everyone to the barbarians to come to their help. It is just after he has mentioned that instructions had been given for the rigorous exaction of taxes from these areas, in spite of the serious damage recently inflicted upon them by marauding Goths. Nicopolis in Thrace seems to have gone over to the Goths about this time. 17 A constitution of 397 threatens with death any entering into a criminal conspiracy with soldiers, private citizens, or barbarians, to kill some great man or a member of the imperial civil service. A large number of men described by Zosimus as slaves and outcasts joined the army of Tribigild the Ostrogoth in 399 and participated in the plundering of Phrygia and Lydia, and a year or two later we hear of runaway slaves and military deserters plundering the countryside of Thrace, until they were crushed by the Gothic magister militum Flavius Fravida, who is also credited with having earlier freed the whole east from Cilicia to Phoenicia and Palestine from the scourge of bandits. In the first decade of the 5th century Saint Jerome complains that Pannonians have joined the barbarians invading Gaul. Zero legenda residential publica, he exclaims. There is a fascinating passage in the Eucharisticos of Paulinus of Pella, referring to his presence in the city of Vaasates during its unsuccessful siege by the Goths under Adolf in 415–16. Paulinus speaks of an ineffectual armed revolt by a body of slaves, combined with the senseless fury of a few young men, who were actually of free birth, and he says it was aimed deliberately at the slaughter of the leading citizens, including Paulinus himself, whose innocent blood, with that of his fellows, was saved only by divine intervention. 2 or 3 years later, in 418, we hear of a rebellio in Palestine, put down by the Goth Plinta, comes and Magister Militum of Theodosius II, and in 431 of a revolt in the west, by the Nori, suppressed with armed force by Aetius, but we know nothing of the details in either case. 19 soldiers in the army sent by Justinian for the conquest of Italy in the 5405 seem to have deserted wholesale. Procopius can even make Belisarius complain to the emperor that the majority have deserted 481 Goth. 3.12.8, cf. 8 equals Goth. 4.xxxii.20, and see the next paragraph below. Other sources too, both Greek and Latin, speak of the inhabitants of the Roman Empire as actually desiring the coming of the barbarians. The fact that the panegyric delivered to the Emperor Julian by Claudius Mamertinus on January 1, 362 includes a phrase to this effect may be of little or no significance. And I would ignore the conceit in Libanius, Orid. XL 7. 20, imagining that a city which is in some way disadvantaged by another might call in neighboring Barbaroi as its allies. But I would be inclined to take more seriously the statement of Themistius to the Emperor Valens in 368 that many of the nobles who have held office for 3 generations made their subjects long for the barbarians. The orator had just been speaking of the tremendous burden of taxation, which he represents as having been doubled in the 40 years before the accession of Valens in 364, but now halved by Valens. Similarly Orosius, writing of the eruption of Germans into Gaul and Spain early in the 5th century, could say that some Romans preferred to live among the barbarians, poor but in liberty, rather than endure the anxiety of paying taxes in the Roman Empire. Here again, as so often, it is the burden of taxation which outweighs all other considerations. Procopius too, after describing the vicious behavior of the army of Justinian in Italy in the early 540s, could admit that the soldiers made the Italians prefer the Ostrogoths, and in this case also we hear of unjust extortion practiced by Alexander the Logothete, whom Justinian sent to Ravenna in 540, and a little later by Bessus at Rome in 545–6. 20. A particularly eloquent complaint is that of Salvian, a Christian priest in southern Gaul, who probably wrote in the early 440s. Making some very severe strictures on the wealthy class of Gaul in his day, whom he compares to a pack of brigands, he says that the oppressed poor used to flee for refuge to the barbarians or to the Bacchaudi. Salvian stresses above all the oppressiveness of Roman taxation, which allows the wealthy to get off lightly but burdens the poor beyond endurance. I decline to follow Jones in discounting almost entirely the evidence of Orosius as suspect and that of Salvian as biased and unreliable. 21. Although of course I recognize that Salvian is prone to rhetorical exaggeration, like the great majority of later Latin and Greek writers, I agree with Ernest that his De Gubernatione Dei is la source la plus revelatrice sur la situation intérieure de l'Empire d'Occident, la seule qui nous laisse voir directement tout la misère du temps dans sa réalité atroce. Stein devotes more than 3 pages to describing some of Salvian's strictures on the oppressiveness of Roman rule in the West in his day, and he points out that some of these are reflected in an exactly contemporary edict, of Valentinian III. To this I would add another edict, issued 17 years later by the Emperor Majorian, which I have some, J1 arised in section 4 of this chapter. Although, as I have already made clear, I regard Donatism as 482. Being primarily a religious movement and not an expression of social protest, there is no doubt that it contained a strong element of such protest, simply because the class of large landowners in North Africa was overwhelmingly Catholic. The role of the Catholic Church in North Africa in the later Roman Empire has been admirably described in the great book on Vandal Africa by Christian Courtois. As he says, l'Afrique du XXe siècle n'est demeure romaine qu'aparie double appui de l'aristocratie foncière et de l'Église catholique qui est accordant pour assurer à état et minimum de puissance indispensable à l'allure. The Circumcellions 22, the militant wing of the Donatists, waged open war on occasion not only upon the Catholic Church in Africa but also upon the class of large landowners from which that church derived its main support. The war cry of these men, Deo laudes, was more to be feared, according to Saint Augustine, than the lion's roar. But these fanatics, barbarous as they might seem to the landlord class, were anything but a terror to the poor, for we hear of them threatening to punish money lenders who exacted payment from the peasants, and forcing landlords to dismount from their carriages and run before them while their slaves drove, or to do slaves' work at the mill. There are clear indications that the regime the Vandals set up on their conquest of Roman North Africa in 429 and the years following was less extortionate than the Roman system existing there, from the point of view of the c%ni. 23 constitutions issued by Justinian in 552 and 558, many years after his reconquest of North Africa in 533-4, show that during the Vandal period many coloni must have achieved some kind of freedom by escaping from the estates where they were in the condition of serfs, see Corplure Civil. 3799-803, Append. 6 and 9. 24-25. Although the Ostrogoths, for example, could sometimes, like other barbarians, behave with great savagery to the inhabitants of captured towns, even indulging in general massacre and enslavement. 26. Their rule might sometimes seem at least no worse than that of the Roman landowners, as it evidently did in Italy in the 540s during the reign of Totila the Ostrogoth, who in the areas under his control treated the peasants particularly well, in strong contrast with those who commanded the Roman army sent by Justinian. 27. Totila made the peasants pay their rents as well as their taxes to himself. 28. He also accepted into his army a considerable number of slaves who had belonged to Roman masters, and he firmly refused to hand them over. 29. He is also credited with representing most successfully to the peasants of Lucania, who had been organized into a military force against him by the great landowner Tullianus, that if they returned to the cultivation of their fields the property of their landlords would become theirs. All this material comes from Procopius, who was personally present as a member of the staff of Belisarius. In the light of this information, it is easy to understand the particularly venomous way in which Totila is referred to by Justinian in his so-called pragmatic sanction of 554-30, which ordered everything done by Totila, including his donations, to be abrogated, confiscated property to be restored, marriages between free persons and slaves to be dissolved at the wish of the free party and slaves and coloni who had passed into the possession of others to be returned to their original masters. The statement by Jones that the mass of the Africans and Italians welcomed the armies of Justinian is far from being justified even by the few passages he is able to quote from Procopius, a witness who would naturally have been glad to find evidence of friendliness towards the armies of which he himself was a member. 31. At the very end of the 6th century we find Pope Gregory the Great writing of Corsicans and Campanians defecting to the Lombards. In the 7th century we hear from the chronicle of Bishop John of Nicaea of Egyptians deserting to the Arabs. 32. The conquest by the Arabs, first of Palestine, Syria, Mesopotamia, and part of Armenia, and then of Egypt, was accomplished with astonishing speed within a decade, Syria etc. between 634 and 640, and Egypt by 642. This startling process was no doubt facilitated by the previous large-scale Persian attacks on the eastern provinces of the Roman Empire in the quarter century beginning in 604-33. They overran Mesopotamia, Syria, and Palestine. Between 611 and 626 they devastated many parts of Asia Minor, and in 617-18 they conquered Egypt and held it for some 10 years. These lands were not entirely freed from the Persian danger until 629, the year after Chosroes was murdered in a coup. Although the surviving sources for all these events are very unsatisfactory and some of the dates are only approximate, the general outline is reasonably secure, but it is impossible to say how far the Arab victories during the next few years were due to the discouragement, exhaustion, damage, and loss of life caused by the Persian invasions. The Arab conquests certainly deserve much more space than I can give them here, since they were evidently due in large part to the old internal weaknesses of the later Roman Empire, especially of course class oppression, and including now religious strife and persecution. Not only did the exploitation of the many for the benefit of the few continue as before, the hostility between the various Christian sects, especially now between the monophysites of Syria and Egypt and the Chalcedonian Orthodox, seriously reduced the will to resist the Arabs on the part of the populations of Syria and Egypt, which were predominantly monophysite and had suffered much persecution on that account. Michael the Syrian, the Patriarch of Antioch at the end of the 12th century, speaking on behalf of his Jacobite brethren about the Arab conquest, says, "It was no small advantage to us to be delivered from the cruelty of the Romans, their wickedness, their fury, their implacable zeal against us, and to find ourselves at peace." 34 The same statement was made in the 13th century by Bar Hebraeus, another Syrian Jacobite historian, who used Michael as one of his principal sources. 35 I should emphasize here that for the 7th, 484 century in particular Syriac sources are often essential for the Roman historian. For those who do not read Syriac, translations are often available, into Latin or a modern language. There is fortunately an excellent account of all the main editions and translations by S. P. Brock, Syriac Sources for 7th Century History, in Byzantine and Modern Greek Studies 217-36. I know of no good evidence that the Syrian Christians actually helped the Arab invaders, whom they naturally feared and hated as infidels until they discovered that the Muslims were prepared in general to allow them to practice their own particular form of Christianity, provided they paid a poll tax for the privilege. As for the Egyptian Copts, most of them seem also to have regarded their conquerors at first with aversion and horror. Duchesne was clearly right to say that their sentiments were hostile to the empire persecutor rather than favorable to the infidel invader. 36 But some of them soon came to regard the rule of the Muslims, who as a rule were far more tolerant towards their subjects in religious matters, as a lesser evil than that of the persecuting Orthodox, the Melkites, or Emperor's men, as they called them. Even A. J. Butler, who in his History of the Arab Conquest of Egypt is eager to defend the Copts against any unfair charge of treachery and desertion to the Arab side, is obliged to admit that from 641 onwards the Copts did on occasion give assistance to the Arabs, notably when the brief Byzantine reoccupation of Alexandria in 645-6 was forcibly terminated, and the whole of Egypt was lost to the Greek world forever. 37 Butler also records the comments of Bar Hebraeus 38 on the temporary restoration to the Mesopotamian and Syrian monophysites in the early 7th century, by the Persian king Chosroes II, of the churches which had been taken from them and handed over to the Orthodox by the persecuting Chalcedonian bishop Domitianus of Melitene. Michael and Bar Hebraeus regarded the Persian conquest of Mesopotamia as a divine punishment on the Chalcedonians for their persecution of the Jacobites, in their eyes, of course, the Orthodox. And Butler adds, it is the old story of Christians sacrificing country, race, and religion in order to triumph over a rival sect of Christians. It was not only towards rival sects within Christianity that the Christians gave vent to their religious animosity. The restitution to Jerusalem in 630 of what was believed to be the true cross, carried off by the victorious Persians in 614 and now taken back from them by the Emperor Heraclius, was followed by a severe persecution of the Jews, who were accused of participating in the massacre of Christians at Jerusalem which had followed its capture by the Persians in 614. The consequences were soon to be unfortunate for the Roman Empire, for when the Arabs attacked Syria and Palestine in the 630s, the Jews evidently received them favorably and in some places gave them significant support. 39 ******************** A large number of barbarians, mainly Germans, achieved high positions in the Roman world through service in the army in the 4th century and later. As early as the mid-4th century, Arbitio, who had enlisted as a common soldier, reached the most exalted of all military ranks, that of Magister. 8. The Decline and Fall, an explanation 485 Equitum, and in 355 even became consul, an honor rarely conferred on upstarts. The vast majority of these barbarian military commanders were completely loyal to Rome, and it is rare indeed to hear of them being guilty of treachery, like the Alemannic chief Horder, appointed by Valentinian I to a Roman army command but tortured and burned to death about 372 for treasonable correspondence with his former compatriots. 40 With hardly an exception, these men came to regard themselves as Romans and thoroughly accepted the outlook of the Roman ruling class, of which they had become members, however much they might be despised by some for their barbarian origin. Their situation is admirably illustrated by the story of Silvanus, especially as it is told by Ammianus Marcellinus 15.v.233-41. Silvanus was apparently a second-generation immigrant, since Ammianus speaks of his father Benitus as a Frank, it is true, but one who had fought loyally for Constantine. After rising to very high military office, as Magister Petitum, Silvanus became in 355 the subject of an entirely unjustified accusation of treason, which he knew Constantius II was only too likely to accept, and in the circumstances he was virtually obliged to have himself proclaimed emperor, at Cologne, in which capacity he survived only 28 days before being put to death. Silvanus had thought at first of deserting to his kinsmen the Franks, but he was persuaded by another Frankish officer, Laeniagisus, that the tribesmen would simply murder him or sell him to the Romans, an interesting indication that many Germans had no use for those of their own number who had gone over to Rome. During a debate on the Silvanus affair in the consistory of Constantius II at Milan, another officer of Frankish origin, Malaric, the commander of the Gentiles, made an indignant protest that men devoted to the empire ought not to be victimized by cliques and wiles. Before turning back to the behavior of ordinary Greeks and Romans, I must emphasize once more that the prominent military men I have been discussing in this paragraph, although of barbarian origin, had become above all members of the Roman ruling class and were no more likely than other Romans to prove disloyal to the empire that was now coming to be called Romania, an expression the earliest surviving use of which dates from c. 358. Against all the evidence set out above for discontent, rebellion, and defection to the barbarians on the part of humble Greeks and Romans, I have come across very little sign of spontaneous resistance to barbarian incursions on the part of either peasants or townsmen. References to such activities in the countryside, which I have listed in 4.4 above, almost always attribute the initiative to prominent local landowners, who organize forces ad hoc, the nucleus of which is provided by their own colony and slaves. I know of even fewer examples of the vigorous defense of cities by their own inhabitants, especially without the assistance of garrisons of professional soldiers. 42 This may be due partly to the fact that barbarian ravaging was naturally focused on the countryside. Walled cities, even if not strongly defended, could present a difficult problem, for few barbarian groups were capable of mounting proper sieges. Fritigern in 376, when advising his Visigoths to concentrate on the best. 486. and most fruitful country areas, is said by Ammianus to have remarked that he kept peace with walls. Many other passages testify to the inability of barbarians to capture towns and their consequent preference for the ravaging of rural areas. Besides, many towns were garrisoned. But in the article published in 1977 which I have already utilized above, Thompson has emphasized the rarity of recorded civilian resistance of any kind to barbarian attacks. As he says, we hear much in the valuable chronicle of Hydateus of the ravaging of northwestern Spain by the Suevi, and in the life of Severinus by Eugippius 43 of the depredations of the Rugi in Noricum Ripens, but we never hear of any organized resistance by the provincial population. And he continues, Eugippius makes it clear that the Noricans, even when there were imperial troops stationed among them, and still more when there were none, were incapable of making any collective effort to check the ravages of the invaders. They never tried to ambush them, or to sink their boats as they crossed the Danube, or to launch punitive raids across the great river into the territory of those who were tormenting them. One or two forts in Galicia took up an aggressive defense against the Sueves and inflicted some losses upon them, 44, but in general the picture there was one of helplessness and despair, just as in Noricum. 45 It was not only the very poor who became defectors to the barbarians. At the very highest level of society, needless to say, any outright treasonable conduct, betraying the empire to a barbarian ruler, was almost unknown. I cannot add to the only two cases known to Jones, in 469 Arvandus, Praetorian prefect of he Gauls in 464-8, and soon afterwards Cyronatus, who was either governor of Aquitanica Prima or vicar of the Gallic diocese of the Septem Provincii. Both these men, no doubt, as Jones says, despairing of the empire, were condemned for collaboration with the Visigothic king Euric. 46 We also hear of a few by no means lowly men who defected to the barbarians. One or two of these evidently acted for reasons of personal advantage. Croix, for instance, a leading man of Nisibis in Mesopotamia, who fled to Persia in 359, seems to have been motivated mainly by affection for his beautiful wife, who had been captured by the Persians, and by the prospect of being handsomely treated by the Persian king, Shapur II. 47 And the bishop of Margus on the Danube, who in 441 betrayed his city to the Huns, seems to have been behaving in a scandalous manner, robbing Hun graves in breach of a treaty of 436, he probably handed over his city to escape being himself surrendered to the vengeance of the exasperated Huns. But there seems to be no good reason to think that there was any treachery on the part of Bishop Ephraimius of Antioch just before the capture and sack of that city by King Chosroes I of Persia in 540. The bishop of Bezabd in Mesopotamia also came under suspicion of having betrayed his city to the Persians in 360, but Ammianus, although he admits there was a prima facie case against the man, did not believe the accusation, and we must treat it as at best not proven. But even men of some substance could be driven to defect, like the poor, by injustice and maltreatment. There is an instructive story in Ammianus about a very able man living in the Greek East named Antoninus, who, after becoming a rich merchant, had taken a position as 8. The Decline and Fall, an explanation 487 accountant on the staff of the military governor of the province of Mesopotamia, and had formally received the honorary rank of protector. Certain men of power were able through their command of patronage to victimize him and to compel him to acknowledge a debt, the right to enforce payment of which was by collusion transferred to the imperial treasury. 48 And when the count of the treasury pressed him hard, Antoninus defected suddenly to Persia in 359, taking with him the fullest possible details of the Roman army and its resources and dispositions, and becoming the right-hand man of King Shapur II, who was planning to invade Roman Mesopotamia. At a later parley with the Roman general Ursicinus, Antoninus protested vehemently that he had not deserted the Greco-Roman world voluntarily, but only because he had been persecuted by his iniquitous creditors, whom even the great Ursicinus had been unable to hold in check. At the end of their colloquy Antoninus withdrew in the most respectful manner, not turning around but facing Ursicinus and deferentially walking backwards until he was out of sight, a touching revelation of his reluctance to abandon the society in which he had lived, and his veneration for its leading men. At least two men of some quality, one a doctor and the other a merchant, actually took refuge among, of all barbarian peoples, the Huns. A mid-5th century Gallic chronographic source laconically records under the year 448 that a doctor named Eudoxius, clever but perverse, after being involved in a revolt of the Bacchaudi, fled to the Huns. The other man is the subject of the fascinating story told by the historian and diplomat Priscus 49 of his meeting, during his embassy to the camp of Attila in 448 or 449, with an unnamed man from Greece who had once prospered as a merchant at Viminicium on the Danube and married a very rich wife there, but had been captured by the Huns when they took the city in 441 and had then fought for the Huns, even against the Romans. Although freed by his captors, he had by preference stayed to live among the Huns. His scathing description of Greco-Roman class society is reported by Priscus, a firm believer in the established order, with a grave, incredulous disapproval which makes the testimony all the more valuable. The Greek said that things were bad enough in wartime, but in peace they were even worse, because of heavy taxation, and unprincipled men inflict injuries, because the laws are not valid against everyone. A transgressor who is one of the very rich is not punished for his injustice, while a poor man, who doesn't understand business, pays the legal penalty, that is, if he doesn't die before the hearing, so long is the course of lawsuits protracted, and so much is the money that is spent on them. The climax of misery, perhaps, is to have to pay in order to obtain justice. For no one will give a hearing to an injured man unless he pays money to the judge and his assistants. This was all too true. The Greek seems to have been thinking primarily of civil litigation. We must not expect to find many references to long drawn-out civil suits, but we do hear of one which seems to have lasted for 18 years, from AD 226 to 244, and another that was ended by the personal intervention of King Theodoric the Ostrogoth, after 488. Dragging on allegedly for 30 years. 50. The position in criminal cases was even worse, for the accused, if they had neither honorific status themselves nor a sufficiently influential patron, might spend long periods in prison, sometimes in appalling conditions. In a speech of Libanius, giving a distressing picture of prison life at Antioch, we hear of a case in which a group of villagers, suspected of murdering a local landowner, spent many months in prison, where 5 of them actually died before the case was fully heard. Indeed, Roman criminal justice was in general not only brutal but inefficient. 51. The Greek was justified, too, in what he said about the venality of officials. All officials in the later Roman Empire expected to be handsomely tipped, even and perhaps especially, tax collectors. In a typically emotional edict Constantine says, "Let the grasping hands of the officials refrain, let them refrain, I say, for unless after this warning they do refrain, they shall be cut off by the sword." And he goes on to forbid their illicit tips, sportuli as they were called, a term which extended to many other types of payment, both forced and voluntary, including those made by patrons to their clients, or by benefactors to their fellow townsmen or others. It was an empty threat, however, as the officials must have known only too well. Only about 25 years after Constantine's death, in the reign of Julian, an inscription found at Timgid, recording the order of precedence at official functions in the province of Numidia, actually lays down an official tariff of the tips which could be legally demanded by the officials of that province. They are expressed in terms of modii of wheat, from 2 to 100 modii, say from a quarter of a bushel to about 12 bushels. 52. One civil servant of the 6th century who had literary pretensions, John Lydusun the Lydian, tells us that during his first years as an acceptor in the department of the Praetorian prefecture, quite a minor post, he actually earned sophronos as much as 1,000 solidi, thanks to the solicitude of his great patron, the Praetorian prefect Zodicus. As an ordinary acceptor, his nominal initial salary would probably have been only around 9 solidi, 53, and although various additional fees and perquisites would have been available, he would not, without powerful backing, have come near earning 1,000 solidi, unless he was prepared to indulge in corrupt practices to which the word sophronos would have been most inappropriate. John also mentions in the same passage that when he wrote a panegyric in verse in honor of his illustrious patron, the great man generously rewarded him with a gold solidus for every line of the poem, although perhaps generously is not quite the right word, for the money was paid out of public funds. The collapse of much of the Roman Empire in the 5th, 6th, and 7th centuries after the murder of Alexander Severus in 235, there ensued 50 years of unparalleled disaster for the empire, with a series of feudal civil wars between rival claimants to the imperial position, barbarian invasions, and a plague which 8. The decline and fall, an explanation 489 broke out in 251 and raged for some 15 to 20 years, with even more disastrous consequences than the pestilence of the 160s. One only in 284-5, with the accession of the very able Emperor Diocletian, was the situation temporarily stabilized. 2. And it was not until 324 that the empire entered upon a long period of internal peace, with Constantine's victory over Licinius and the unchallenged supremacy of the Constantinian house. Even after this there were occasional short periods of internecine warfare, due again in every case to contention for the imperial throne. As I insisted in section 3 of this chapter, the civil wars of the 3rd and 4th centuries, like those of the 1st and 2nd, were all fought out between the respective claimants and their armies. Not once is there any clear sign of an alignment of class forces corresponding to the opposition between the armies, and we must regard all these struggles, ferocious as they sometimes were, primarily as attempts by individuals and factions within the governing class to acquire or retain control of the supreme power in the empire. No doubt men driven desperate by oppression could sometimes be led to hope that a change of emperor might result in some improvement in their situation, and it need not surprise us, therefore, if we occasionally come across statements about the support given by humble men to some pretender to the imperial throne. Writing probably in the late 360s, the unknown author of a curious little treatise, known today as the anonymous De Rebus Bellicis, addressed to the reigning emperors, speaks with vehement disapproval of the greed of the rich, whose store of gold, he says, meant that the houses of the powerful were crammed full and their splendor enhanced to the destruction of the poorer classes of course being held down by force. But the poor were driven by their afflictions into various criminal enterprises, and losing sight of all respect for the law, all feelings of loyalty, they entrusted their revenge to crime. For they often inflicted the most severe injuries on the empire, laying waste the fields, breaking the peace with outbursts of brigandage, stirring up animosities, and passing from one crime to another they supported usurpers. The word here translated usurpers is tyranny, the standard term for a would-be emperor who did not succeed in establishing his rule firmly and achieving recognition. Certainly, the worse the situation of the poor under a given emperor, the more likely they might be, a priori, to support some new pretender to the throne. But we must not be too impressed by the allegations we occasionally meet with in literary sources that the followers of a particular pretender were, or at least included, the scum of the earth. Such statements are part of the normal armory of ancient political propaganda. However, on one occasion in particular I would be prepared to take such statements seriously. We hear from Ammianus and Zosimus that many humble men joined in the rebellion of Procopius, in 365-6, 3, and there is a good reason why discontent should have been greater than ever at this very time. Taxation was especially severe. Taxation had always been recognized by the Roman government as the prime necessity for the maintenance of peace itself, as the Romans understood that term. In the words Tacitus puts into the mouth of the Roman general. 490. Pedalius Ceralis in 70, without arms there can be no peace among peoples, nor can there be arms without pay, or pay without taxation. And in the ludicrously optimistic picture of a coming golden age, put into the mouth of the Emperor Probus, The cessation of any need for soldiers leads directly to a world in which taxation can disappear. Taxation, under the new system inaugurated by Diocletian, had steadily increased during the 4th century, and even Julian, who in Gaul is said to have reduced the tax on each caput from 25 solidi to 7, evidently made no reduction in the East during the short time he ruled there in 361–2. According to Themistius, addressing the Emperor Valens in March 368, imperial taxation had doubled during the 40 years before the accession of Valens in 364, and although Valens proceeded to have it, he did so only in his 4th year, 367–8, keeping it unchanged until then. Furthermore, Valens' father-in-law Petronius IV had made himself widely hated by his ruthless exaction of arrears of taxes, accompanied by torture, and going back, according to Ammianus, to the reign of the Emperor Aurelian, nearly 100 years earlier. Ammianus attributes partly to detestation of Petronius the adhesion to Procopius of many of the common people. Similarly, Zosimus ascribes the widespread support in Africa for Firmus to the exact ions of Romanus, the Comes Afrasi, in Mauritania. 5. I shall return shortly to the subject of taxation. One of the many feudal civil wars, between Constantius II and the usurper Magnentius, led to a major battle in 351 at Mursa, which may well have been the bloodiest battle of the century, as Stein has called it, with a total loss of life said, no doubt with much exaggeration, as usual to have been 54,000. 6. And there were innumerable wars on and over the frontiers, not only against barbarians like the Germans and Sarmatians in the north, and in the 5th century the Huns, as well as against the nomads of the desert who often attacked Egypt, Cyrenaica, and the other North African provinces. 7. But also against the Persians, who could be considered a civilized state comparable with the Roman Empire itself, and who became much more menacing in the Sassanid period from 224 onwards. Julian's disastrous expedition against Persia in 363 involved perhaps the largest army ever assembled by a Roman emperor for a campaign across the frontiers. 8. And the resulting losses in manpower and equipment, although they cannot be even approximately estimated, must have been catastrophic. Ordinary campaigns on the frontiers may not have resulted in a greater drain on the resources of the empire than occurred during peacetime, for no doubt the prisoners and booty captured will have roughly balanced out the losses. Even war with Persia may have yielded a good profit on occasion, as for example in 298, but in general the long series of conflicts in the East must have greatly strained the economy of the empire. And of course when Roman territory from which recruits were customarily obtained was lost to barbarian invaders, as happened above all in the West in the early years of the 5th century, permanent damage was inflicted on the military strength of the empire. It is indeed hard to estimate how much waste of resources occurred during 8. The decline and fall, an explanation. 491 wars, the army itself was a very great burden on those resources, if less in time of peace than during wars. One thing we can say with confidence, the army was now considerably enlarged beyond what it had been in the early Principate. The total paper strength of the army may have been about 400,000 or more, even in the Antonine period. 9. When Septimius Severus raised 3 new legions for his campaign against the Parthians in 197, he was increasing the legionary army by about 10%. Estimating the numbers of the armed forces is a very difficult task, especially as regards the auxiliary regiments, which evidently outnumbered the legions, and all I feel able to say is that Diocletian and Constantine must have greatly increased the size of the army, to perhaps well over 500,000 men. It is no wonder that Diocletian also began a thoroughgoing reform of the whole system of taxation, which was apparently far more effective in extracting from the working population, the peasantry above all, of course, the much greater resources needed to enable the government to sustain its military and administrative machine. Further expansion of the army may have brought it up to more than 600,000 before the end of the 4th century. We happen to possess 2 sets of figures for total army strength, the nature of which may inspire more confidence than we can usually feel in such cases, because they are not in the usual very round numbers and therefore look as if they may go back ultimately to genuine army lists, whether they represent them accurately or not. Very detailed, and not at all implausible, figures which add up to 435,266 are given in the mid-6th century by John Lytus for the reign of Diocletian. Agathias, writing perhaps c. 580, speaks of the army as numbering 645,000 under the emperors of former times, a phrase which must refer back to the time before the division of the empire in 395. 10. All the figures I have given are likely, of course, to represent paper strength, but even if the lists were inflated by quite a large number of fictitious soldiers, whose pay and rations were simply appropriated by the officers responsible for the lists, it is the paper strength which matters, as Jones has insisted, for it would have been those figures on which the actual issues of pay and allowances were based. It was not only the army which grew under Diocletian and his successors, the civil service too was enormously enlarged, the greatest single expansion coming when Diocletian virtually doubled the number of provinces, to over 100. At the time of the Notitia Dignitatum, drawn up at the time of the division of the empire in 395 and revised in its western section during the first quarter of the 5th century, there were, according to my calculation, 119 provinces. 11. Now the total numbers of men employed in the imperial civil service were not really excessive, when we take into account the vast area of the empire and the number of officia concerned, those not only of provincial governors, but of the Palatine ministries, the praetorian prefects and their vicars of the civil dioceses, the 2 urban prefects, the magistri militum and others. I would agree with Jones, whose knowledge of the evidence has never been 492 equaled, that the grand total of regular officials was not much in excess of 30,000, not an extravagant number for an empire which stretched from Hadrian's Wall to beyond the Euphrates too, but, as we shall see, the burden of the civil service upon the economy of the Roman world was out of all proportion to its numbers. Even before the great growth in the numbers of the Christian clergy, the army and the civil service represented a tremendous drain upon the resources of the Greco-Roman world. In a sense, many of the men concerned were performing essential functions in defense or administration. But they were all withdrawn from the productive process, and they had to be maintained by those who remained within the process, above all of course the peasants and slaves. Some of them, a high proportion of the superior officials, in particular, would already be members of the propertied class, who if they had not been involved in the administration would have been gentlemen of leisure, and to that extent an equal burden on the economy. But there is an essential fact here which it would be easy to overlook. Had civil servants been ordinary gentlemen of leisure, they would have been a burden, certainly, upon their own colony and slaves. What made many of the civil servants an exceptionally heavy weight upon the economy as a whole was that they were able to extort, by means of their official position, a far greater surplus from the working population than they would have been able to do as mere private individuals. Their opportunities for extortion naturally varied very greatly, and the higher a man's position the more he could make. It was not so much the nominal salaries which were the lucrative part of top appointments, indeed, the fixed official salaries, largely owing to the great inflation of the 3rd and 4th centuries, seem to have been distinctly lower in the later empire than in the Principate. 13. Even if the highest recorded salary in the later empire, the 100 pounds of gold paid annually to the praetorian prefect of Africa in Justinian's reign, is no less than 800 times that of an ordinary clerk. 14. Officials enriched themselves primarily from extra-legal exactions of all kinds. As we saw in section 3 of this chapter, John the Lydian in his first year as a fairly humble clerk boasted of having earned quite legally a sum which must have been something like 100 times his nominal salary. This will have been altogether exceptional, because it was due to the patronage of one of the highest officials of the day, and no doubt the ordinary civil servant would have had to be content with much less, or else resort to questionable or even illegal means of extortion. But extra-legal profits were evidently made from top to bottom of the administrative machine. In the 5th and 6th centuries it looks as if would-be governors of at least some provinces might be willing to spend on a bribe that would procure them the office as much as or more than the salary it would bring them, a clear indication of the additional profits to be made out of the post. The officials who were probably in the very best position of all to extract bribes, namely the cubicularii, the eunuchs who, as slaves or freedmen, ministered to the sacred bedchamber of the emperor or empress, could sometimes make enormous fortunes. The corps of cubicularii being closed to ordinary men, it was the other palatine offices which were most sought after. 8. The decline and fall, an explanation 493. And in some cases we hear not only of limits being placed on the number of men who could be admitted, called statuti, but also of supernumerarii, who either worked without salary or waited to step into dead or retired men's shoes. We even find grades being established among these supernumeraries, 5 at the lowest level, that of the officials of the provincial governors, known as cohortal. Salaries were very low and legal perquisites relatively small. This was the only part of the civil service which in theory a man could not leave and in which his sons were also bound to serve. The lack of adequate official rewards may have driven many cohortal to forms of extortion which the law either did not sanction or positively forbade. I can best illustrate this by referring again to the astonishing law of Justinian in 531, applying to cohortal as well as cureale, which I had occasion to mention in regard to cureales at the end of section 2 of this chapter. As we saw there, Justinian's reason for prohibiting cohortal and cureales from becoming bishops or priests was that they would have become habituated to the practice of extortion with violence and cruelty. The civil service, then, did not merely extract a surplus from the working population, it appropriated a far larger amount than its relatively modest numbers might suggest. Army and civil service together were a fearful burden on the Greco-Roman economy. Given that the Roman Empire was to be stabilized and strengthened, without any fundamental change in its nature, it was fortunate indeed in most of its rulers from Diocletian to Theodosius I. What men could do, within their lights, they did. Sometimes, they appear in quite a heroic role. But, ironically enough, the very measures they took, necessary as they were if the system was to be maintained, helped to break up the empire, for the increases in army and civil service involved the extraction of an increased surplus from the already overburdened peasantry. Diocletian, as we have seen, thoroughly reorganized the system of taxation. Constantine added 2 entirely new taxes, one on senators, the luus or collatio globalis, 16 the other, the collatio lustralis or chrysargyron, on negotiators, who included for this purpose not only traders but urban craftsmen who sold their own products, fishermen, money-lenders, brothel keepers, and prostitutes. In the East, the former tax was abolished by Marcian in the early 450s, the latter by Anastasius in 498. In the preceding paragraph I have characterized the majority of the Roman emperors from Diocletian to Theodosius I as men who performed their functions as effectively as circumstances allowed, and even with some heroism. It is an ironic reflection that most of the later Roman emperors who served the empire most loyally were men who had risen from a lowly station in life. Diocletian himself was born a Dalmatian peasant, and his 3 colleagues in the Tetrarchy were also of Balkan peasant stock, 17 including Constantius I, the father of Constantine, whose dynasty lasted until the death of Julian in 363. Valentinian I, who founded the next dynasty in 364, was the son of a Pannonian soldier of humble origins, who had risen from the ranks, 18 and there were later 494. Emperors who were also of peasant stock, notably Justin I and his nephew Justinian I. 19 Libanius, in a lament for Julian written about 365, could say that there had been not a few emperors of no mean intelligence who had lacked distinguished ancestry, and although they understood how to preserve the empire were ashamed to speak of their parentage, so that it was quite a task for those who delivered encomia of them to alleviate this trauma. Members of the Roman upper class would apply to such men, and to leading generals and officials who could boast of no illustrious ancestors, contemptuous terms deriding their rustic origin, such as agrestes, semi-agrestes, sub-agrestis, sub-rusticus. 20. The first two of these words are used by the epitomator Aurelius Victor, a self-confessed parvenu, the son of a poor and uneducated man, who nevertheless admits that all the members of the Tetrarchy, although enjoying little enough humanitas and inured to the hardships of rural life and military service, were of great benefit to the state. The senators, on the other hand, he says, gloried in idleness and at the same time trembled for their wealth, the use and the increase of which they accounted greater than it life itself. The Roman upper classes, indeed, could sometimes save themselves only by raising individual members of the most exploited class, the peasantry, to ruling positions, often because of their military competence and ability to command in campaigns. Needless to say, they took care to select only those whom they expected to promote the interests of the upper classes, while maintaining their exploitation of the remainder. It was a form of social mobility which involved no real danger to the ruling class. Since the subject of this book is the Greek world, I ought perhaps to say something about individual Greeks who became Roman emperors. The first clear case 21 of a Greek emperor was the young Syrian, Elagabalus, born Varius Avitus Bassianus at Emesa in Syria, who in his teens ruled for 4 years as M. Aurelius Antoninus under the auspices of his formidable mother, Julia Soaemias, until both were murdered by the Praetorian Guard. The Emperor Philip came from what the Romans called Arabia. He has been aptly described as the son of an Arab sheik from the Trachonitis, south of Damascus. For the next century and a half the emperors were all primarily Westerners, whose first language was Latin, and the setting up of a permanent Greek-speaking court at Constantinople came only with the lasting division of the empire into eastern and western parts on the death of Theodosius I in 395. After a succession of emperors in the east who may genuinely be described as Greek, another dynasty originating in the west ruled at Constantinople from 518 onwards, and under Justinian I reconquered much of the Western Empire. Nowadays little account is taken of the Latin origins of Justinian I, and Justin II, but in the eyes of some later historians who wrote in Syriac, namely Michael the Syrian at the end of the 12th century and Bar Hebraeus in the 13th, all the Roman emperors from Augustus to Justin II were Franks, and their armies too, and these Syriac historians conceive a new Greek empire as 8. The decline and fall, an explanation 495 beginning only with Tiberius Constantine. 22 ********* From the second decade of the 4th century onwards a new economic burden suddenly appeared, of a kind no one could previously have expected. With the adoption of Christianity as the official religion of the Greco-Roman world, by Constantine and his successors, the economy had to support an increasingly large body of clerics, monks, and nuns, the vast majority of whom were not engaged in any economically productive activity and therefore, whatever their spiritual value to the community, must be counted, from the economic point of view, as so many idle mouths. In the pagan world there had been very few professional, full-time priests, outside Egypt. Now, a vast and steadily growing number of Christian religious had to be supported at public expense, in one form or another. It is true that most of the bishops, many of the priests and deacons and some of the minor clergy and monks were or had been wealthy men, who had never done any productive work and whose labor was consequently not an additional loss, but a good many of the monks and minor clergy came from the poorer classes and their labor was therefore withdrawn from production. Some of the monasteries were maintained by the labor of the monks themselves, but it is unlikely that more than a handful produced a surplus beyond what they themselves consumed, and of course it was above all producers of a surplus that the Greco-Roman economy needed, if it was to preserve its existing class structure. The number of monks and full-time clerics by the mid-5th century must already have been many hundreds of thousands. In the 6th century, in the territory of Constantinople, there seem to have been over 80 monasteries 23 and, in the great church of Constantinople alone, many more than the full establishment of 525 miscellaneous clerics, to which the emperor then wished the numbers to be reduced. These figures, for the capital city of the empire, are of course exceptional, but other substantial ones could be produced, above all for Egypt, where the monastic and eremitic movements flourished most of all. 24. One need scarcely dilate on the immense wealth of the one and only empire-wide organization that existed apart from the imperial administration itself. I refer of course to the Christian Church. The income of the Church came largely from endowments provided by benefactors, but also from regular contributions made by the state and from the offerings of the faithful. 25. Of all the churches, Constantine and his successors made that of Rome the richest. Particulars given in the Liber Pontificalis enable us to calculate that the estates settled on the Roman Church in the reign of Constantine alone brought in an annual income of well over 30,000 solidi. 26. It is hardly surprising that according to Saint Jerome the genial philosophic 26, a pagan, Vettius Agarius Pretextatus, remarked ironically to Pope Damasus, "Make me Bishop of Rome, and I'll become a Christian at once." 27. By the time of Pope Gregory the Great. 496. The estates of the Roman Church were widespread and enormous in their extent, not only in many different parts of Italy but also in Sicily, Sardinia, Corsica, Africa, Gaul, Dalmatia, and probably Illyria. Earlier we also hear of estates in the Greek area, in Greece itself, Syria, Cilicia and Alexandria in Egypt. 28. The incomes of the bishops, of whom there were by the 5th century well over 1,000, were sometimes larger than that of any provincial governor. We happen to hear of one bishop in the mountain country of Isauria in the early 6th century who claimed, as a defense to a charge of lending money at usury, to be receiving less than 6 solidi per year, 29 2/3 the pay of a minor civil service clerk. But even a small-town bishop like Saint Theodore of Sicyon is said to have received for his household expenses as Bishop of Anastasiopolis the yearly sum of 365 solidi. 30. And a great prelate like the Metropolitan Bishop of Ravenna, at about the beginning of Justinian's reign, received 3,000 solidi. 31. A little more than the highest paid provincial governor under the scale of salaries laid down by Justinian a little later. 32. This was the Augustal prefect and dux of Egypt, who received 40 pounds of gold, or 2,880 solidi. Augustin, Edict. 13.3, probably of AD 538 to 9. 33. Even in Merovingian Gaul, just before the middle of the 6th century, Bishop Eurydices of Tours is said by Gregory of Tours to have left more than 20,000 solidi. 34. Saint John the Almsgiver, Patriarch of Alexandria in the early 7th century, declared in his will, according to his biographer, that when he was appointed to his see he found in the bishop's house about 8,000 pounds of gold, and that his revenues from Christ-loving persons almost exceeded human calculation. 35. To sum up, I can endorse the opinions expressed by A.H.M. Jones, who made much the most thorough investigation of church finances that I have been able to discover. By the 6th century, if we make the very reasonable assumptions that every city had a bishop, who received on the average the salary of a provincial governor, and that metropolitan bishops of provinces were, as the known figures suggest, paid on the scale of vicars of dioceses, then the episcopate must have cost the empire far more than the administration. Turning to the remainder of the clergy, and ignoring the numerous monks, we can say that if the figures we have for the numbers of the lower clergy are at all typical, they must have far outnumbered the civil service. The staffing of the church absorbed far more manpower than did the secular administration, and the church's salary bill was far heavier than that of the empire. We must not exaggerate, the church was not nearly such a heavy burden on the empire as might be assumed if we isolate the facts about its wealth which I have just mentioned. Against all this we must remember that the church, like pagan associations and individuals, certainly spent very large sums on charity, perhaps roughly a quarter of the income of its endowment. 36-37. It is also true that the vast agricultural areas of which the church was landlord would have paid roughly the same amounts in rent had the lands been owned by secular landlords. But this cannot alter the fact that the church did create a large number of economically idle mouths. 8. The Decline and Fall, an explanation 497 which had to be supported by the overloaded Greco-Roman agricultural economy. Whether the Church gave a good return for what it exacted is a question I shall not enter into. It must be obvious that I believe it did not. I have referred near the end of 7. V above to some of the many deplorable episodes in the bitter strife among rival groups of Christians which so disfigures the history of the Christian Roman Empire. Such events seem to many of us to cast thorough discredit upon the claim of Christianity to constitute a divine revelation. This verdict can hardly be met except by recourse to the machinations of a devil, or by the specious claim, made repeatedly by Christians on all sides in antiquity, but disastrous in its consequences, that there is only one real Christian church and that all other men and women who may regard themselves as Christians are heretics or schismatics who cannot be accounted Christians at all. If we are to decide whether Christianity strengthened or weakened the Roman Empire, we must set off the social cohesion it undoubtedly produced within individual sects against the discord between the sects. The former was surely stronger than anything known in paganism, the latter was unknown to paganism. I find it hard to make a comparative evaluation of the two countervailing tendencies of Christianity that I have just mentioned, but I believe that the latter was far more powerful than most historians have realized, and that over the centuries it was probably the stronger of the two. Religious strife continued sporadically, not only within the Byzantine Empire but between Rome and Constantinople. In 1054 the intermittent schism between Pope and Patriarch became effectively final. An attempt to heal it was made by the Byzantine Emperor John VIII and his leading bishops, who submitted to Rome at the Council of Florence in 1439, in the vain hope of obtaining Western help against the now serious threat from the Ottoman Turks. But even the emperor and his bishops were unable on their return to overcome the deep hatred of Rome in the Byzantine world, and the reunion collapsed. The last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI, made a desperate but fruitless attempt to heal the breach at the end of 1452, a few months before Constantinople finally fell to the Turks. The historian Ducas records with disapproval the opinion expressed in Constantinople in 1453 by a most distinguished man that it would be better to have the Sultan's turban in Constantinople than the Pope's mitre. 38 ************************************************************* I suggest, the combination of unlimited economic power and political power in the hands of the propertied class, their emperor and his administration, which ultimately brought about the disintegration of the Roman Empire. There was nothing to restrain the greed and ambition of the rich, except in so far as the emperor himself might feel it necessary to put a curb on certain excesses in order to prevent a general or local collapse, or simply in order that the population of the empire, under a just regime, might be prosperous enough to be able to pay their taxes promptly, a motive which can be seen clearly in numerous imperial constitutions. For the peasant, it was the tax collector who was the cause of the greatest dread. 498. What a terrifying individual he could be is nicely illustrated in one of those lives of saints from which so much of our information about the lives and outlook of the poor in the later Roman Empire is derived, the life of Saint John the Almsgiver, from which I have quoted above. If we want to characterize a cruel and merciless person, we sometimes say, he's like a wild beast. Well, the saint is represented as thinking about the dreadful monsters he may meet after death, and the only way he can adequately express the appalling ferocity of these wild beasts is to say that they will be like tax collectors. 39 Certainly, tax collection from the poor in Roman times was not a matter of polite letters and, as a last resort, a legal action. Beating up defaulters was a matter of routine, if they were humble people. A casual remark of the 5th century ecclesiastical writer Theodoret shows us what the procedure of tax collection was likely to be in a Syrian village. At this time, he says, collectors arrived, who compelled them to pay their taxes and began to imprison some and maltreat others. In Egypt the same brutal procedure can be seen at work. Local officials would seize taxpayers whom they alleged to be in default, imprison and ill-treat them, and, with the aid of soldiers and local levies, burn down their houses. After quoting a particular example of such a procedure, from the reign of Justinian, Sir Harold Bell remarked, such, to judge by other evidence, were regular accompaniments to the process of collecting arrears of taxes from an Egyptian village in the 6th century. According to Ammianus, an Egyptian in the late 4th century would blush for shame if he could not show on his back scars inflicted by the tax collector's whip. And it is worth repeating here the statement of Ammianus which I quoted near the end of v.3 above, that the Emperor Julian realized it was no good granting remissions of tax arrears in Gaul in the 350s, because this would only benefit the rich. The poor would have been made to pay immediately and in full. There must have been many occasions, too, on which hapless peasants were forced to pay their taxes twice over, whether because the tax had first been extracted from them by the agents of a usurper, or because their landlord, after collecting the tax, became insolvent before paying it over to the authorities. There is an example of the latter situation in a letter of Pope Gregory the Great, written in 591, from which we learn that the rustici on an estate of the Roman Church in Sicily had been compelled to pay their burdatio twice to the head lessee, Theodosius, now almost insolvent. Gregory, an exceptionally conscientious landlord, orders that the 57 solidi concerned are to be repaid to the peasants as a prior claim against Theodosius' estate. It will be objected that the appalling situation I have been describing is characteristic only of the later empire, and that things were surely very different under the Principate, especially in the first 2 centuries of the Christian era. Certainly, taxation became much heavier in the 4th century onwards. But there is no reason to think that defaulting taxpayers who were poor men, especially peasants, would be much better treated in the 1st century than in the 4th, although, until certain of the privileges of the Roman citizenship became in practice limited to the upper 8. The decline and fall, an explanation 499 classes. During the 2nd century, the Roman citizen who was a person of no consequence might occasionally be able to assert his legal rights. The native villager, especially if he was not a Roman citizen, would have had little chance of escaping any brutal treatment which soldiers or officials cared to inflict upon him. There is a certain amount of evidence pointing in this direction, of which I will single out one text, quoted by several modern writers. For O Philo of Alexandria writes of events which he represents as having taken place recently, apparently in Lower Egypt 41 as a result of the activity of a rapacious and cruel tax collector. When some who appeared to be defaulting merely through sheer poverty took to flight, in dread of severe punishment, he forcibly carried off their women and children and parents and other relatives, beat them, and subjected them to every kind of outrage. Although they were unable either to reveal the fugitive's whereabouts or to pay what was due from him, he persisted, torturing them and putting them to death in a cruel manner. Others committed suicide to avoid such a fate. When there were no relatives left, he extended his outrages to neighbors and sometimes even to villages and towns, which were rapidly deserted by the flight of their inhabitants to places where they hoped to escape detection. Even if we make the necessary allowance for Philo's characteristic exaggeration, a grim picture emerges, and, as Bell has said, records found in Egypt have brought us proof that there is substantial truth in Philo's statements. We must admit, with Philo, that such outrages, not only against the property but against the bodies and even the lives of those unfortunates who are seized in substitution for the actual debtors, are only too likely when the annual collection of taxes is in the hands of men of barbarous nature, who have never tasted of human culture and are obeying tyrannical orders. Some of the numerous complaints about taxation in the literary sources for the later Roman Empire are of course overcolored. Their exaggerations are often traceable to political or religious spite, or to a desire to flatter the current emperor by damning his predecessors. However, anyone who is inclined to discount the admittedly very rhetorical evidence of the literary sources should read some of the imperial legislation. A particularly interesting specimen is the second novel of the last great Western emperor, the young Mage Orion, of whom Stein said that we could admire in him without reserve the last figure possessing a real grandeur in the history of the Roman West. Although this novel was issued only in the West, the situation it depicts, mutatis mutandis, prevailed also in the Greek East, where the oppression of the vast majority was effected in ways that were basically similar, even if it did not reach quite the same degree of intensity. The novel is well worth reading as a whole, but it is long, and I can do no more than summarize parts of it. The novel is entitled On the Remission of Arrears, De Indulgentias Reliquarum. It begins by stressing the woes of the provincials, whose fortunes are said to have been enfeebled and worn down, not only by the exaction of the various forms of 500 regular tribute but also by extraordinary fiscal burdens, and the necessity of purchasing deferments, by bribing officials. A nice abstract phrase, sub impossibili devotion, characterizes the plight of the landowner, drained of resources and unable to discharge his arrears of tax, when confronted with yet another demand that, dutiful as he is, he cannot fulfill. With the exception of one minor tax in kind, a general remission of arrears is granted, explicitly for the benefit of the landowners, who are conceived as responsible for all taxes. Even if payment has been undertaken by someone else, perhaps on the faith of a solemn promise by stipulatio by the taxpayer, the latter is still to have relief. The novel goes on to boast that the emperor has put an end to the harshness of the ferocious tax collectors. There is a bitter complaint that the staffs of the highest officials of the state range around the provinces, and by enormous exactions terrorize the landowner and the decurion, accounting for only a small proportion of the taxes they collect and, greedy and swollen with power as they are, extorting twice as much or more by way of commission for themselves. In the good old days, Majorian adds, tax collection had been carried out, through the local councils, by the office staff of the provincial governor, who were fairly humble men and whom the governor could keep in order. But now the collection was in the hands of emissaries of the central Palatine administration, described by the emperor as terrible with the prestige of their exalted official rank, raging against the vitals of the provincials, to their ruin, and able to snap their fingers at a mere provincial governor. Because of the oppression of these high officials, the emperor goes on, the cities have been despoiled of their councillors and can provide no qualified decurion, and the landowners, terrified by the atrocious behavior of the financial officials, are deserting their country estates, as they are faced not merely with the loss of their fortunes but with severe imprisonment and cruel tortures inflicted upon them by the merciless officials for their own profit, with military aid. The collection of taxes must be entrusted once more to the provincial governors, and there must be no more interventions by Palatine officials and the military, except to encourage governors to do their duty. The emperor stresses again that he is making this ordinance as a remedy for the landowner. He proceeds to complain also of the men of power, whose agents throughout the provinces neglect to pay their taxes, and who remain contumaciously on their estates, secure against any summons in the fear inspired by their arrogance. The agents and overseers of those families which are senatorial or powerful must submit themselves to the jurisdiction of the provincial governors, and so must the local agents in charge of estates belonging to the imperial household. Moreover, provincial governors must not be subjected to molestation by false accusations from the staffs of the great officers of state, who will be furious at having enormously profitable spoils wrested from their own fraudulent grasp. Some other laws of the 5th and 6th centuries unloose similar streams of 8. The decline and fall, an explanation 501 righteous indignation at much the same objectives, see, for example, Valentinian Il's novel 1.32, followed in 3 by an ingenuous remark which reveals the main reason for the emperor's solicitude for the possessors: a landowner who has been made poor is lost to us, one who is not overburdened is useful to us. There are several similarly revealing laws, notably, for the East, the long 8th novel of Justinian, of AD 535, on which I have remarked elsewhere. Justinian too is concerned lest excessive exploitation by the great men, and their imposition of extraordinary burdens, should impair the ability of his subjects to pay their regular taxation, which he calls not only accustomed and legal but also pious. Similarly, the anxiety shown by Justinian in a series of 3 novels in 535 to protect the free peasants of the Praetorian prefecture of Illyricum and the provinces of Thracian Haemomontus and Moesia Secunda against money lenders is very likely to have been due in large part to anxiety to preserve them as an important source of recruitment for the army, as we know they were in his reign. 42. The laws I have been describing nicely illustrate the most fundamental reason why it was necessary to have an emperor in the first place, a subject I have briefly discussed in 6. v6 above. The Principate was accepted by the Roman propertied classes because on the whole they realized that their own privileged position might be imperiled if too many individuals among their number were allowed, as in the late Republic, to plunder the empire too freely. If that happened, civil wars and even perhaps revolutions from below might destroy many of them. The situation could hardly be put better than in Machiavelli's statement, which I have quoted, about the necessity for having, where the material is so corrupt. Besides laws, a superior force, such as appertains to a monarch, who has such absolute and overwhelming power that he can restrain excesses due to ambition and the corrupt practices of the powerful. In the later empire, the potents, potentiores, or dinatoi, the men of power, became harder to control and often defied or circumvented the emperors with impunity. 43 senators, at once the richest and the most influential group in the empire, were more easily able than anyone to delay or avoid payment of their taxes and the fulfillment of their other liabilities. This was true even in the eastern part of the empire. In 397, for example, an edict of the Emperor Arcadius, addressed to the Praetorian prefect of the East, complained that in some provinces half of the taxes due from senators were in arrear. In the West, where the senators were even richer and more powerful, this situation was worse. In the very same year, 397, when the revolt of Gildo in Africa had imperiled the corn supply of Rome itself, 3 very significant laws were issued in the West, where the young Emperor Honorius was dominated by his able magister Militum Stilicho. The first, in June, ordered that not even imperial estates should be exempted from the obligation to supply recruits in person. The second and third, in September and November, weakly conceded, in response to senatorial objections, that senators alone should have the right to commute their liability to supply recruits and pay in gold instead. 44 And as late as the early 6th century we find an edict drafted by Cassiodorus for Theodoric the Ostrogoth, then king of Italy, deploring the fact that Roman senators, who ought to be setting an example, had paid virtually none of the taxes due from them, thus leaving the poor to bear an intolerable burden. The texts I have been quoting illustrate very well how the government was continually frustrated in such attempts as it did make to protect the peasantry by the fact that the more important of the officials on whom it was obliged to rely to carry out its orders were themselves members of the upper class, and of course felt an instinctive sympathy with its other members and often connived at their malpractices, and indeed were guilty of much extortion themselves. The rulers of the empire rarely if ever had any real concern for the poor and unprivileged as such, but they sometimes realized the necessity to give some of them some protection, either to prevent them from being utterly ruined and thus become useless as taxpayers, or to preserve them as potential recruits for the army. Try as they would, however, the emperors had no choice but to act through the officials I have just characterized as members of the exploiting class. No text that I know speaks more eloquently of the defects of this system than a novel of the Emperor Romanus II issued between 959 and 963, We must beware lest we send upon the unfortunate poor the calamity of law officers, more merciless than famine itself. 45 Overall, N.01 I think will doubt that the position of humble folk in the Greco-Roman world became distinctly worse after the early Principate. I have described in section I of this chapter how their Reichsstellung deteriorated during the first 2 centuries, and in section 2 I have shown how even the lower ranges of the curial order were subjected to increasing fiscal oppression from the second half of the 2nd century onwards, and during the latter part of the 4th century lost at least one of their most valuable privileges, exemption from flogging. It need not surprise us when we are told that in the numerous papyri of the later Roman Empire from the Oxyrhynchus area the use of the Greek word doulos, Once the standard technical term for slave, is almost confined to occasions on which humble members of the free population are referring to themselves when addressing people of higher standing. I hope it is now clear how I would explain, through a class analysis, the ultimate disintegration of a large part of the Roman Empire, although of course a Greek core, centered above all in Asia Minor, did survive for centuries. I would keep firmly in view the process of exploitation, which is what I mean primarily when I speak of a class struggle. As I see it, the Roman political system facilitated a most intense and ultimately destructive economic exploitation of the great mass of the people, whether slave or free, and it made radical reform impossible. The result was that the propertied class, the men of real wealth, who had deliberately created the system for their own benefit, drained the lifeblood from their world and thus destroyed Greco-Roman civilization over a large part of the empire, Britain, Gaul, Spain, and North Africa in the 5th century, much of Italy and the Balkans in the 6th, and in the 7th, Egypt, Syria and Mesopotamia, and again North Africa, which had been reconquered by Justinian's generals in the 6th century. 46 That, I believe, was the principal reason for the decline of classical civilization. I would suggest that the causes of the decline were above all economic and social. The very hierarchical political structure of the Roman Empire, of course, played an important part, but it was precisely the propertied class as such which in the long run monopolized political power, with the definite purpose of maintaining and increasing its share of the comparatively small surplus which could be extracted from the primary producers. By non-Marxist historians this process has normally been described as if it were a more or less automatic one, something that just happened. If one wants to find a terse, vivid, epigrammatic characterization of something that happened in the Roman world, one naturally turns first to Gibbon. And indeed, in the excursus at the end of his 38th chapter, entitled General Observations on the Fall of the Roman Empire in the West, there occurs the expressive sentence, "The stupendous fabric yielded to the pressure of its own weight." In Peter Brown's sometimes brilliant little book, The World of Late Antiquity, there is a metaphor of a rather different kind, which equally expresses the basic idea of something that was essentially either inevitable or else fortuitous. Altogether, the prosperity of the Mediterranean world seems to have drained to the top. Brown is speaking of the 4th century, and he has just mentioned that in the western part of the empire, in that century, the senatorial aristocracy was 5 times richer, on the average, than the senators of the 1st century. If I were in search of a metaphor to describe the great and growing concentration of wealth in the hands of the upper classes, I would not incline towards anything so innocent and so automatic as drainage. I should want to think in terms of something much more purposive and deliberate, perhaps the vampire bat. The burden of maintaining the imperial military and bureaucratic machine, and the church, in addition to a leisured class consisting mainly of absentee landowners, fell primarily upon the peasantry, who formed the great bulk of the population, and, ironically enough, the remarkable military and administrative reorganization effected by a series of very able emperors from the late 3rd century to the end of the 4th succeeded in creating an even greater number of economically idle mouths, and thus increased the burdens upon an already overburdened peasantry. The peasants were seldom able to revolt at all, and never successfully. The imperial military machine saw to that. Only in Gaul and Spain did the Bacchaudi cause serious if intermittent trouble over several generations. But the merciless exploitation of the peasants made many of them receive, if not with enthusiasm at least with indifference, the barbarian invaders who might at least be expected, vainly, as it usually turned out 47, to shatter the oppressive imperial financial machine. Those who have been chastised with scorpions may hope for something better if they think they will be chastised only with whips. 48. Appendix 1 The contrast between slave and wage laborer in Marx's theory of capital. We can begin with Cap 1I.3. In any social form of production, laborers and means of production are separate elements which must unite in some way in order for production to take place. The specific manner in which this union is accomplished is vitally important, so much so that it distinguishes the different epochs of the structure of society from one another. Slave labor and free wage labor, therefore, remain fundamentally different, even when they happen to coexist in one society. We can turn next to the passages in which Marx deals with the labor of production as a social process. The labor power of the free worker is here carefully distinguished, in many passages, as variable capital, from the constant capital comprising the means of production, themselves divided into the subjects of labor, such as raw materials and auxiliary materials like coal, gas, or manure, and all instruments of labor, including land, buildings, plant, railways, canals, working animals and, quite specifically, slaves, who, in contrast with free laborers, form part and parcel of the means of production. In addition to the passages already cited, it will be sufficient to refer to Cap 1.177-81,208-9, 11.160-8, 200 and 21-3, 440-1, 111.814-16. It is true that Marx often refuses, when he is being vigilantly accurate, to apply to the ancient world the terminology which is strictly appropriate only to capitalist society. Capital is not a thing, but rather a definite social production relation, belonging to a definite historical formation of society. Now direct forced labor was the foundation of the ancient world, and wealth confronts direct forced labor not as capital, but rather as a relation of domination. So long as slavery is predominant, the capital relationship can only be sporadic and subordinate, never dominant. And so, in Cap 11.164-5, after recalling the division of means of production into instruments of labor and subjects of labor, which he sees in every labor process, regardless of the social conditions in which it takes place, Marx goes on to say that both instruments of labor and subjects of labor become capital only under the capitalist mode of production, when they become productive capital, and he adds that the distinction between them is reflected in a new phone, the distinction between fixed capital and circulating capital. It is only then that a thing which performs the function of an instrument of labor becomes fixed capital. Nevertheless, having closed the front door of any pre-capitalist society against capital, Marx opens the back door to what he calls money capital. He can also say that in the slave system, the money capital invested in the purchase of labor power plays the role the money form of fixed capital. In other words, the slave owner. Appendix I-505 buys labor power in the slave in a capitalized form, exactly as with working animals. The slave system, for Marx, of course resembles the capitalist system in forcing the direct producer to do unpaid labor, but his master purchases him instead of his labor power. I may add that the analysis I have given here does not depend in any way upon the distinction between variable capital and constant capital. The distinction between the free wage laborer and the slave laborer, as drawn by Marx, can equally well be conceived in terms of the distinction between those familiar categories of classical political economy, circulating capital and fixed capital. This is so, whether or not we include in our definition of circulating capital the raw materials and auxiliary materials used in the productive process, as Marx and Adam Smith did, although others did not, in particular George Ramsay. What is used in purchasing the labor power of the free wage laborer is certainly circulating capital, but, as we have seen, the slave, as an instrument of labor used like a working animal, is purchased with fixed capital and himself becomes fixed capital. 2. Some evidence for slavery in the classical and Hellenistic periods. There is more than enough evidence to show that in Attica agricultural slave labor was widespread in the classical period. For large slave households sees N. Econ. 7.35, 9.5, and 12.2 to 15.5 on slave bailiffs, showing that these men were indeed slaves and were intended primarily for supervising agricultural operations. These passages refer, it is true, to an exceptionally rich man, Ischomachus, but elsewhere too we find agricultural slavery taken for granted, e.g. in Aristophanes. In the Plutus, Cremulus the farmer, who is specifically described as a 1TeV7J and is one of the two 1 Tavel VPA Utai of line 254, owns several slaves, not only the carrion who is one of the main characters in the play. Jones, AD 12 and 138 N.54, treats carrion as just a stock comic figure, but the other slaves are certainly not that. They are not necessary figures and indeed would have spoiled the dramatic picture had they not been characteristic. See also AR, Pluto 510-21 and Ecclesiastes 651, Piece 1138-9,1146-8, P.S. Dem. Slai.52-3, Liii.6, OEM. LV.31-2, and other texts. I cannot accept the general assumptions of Ehrenberg, PA 2165-91, about the unimportance of slaves in Athenian economic life. They seem to me to be in direct conflict with the evidence he himself has produced. But perhaps the most telling argument for the importance of slaves in Athenian agriculture is the negative one, that hired labor, the only alternative way in which Athenian landowners could have made appreciable incomes out of their property, or indeed any profit at all, was evidently rare and confined mainly to the seasons of harvest, vintage and olive picking. Even the overseer or manager of an estate in Attica would nominally be a slave or a freedman, see Zen, Mem. 2:8, especially 3-4, Econ. 12:15, ESP. 506. The passage is singled out in the second sentence of this appendix. Slaves and freedmen predominated also in other managerial capacities, c.e.g. Zen, Mem. 2v.2, Eskin. 1.97, OEM. XXVII 19, 22 and XXIX.5, 25-6, 29-32 etc., P.S. Dem. 30.28-30 and 43-4, with XLV.33, P.S. Ernest, Econ. 1.5, 1344 325-6, cf. Citus in Isocr. 17.11-16, 21, 27,49, and the foreigners in IG 11 2.1673.57-9. In Isaiah 6:20-1 the woman Ali, who managed Euctemon's house in the Ceramicus was a slave or freed woman, and her unnamed former owner who had similarly run a brothel in Euctemon's house in Piraeus, apparently as his tenant, was also a freed woman. When Zen, Devect. 4.22, contemplates Athenians as well as foreigners taking managerial posts supervising slaves working in the mines, he is again not describing an existing situation, and anyway the managers would be working for the state, not private employers. See also Gert Audreying, Ober den Gutsverwalter in der Attisken Landwirtschaft 5. UND de 4.jhv.u.z, in Clio 55 109-16. A text that is often misquoted is Tuke. 7.27.5, more than 20,000 slaves escaped from Attica during the Spartan occupation of Decelia. This is far too often represented as 20,000 slaves, as recently by Finlay and even Dover. The latter first gets it right on p.401, and then twice speaks merely of 20,000 slaves. On p.402 he flatly contradicts Thucydides by saying 20,000 was the total number of deserters, and on p.401 he actually speaks of a precise number, which implies that he has a certain point of time in mind. If I have labored this point, it is because I wish to emphasize that Thucydides was obviously giving a rough estimate. He could not possibly have known, even within wide limits, how many slaves had escaped, and his more than 20,000 slaves, more precisely, more than 2 myriads, indicates that he believed 20,000 to be a minimum. The maximum in his mind can hardly be put at very much less than 30,000, for the next step in the natural progression after more than 2 myriads is either 3 myriads or at least nearly 3 myriads. And, as I have said in my review of Westermann, Skra, in CR 71 equals NS 754 FF, at 56, the statement that follows, and of these the greater part were XELPOTXL, makes it unlikely that, As so many scholars have supposed, Thucydides is referring mainly to mine slaves. The only other time Thucydides uses the word it means experts, in war, as it happens. And that the artisans were indeed skilled men best suits Thucydides' meaning here, as the emphatic Kael to Eurov indicates. The loss was all the more keenly felt because the deserters were mainly skilled workmen, no doubt including agricultural specialists such as vine dressers, who would have better opportunities for running away than e.g. mine slaves. I must add here that I know of only one recent treatment of Athenian agriculture in the classical period which gives slavery its proper role and presents the essential evidence concisely and accurately. This is Michael H. Jameson's important article, Agriculture and Slavery in Classical Athens, in c. 73 122-45, which I read only after chapter 3 and this appendix had been finished. I am glad to find that we are in substantial agreement, but of course there is much good material in Jameson's paper, going well beyond what I have been able to deal with in this book. We can now leave Athens and look at the rest of the Greek world. For the 5th and 4th centuries CEG Tuc. 111.73, 8.40.2, Zen, HG 3.2.26, 4. 6.6, VL 2.6, 7.v.14-15 Atal are clearly slaves, as they are contrasted with others TWVEA Evil JEPWV. We sometimes hear of besieged cities arming slaves and using them to defend their walls. This happened, for example, at Cyzicus in 319 and at Rhodes in 305-4, but we do not know how many of these slaves were agricultural. Various passages in Polybius either explicitly mention, or suggest the presence of, considerable numbers of slaves in the countryside of the Greek world in the late 3rd century BC. It is true that in Polybius the mention of uwl lata, without qualification, as booty can apply indifferently to slave and free. But ta. 8 oval ka. Uwj. Lata were evidently an important part of the booty obtained by the Illyrians on the capture of the not very important city of Phoenice in Epirus c. 230 BC. In at least one other case, Megalopolis, we hear of uwl lata, some of which are specifically described as adval ka and others as eavl jepa, and, when we are told of a raid by brigands on the fortified farmhouse known as Chirons in Messenia we find slaves, this time unmistakable as Olcatal, forming a significant part of the booty. The large-scale plundering expedition launched by the Aetolians into Laconia around 240 BC, which according to Polybius caused the enslavement of the Perioecic villages, is said by Plutarch to have resulted in the carrying off of 50,000 slaves, and even if this figure is greatly exaggerated it is likely to include a considerable number of men and women who were already slaves, for the Perioeci had no helots and the captured Perioeci themselves could hardly have numbered anything like so many. We also hear of cities in Asia Minor under siege promising freedom to their slaves, to induce them to join in their resistance. In the light of these texts, and of Xenophon's statement quoted above about the many slaves in the countryside of Elis, it seems very likely that when Polybius speaks of Elis in the late 3rd century as being thickly populated and abounding in uwl lata, he must have slaves as well as free in mind. Python of Abdera had a very large slave household in 170 BC, if he is rightly credited with arming and using in defense of his city 200 slaves and freedmen of his own. In 146 BC there is a mention in Polybius of an order sent to the cities of the Achaean League by the general Diaeus to free and arm no fewer than 12,000 slaves of military age, among those who had been born and bred at home. For the Hellenistic period in general, see Rostov-Zeph, SEA 1.178,203,207, 243, 517, 537-8, 11.778-85, 806, 942,1106, 1111, 1116, 1158-9, 1182-96, 1258-63, 111.1435 n.260, 1502 n.4. For Egypt, CIDE 1.32122 with 111.1393 n.119, and 11.1099, also various works by IB Zunskama Awust, ESP. EEGRI. Such a large proportion of the texts illustrating the employment of rural slaves relate to their capture during an enemy invasion that we need not be surprised at finding so little evidence either way for most places. As early as 400 BC we find a wealthy Persian, Asidates, who was possessed of an estate on the plain near Pergamum, in northwest Asia Minor, employing slaves in quite large numbers. Xenophon, in the plundering expedition which he describes at the very end of his Anabasis, refers to these men as anthropoda even before their capture, and they must surely have been slaves. 508. In the Greek sense, rather than dependent peasants. Some 200 were captured and carried off. Again, we happen to know of the set of slaves only because they became the object of a military expedition and are mentioned in one of our narrative sources. Except where special circumstances obtained, for instance at Heraclea Pontica, where the Mariandinoi formed a sort of quasi-serf population which could be profitably used by the Greek settlers, I see no reason to doubt that Greeks who settled in new areas of Asia or Syria and became landowners would immediately buy slaves to work their farms, as in their homelands. Nothing prevented them from doing this, and since many slaves had been brought to Greece itself from districts in Asia Minor and Syria, slaves would probably not be exceptionally dear there. When Romans began to move into the East in considerable numbers, they too would certainly want to use agricultural slaves, except perhaps where a local peasant population could be severely exploited, to almost the same degree as slaves. I have not tried to collect the material, and I will mention just 3 interesting pieces of evidence, the only ones I happen to have come across in which prices are given for the initial purchase of slaves on capture in bulk in the classical and Hellenistic periods, far below the price at which they would eventually be sold, of course, in order to allow the dealers a profit. The first is Tuque. 8.28.4, on the taking of Iasus in Caria by the Spartans in the winter of 412/411, the inhabitants, slave and free, were sold off to Tisiphemos at an agreed price of 1 daric stater per head. The second piece of evidence is provided by 2 Master of Accountancy 8:11 and Jos, AJ 12.299, where the Seleucid army commander Nicanor in 165 BC announces that he will sell all the Jews he expects to capture in his forthcoming campaign at the rate of 90 per talent, or 66.2/3 drachmae each. The third piece of evidence is in Plut, Lucull. 14.1 and Ap, Myth. 78, Lucullus' campaign against Mithridates of Pontus in 72/1 BC was so successful that slaves were sold in his camp for as little as 4 drachmae each, a suspiciously low figure, but perhaps not impossible, if there were large numbers of prisoners, for the slaves might have to be transported some way before they could be sold profitably in bulk. I conclude with a general argument for the great importance of slave labor in agriculture in the lands bordering on the Aegean and in the islands of that sea. In an article published in 1923, Rostovtsev pointed out that although the only treatises on agriculture to survive from the ancient world are by Latin writers, their authors undoubtedly based their work on Greek sources, many of whom are actually named, in particular by Varro, who speaks of more than 50 Greek writers on different aspects of agriculture and proceeds to give a long list of them. The majority, as Rostovtsev remarked, were natives not of the mainland of Greece, but of the large and fertile islands, of Asia Minor, and of the Thracian coast. Most of them belong to the Hellenistic period. As Rostovtsev says, we do not know the content of these treatises, but it seems evident that it did not differ very much from that of the treatises of Varro, Columella, and Pliny, and he goes on to infer from this similarity that the main foundation of agriculture in the East, and especially of viticulture, horticulture, and cattle breeding, was slave labor. Rostovtsev deals with the same subject in his Seu 11.1182-96, Here he admits the lack of evidence concerning methods of cultivation in the Greek East, apart from Egypt, and is very cautious in drawing conclusions. I would accept the statement. Appendix 2509, which appears on p.ll 96, following the admission that to various questions he has asked no satisfactory answer can be given. No direct evidence is available. It is, however, certain that some of the landowners in the Seleucid Empire and in Asia Minor, instead of renting their estates, large or small, in parcels to local farmers, cultivated them by means of slave labor and hired hands. We may conjecture that this was the method of cultivation adopted by the Attalids on some of their estates. There is evidence of the same practice on the estates of some rich landholders in the city territories, and it may be assumed to have prevailed on the holdings, Cleroi, of foreign settlers in the El Caral. Elkon and cities created by the Hellenistic kings, when these Cleroi were not rented to local tenants. What was the influence of these progressive farms on their surroundings, on the peasant economy of their neighbors? No answer can be given to this question. The general impression left on the student is that the estates managed in the Greek manner remain scattered islands in the Oriental Sea of small peasant holdings and larger estates, whose native owners had their own traditional methods of exploitation or cultivation. Rostovtsev is concerned here with the whole vast subject of the overall aspect of agriculture in Asia. I of course admit that the great bulk of agricultural production there, as in most parts of the ancient world at nearly all times, was the work of small peasants, whether freeholders, leasehold tenants, or serfs in various kinds of dependence. But I have been concerned to investigate how the propertied classes of the Greek world extracted their surplus, and when we ask this question, we can see that a very important part was played by slavery, not to mention debt bondage, e.g. that of the Aberari I mentioned by Varro as still existing in his day in large numbers in Asia, and in Egypt and Illyricum. 3. The settlement of barbarians within the Roman Empire. I give here as complete a list as I have been able to compile, with fairly full source references and a little modem bibliography, of those settlements of barbarians within Roman territory which seem to me reasonably well authenticated, from the 1st century to the late 6th. I have felt obliged to take into account, as far as I could, settlements in the western as well as the eastern part of the empire, because I am interested in these settlements not from the cultural but from the economic point of view, and from that aspect their effects might be felt far outside their immediate area. I have to admit, however, a very inadequate treatment of Africa, where the literary sources are nothing like as abundant as for Europe and Asia, and the epigraphic and archaeological evidence is often very hard to interpret and may sometimes refer to the control of nomads or semi-nomads or transhumants rather than to permanent new settlements inside the frontiers. Apart from 22 and 32 below, all I can do here is to refer to an impressive article which I saw only after this appendix had been written, Pda Garnsey, Rome's African Empire under the Principate, in Imperialism in the Ancient World, edited by Garnsey and C.R. Whitaker 223-54, at 231-3. I have begun at c. 38 BC and have disregarded some earlier settlements, for example the removal of no fewer than 40,000 Ligurians and their installation on public land in Samnium in 180 BC, a transplantation which, unlike the vast majority of the settlements I am going to mention, was against the will of the Ligurians. I have ignored a few texts which seem to me irrelevant or of no value. This applies particularly to the later period, for which the evidence is often unclear. I have also 510. Ignored various treaties in the 5th century by which parts of the Roman Empire were ceded outright to external powers, e.g. the surrender of part of the Diocese of Africa to the Vandals in 435. Many of the literary texts were first collected by Zumpt and Huschka, but I know of no work which sets out the essential literary material and adds some of the epigraphic and archaeological evidence, as I try to do here. I may say that, for convenience only, I shall usually speak of barbarians without the inverted commas which I nominally employ. The whole subject seems to me to have much more importance than is commonly realized, see 4.317 and 19 above, where the subject is discussed and further bibliography will be found. Asterisk 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 relevant. Here are a number of entries in the Notitia Dignitatum, including the following, which I give according to the edition by Otto Seek, d. XLII.33-44, 46-63 and 66-70, 65. All these are found in the prefecture of the Gauls, except NOS 46-63, which are in Italy. See also CH13 of the Verona list. I know of no corresponding entries in that part of the Notitia dealing with the parties Orientis, although a few names of units there are those of Alemanni, Franks, Sarmatians, Tafeli, Vandali etc. Many of the barbarian peoples settled in Gaul have left their mark in various geographical names in modern France: Burgundians, Sarmatians, Alans, Tafeli, Franks, Alemanni, perhaps Goths. The same is also true of Modum Italy, Sarmatians, Alemanni, Suevi, Tafeli. I have not been able to investigate the growing body of archaeological evidence, for which see the convenient summary by Geoffrey, ULGG, and the many recent works there cited. I should perhaps mention here that I agree with A.H.M. Jones in rejecting the commonly held theory that in the later empire the Limitanii, or some Limitanii, were a kind of hereditary peasant militia, who occupied heritable lands and performed military duties as a sideline. See Jones, LRE.649-54, with 111.200-2NN.97-109. The Limitanii make their first appearance in the 360s, in CTH 12.I.56 and Festus, Brev 25. Only in the 5th century do we find Limitanii as such with lands to cultivate. See XL.LX.3.PR. Equals November. Theod. XXIV.4 of 443, cf. CTH 7.15.2 of 423, referring to Castellorum Loca or Te Iteria, to be occupied only by the Castellanus Miles, and C. Jones, LRE 11.653-4. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Some further bibliography on some of the subjects dealt with in this appendix will be found in 4.317-19 above and its notes below, especially 28-9, and C34 on Hospitium/Hospital For the destruction of Greek democracy in the Roman period, this appendix is intended to be read as a supplement to Chapter V Section 3 above. The evidence for this subject is so scattered and fragmentary and difficult to interpret that in the text above I have given only a bare outline of what happened to democracy in the Greek world as a whole in the Hellenistic and Roman periods. There is a good deal of evidence which seems not to have been properly collected together yet, and I cannot pretend to have examined more than a part of it myself, although I think I have looked at enough to be satisfied that the picture I give below is correct in its broad outlines. I shall present here a series of not very well connected observations, with some of the most important references to the sources and a little modem bibliography, in the hope that others will soon undertake the task of marshalling all the available evidence and drawing general conclusions from it, with as much detail and as much chronological and topographical precision as the evidence allows. The mass of epigraphic material which has been accumulating during the past few decades needs to be combined with the previously published epigraphic texts and the literary evidence, into a significant whole, with variations and exceptions noticed. The volumes of Seg and of A.E., the critical summary by J. and L. Robert of the year's epigraphic publications which has appeared regularly as a bulletin epigraphic in Reg., the many epigraphic papers by various scholars, especially by L. Robert in Hellenica and elsewhere, and a number of new publications of inscriptions, all these provide much material for a new synthesis. Of existing works, I have found most useful Jones, GCA, and CERP2, which can be supplemented, for Asia Minor, by May GRRAM, 3 admirable articles in Reg 1895-1901 by Isidore Levy, Victor Chapot's La Province Romaine Proconsulaire d'Assy, especially its pages 148-279, and other works, but even Jones does not give a complete conspectus in one place, and I have not been able to discover any general work dealing comprehensively with the subject as a whole. I have of course made use of the fundamental work of Heinrich Swoboda, GV equals Die griechischen Volksspecialies. Epigraphisch Untersuchungen, and of other standard works, such as W. Liebenham, State für Waltung im Römischen Kaiserreich. I am also most grateful to A.R.R. Shepherd for allowing me to read his Oxford Bachelors of Literature thesis, Characteristics of Political Life in the Greek City ca 70-120a.d. I warmly agree with Barbara Levick that there is an urgent need for at least a catalogue. Appendix 4519 or Concordance of the Inscriptions of Asia Minor, see her short paper, Greek and Latin Epigraphy in Anatolia, Progress and Problems in Acta OJ the 5th International Congress OJ Greek and Latin Epigraphy, Cambridge 1967 371-6. The 4 volumes of Indexes to the Roberts Invaluable Bulletins Epigraphics, prepared by l'Institut Fimand Courbet and published in Paris between 1972 and 1979, have made it much easier to discover material published by the Roberts between 1938 and 1973, but they represent only a first step. I must mention also the Analytical Index by Louis Robert to the 5 volumes of M. Holliaz's Études d'Épigre. Et.d. Hist. Grex, in volume 6 of the Études. ********** In Rome's relations with other states, even in Italy itself, there are many indications that she would naturally favor the powerful and the propertied, and help to suppress revolutions. I will give the clearest examples. In the revolt of the Latins and Campanians in 341 BC, the Campanian equites, to the number of 1,600, kept aloof from the rest, and were duly rewarded by Rome, when the revolt was suppressed, with Roman citizenship and a pension to be paid them by their countrymen. Similarly, after Capua in 216 had gone over to Hannibal, 300 Campanian equites who had been serving in Sicily came to Rome and were given the citizenship, and in 213 other 112 equites nobles from Capua deserted to the Romans and were duly received by them. For the Campanian equites, see Toynbee, HL 1.333-6, 401-3. At Arretium in 302 BC. Rome intervened in favor of the gens Silnia, the richest local family, who were in danger of being driven out, and reconciled them with their plebs. In 296 Livy records the suppression among the Lucanians of seditions of plebeiis et agentibus tusibus ordas, by Q. Fabius Maximus, to the great delight of the Lucanian optimates. At Volsinii in 265-4 Rome helped to suppress an insurrection of the serfs against their Etruscan masters, Livy, Per 16, Florus 1.16, ed. Pijal, Zonar. 8.7, Oris. 4v.3-5, De Vere. Illustre. 36, John of Antioch Fr 50, etc., and C. Harris, Rev 115-18, cf 83-4,91-2. Another such insurrection in Etruria in 1%, called by Livia Conjuratio Servorum and evidently serious, was ruthlessly put down by a Roman army under M. Acilius Glabrio, who scourged and crucified some of the rebels and returned others to their domini. Etruscan society was deeply divided between a ruling class, described by expressions such as principes, nobles, vithissimi, domini, 8 vvcxtw kjpwl, and a subject class or classes, described as servi, olketcxl, one tavexlo. The precise condition of the latter is uncertain, but was probably a form of serfdom. There has been much dispute about Rome's attitude towards the Etruscans, but I have no doubt that Harris is right, except when Etruscan principes showed disloyalty to Rome, as occasionally during the Hannibalic War, the Romans supported them against their subjects. There was no alternative, which would not involve radical social change. There are other examples of the same Roman policy during the Hannibalic War. The defection of Croton to Hannibal in 215 is described in most explicit terms by Livy in XXIV.23, after two brief anticipatory passages, XXII.LXI.12 and XXIIL.XXX.6-7. He explains that all Italian cities were as if infested with a single disease, plebs and optimates were on opposite sides, with the senatus favoring Rome in each case and the plebs Carthage. Under the leadership of Aristomachus, the princeps plebis of Croton, the city was surrendered to the Bruttians, allies of Carthage, while the optimates retired into the citadel, which they had fortified in advance. The situation was much the same in Nola in 520. 216-214. Here again the local senators, especially their primors, were faithful to Rome, while the plebs were wholly for Hannibal, and, as usual, wanted revolution, with some advising defection to Hannibal. The senators, by cleverly dissimulating, managed to delay a revolt. A little later the princeps were again alarmed at preparations by the plebs for betraying the city. In 215 the plebs were inclining towards Rome, but by 214 Livy can describe them as for a long time disaffected towards Rome and hostile to their own senate. The situation at Locri in 21 LR 215 is a little more complicated. As in the case of Croton, the revolt, described more fully in XXIV.I.2-13, is anticipated in two earlier passages, XXII.LXI.12 and XXIII.XXX.8, the latter asserting briefly that the multitudo were betrayed by their principes, a statement not borne out by the more detailed later narrative, see especially XXIV.I.5-7, where the principes Loquarensium are said to have convocate an assembly because they themselves were overcome by fear, and there is emphasis on the fact that levissimus quisque novus res novum societatem malent, the decision to go over to Hannibal is represented as being virtually unanimous. In 205 we discover for the first time that there were Locrian principes with the Romans at Rhegium. They had been driven out by the opposite faction which had surrendered Locri to Hannibal. When Rome had regained control of the city, the Locrian ambassadors naturally tried to pretend that the defection to Hannibal was procula publico concilio and their return to the Roman fold due in no small measure to their own personal efforts. According to E. Badian, it is difficult to make out whether Livy's account of class divisions in Italy during the war truthfully represents a state of affairs due to political affinity and collaboration or is a second-century myth, invented to uphold oligarchy in Italy, and he adds, the latter seems more likely. Giving examples in which he thinks Livy occasionally contradicts his own main thesis, Badian cites, for Locri, only XXIII.XXX.8, ignoring the much more detailed narrative at the beginning of Book XXIV, summarized above. I cannot, therefore, accept Locri as an example in favor of Badian's conclusion, and he seems to me to go well beyond evidence when he claims that at Arpi and apparently at Tarentum the people favored Rome. As for Arpi, all that Livy says in XXIV.Slai.6 is that during a successful Roman assault on their town certain individual Arpani complained that they had been kept in a state of subjection and oppression by a few and handed over to Hannibal by their principes. What else would one expect them to say, in their desire to exculpate themselves to the victorious Romans? And as for Tarentum, XXIV.13.3 is a mere report of a statement allegedly made to Hannibal by 5 young Tarentine nobles, that the plebs of Tarentum, who ruled the city, were in potestate iunierum, a large part of whom favored Hannibal. In the subsequent narrative of the capture of the city by Hannibal and its recapture by Q. Fabius Maximus, I see no sign of any pro-Roman feeling on the part of the common people. At Syracuse, certainly, the common people were overwhelmingly hostile to Rome, while certain nobilissimi viri were pro-Roman and defected in 214 to Marcellus, see Livy XXIV. XXI to XXV. XXXI, in particular XXIV.XXIII. 10 to 11, XXVII. 1 to 3, 7 to 9, XXVIII, XXXII.2, 9, xxv.xxii.4, with xxxi.3,6,8. We have less information about other Sicilian cities in which hostility to Rome was strong, and pro-Roman factions may have been lacking in some of them, but Plutarch tells an entertaining story about Nicias, the leading citizen of Engium, who was also the main advocate of the Roman cause there and was duly rewarded by Marcellus for his services. Badian cites no other evidence in favor of his thesis, and I know of none. He does not mention the cases of Arretium and Volsinii, which I have quoted above, and he qualifies the Livian passage concerning Lucania with an if true. He does admit, however, that in 174 the Roman Senate intervened in an internal dispute at Patavium in Venetia, of course on the side of the ruling class. I cannot see why Livy's general statement about the nature of Italian class divisions during the Hannibalic War should be part of a 2nd century myth, invented to uphold oligarchy in Italy, or how such a myth would serve its alleged purpose, and to say that if 2 or 3 of the examples given are not true, they strongly suggest that before the war there had been little Roman interference on behalf of oligarchic governments seems to me a non sequitur. The tendency of upper classes to incline towards Rome is a very general phenomenon. We even hear from Appian that in the early 2nd century BC there was a party at Carthage which Epus/I3ov, distinguished from those who E811/1-0 kpatlov. Appian also distinguishes between the respective attitudes of the 1 Tpikjidovra and the 8,/I0 of the Pannonian town of Sicia when Octavian demanded its surrender in 35 BC. The former group wished to comply with Octavian's demands for the installation of a garrison and the giving of hostages, but the common people would not receive the garrison, and they fought the Romans energetically until they were compelled to surrender. Certainly in their relations with the Greek states the Romans always and everywhere preferred to support the propertied classes, although, in their hard-headed way, they were quite prepared to depart from this policy when practical considerations made it necessary for them to do so. Dealing with the year 192 just before the war with Antiochus III, Livy says it was generally agreed that the principes, optimus quisque, in each state were pro-Roman and were pleased with the present state of affairs, while the multitudo et quorum residential non ex sententia ipsarum essent wanted a general revolution. In 190, during the war with Antiochus, we hear that the multitudo or plebs in Phaeacia was for Antiochus, while the senatus et optimates wished to stand by Rome. And in 171, at the outset of the Third Macedonian War, we find that in most free Greek states the plebs inclined towards Perseus, while the principes preferred Rome. Attempts have recently been made, in particular by Grun, to belittle this evidence, but without success. I suspect that greater influence than has been generally realized may have been exercised upon the political life of some Greek cities by the bodies of Roman residents established in many places throughout the Greek world, OTPW/IQWL or PW/IOFOLE1TL8TJ/IOBT or 1TPLRYJLATEV6/1EVOL or KATUL KAVRI. The political influence of these resident Romans would be most in evidence when they participated in the administration of justice, as we know they did in Sicily and Cyrenaica and as they doubtless did elsewhere. Since we hear more about these resident Romans in Asia Minor than anywhere else, I will give references for them in 3 below. The standard book on Italian businessmen operating in the Greek East is still the admirable and comprehensive work of Jean Hatzfeld, Les Trafiquants d'Aliens dans. It is only rarely that other things were equal. Rome's object was to win the wars in which she was engaged and to maintain the control over Greek affairs which her military successes bestowed on her. 2. 524. This end the Senate was glad to accept support from those who were willing to give it to her, irrespective of their position in the internal politics of their own states. But under the Roman Empire the picture is very different. There was now no question of a struggle for leadership in the Mediterranean world, Rome's mastery was unchallenged. It is not surprising that under these conditions Rome's natural preferences came to the fore, and that both in Italy and in the provinces it was the richer classes who were dominant. The result of Rome's victory was indeed to stem the tide of democracy, and the ultimate victory belonged to the upper classes. In the Hellenistic period, according to Alexander Fuchs, although the Greek upper classes might have very different attitudes towards Rome, the multitudo, plebs, demos, oklos was always and everywhere anti-Roman and reposed its hopes of a change in the social and economic situation in all who manifested opposition to Rome. See Fuchs, Social Revolution in Greece in the Hellenistic Age, in La Parola del Passito 111 43748, at p.445, and ct. The Bellum Achaicum and its social aspect, in JHS 9078-79. This forthright statement, which does go slightly beyond the available evidence, has recently been attacked by Grun in relation to the events of the Third Macedonian War of 171 to 168 BC. By carefully isolating the events in question, and by doing his utmost to play down inconvenient passages such as Livy XLII.13.9, XXX.1-7, Polyb. XXIV.9.3-7, X.14, XXVII.9.L, X.L4, and Shirk, RDGE 40, lines 22-4, Grun feels able to deny altogether for this period any attested connection between social conflict and attitudes toward or by the major powers. In spite of the defects in his arguments, for the general conclusions in his last two paragraphs are largely unobjectionable. During this particular war, there seems to have been little genuine commitment to the side of either Rome or Perseus. The populace was not eager to fight and die in a cause not their own. Attitudes fluctuated with the fortunes of war. Security and survival were the dominant motives, not class consciousness. I of course would say that anti-Romangeling on the part of the masses in general would very often not be able to display itself in action, as it would tend to be overborne by other considerations, especially sheer prudence and recognition of the futility and even danger of outright opposition to Rome, which might have fearful consequences, as the fate of Haliardus in 171 showed. The Roman siege of Haliardus ended with massacre, general enslavement, and the total destruction of the city. That was in the first year of the war. The catastrophe at Haliardus would have been a most powerful deterrent against actually joining in anti-Roman activity, even for those who were most hostile in their hearts to Roman dominance. Earlier in 171, when the news spread throughout Greece of a Macedonian victory in a cavalry engagement with the Romans, the inclinations of Otttoaoi, Oxale in Greece towards Perseus, hitherto mainly concealed, had burst out like a fire, according to Polybius XXVII.9.L, X.L4. The whole passage is fascinating. Polybius felt that Greece had suffered at the hands of the Macedonian kings but had received real benefits from Roman rule, and he is anxious to exculpate his fellow countrymen from the charge of ingratitude to Rome. Roman power could indeed inspire awe. A leading pro-Roman opposed to an incipient revolt might call attention not only to the benefits of peace but to the vis Romana. He could warn the young men of the danger of opposing Rome and instill fear into them, as Julius Auspex of the Remi does in Tacitus' narrative of the events in Gaul early in AD 70. In the FML struggle against Rome in 146 BC in particular, we FMD great emphasis laid on the participation of the lower classes in the anti-Roman movement. In particular, Polybius speaks of the crucial meeting of the Achaean League at Corinth in the spring of 146, which declared war, as being attended by such a crowd of workmen and artisans as had never assembled before. Appendix 4.525. The first known example of Roman interference with the constitutions of the cities of Old Greece is from 196 to 194 BC, when T. Quinctius Flamininus, in his settlement of Thessalian affairs after the end of the Second Macedonian War, imposed property qualifications for councillors and judges and did his best to strengthen the control of the cities by that part of the citizen population to whom it was more expedient to have everything secure and tranquil, the propertied class, of course. By 192, Livy tells us, it was generally realized among the Aetolians and their allies that the leading men of the cities were pro-Roman and rejoiced in the present condition of affairs, while the multitude wished for revolution. According to Justin XXXLII.2.7, Macedonia received from Emilius Paulus in 168 the laws which it still uses. After crushing the revolt of the Achaean League and its allies in 146 BC, Mummius is said by Pausanias to have put down democracies and established property qualifications for holding office. Polybius Thur 6.5 speaks of the politeia and nomoi given to the Greek Ciites. In v.3 I have mentioned the letter of Q. Fabius Maximus to Dyme in Achaea, after a revolutionary outbreak there towards the end of the 2nd century BC, this refers twice to the politeia given to the Achaeans by Rome. Nevertheless, we must understand the statement of Pausanias which I have just quoted in a very qualified sense, as far as the destruction of democracy is concerned, for there is ample evidence of the continuing existence of constitutions at least nominally democratic in these cities, c.e.g. Ptolemacos, Op. Cit 11 ff. In many cities all over the Greek world a system had already become fairly generally established before the Roman conquest, whereby proposals had to be approved by some body of magistrates, even before being submitted to the council and assembly, see Jones, GCA 166, 168-9. This practice may have been extended by the Romans, see Ibid 170, 178-9, where most of the examples, as it happens, are from Asia. Throughout the cities of mainland Greece and the Aegean Islands, in the early Roman period, there is surprisingly little in the way of identifiable constitutional change that we can confidently attribute to deliberate action on the part of Rome. When, for example, we find from a famous inscription of Messene of the last century BC that some of those called Tikvtcn and all those called Xelfxyt were outside the tribes composing the citizen body, and therefore cannot have been citizens at all in the proper sense, we need not suppose that the disfranchisement of these artisans was due to any outside pressure. 1-119, especially 54-5, 69-70. I believe that what we see if we take a very broad and general view of the political life of these cities is essentially a continuation of the process, sketched in v.3 above, that had already gone quite far under the Hellenistic kings, behind a usually democratic fight, with council and assembly passing decrees as in old times. The real power is in the hands of the propertied class. The common people rarely show any capacity to assert themselves or even to exercise influence. The Hellenistic kings had mainly been content to leave the cities alone, so long as they gave no trouble, but of course the very existence of the kings, dominating the eastern Mediterranean world, was a threat to democracy, which the kings at best tolerated, unless exceptional circumstances made them positively encourage it or at any rate pretend to favor it or evince what could be interpreted, without any real justification, as sympathy towards the lower orders. Rome too was 526. Quite prepared to tolerate Greek democratic constitutions as long as the Greeks kept quiet, but it must soon have become obvious that she would intervene to protect her friends among the leading citizens if they were threatened from below, as, needless to say, they rarely were now. And this naturally led to a further concentration of power in the hands of the propertied class. After 146 BC, when Rome was very much the mistress of the Mediterranean world, we hardly ever hear of any upsurge from below. The most remarkable, in Old Greece, was the Athenian revolutionary regime of 88-86 BC, led by Athenian and Ariston, who of course are depicted as villainous tyrants in our surviving accounts. 5. And this movement could hardly have occurred but for the anti-Roman activities of Mithridates of Pontus in Asia Minor, which made many Greeks hope, vainly as it turned out, for an end to Roman dominance. The sack of Athens by Sulla and his army at the beginning of March 86, which put an end to the revolutionary movement 6, must have had a severely discouraging effect on any other potential troublemakers. Yet there are indications of another upheaval at Athens in about AD 13. A good account of this neglected episode has recently been given by Bowersock, who sums up admirably. The leaders were executed. The affair is described variously as residential novi stasis and seditio. These descriptions are perfectly compatible. When an anti-Roman faction gains the upper hand, stasis becomes revolt. One wonders what action was taken in Thessaly when a man named Patrius was burned to death, probably during the principate of Augustus. In the Historia Augusta there is a bare mention of an alleged rebellio in Greece in the reign of Pius, see 8.3 above and its n.2 below. Some oligarchic modifications may have been introduced into the constitution of Athens at the very end of the 2nd century BC, and it was perhaps this regime which Sulla restored after crushing the revolt of 88–86, for it is said that he made laws for Athens that were substantially the same as those previously established by the Romans. There were further constitutional changes at Athens in the late Republic and early Principate, but a certain democratic FAC, 8 was preserved, and the assembly continued to meet and pass decrees until at least the late Severan period. One of the latest known is from c. 230, an honorific decree in favor of M. Ulpius Eubiotus Lurus. The Areopagus, however, had become the main political force, and there is no sign during the Principate of any real political activity in the assembly, any more than in most other Greek states. At Athens, as elsewhere, we find much evidence of direct interference by the imperial power, through the provincial governor or even the emperor himself, yet sometimes we can see democratic institutions still permitted to function, as when a decree of Hadrian concerning oil production in Attica provides that certain breaches of the regulations there laid down are to be dealt with in the first place by trials in the council if they involve no more than 50 amphorae and otherwise in the assembly. Cf. AIJ 91 equals IG 11 2.1103, lines 7–8, providing for trial by the Areopagus of offenses against certain commercial regulations. An interesting specimen of an imperial directive from the Emperor Marcus Aurelius to the city of Athens was published in 1970, with translation and commentary, by J.H. Oliver, Marcus Aurelius, Aspects of Civic and Cultural Policy in the East. It has already excited a good deal of discussion and reinterpretation. I will only mention the improved restorations and translation by C.P. Jones, in ZPE 8 161–83, of the largest plaque of the inscription, dealing mainly with judicial matters, and 2 subsequent articles, by Wynne Williams, in ZPE 17 at 37–56, and by Simone Follett, in Revelation de Phil. 53–29–43, with a complete text and French translation of the same portion. Marcus expresses his great concern for the reputation of Athens, so that she may recover her former dignity. Although he feels obliged to allow the sons of freedmen born after their father's manumission, not freedmen themselves, to become ordinary councillors, he insists that members of the Areopagus must have both parents born in freedom, and he expresses the fond wish that it were possible to reinstate the ancient custom whereby Areopagites had to have not only fathers but also grandfathers of free birth. Obsession of this kind with the status of members of the local Athenian governing class may excite our derision when its professed object is to enable Athens to recover her former CTE/LV or. The Athenian constitution under the Roman Principate presents many puzzles, and there are several questions I feel obliged to leave open, merely referring to the recent discussion by Gigan, the useful review of that work by Plequet, in Num. 423 451–3, and the monograph by Oliver mentioned in the preceding paragraph. It may be that participation in the ephebia, available of course only to the well-to-do, had become an essential qualification for membership of the category of fully privileged citizens who alone were qualified for the council and perhaps the courts, and who may have been the same group as those who alone were entitled to speak in the assembly as well as attend its sessions and vote in them. The latter group may be the same as those referred to as oti isocati. There may have been a property qualification for those entitled to become councillors, but equally it may have been felt that no quantitative assessment was necessary, having regard to the fact that going through the ephebia would be possible only for the sons of men of some property. There is unfortunately some uncertainty about all these matters. The epigraphic texts are not absolutely decisive, and it is hard to say how much of the intriguing evidence provided by Lucian we can treat as accurately reflecting contemporary practice. 7. In many other Greek cities some of the old constitutional forms were preserved, even when they had become an empty shell. The Council of Carystus on Euboea was actually chosen annually by lot as late as the reign of Hadrian, CIG 12.9.L1. In Sparta, surprisingly enough at first sight, there was at least one change in a direction opposite to what we might have expected. The traditional Gerousia, consisting of men over 60 who were elected for the rest of their lives, seems to have become transformed, apparently by at least the last century BC, into a council of normal Greek type, consisting of men elected annually, with re-election possible. C.W. Colby in IGV.I, p.37, KMT Crims, Ancient Sparta 138-48. But I think Crims may well be right in ascribing the change to Cleomenes III, in the 220s BC. According to Pausanias 3.11.2, the Gerousia in his day was the CTVVE8PWVAAKEOO/Lovio, KV Pool Euro VRR, 7 Toa T.A. City assemblies long continued, but there is no reliable literary evidence of genuine political activity on their part during the Principate, and nearly all the inscriptions which survive record honorific decrees. The latest definitely datable decree from Greece or the islands known to Swoboda, when he published Die Griechische Volksspeciales in 1890, was the one now republished as IG 12. 7.53, from Arsacion on the island of Amorgos, which was passed on December 11, 242, in the reign of Gordian III, an honorific cephisma of the demos of that city. I know of no definitely datable later material from the area with which I am concerned. 528. Here, but there are one or two known meetings of Greek assemblies half a century later, from Asia Minor and Egypt. I must add a word about the Balkans, an area in which city life was slow to develop except in a few centers. There is at least one Macedonian community which is proved by a very interesting inscription dated as late as AD 194 to have had an ek at 1 Cetia, 7 to AE Iral, and at least one magistrate, a 7 Toil Tapsti, but almost certainly no L30 VAFJ, for the assembly was summoned by the Poliatarch. Instructions for carrying out the decree JLCYYVW/LOVOVUL, are given to the Poliatarch, and he and a number of others are listed by name at the end of the decree, but there is no sign of a council. The inscription, first published in 1880, was republished in a much improved form by A. M. Woodward in JHS 33 337-46, number 17. The community is not identifiable, but it may, as suggested by Woodward, be Iridina, perhaps the place called Iritira by Strabo 7. 7.8, p.326. In spite of the citizens and their Poliatarch, I am not entirely satisfied that this community was a proper polis, as assumed by Woodward and others. The alternative is to regard it either as a smaller political unit within the ethnos, as believed by Larson and others, or as the ethnos itself. As Rostovtsev says of Macedonia, the impression one gains is that the economic backbone of the country continued to be the native tribes and the numerous villages, particularly the mountain villages, of peasants and shepherds. I wonder if perhaps the community on the site of the Modem Sandansky in Bulgaria, in the valley of the Strymon, also in Macedonia, was not yet a full polis in AD 158, the date at which Antoninus Pius sent a letter to it, part of which was recently found in an inscription, at Athens, mentioned above, and an inferior category who evidently did not enjoy full rights in the assembly, although at the two Pisidian cities they are called 1 to Ae Tal. The existence of these grades in Asia may help us to understand an inscription of the Antonine period from Histria in the Dobroja, where Abba, an outstanding female benefactor of the city, bestows a series of gifts on various different categories of inhabitants. Councillors, members of the Gerousia and certain other groups head Abba's list. They receive 2 denarii each and must also have shared in the distribution of wine which was to be given to various less dignified categories, including those in the tribes Vaai, who are organized in groups of 50. In subsequent lines of the inscription which cannot be restored with any confidence there are references to /8, and to 7 ta. The inscription was published by M. Popescu, in Dacia N.S.4273-%, but it is best read in the slightly revised edition by H. W. Plequet, Epigraphica 2, number 21, making use of the observations of N. L. Robert in Reg 75 190-1, number 239. I am inclined to agree with the acute observations of Plequet, in his review of Duncan Jones, Irks, in Nomon 4955-63, at pages 62-3, that those organized in Appendix 4529 phyla in groups of 50 are perhaps to be identified with the category of privileged citizens who have the right to participate fully in the assembly at Tarsus, at Pagla and Cilium, and possibly at Athens, and who are distinguished, in the two Pisidian cities, from plain one told cl. 3. Asia Minor. An episode of the very greatest interest to the historian is a revolt which took place in Western Asia Minor at the very time when it began to pass under Roman rule. Attalus III, the last king of Pergamum, died in 133 BC, leaving his kingdom by will to Rome. The gift was accepted by the Roman Senate. Aristonachus, a bastard son of King Eumenes II, claimed to be the heir of Attalus, and led a large-scale revolt which was not crushed until 129. This subject has been much discussed in recent years, and very different views have been put forward concerning the character of the revolt. There is still no general agreement on how far it should be considered primarily as a movement of the poor, with the slaves and serfs, a protest against the existing social order, how far it was a nationalist or anti-Roman rising, and what precisely was the role of Aristonachus himself. I have nothing new to say on the subject, the best account of which seems to me the most recent one, that of Vladimir Vayainck, Aristonachus of Pergamum. Pretender to the throne or leader of a slave revolt, in Irene 13 109-29. Vayainck, who had himself produced a book on the revolt in French nearly 20 years earlier, gives an excellent review of the whole range of theories, including those of Boehmer, Karatathomes, Dumont, and Voigt. 8. Those who cannot easily obtain Vayainck's article and wish for a brief account of the subject would perhaps do best to read Rostovtsev, Sewi I.805-26, especially 807-11, and Vogt. I will only add, for the specialist, a very useful article by C. P. Jones, Diodoros Pasparos and the Nikephoria of Pergamon, in Chiron 4 183-205, demonstrating that the activities of Diodorus Pasparis of Pergamum were associated not with the war of Aristonachus but rather with the Mithridatic wars from the 80s to the 60s BC. I have already referred, in the introductory part of this appendix and in its one to the bodies of Roman residents in various Greek cities. It is particularly in Asia Minor, and above all in the province of Asia itself, that we know of their presence and activities, mainly through inscriptions. The evidence for Asia Minor, and much of the modem literature, is given by Magi, RRAM 1.162-3, 254-6, 11.129-1-2 N.44, and C 11.1615-16 for a list of some 40 cities in Asia Minor where conventus civium Romanorum were known down to 1950. Among much further information that has come to light since Magi wrote is a decree of Chios referring to OT1TQPE1TWTJLLOVVTEPCUJLAIKOV, to be dated hardly later than 188 BC, and thus much earlier than any of Magi's examples. CTH. CH. Sorry cakes, OTF Su 1 TQPE1 JJLUB PCUJLAW, in XWKQ SPOV LK 14-27, with text P.19, Ronald Meller, EEQ P6J.T1. The worship of the goddess Roma in the Greek world 60-1, on the date, cf also J&L. Robert, in Reg 78 146-7 number 305, F.W. Walbank, in JRS 53-3, W.G. Forrest, cited in Seg 16. 486 as advocating a late 3rd century date. A. Bithynia Pontus. Here we have to take account above all of the Lex Pompeia, known mainly from Pliny's correspondence with Trajan in c. 110-12, which was still in force in the early 2nd century, as slightly 530. Modified by Augustus. The Lex Pompeia embodied the settlement effected by Pompey in 64-3 BC after his victory over Mithridates of Pontus. For our present purposes, the most important provisions of the Lex Pompeia were that there was to be a minimum age of 30 for holding a magistracy or becoming a councillor, that councillors were to achieve that status by being enrolled by officials whom Pliny calls censors, and that ex-magistrates must automatically be enrolled, although eligibility was not confined to them. Augustus reduced the age for certain minor magistracies to 22. Pliny reports to Trajan a local opinion, which he seems to share, that it was necessary to continue a practice that had grown up, of enrolling some young men aged between 22 and 30 as councillors, even though they had held no magistracy. And he adds a remark of great interest, giving the reason for this opinion, that it is much better to choose the sons of members of the upper classes for the council rather than men from the lower orders. From this statement 3 conclusions inevitably follow. The young men whom it was considered desirable to enroll as councillors were already members of what we may now begin to call curial families, but these young men were reluctant to fill one of the magistracies which would automatically have led to a seat on the council, surely because of the expense involved, and there were men of sufficient means outside the circle of curial families who could have filled a magistracy and thereby qualified themselves for a seat on the council, had the local curial families not objected to this broadening of their circle. In this connection I must also mention another letter of Pliny's, referring to the issue of invitations for certain entertainments to the whole council and even no small number from the lower classes. Here again we see the emergence of a group of families of curial status, distinguished from the plebs, an early stage in the development of a fundamental division soon to be given constitutional recognition in various ways. There is no proof of a property qualification for councillors in the Lex Pompeia, but some would infer the existence of one from Pliny, EPX.20.2, CF 5.5 and 1.19.2. The censors charged with the task of enrolling the councillors of the cities of Bithynia and Pontus are officials who do not seem to have turned up yet elsewhere in Asia Minor, except as TCP Rere at Aphrodisias and Pergamum and as Ovao Epakphoel at Ancyra. We find TLP Rere in Bithynia, at Prusa, Perseus ad Hypium, Dia, and Ovao Epakpho at Nicaea. As always, we must be prepared to find exceptional procedures on occasion, as when Trajan allowed Prusa to elect no fewer than 100 councillors, evidently in the assembly. We know of no special rules in TL1 Lex Pompeia regarding the assemblies or the courts of the Greek cities, and this subject can be treated for Asia Minor as a whole under B below, where I shall also occasionally deal with matters that affect the whole area, such as obtaining the provincial governor's authorization of certain decrees, and his power to suspend assemblies. B. The rest of Asia Minor. As early as Cicero's speech for Flaccus in 59 BC it seems that the councils of some Greek cities in the province of Asia were already permanent bodies, the members of Appendix 4:531 which were enrolled for life. Cicero actually speaks only of Temnus, in the Hermus Valley, but the form of words he uses may suggest that the kind of council he had in mind was not limited to that city. Jones goes too far, however, when he generalizes for this period from Temnus to the Asiatic cities collectively, and he himself realizes that the councils of some free cities, in particular Rhodes and its former dependency Stratonicia in Caria, and also Mylissa, long continued to change periodically, those at Rhodes and Stratonicia every 6 months. For the evidence, it will be sufficient to refer, for Rhodes and Stratonicia, to Magi, RRAM 11.834 and.18, for Mylissa, CLB/W 406, BCH 1220-1 number 7. I know of no literary evidence for such a system, except perhaps Dio Chris. Thirsiv.34-6, from which it appears that the Prytaneus at Tarsus in Dio's day served for 6 months only. The evidence for the growth in Asia Minor of a curial order is almost purely epigraphic, apart from Pliny's correspondence with Trajan concerning Bithynia Pontus, noticed in A above. The inscriptions concerned rarely enable us to generalize, even for a particular area, and I shall make no attempt to summarize them here. Perhaps it will be sufficient if I select one batch of inscriptions from Lycia, which show that during the 2nd century the common folk, Btiml, were a recognizably distinct category from the Ova.evti, or from Olcfi at Enoan. Doubtless the same as Ot7Tev at nearby term Sus Minor, who received 10 denarii each at a distribution when the Srllj.Otcrl get only 2 denarii each. At Xanthus we encounter claim to descent from a father, grandfather, and other ancestors who are described as Ova.evti. It seems to be the same category, of counselors, which is referred to at Bubon as the Ta'el of the 7th Bikutei Jovte of the city, at Balbera as Ta'el T17 PCIYTEVOVUA or OT7T Euro LF7T6 and at Fos Ellis as to 7T PIYTOVTCRYPRI, 7T6A.EU. At Xanthus, too, an athlete who is being honored in TAM 11.301 equals IGRR 111.623 is described in lines 3 to 7 as the son of an LXVBPO Aruri, J.WVOVAEVTOJTIOAVT Olxpsa, BTLJ.LOTI.KTV/left/Leof, 3 OVAEVTL Kavi 1 Ta. And in other parts of Asia Minor we discover references to a curial order, as at Latapa in Cilicia in the 170s. Sometimes we find men boasting of descent from ancestors who were not merely counselors but magistrates. Outside Bithynia Pontus evidence does not seem to have come to light of councils being enrolled by the Greek equivalent of Roman censors, except at Ancyra in Galatia, where the officials concerned are called 130 va Episcopol, and at 2 cities in the province of Asia, where they are Tlperae, Aphrodisias and Pergamum. Elsewhere they probably came to be elected more and more generally by the council itself, by cooptation. The statement by Hadrian, in a much-quoted letter of AD 129 to Ephesus, asking it to elect his protege L. Erastus as a councillor, is sometimes taken to provide evidence of popular election there, because when the emperor promises to pay the fee required from a new councillor on election he says he will pay it pe. However, since the letter is addressed not to the demos of Ephesus but to the magistrates and council only, I would infer that there was no real participation by the assembly in the election. Nowhere, as far as one am aware, do we hear of a property qualification for membership of a council, but, especially as being a magistrate and councillor came more and more to involve the expenditure of money, the non-propertied were automatically excluded in practice. 532. It would, I think, be universally agreed that election of councillors and of magistrates from below had ceased everywhere, or virtually everywhere, before the end of the 2nd century, and that those councils which were not enrolled by censors appointed their own members by ptation. Where the assembly joins in, it is merely to ratify a fait accompli. I would thus explain the inscription from Smyrna, apparently of the early 3rd century, which refers to the election of a principal Ta'ilea and his colleagues Ken Ari1 Vitov At Jalov XELFXYTOVF. For admission to the assembly, at least as a full member, property qualifications were evidently sometimes imposed in one way or another. The example most frequently quoted is Tarsus, where a fee of 500 drachmae was exacted, too large, according to Dio Chrysostom, for the linen workers who formed a substantial section of the lower classes but remained as it were outside the constitution 1-2 Alteia, 21, being regarded as foreigners and suffering some phone of atc ilia, which apparently did not extend to dyers, shoemakers, or carpenters as such. From the way Dio speaks, it seems that the linen workers were permitted to be present at the assembly. We must surely suppose, however, that, as non-citizens, they could neither speak nor vote there. In 2 cities of Pisidia, namely Pagla and Cilium, men known as EKKATLCT Lacrae are distinguished from ordinary 1 TOAEL TAL, and at Cilium they receive far larger sums than 1 TOAEL TAL under the foundation of Mainodora. Presumably the officials referred to as 1 to ALTOE PACFOL in inscriptions had the duty of keeping the necessary registers. Here again we have examples of the division of the permanent residents in a Greek city into graded categories, with only a limited number entitled to exercise even the right of participating fully in the General Assembly. Sometimes we find decrees passed not only by a council and assembly but also by the body of resident Roman citizens. At Phrygian Apamea, for example, a number of honorary decrees open with the words L3 OVAT, cat/, 8 ilo cat ot katu elkof vteipc up.aloleteliLtjuhj, in one case the words ayoilevf11 tof 8 tilovekkkatjuia are added. In other cities too we find /8 ilo joined with ot1 tpape.atevoilevoc, ipc up.alol, e.g. Edessus, Sibira, and elsewhere. The assembly had ceased by at any rate the middle of the 2nd century to have any political importance. It is now convocate and presided over by magistrates without whose consent nothing can be proposed and who usually appear as the authors of motions, with some such phrase as 1 tip bravakaf yvwiltj, and with the concurrence of the council. I agree with Isidore Levy that we have to recognize l'effacement de la notion de droits du peuple souverain. L'établissement de l'ecclésia, ou plutôt son annihilation, tel est, à l'époque antonine, i.e. phénomène capital de la vie constitutionnelle de la cité grecque. L'assemblée populaire est non seulement impuissante, mais résignée à l'impuissance, devant les usurpations de tout genre qui vent de la dépouiller. I would also draw attention to an excellent passage in Jones, GCA 179. Under the Principate the formal mover of a decree, if put on record at all, is almost invariably a magistrate or group of magistrates, and private members of the council are stated merely to introduce the proposal and to request a vote on it, processes which were apparently preliminary to the formal motion. In a number of cases the introducer and his seconder, if he may be so called, are alone recorded, but in these it is probably assumed that the magistrates moved. Decrees of the people moved by private persons are recorded only at Athens and Delphi, both free cities. The evidence thus points strongly to the conclusion that it was the universal practice. Appendix 4533 outside a few free cities where democratic tradition was strong, that magistrates should propose decrees, and that private members of the council should confine themselves to introducing proposals. This uniformity of practice, however, hardly justifies the assumption that magistrates alone had the right of moving decrees. Isidore Levy, writing in 1895, could FMD no single example in the 2nd century of that hallmark of activity initiated in the assembly itself, an amendment of a decree, and I know of no evidence discovered since Levy's time. I think it would be safe to say that by the 3rd century, even when decrees still used traditional formulae like EOO Avril, I3 OVATL CAT TJL 8FP.WL, the assembly of no Greek city should be regarded as having played any greater part than merely assenting by acclamation to decisions taken by the magistrates and/or the council. From about the middle of the 2nd century onwards, inscriptions recording decisions in which an assembly participates will sometimes use a word signifying merely acclamation, e.ge1te/xin11uf, eyq, ee/36ti, an inscription of about AD 210 from Mylissa in Caria, where in line 55 we find the corresponding Latin term succlam est. In the long series of inscriptions from Rhodiopolis in Lycia, recording the munificence of Opromoas, we find e.g. K par urrtp to v8 vov sl3 ovaie 1 te oj, cf. e1 tloruls in e.g. ibid. 16, 4G.13, 43, 12A.2. And C. Jean Collin, Op. Cit 112-16, for les divers vocables grecs de letflor. For a long list of similar expressions in Latin, cw Libenum, Stitvenval im Romis Chenkais ich 248 NL. And in the very latest record of a decree of a Greek assembly that I have been able to discover, from Antioch in Pisidia, we again find, written in Latin in the middle of a Greek inscription, the word succlam. This inscription must record a decree of the assembly, since it almost certainly refers to a.p, entered in the minutes, with a copy deposited in the archives 284-7, no.L1, takes the appearance of the word aiuaps in fro h.3 as an indication of a date not much earlier than about AD 295. I think we can indeed date the document during the Tetrarchy, in the years following March 293. Evidently in some cases it was essential for a city to have a decree of its council and/or assembly ratified by the provincial governor. H. Oliver, the Roman governor's permission for a decree of the polis, in Hesp. 23 163-7, has discussed this question, citing 6 decrees which bear on this question, cf. Magi, RRAM 1.64122, 11.1504 N.29, 1506 N.32. Among other decrees, I would add the one published by Woodward in 1913, discussed near the end of 2 above. Plutarch, in a passage I have quoted in v.3 above, deplored the practice of referring to the governor even minor matters, for which the governor's approval was clearly not a constitutional necessity. He points out that this obliges the governors to become the eutfodal of the cities beyond the degree they themselves desire. Revolutionary activity, of course, was almost inconceivable, it could have no chance of success, and one do not even know of any surviving evidence that it was attempted, although we do occasionally hear of riots, as in Dio Chrysostom's Bithynia, and of an occasional unexplained outbreak of violence, as when Petreius was burnt alive in Thessaly. An inscription like that of Sibera in honor of Q. Veronius Philagros, with its mysterious reference to the suppression of a very harmful conspiracy, may or may not betoken active discontent on the part of the non-privileged. It may equally well refer to some factional struggle involving mainly the interests of a dissatisfied element among the local propertied class. 534. 4. Cyprus was first annexed by Rome in 58 BC and attached to the province of Cilicia. From 48 onwards Cyprus was put under client rulers of the Ptolemaic royal house, but after Actium it was again annexed, and it was made a province on its own in 22 BC or perhaps rather 23 BC. I know of only 2 clear pieces of evidence about innovations in the constitution of any Cypriot city which can with confidence be attributed to Roman influence. Both are inscriptions referring to men who had occupied the position of 7 Lilrii. 1, from Cyprian Salamis, of the reign of Nero, describes its honorand as 7 LJL 7 FTEVOA, CTB Mitford and IK Nicolou, Salamis, VO 1.6, the Greek and Latin inscriptions from Salamis 24-6, no.LL, line 5. In the other inscription, from Soli, also of the 1st century, the honorand is described as 7 TLLTJ 7 Evoa, RIJV Ova. TVAEA, CTB Mitford, in BSA 42 201-6 number 1, lines 9-10. Although bequeathed to Rome by the will of Ptolemy Apion, who died in BC, Cyrenaica was not organized as a Roman province until at least 75-74 and perhaps even later 154,267. After further changes, it finally became part of the province of Crete and Cyrenaica under Augustus. There is hardly any evidence for political conditions in the cities, apart from a brief statement by Strabo, preserved by Josephus, to the effect that Cyrene itself contained 4 categories of inhabitants, citizens, Phanos 9 medics and Jews. L0 From this we can infer that in the early years of the 1st century the old native rural population did not enjoy the citizenship of Cyrene. I myself do not believe that it had ever done so, as I cannot accept the theory that the 70 Epiat KOL of HDTS 4.161.3 were native Libyans, in spite of the advocacy of this theory by such scholars as A. H. M. Jones, Busold, and Larson. See the discussion by F. Camus, Cyrene Sous la monarchie de Batiades 221-4, and the interesting suggestions made more recently by L. H. Geoffrey, the pact of the first settlers at Cyrene, in Historia 10 139-47 at 142-4. Appendix 4 535. There are a /v scraps of information from inscriptions found on the sites of other cities in Cyrenaica. In Seg 18. 772, a proxena decree of 350 to 320 BC from Uesperides, /ve find the Ephors and Gerent introducing a proposal to the council, evidently the ruling body, for the decree opens with the words, eq. Op Cijii cat yepojltcljii treojitcljii, and se tal, I3c1 jaal, and there is no sign of a general assembly. Similarly, we have a recently published decree, almost certainly of the 2nd or the fairly early 1st century BC, from the modern Tokra, which was passed by the gerent and council, with a mention of other magistrates but not of an assembly. See Joyce M. Reynolds, A Civic Decree from Tokra in Cyrenaica, in Arch. Class 2526 622-30, CFL Moretti, Un Decreto di Arsino in Cyrenaica, in RF 104 385-98, especially 389. I would draw attention to lines 11 to 14 of the Tokra inscription, praising the honorand for the way he had conducted himself trott to oxao1r6ac.a, and the words m. TCDLL0XACLJIIOCIJ1T1P all in lines 53 to 4. Here we find a non-pejorative use of the term oxao, which occurs also in some village inscriptions of Asia Minor and Syria, see 4.2 above and its n.35 below. Even if, with Moretti, we keep one ROA law in line 13, and still more. If, with Reynolds, we amend to one ROA ita, we shall be justified in finding in Cyrenaica, as in other areas, a privileged class of feudal citizens, contrasted with a larger number of others who had no political rights, or only very limited ones. In the period of Roman rule one famous series of documents stands out, the inscription recording 5 edicts of Augustus dating from 7/6 to 4 BC, E/J2 311 equals FIRA2 I number 68 equals Seg 9.8, cf. 14.888, 16.866, 18.728, and see especially F. de Vischer, Les Edits de Augusta de Couverts Cyrene, cf. The Long Review by L. Wenger, in ZSS, Rom. ABT, 62 425-36, and de Vischer's later article, La Justice Romaine en Cyrenaique, in Rita 311 321-33, also Yalois and Nicholas, Hisrel 371-4. For our present purposes it is the first and fourth of these edicts which are relevant. Both demonstrate the participation of resident Romans in lawsuits at Cyrene. The first show us that when Roman judges had been chosen, they had been taken only from Romans with a census of at least 2,500 denarii, of whom there were 215 in Cyrenaica in 716 BC. The same edict also affords evidence of complaints by the local Greeks of unjust behavior on the part of Roman judges. Augustus gives to Greeks accused on capital charges the right to choose whether to be tried by Roman judges or by an equal number of Romans and Greeks, both Romans and Greeks to be drawn from those with a census of at least 7,500 denarii, or, if there are too few men with such a qualification, then at least half that figure. The fourth edict leaves it to the provincial governor to decide whether to take capital cases himself or to have them tried as specified in the first edict, and adds that in non-capital cases the judges are to be Greeks unless a defendant or accused prefers to have Romans. I do not propose to treat Crete separately. However, there is one passage of exceptional interest which we cannot afford to miss, Strabo X.4.22, p.484. At the end of his very muddled and inadequate account of Cretan institutions, derived mainly from Ephorus, Strabo adds that not many of these 1I0p.ij law still exist, but that Crete is mainly administered by the Serfrip. Era of the Romans, as happens in the other provinces. 6. Massalia of Massatua. It is only necessary for me to say that the famous aristocratic constitution, as 536. We know it from the early Principate, was not a product of Roman influence but an indigenous growth. 11. In the time of Aristotle, who wrote a constitution of Massalia, it was not a democracy. 2 passages in the Politics, taken together, show that an extreme oligarchy had merely become more moderate. By 197 BC, as we know from an inscription of Lampsacus of that date, the directing body at Massalia was already the Council of 600 described by Strabo as consisting of T.I.J. Lovksal, who sat for life, and were presumably appointed by cooptation, as we hear of no general assembly at Massalia, and 2 passages in Cicero, De Republica, quoted below, would seem to exclude its existence. This constitution was much admired by Strabo, and several Roman writers, including Cicero, Livy, Valerius Maximus, and Silius Italicus, speak well of it, using terms like gravitas and disciplina. However, Cicero in the De Republica, although prepared to say that Rome's clients the Massiliates per delectos et principis civ summa iustitia regentur, yet admits that inest tamen in ea condition populi similitudo quidam servitudis, and a little later he compares this pocerum et principum administratio with the rule of the 30 at Athens. By the second half of the 2nd century of the Christian era, the constitution of Massalia had evidently become thoroughly Romanized, with decurions and the usual Roman municipal magistrates. 12.7. Mesopotamia and beyond. We have only a few scraps of information about the constitutions and political life of the various Greek cities of Mesopotamia and farther east. The most easterly of all these cities about whose internal political affairs we have any evidence that is relevant for our present purposes is Seleucia on the Tigris, an exceptionally large town with a population put by Pliny the Elder at 600,000 and believed by Strabo to be comparable with that of Alexandria and rather larger than that of Antioch. Seleucia was for a time the main Seleucid capital. It must have been a flourishing city in the late 3rd century BC if it is true that Hermias, the chief administrator of Antiochus III, could impose on it a fine of 1,000 talents for having taken part in the revolt of Milan in 222 to 220 BC. From just after the middle of the 2nd century BC. Seleucia was nearly always within the Parthian rather than the Seleucid or Roman sphere of dominance, but was evidently allowed a considerable measure of independence and self-government. We hear of its being under a tyrant, Maurice, probably in the 120s BC. According to Plutarch, writing of Crassus' campaign against the Parthians in 54-3, Seleucia had always been ill-disposed towards the Parthians. In relation to the year AD 36, Tacitus speaks of faction at Seleucia between the common people and the 300 members of the council, described enigmatically as chosen for their wealth or their wisdom to be a senate, a form of words which may indicate that the members of the council sat for life. Factious disorder was particularly likely to occur in the city, because either party in a stasis might call in the Parthians, as Tacitus notes in the same passage. Before 36 the Parthian king Artabanus III had put the commons under the Primors. In that year the situation was reversed by the pretender Tiridates, who had the backing of the emperor Tiberius and was welcomed by the populace of Seleucia but soon fled back to Roman Syria. Artabanus' successor Vardanes reduced Seleucia in 42, and that may well have been the end of popular government in Seleucia, brought about not by the Romans, be it noted, but by the Parthians. Seleucia now became increasingly Orientalized. Appendix 4:537 and we hear no more of it except in connection with Rome's Parthian wars. It was briefly taken over by the Romans at the end of Trajan's reign, and sacked and partly destroyed by Verus general Avidius Cassius in 165. Dio Cassius in two passages in his narrative of the campaign of Crassus in 54-53 stresses the Hellenic character of Seleucia, and in the first of these he speaks of the city as an existing polis still thoroughly Hellenic in his own day, but this statement may have little foundation. There is certainly no evidence that Dio himself was ever in or even near Mesopotamia. For the history of the city, see OCD 2971, ad M. Streck in Re 22.I 1149-84. Another Mesopotamian city about which a good deal is known is Edessa, which is always no \vn by that name rather than the one given to it as a Seleucid foundation, Antioch by Kalurha. The most recent book is by J.B. Siegel, Edessa, the Blessed City. See also E. Meyer, in Rev.2 1933-8. For what is known of the Constitution, see C.B. Wells, in A.R. Bellinger and Wells, a 3rd century contract of sale from Edessa in Osrene, in YCS 595-154 at 121-42. I have no legitimate reason for mentioning it here, but there is a remarkable exchange of letters between Jesus and the then dynast of Edessa, Abgar, in Eus, Heels VIII. The Edessanes firmly believed that Jesus had made a promise to Abgar that their city would never be captured by an enemy. Gosh. Sti. Chronicles 5, 58, 60, ed. In the original Syriac, with an English translation, by W. Wright, Cambridge, 1882. It was in fact captured more than once by the Sassanids, and in 638 by the Arabs.